Star Odyssey chapter 4363 to chapter 4413. Demao wasn't scolding Luin, but Red Hero. The scolding had completely lost its composure, and the divine tree was shaking. Che said kindly, "Could it be a misunderstanding? It might not be Luin." Demao was furious, "Shut up, it has nothing to do with you. The mother forest is gone, who else would want it except for Luin? Red Hero, come out and fight me if you dare." The old man was speechless. "Why is Red Hero so clear about your whereabouts? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself?" Demao was speechless for a moment. He was too careless. Red Hero must have been watching him. He thought Red Hero only knew one or two of his locations. Now it seemed that was not the case. But why was Red Hero watching him? Was he trying to plot against him? Demao broke out in a cold sweat. If he really wanted to plot against him, he might not be able to escape. Although he was confident in fighting Red Hero, plotting against him was another matter. Fortunately, Luin forced Red Hero into a corner and kept exposing his location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Red Hero was watching him so closely. No, he had to change all his locations. If Red Hero forced him to do this, he wouldn't have an easy time. "I told you, Luin found me once. I'll expose you guys. Luin, I know you're here. Listen, all the unknown portals come from white," Demao shouted. "Cyan." A loud shout was heard. It came from 8 colors. Luin was shocked. He had never seen 8 colors angry. Knowing whereabouts was silent. The divine tree shook. At this moment, the multicolored light was filled with coldness. It made Luin want to leave knowing whereabouts subconsciously. He felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was caving in. Was this the power of 8 colors? It was just as consciousness entering knowing whereabouts. 8 colors, you don't have to threaten me. Everyone knows the rules of the unknown. I didn't break the rules. It was Red Hero who broke the rules. You should look for him." Demao was fearless. 8 colors didn't answer, and knowing whereabouts fell into silence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. First, it was clear, then 8 colors, they were all angry. He couldn't force them anymore, or the situation would get out of control. He knew a lot during this time. 8 colors would definitely find a way to stop Red Hero from giving him Demao's coordinates. They had to compromise with each other, and he had to compromise too. Let's change direction. At the same time, 8 colors. Red Hero's voice was cold. You shouldn't have intervened. I didn't break the rules. Sometimes, the unspoken rules were better than the rules. More importantly, do you understand? Orange. I know, but I also want an answer. I didn't join the unknowns just to be schemed against. What answer do you want? Who told you what I said? Who is scheming against me behind the scenes? I want this answer. I can't give you an answer. That's why Luin can help me find it. Orange, do you still remember why you chose unknown instead of immortal feather? Red Hero's body trembled as fear flashed through his eyes. It's too late when the unknown terror hits you. Jiolei can't bear it, and neither can you, said 8 colors slowly. Red Hero took a deep breath. After so many years, he thought that he had forgotten that fear, but at this moment, it appeared again. That's right, he had forgotten. He had always wanted to break through for no other reason than to break free from that fear. However, he was now provoking that fear. Luin could provoke him because he couldn't see clearly, but he shouldn't. He had forgotten all about it. 8 colors, please tell me again that the unknowns can't attack each other, right? 8 colors said, yes. No one can break this rule, right? Yes. Okay, I understand. Last question, has my mission been completed? 8 colors said, not yet. Red Hero left. Luin was still waiting at this moment. He was waiting for the result of this matter, but all he got was silence. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and there was still no news. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to see Red Hero's attitude first. When he arrived at the Red Coat civilization, Luin looked for Red Hero. Red Hero avoided him at first, but as Luin began to forcefully take people away, he couldn't help but come out. If you take one more person away, I'll kill one of the remaining people. These were Red Hero's words that spread throughout the Red Coat civilization. Luin didn't doubt that Red Hero would do it. This kind of person had no bottom line. You know why I'm here. Cut the crap. You have your plan, and I have mine. Hurry up. Red Hero stared at Luin coldly. Have you seen all the coordinates I gave you? Luin said indifferently, you gave me a total of 3 coordinates. The first one was Demao's, and I found Demao's the second and third time. There are still some coordinates that I haven't seen. There's no need to, just give me new ones. Anyway, the remaining coordinates definitely aren't Demao's. Maybe it's your trap. I don't plan to go. Red Hero left without saying a word. He didn't say anything, neither did he say anything. Luin frowned. Why? Don't you want to continue? We worked well together. A few more times, and I might be able to get the information you want. Red Hero still didn't respond. What did 8 colors do to make Red Hero give up on using him to find the mastermind? For a moment, Luin was even more afraid of 8 colors. Next, the last coordinate, Xianling. Luin took a deep breath. He didn't dare to go there because it was scary. Similarly, he didn't dare to go to Xianling because there must be a powerhouse in Xianling who conformed to the 3 universal laws. But there was a fundamental difference between the two. If he went to Xianling, all the unknowns would know that he had gone. If he went to Xianling, Xianling wouldn't know in advance. Although it was risky, what wasn't risky on the path of cultivation? It was risky for him to go to the coordinates given by Red Hero. It was risky for him to participate in the forced expedition. If he didn't know that there would be new people joining, he would have to go to Xianling with his main body, which was even more risky. Compared to going to Xianling, he would rather go to the Xianling civilization. Legend had it that those strange birds were sleeping to resolve the karmic restraints. Yulu had awakened and just happened to go to the 3 universes. According to the Divine Master's speculation, if a stronger Xianling had awakened, it would join forces with Yulu to go to the 3 universes. Since it hadn't gone, it meant that no other Xianling had awakened. It was relatively safe to go to the Xianling civilization now. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he teleported in the direction of the 3 universes. He first avoided Red Hero's line of sight and took a detour to the last coordinate. In the Red Hero universe below the stars, Red Hero watched Lu Yin teleport and disappear. The distance of this teleportation didn't exceed his attack range. He could sense where Lu Yin had teleported to, but of course, he couldn't see it. Did he go back? Other than the first coordinate that was given to the Source Master, 7 coordinates were given in total for the last 2 times, including the Ten-Eyed Crow and Xianling. This kid's luck was so good that he could find the Source Master without touching any of the 2 coordinates. But even so, would he really not go to the rest of the coordinates? Red Hero didn't believe it. As long as he had the coordinates, there would be a day when this kid would find it. Whether it was the Ten-Eyed Crow or Xianling, they could bury him, especially the Ten-Eyed Crow. Those strange birds might be sleeping, but the Ten-Eyed Crow was already dead. As long as he looked at it, he wouldn't be able to move. As long as he couldn't move, Lu Yin would die there. In order to get rid of you, I even revealed the location of the Ten-Eyed Crow. That's something that even the Unknowable and Xianling want, Red Hero muttered to himself, his eyes filled with coldness. The distance in the dark and deep space didn't seem to be any different, but after teleporting again and again, he would always notice the difference. A few days had passed since he left the Red Hero civilization below the stars. Lu Yin kept teleporting without stopping, and he was getting closer and closer to the coordinates. Ever since he obtained the teleportation talent, he had never teleported so frequently. To be honest, the further he was from the 3 universes, the more nervous he was. If it was an ordinary eternal realm, it would take a very long time to rush back. But he still hadn't reached the destination. Continue. He guessed that the furthest coordinate was Xianling, but seeing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. Looking at the big tree that almost propped up the universe in the distance, Lu Yin felt like he was facing the unknowable divine tree. The unknowable divine tree was also so big and majestic. The mother tree seemed small in front of the divine tree, and Xianling's tree was just as small as the divine tree. Countless creatures flew, but they all circled around the big tree and didn't go up. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing those creatures. That should be where Xianling was. Xianling and those strange birds probably lived on the tree crown. Luin didn't dare to look at the tree crown. After reaching a certain level, one could sense it with their eyes, no matter how far away they were. He suppressed his aura, took out the hanging coffin, and drew a door. This door could directly enter Zhizong. Zhizong had asked him to worship the divine tree, so he would place it here. He couldn't stop the 8 colors from finding new members to join the unknowns, so he could only find something for them to do. But he couldn't be sure of the time. He couldn't be sure when Xianling would discover this door. As for luring it, it was impossible. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape once he did. He had taken a huge risk by coming here. After placing the door in place, Luin looked at the big tree in the distance, and a dark red land appeared in his mind. Xianling danced in the wind, and a lonely figure climbed the mountain peak. The hatred of the Red Lotus Tomb and the enmity of the 9th base would be settled one day. Luin teleported away and rushed back to the 3 universes. He entered the Mirage domain and used it to cultivate the mirroring technique. The time he could see was still too short, and he wanted to see further. If he could see a distance of 100 or 200 years, then he wouldn't be afraid. Even existences that conform to the laws of the 3 universes would find it difficult to detect them. Time continued to pass, and Luin continued to deduce the mirroring technique. 30 years, 35 years, 40 years, 50 years. He exhaled. 50 years was enough for him to see the distance of an ordinary eternal realm. He rubbed his head. It would be great if he could control that technological fishing civilization and use their abilities to deduce the technique faster. He walked towards the forbidden area and tried to look for Hong Shuang again. He walked around but couldn't find her. He was unwilling to give up and looked around a few more times, but he still couldn't find her. If that door could really lure Xianling and the unknowns to fight, then he would definitely appear on the battlefield. How should he deal with Xianling? Should he bring Uncle Jiang along? That would be inconvenient. End of chapter. Red Hero's method was effective, but he did not cultivate the ruthless path and could not use the red umbrella to capture the strange bird. It would be great if he could find the second barrier's treasure, the turbid red umbrella. That umbrella would definitely be successful. Xianling's teleportation could break through the ruthless path's Sunluo umbrella prison. On the other hand, the Sunluo umbrella prison was also the nemesis of teleportation. If he could not find the treasure, what about others? Luin thought for a moment and headed towards the Red Coat civilization. My red umbrella? Jiawen was surprised. Luin nodded. I know this request is overboard, but to deal with Xianling, I have to use the ruthless path. I can't cultivate it myself, so I want to try and see if I can use your red umbrella. Jiawen nodded. I see. Red Hero can suppress Xianling because of the Sunluo umbrella prison? But I heard that Xianling's teleportation is used to break through the Sunluo umbrella prison. How did Red Hero do it? Luin explained Red Hero's method. It sounded simple, but whether it was the Sunluo umbrella prison or the unknown god power lines, they were not something ordinary people could possess. One had to possess 2 powers at the same time, and they were both inherited powers of the fishing civilization. No one could do it if they were placed alone in the unknown or the Red Coat civilization. Only Red Hero could weave a birdcage that could break through teleportation by combining 2 powers. If you don't cultivate the ruthless path, it's useless even if I give you the red umbrella. You can't even open it, Jiawen said. It was not that he was unwilling to give the red umbrella to Luin. After all, he was someone who was ready to die at any time. It was useless to keep the red umbrella. However, what was the point of handing over the red umbrella if he could not use it? Luin had already thought about this. What level do I have to reach to open your red umbrella? Jiawen thought for a moment. It's not about strength, but about perseverance towards the ruthless path. My second barrier's treasure is the red umbrella. It belongs to the Red Frost Fortress Master. However, other than the Fortress Master, there are still people who can open it because of perseverance. In other words, it's recognition of the ruthless path, or the ruthless path's recognition of this person. Although the ruthless path is different, it originates from the same power and philosophy. Lu Ying took out the jade that Chu Songyun had used to become Lu Yin's disciple from his cosmic ring and scattered it across the entire Red Shirt civilization. Back then, countless people had taken pictures of this scene to let the Red Shirt civilization know that Lu Ying would not treat the Red Shirts differently. Among his disciples, there were Red Shirt cultivators. At the same time, Jiao Wen also saw it. He saw Chu Songyun climb the celestial stairway step by step and become Lu Yin's disciple. After that, he struggled between the Heartless Tao and the Nirvana tree. Chu Songyun was clearly unwilling to cultivate the Heartless Path. He had wanted to escape from the Red Coat civilization countless times. However, at that moment, he had chosen the Heartless Path. He had made up his mind. Jiao Wen had seen that determination in his eyes. It was as if he saw his master and his past self. He saw the man with his back facing all living beings, climbing the peak. In the end, he was the one who buried himself, his lover, and his 3 immortal feathers. Then, it was the Heartless Tao, the persistence and the desire for the Heartless Tao. Can he open Senior's red umbrella? Lu Ying asked. At that moment, ripples appeared in the starry sky. They came from a corner. All the images dissipated, and the jade shattered. The red hero had made his move. Lu Ying did not stop him. After all, many people had seen it. It would eventually spread. When the red coats under the stars entered the 3 universes in the future, the difficulty of breaking in would be much lower. Jiao Wen laughed. His laughter was carefree and filled with gratification. I didn't expect to see that kind of gaze in the current red coat era. Everyone was wrong. Only he was right. The red coat under the stars that he had always wanted to leave was the red coat under the stars that I and the red hero had led him astray. The Heartless Path has a successor. Lu Ying also laughed. Didn't you think of this long ago, Senior? Jiao Wen shook his head. I've always thought that Chu Songyun hated the Heartless Path and could not see his intentions clearly. Actually, it was fortunate that this was the case. If I had seen his obsession with the Heartless Path, I might have unconsciously protected him. Then, I would have been exposed, and it would have been easy for the red hero to notice. He looked up at the starry sky. I didn't expect that there would be a cultivator who could uphold the original Heartless Path in the current situation. Mr. Liu, do you know how difficult it is? Lu Ying nodded. Of course, he knew. The entire universe was telling you that doing this was wrong. You should learn from them. They had a complete inheritance and were extremely strong. That was an attempt that had been proven to be correct. Under such circumstances, it was hard to imagine the perseverance and persistence needed to uphold one's own ideals. Even Lu Ying was not confident that he could do it. However, Chu Songyun had not done it completely. He did not know what he hated about the Heartless Path. He did not know that the current Heartless Path was wrong. It was only because his innate gift dominated his heart. Of course, it was also not easy. In front of Jiao Wen, a red umbrella appeared and floated out of the Blood Tower. In the corner of the universe, the red hero saw this and wanted to stop him. However, Lu Ying was one step ahead of him. He grabbed the red umbrella and put it away. It was almost impossible to compete with the speed of teleportation. Furthermore, it was under the premise that Lu Ying was prepared. The red hero stared at Lu Ying. He wanted Jiao Wen's red umbrella to deal with Xianling. This person saw how the red hero dealt with his teleportation and wanted to follow suit. Would it be that easy? He did not cultivate the Heartless Path and wanted to rely on others to open the red umbrella to catch Xianling. Did he really think that those strange birds were easy to deal with? He understood why Lu Ying had let this universe see the scene of Chu Songyun becoming a disciple. Chu Songyun had actually been so persistent about the Heartless Path. This was beyond his expectations. If he had known this, he would have killed that brat long ago. However, it did not matter. Only when they truly faced Xianling would they know what despair was. If Xianling was so easy to deal with, she would not be a great enemy that even the unknowns would have a headache over. Did they really think that any civilization was qualified to participate in the siege of the 9th base? Did they really think that the red hero was so afraid of death that he was willing to bow down to any civilization? Xianling was different. Luyin left and brought Jiao Wen's red umbrella back to the three universes. He then brought Chu Songyun into the Mirage domain. He wanted to weave a birdcage. This was the only way to deal with Xianling. Of course, he also knew that Xianling had many tricks up her sleeve. Since the red hero had done such a thing, Xianling would definitely be thinking of ways to deal with it. However, he was helpless as there was no other way. Crow immobilization was very useful, but since the ten-eyed crow had killed Xianling before, it meant that Xianling understood the characteristics of crow immobilization. Xianling could launch a sneak attack once, but she could not launch a sneak attack a second time. Compared to the red hero, Luyin did not cultivate the heartless path and needed Chu Songyun's help. This was his weakness. However, he had 3 strands of divine power, which was his advantage. Even if he could not control them, he could take it slow. There was no point in being anxious. Although there was no time in the Mirage domain, it was still a macroscopic view of the outside world. After some time, Luyin brought Chu Songyun out. After all, Chu Songyun had not reached immortality, and Luyin was also trying to control 2 strands of divine power. He could not continue trying in the Mirage domain. He had to come out from time to time. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. During this period, Luyin had continuously tried to weave a birdcage. At the same time, he had also deduced the mirroring technique. He would occasionally go to Xianxia to take a look, but he did not enter. Most of the time, he was in the outside world, and he was building his mental state wall. There was a path, and he would be able to see the results if he continued walking down it. This was the most important thing right now. As for the birdcages, they were all completed in the Mirage domain. It would not affect the time he spent building the high wall of his heart. On this day, Luyin was planting seedlings. That's right, he was planting seedlings. He wanted to experience the ordinary life of the world. To the average person, a piece of land and a harvest was the most beautiful thing in the world. Watching the sun set and having a group of children was more reassuring than chasing after fame and fortune. Luyin was a little addicted to such days. This was also the ordinary life that he yearned for. However, a peaceful life would always be disrupted. Luyin's expression changed. He straightened his back in the field, took a step forward, and instantly disappeared. The people around him did not notice. At the edge of the karmic celestial phenomenon, under the starry sky, a creature with a semi-oval head and brown skin that looked like a stone wall was floating. The force of inertia pushed it in the direction of the 9 heavens universe. Luyin teleported and appeared and looked at this creature. It was actually an eternal realm creature. It looked like it was severely injured. Half of its head was gone, and its skin was not brown at the beginning. It was just torn open. This brown color was its blood, and it had dyed its entire body red. It had lost consciousness. Luyin caught it and brought it back, appearing in Yihai. Azure Lotus looked at this creature. An eternal realm creature was beaten so badly. It is not far from death. Otherwise, it would not have taken the risk to enter my karmic celestial phenomenon. Let's use karma to take a look. Luyin used karma to penetrate this creature and played out scenes of the past. Looking at the karma of an eternal realm creature took a long time. After a while, Luyin and Azure Lotus looked at each other. This eternal realm creature was actually from the Tufeng civilization. This was something they did not expect. In the past, this eternal realm creature had seen the karmic celestial phenomenon up close. There was another eternal realm creature beside it. He continued to look at the past. A few days later, Luyin exclaimed, "This Tufeng civilization is very strange." The so-called Tufeng civilization swallowed part of the flesh and blood of creatures and planted a seal in the creature's body. They can control the creature at will. The higher the cultivation of the creature, the more inclined it will be to the Tufeng civilization. That's why when I first saw the Tufeng civilization, the 5 eternal realms in it were almost not the same species. Azure Lotus sighed. There are many strange civilizations within the square meter. This method of Tufeng civilization seems powerful, but there are many restrictions. The range is their greatest limitation. Once they are discovered, the eternal realm creatures can pull the seal out. It won't affect anything. They are like rats that keep reproducing. But once they are discovered, they are easy to eradicate. In particular, these eternal realms are not very strong. Once they are planted with the seal, it limits the upper limit of their combat strength to a certain extent. They are at most comparable to that eternal realm monster, Luin said. At the same time, he also understood why the unknown mission was completed even though the eternal realm creatures had escaped from the Tufeng civilization. That was because these eternal realm creatures did not belong to the Tufeng civilization. Back then, she had been occupying the 9th stronghold and refused to let go, using the excuse that the mission was not completed. And its mission was indeed not completed because Mr. Mu and Senior Mu Zhu had escaped. Now that he thought about it, Red Hero's mission was not completed either. Some creatures in the Rho universe must have escaped as well. End of chapter. There was no need to consider what happened to the Tunfeng civilization. This civilization was destroyed, and these sealed creatures could not be sealed for other creatures. They were not essentially creatures of the Tunfeng civilization. They were just external creatures. What really made Luin curious was how it was beaten so badly. What had happened to an eternal realm creature? If it could threaten an eternal realm creature, it could naturally threaten human civilization. He continued to use karma to look at the creature's karma past. Luin and Qinglian saw a lot. They saw the creature's cultivation and fighting past. They saw the technological civilization destroying the Tunfeng civilization and the fight between it and another eternal realm creature that had escaped from the Tunfeng civilization because of the armor plates. Seeing this scene, Luin was pleasantly surprised. There were armor plates. An unexpected gain. Qinglian smiled. These armor plates represented Ancestor Shan's knowledge. If he could collect all of them, he should be able to see the past 9 bases and obtain something. The reason why these two eternal realm creatures that had escaped from the Tunfeng civilization turned against each other over the armor plates was that they could not destroy them. They knew that the armor plates were good things, and they were not bound by the Tunfeng civilization. These two creatures were not of the same species, so it was normal for them to fight each other. However, they encountered an accident halfway through the fight. Luin and Qinglian looked at the karma past. Another eternal realm creature was wrapped in an unknown white magma-like thing, and its entire body was distorted. It looked extremely painful. This eternal realm creature took the opportunity to escape, but it was also hunted down. In the end, it dragged its half-dead body and spent 100 years to arrive at the Karma Celestial phenomenon. It entered the Karma Celestial phenomenon to avoid the white magma. Luin looked in the direction of this eternal realm creature with the mirroring technique. He could now see about 50 years away. No, he did not see the white magma creature. Qinglian's expression was solemn. Although these two eternal realm creatures are not strong and were injured from fighting each other, the white magma was able to attack them at the same time and render one of them defenseless. It is not weak. I will keep an eye outside the Karma Celestial phenomenon. Luin searched this eternal realm creature and found 2 armor plates. However, in the karma past, this eternal realm creature was clearly competing with the other for 5 armor plates. There are 3 armor plates with the other eternal realm creature. I am going to get them back. Be careful of the white magma. Don't worry. Luin teleported and disappeared, heading in the direction where the eternal life realm had encountered the white lava. Every time he teleported, it would take him 50 years to reach the eternal life realm speed. But there was nothing in the starry sky, and the traces of the battle had disappeared 100 years ago. After all, 100 years had passed. It was neither long nor short. Luin used mirroring to scan his surroundings, hoping that he would be lucky enough to see something. However, it was only 50 years, and the further he looked, the more he saw. The wider the range, it was impossible to include all of them. In the end, he returned to the 3 universes. While the eternal life realm was still alive, he threw it into the general appointment platform hell to increase karma. This immortal realm was not a good person. In fact, it was unfair to describe creatures outside of human civilization as good or bad, because any creature outside of human civilization was not a good person for human civilization. Although the human civilization wanted to increase the number of immortal realm experts, they did not want everything. It would not do them any good to have more immortal realm experts, and they even had to be wary of them. At the very least, if the human civilization was in danger, this guy would definitely be the first to run. The human civilization already had a heaven-carrying immortal realm expert, so there was no need to add more immortal realm creatures. In the end, this immortal realm expert died because of its severe injuries. It did not even manage to increase karma completely. It was a wrong choice for it to escape to the human civilization. This also made Luin think about what would happen if they encountered a life-and-death crisis one day and faced a foreign civilization. Would they hand their lives over to others? Teleporting to the consciousness universe, Luin handed 2 pieces of armor to a 7 treasures heavenly toad and asked it to translate. Boss took away most of the 7 treasures heavenly toads and left some behind. It was to help Luin translate the armor pieces, but it also did not want to put all of its eggs in one basket. After all, no one knew what would happen on the other side of Jade. Please help me translate. Thank you. Luin handed the 2 pieces of armor to the 7 treasures heavenly toad in front of him. This 7 treasures heavenly toad was 25, which was younger than little 18. Its strength had reached the level of Dukuer, but it was slightly weaker than the star toad. It was also the most powerful 7 treasures heavenly toad left behind. 25 took the armor piece. Don't worry, I'm very calm. Luin? Looking at the 2 pieces of armor, 25 first stared at one of them with a conflicted expression. Luin did not know how he could tell that the toad was conflicted, but it was conflicted. 25 looked at the armor piece and then at Luin, as if confirming something. Luin felt uneasy. Could this guy be illiterate? 25 sighed as he thought about it. Lu Yin's heart was in his throat. You, then. You're the most suitable. Luin was confused. What? 25 said, this armor piece. Recorded 6th uncle's aura. I don't know why the ancestor left it behind. We can already feel 6th uncle's aura, so the aura on this armor piece is obviously for an outsider. 6th uncle? Old 6 of the 7 treasures heavenly toad? The one that Ancestor Xian called the most talented 7 treasures heavenly toad in history, the genius that could surpass it as long as he was alive? This old 6 was thrown outside because he made a mistake, right? Boss and the others all thought that he was dead, Luin asked. 25 nodded with a melancholy look. Sir and the others are too naive. How could 6th uncle die so easily? Other than the ancestor, I'm the only one who guessed it. After all, I'm very calm and always think more about things. Luin looked at the armor piece. Was it old 6's aura? The 7 treasures heavenly toads could sense each other's aura, so Ancestor Xian didn't have to do this. His only goal was for Luin and the others to sense this aura and help find it if possible. This was a father's last hope for his son. Lu. 25 didn't know how to address Luin. Call me 7th bro like the star toad. Okay, 7th bro. Is this aura for you or for others? Me. Okay. 25 placed the armor piece in Lu Yin's hand. The next moment, a warm current flowed into his body. It wasn't any kind of power, just some kind of aura. When the warm current entered his body, Luin didn't feel anything. However, he knew that if old 6 appeared in a certain area one day, he would be able to sense it. There was also an armor piece. 25 looked at the armor piece carefully and didn't move for a long time. Luin asked, hard to translate? I'm building up my emotions, 25 said. Luin? He realized that he couldn't see through 25. Even the toad was so strange. Forget it, there's no need to build up your emotions. If your emotions aren't in place, you won't be calm. I'll just translate it into your language. 25 finished and wrote in the void. At this moment, he was very serious and seemed to have some kind of sincerity. Luin looked at the void, and his gaze gradually changed. In this old man's life, there are 3 people that I admire. The first is the omnipresent. His name is unknown, and his body is not seen. He watches the universe rise and fall, and sees the starry sky as nothing. The second is Putsonghai's wisdom is like a plate. He has no words and is inconvenient to reveal. The third is the war god of 9 ramparts, Pan. Pan, the human civilization's war god of 9 ramparts. He wields the world's most powerful weapon, a divine steed that transcends time. 1 man, 1 weapon, and 1 horse, he alone guarded Xiang City. He fought against civilizations until the sun and moon lost their light. He was invincible. Only 2 words have been passed down, and they are the strongest of all time. This old man will never forget that when 9 ramparts was besieged by various civilizations, and when Xiang City was unable to fully defend itself, it was that person who walked out and said, "I'll come." These 2 words scattered the enemies. Until his death, Xiang City remained impregnable. He lived up to his name, Pan. That battle left the war god and the human civilization forever. No creature in the universe dares to call themselves the war god. To this day, this old man still finds it difficult to see how high Pan's realm is. Relying on his own strength, he became the courage of a civilization. This old man, Shan, admires him. There weren't many words, but they left Luin speechless for a long time. He stared blankly at the words in the void, and he didn't regain his senses even after the words had completely disappeared. Patriarch Shan was a super powerhouse who was compatible with 3 laws of the universe, and he was also the strongest person Luin had ever met. There were 3 things that he admired in his life, and one of them was the human cultivators that he was unwilling to interact with. He could sense Patriarch Shan's rejection of the human civilization, but even so, Pan was still worthy of his admiration. One could only imagine how much shock Pan had given him back then. Humanity's war god, the courage of a civilization. He had killed until no creature dared to call themselves the war god. How heroic and valiant was this? Luin clenched his fists. Was there really someone who could rely on his own strength to defend a region while being surrounded by so many powerful civilizations? This confidence and this domineering aura would subdue even the enemy, let alone the human civilization itself. This was humanity's war god, Pan. That's all? Luin looked at 25. 25 shook his head. That's all. Luin frowned. What was the result? What happened to Pan? There was a sentence in the text that even in death, Xiang City was impregnable. Was Pan dead? Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot. He could feel Pan's domineering aura, but he could also feel Pan's loneliness. Pan had defended a region by himself, and no one could help him. He had relied on the 2 words, "I'll come." From the moment he had said those words, Luin knew that he was the only one in that region. Lu Yin's emotions surged. He wanted to return to the primordial era and participate in that war. He wanted to stand by Pan's side, even if he had to support Pan's weapon. Pan was definitely not the only powerhouse who had died for the human civilization. Countless people had died in that war, and many had shed blood for the sake of the civilization's inheritance. However, there had still been betrayals, causing everyone's efforts to go to waste. Red hero, red hero. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter the price, he would kill Red Hero. There was also the unknown, Xianling, and the Death Universe. They had surrounded the 9th base, destroyed the inheritances, and toyed with the humans. He would not let any of them go. 25 silently retreated. What a strong killing intent. Calm down and retreat again. End of chapter. After a while, Luin calmed himself down. The more he wanted to kill, the more he had to endure the loneliness. The 9th base had already been defeated, and the humans could not afford to lose again. He had fooled around with Jizong, seduced Xianling, and cooperated with Red Hero. He was working hard, and there would be a day when he would settle the score. He looked back. Why did you run so far? 25 blinked. Well, I wanted to fart. I was afraid it would stink you. Luin was speechless. He put away the 2 pieces of armor. 15 out of the 100 seals had passed, and there was still a long way to go. He teleported and headed straight for Xiang City. He wanted to see which side Guardian Pan was guarding and see if there were any traces left behind. However, he couldn't find anything even after circling the city. There were countless traces of battle in every direction of the city. Too much time had passed, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Finally, Luin entered the city. He had been worried that he wouldn't be able to leave. He had been worried about this and that, but for some reason, he wasn't worried anymore. His ancestors had sworn to protect Xiang City with their lives. What did he have to fear? He would control Xiang City. He would. Luin had changed after entering the city. He was no longer an ant, but rather a bird. He soared above the city and looked down on it. He could see it clearly now. It was huge, with 2 main streets intersecting and 4 city gates in 4 different directions. Originally, there had been a gate in each direction, but he couldn't see it from the outside. Were the 3 gates sealed? It would be easy to leave if he turned into a bird. Xiang City was a reflection of a person's inner self. In the past, Luin had been an ant with aspirations higher than the heavens. He also possessed strength that surpassed the comprehension of ordinary people, but he had been too small to see the world clearly. Now that he had become a bird, he could see the world clearly. His will had become even more resilient. He had broken free from the shackles of the earth and spread his wings to soar. However, it was not without danger. Arrows flew past him, and he dodged them by a hair's breadth. He dodged them and swooped down. Someone had just shot at him, and although their arrows were not fast, he was still an ordinary bird and had almost been shot to death. Fortunately, he had dodged quickly. He hid under the eaves and looked at the streets in front of him. Compared to ants, birds were more eye-catching and dangerous. How was he supposed to control Xiang City? Was he supposed to turn into a human? Only a human could control a city. Yes, become a human. However, he was a human. Now that he had become a bird, how could he become a human again? His inner self changed according to his state of mind. His state of mind was still not enough. Since he had transformed into a bird, he would be able to see Xiang City clearly. The scenery that he couldn't see when he was an ant could be seen by a bird. He was in no hurry to leave. The birds flew past the eaves and into the distance. He wanted to find an opportunity to take control of Xiang City. Although the possibility was to transform into a human, what would happen after that? How should one control it? This was also a problem. There were also many creatures that Che had tossed into Xiang City, and Luin wanted to find them so that he could understand Che through them. Soon, he left Xiang City with an insect. As soon as they left Xiang City, the insect transformed into a creature that Luin had never seen before. It looked up at the sky and let out an excited howl before being slapped by Luin. It then stood to the side respectfully. This guy was a little stupid. Or had he become stupid after staying in Xiang City for so long? Luin had discovered the bug because it was too obvious. It had been lying under the eaves and had stood up to look outside. Who had ever seen an ordinary bug stand up and look outside? When Luin had arrived as a bird, this thing had actually run away so quickly that it couldn't be anything other than a living creature. Now that he had brought it out, it was actually so excited. The outside world was much more dangerous than Xiang City. Tell me who you are. You only have one chance, or I'll toss you in again, Luin threatened. Compared to death, this creature that had been in Xiang City all this time should be more afraid of going in. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Yin's threat, the creature didn't hesitate to tell him everything it knew. Luin listened for a while, but it was pointless. This creature hadn't been tossed in alone by Che. It had been sleeping and had turned into an insect the moment it opened its eyes. Fortunately, it had fallen under the eaves and hadn't been disturbed by anyone or any natural predators, which had allowed it to survive until now. It didn't know anything, and there was only one Eve in the world. It had tried to escape once, but it had almost been trampled to death. After that, it had given up and accepted its fate. It was nothing more than a small fry in a civilization. Luin was disappointed, but he still closed Mount Supreme and continued. He entered Xiang City again and brought out another creature after a while. It was a chicken, and Luin found it inconceivable that it had been able to survive until now. A chicken had actually managed to survive until now. Thank you for saving me, my lord. Thank you for saving me. I was adopted. Fortunately, the owner was kind and didn't eat me. He only raised me as a pet. My poor brother was eaten just like that. Luin looked at it. Who's your brother? Another chicken. They really were brothers, even their inner aspects were the same. Speaking of which, what kind of inner aspect would turn into a chicken? This fellow didn't know anything and hadn't even reached the eternal realm. It didn't even have the qualifications to know the truth, so it had been tossed into Xiang City. This was Che's experiment, but it was a disaster for these creatures. Perhaps this was a civilization. Luin entered Xiang City again and brought out more creatures. 10 years had passed, and he had brought out many creatures, but they were just a drop in the ocean compared to the enormous city. During these 10 years, he had learned many things about Xiang City, the most famous of which was that it was haunted. At night, Xiang City would be haunted. In reality, it was the creatures that had turned into all kinds of creatures and even objects that were running around. Some knew that they could leave by touching the city gates, while others didn't. Che's experiments seemed to tell some creatures the truth, but not others. He had tried many different things. This caused Xiang City to be haunted at night, and only when there were many people would dare to go out. Sometimes, there would even be curfews. The creatures that Luin brought out were all different. During these 10 years, he had turned into a bird and cautiously circled under the eaves of the various houses. Just like that bug, he would be easily targeted if he flew just a little higher. One day, he was sunbathing when he heard a commotion followed by the crying of a child. He was dumbfounded when he saw a child crawl out of the latrine and run into a room. What followed was another round of chaos. Luin sympathized with the poor child. He spread his wings and flew high. Don't smoke him. Not long after, the child fell in again. The adult scolded him, and the child's cries gave him a headache. Mother, I didn't fall in on purpose. You're still denying it? That latrine is used by our family. Your grandfather and father have been there since they were young, so why haven't they fallen in? You fell in twice in a row. I'll beat you to death. Mother, I didn't. A few days later, the child fell in again. Luin was speechless. No one would believe him if he said that he hadn't done it on purpose. Another round of scolding followed. However, the family still demolished the latrine and rebuilt it. Some teachers said that it had violated the feng shui, and the child said that a stone had blinded his eyes and caused him to fall in. Thus, the surrounding stones were all thrown away. In the dead of the night, outside the outhouse, among a pile of rocks, a rock moved and rolled in a certain direction. A sharp claw descended from the sky and pressed down on the stone. Luin looked at the stone beneath his feet and felt that something was wrong. So this was the reason why the child kept falling in. Whose inner form was a stone? And who was unlucky enough to become a stone in the latrine? This stone had been one of the stones used to build the latrine. How unlucky! It could have moved on its own, but it had been stuck in the latrine for who knew how long. The stone trembled under the bird's claws, trying to break free. Luin grabbed the stone and flew towards the city gates. It was especially quiet tonight. At this moment, the stone was excited. It had finally escaped from the latrine. Only the heavens knew how it had survived all these years. It had turned into a stone and been stuck in the latrine, passing day after day with great difficulty. It could have moved, but because it was stuck, it couldn't get out. It could only grind day and night, grinding away at the surrounding stones until a crack appeared. Then, when the child went to the latrine, it would sprinkle some stones and dust into his eyes. That was the only way to force the family to rebuild the latrine. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken for it to escape? It was too bitter, too bitter. Who else could have suffered more than it? Now that it was finally out, why was this bird grabbing onto it? And judging from the direction, it was the city gates? No, it wasn't an ordinary bird. Who are you? Why are you helping me? The stone asked. Luin flew past it and rushed towards the city gates. The stone was excited as it watched the gates get closer and closer. I'm finally out. Touch, leave. Outside Xiang City, Luin recovered and looked to the side. A dark-skinned stone monster had appeared. It wasn't small and exuded an oppressive aura. Its strength was at the eternal realm. Luin was delighted. He had finally caught an eternal realm beast. At this moment, the stone monster beside him was also happy. It was finally free. They all sighed in relief. Then, it lowered its head and looked at Luin. Luin looked up at it, but he couldn't see its head. This stone monster didn't have a head, but it had 4 limbs and eyes. It was very strange, and its gaze didn't seem very friendly. The stone monster raised its arm and slammed it down at Luin. Luin raised a brow and stepped out to avoid the attack. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the gates of Xiang City shook. Hey, be careful. Don't slam the gates down. If it touches you, you'll have to go back in again, Luin reminded. The stone monster panicked, and it hurriedly stepped into outer space, away from the city gates. It then looked at Luin and its eyes curved into crescents. It seemed to be smiling, but its eyes were filled with ferocity and viciousness. I should be thanking you. You were the one who brought me out. Luin sized up the stone monster. It was an eternal realm beast, but not by much. I have some things to ask you. Sure. Ask away. The stone monster stared at Luin, its thoughts unknown. Luin asked, how did you enter Xiang City? The stone monster's eyes widened, and it raised a hand to slap Luin. This slap was so powerful that it shattered the void and left behind a dark scar. Luin raised a brow. He wasn't very obedient, so he raised a hand and grabbed at it. Bang! The void trembled as countless cracks spread out like lightning. The stone monster's gaze was savage at first, but then it was filled with shock and disbelief. Its arm had been grabbed. End of chapter. Luin grabbed the stone monster's arm with one hand and slowly raised his eyes. I don't think I have offended you, stone monster. The stone monster looked at Luin in disbelief. How could it be? How could his arm be grabbed? With such a powerful blow, this guy was obviously not an Eternal Realm expert. It was impossible. Lu Yin's mouth curled up, and he kicked out while freezing the void. This kick hit the stone monster hard, but because of the freezing void, it was not kicked away by the huge force. As a result, cracks appeared on its body. He had completely taken the blow. The stone monster wailed and saw Luin lift his foot again. It hurriedly begged, stop fighting, stop fighting. Luin sneered, do you think you can stop fighting just because you say so? After saying that, he kicked out again, and this kick almost shattered the stone monster's body. The stone monster wailed again, it's my fault, this powerhouse, it's my fault, please stop fighting. Luin let go, and the stone monster kept retreating. Covering its broken body, its eyes were full of pain. This guy was obviously not an eternal life, how could he be as strong as a monster? His strength was useless, and his vitality and eternal matter could not stop his kick at all. What was going on? This was a scoundrel, but how could a scoundrel be so strong? The stone monster was puzzled. Ever since it encountered that guy, life was full of tragedies. It slowly retreated. Lu Yin's voice came, if you retreat again, I won't be polite. The stone golem stopped, and its eyes curved into crescents as it forced a smile at Luin. It tried its best to sound as gentle as possible. Hey, powerhouse, that was a misunderstanding, and I still haven't come back to my senses. Right, you saved me, right? Thank you, powerhouse. Luin looked at the stone monster. As an eternal life, you are so weak and pitiful. The strength of this stone monster was similar to that of the Eternal Life Realm monster. It was estimated that it was similar to the Eternal Life Realm that swallowed the sealed civilization. They belonged to the lowest level of eternal life. The stone monster was speechless, it was not like this, and it was looked down upon. If it weren't for that guy who shattered its weapon, would a scoundrel have the chance to be arrogant? The strength of their race was concentrated on weapons. Why did you attack me? Luin asked. The stone monster said carefully, I haven't recovered yet. Luin smiled, I can still throw you in. The stone monster was shocked. It would rather die than go in again. If it went in again, it would turn into stone. Who knew where the stone would be this time? If you were at the bottom of the latrine pit, just the thought of it was terrifying. Honorable expert, please don't do that. I didn't offend you. How about this? I'm willing to serve you for 10,000 years in return. After all, I'm an eternal being and can protect your civilization. Please give me a chance. Eternal life means nothing to me. I'll ask and you'll answer. If you say something wrong, I'll toss you in. I have my ways to verify it, so don't make a mistake. Yes, I will definitely tell you. I won't hide anything. Why did you attack me? Because you look the same as the creature in the city, I thought you were on the same side. How did you get in? Caught. Who caught you? Luin stared at the stone golem. The stone monster said bitterly, no, I didn't see it clearly. I only remember a sword, like a string of planets. Luin immediately thought of the celestial sword, as it was Clear's weapon. It had once chased a meteorite into the consciousness universe, but it had been shattered. Clear had then gone to the consciousness universe to retrieve the celestial sword. What did you find after entering Xiang City? What did you find? You didn't stay in the latrine all the time, did you? The stone monster fell silent. Luin frowned. Seems like it's useless. As he spoke, a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertips and shot towards the stone monster. The stone monster could not see karma, but it instinctively dodged. Try moving again, Luin threatened. The stone monster did not dare to move and allowed the karmic spiral to penetrate it. It was confused at first, but then it suddenly thought of something and was shocked. This is karma? As an eternal realm, it was possible for it to not see karma, but it was impossible for it to be completely ignorant. Luin said, I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, you can continue staying in the latrine. The stone monster hurriedly said, you asked. I'm not lying. Oh? There's still a chance. Say something valuable. I was the one who mobilized the Nightwalker. Luin was stunned. What Nightwalker? The stone monster was shocked. You don't know? I don't. The stone monster regretted it. If it had known, it would not have said it. But now that it had said it, there was no room for it to hide anything. Helpless, it slowly opened its mouth and revealed its greatest value. It had not been captured by itself, but rather by an entire civilization. This was something that Luin was aware of, as he had previously brought out a few similar stone monsters. It was just that he had not paid much attention to it, as it would not have been surprising if Clear had tossed an entire civilization into Xiang City. What was surprising was that this stone monster civilization had a unique method of communication. Within Xiang City, the stone monster could not escape and was stuck in the latrine, but it could use its unique method to mobilize all of its civilization's creatures and activate the Nightwalker several times. The so-called Nightwalker involved all sorts of creatures attacking the city gates at night. Of course, the results were tragic, and they were all incinerated. However, this was just the stone monster's experiment. The Nightwalker was not the main point. The main point was that the stone monster could use its unique method to contact the creatures of its civilization within Xiang City. This was what it believed to be its greatest value. It did not know why it had been thrown into Xiang City, but being able to do such a thing meant that it was very valuable. If you can contact the creatures of your civilization, why don't you let them save you? I'm the only Eternal Realm ancestor in my civilization. If they see me stuck in the latrine, I'd rather die. The stone monster was very resolute, and it paused for a moment. Besides, I'm confident that I can slowly grind my way out. What if you fall into the latrine? Luin asked. The stone monster was speechless. Even then, it could still escape. At the very least, it would not be stuck there. Luin looked at the stone monster's karmic past and saw that it had activated its 1,000 forms Nightwalker. It was silent, and it seemed to be mobilizing something. There was also a cat running past the outhouse. It was definitely a creature from the same civilization as the stone monster. The stone monster could have let the cat save it. But from another perspective, it might not have just been unable to put down its pride, it might also have been afraid of being assassinated. If a creature of its civilization threw it into a river, it would never be able to turn over. Its life was still in its own hands. Time continued to pass, and Luin looked at the stone monster's karma. He saw the heavenly forged sword descend, and he also saw the stone monster's true strength. It was still not strong enough, or else its weapon would not have been shattered by the heavenly forged sword. However, Clear had been present in that battle. Otherwise, the heavenly forged sword alone would not have been able to defeat an eternal realm. For the next half a year, Luin looked at the stone monster's history of cultivation, including its experience in the latrine. Aside from you, no one else in your civilization can activate the Nightwalker. The stone monster looked at Luin and had a bad feeling. Luin smiled at it, and the Dianjiang platform hell appeared not far away. He kicked the stone monster in, increasing its karma first. The stone monster wanted to rush out, but Luin said coldly, "If you dare to move, I'll press you to the bottom of the latrine." The stone monster did not move. Despicable. When the stone monster's karma was completely increased, Luin brought it back to Xianxia. The stone monster begged, "Powerhouse, I'm not hiding anything. Why are you still letting me in?" Luin said, "After you enter, at night, use 3 soft sounds as a signal. Find me, and I'll put you in a comfortable place. Wait for my command to activate the Nightwalker. If you dare to disobey, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave for the rest of your life." The stone monster still wanted to beg, but it was useless. It was brought to Xianxia. Luin transformed into a bird and hid under the eaves, quietly waiting for night to fall. As the night watchman rang, Luin flew above Xianxia, searching for the 3 soft sounds. He soon found it, and it wasn't far. The stone monster was lucky this time, and the stone was on the roof. "This place isn't bad. It has a good view, and no one will disturb me." The stone monster also felt that this place was not bad. Of course, it would be best if it could leave. "When do I activate the Nightwalker?" "Wait for my signal. Don't worry, cooperate with me and you'll be able to leave." Luin grabbed the stone and flew towards the tree. The stone monster was shocked, not knowing where Luin was taking it. It did not want to go to the latrine. In the end, Luin stuck it in the tree's branches. This way, the stone monster could not move on its own. The view here was better, and no one would disturb it. Otherwise, the stone monster would have rolled towards the city gates in the night, and Luin would not have been able to find it. After Luin left, the stone monster sighed at its bad luck. It had finally escaped from the latrine, and it could have waited until nighttime to leave. It had not expected to be targeted by Luin. Luin did not immediately leave Xianxia. Instead, he stayed there for more than 10 years before leaving. During this time, many more creatures were brought out, but none of them were at the Eternal Realm. Aside from those that Luin had brought out, there were also creatures that had managed to escape from Xianxia with their own abilities. Although they could escape from Xianxia, they could not escape from Luyin's grasp. Without reaching the Eternal Realm, Luin could find them with a single thought, even if they fled for thousands of years. He would check on the stone monster from time to time as a warning to prevent the stone monster from contacting other creatures from his own civilization to save it. Luin suddenly thought of selecting a group of people from the 3 universes to enter Xianxia. There were people, animals, and objects in Xianxia. He could not control the people for the time being. Controlling the animals and objects would also be considered controlling Xianxia. When he thought of this, he returned to the human civilization and began his selection. There would definitely be danger, and many creatures had died in Xianxia. However, the rewards that accompanied the danger were great. The cultivation world was filled with danger at all times, and as long as the rewards were plentiful, many people would be willing to take the risk. Luin handed this matter over to the sect above the heavens, and it didn't take long for them to arrange for 1,000,000 cultivators to choose from. This was only the Tianyuan universe. Even more people from the Nina Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe were willing to enter Xianxia. They were aware of the dangers, but they were more willing to take the risk. This was not enough, and it was far from enough. If they were going to do it, they had to do it big. Not all of them had to be cultivators, even ordinary people would be fine. After all, even Eternal Realm cultivators would be ordinary in Xianxia. End of chapter. Thus, the number of people had increased, with each universe sending out 10 million people. After gathering everyone, Luin brought them to the outskirts of Xianxia, and then everyone entered. No matter what, they had to try. What did it mean to have 10 million people enter Xianxia? Xianxia was in an uproar. This was different from when Che had captured an entire civilization and thrown it into Xianxia. For example, the stone golem civilization had been completely unprepared at first, and even if they had activated the 1,000 forms nightfall, it had been a long time after they had entered Xianxia. By then, many of their creatures had already died. There was no way to command them. Moreover, it was said that an entire civilization had entered Xianxia. This was just a concept. It couldn't possibly be an entire civilization, or else Xiang City would have been filled to the brim long ago. At most, there would only be 1,000,000 creatures. Before entering the city, Lu Yin had reminded everyone not to reveal themselves as long as their lives weren't in danger. He had to find the right opportunity. Most people weren't in danger at first, but even a small portion of people were in danger. Tens of millions of people were still a lot. For example, some people had turned into fish, but the unlucky ones had been caught by fishermen and were about to be cooked. Some people had turned into crickets and were fighting with other crickets. They couldn't win. Others had turned into firewood and were about to be burned. There were too many situations. Even if there were only a few tens of thousands of people, it was enough to cause Xiang City to boil over. Lu Yin had turned into a bird and could see everything clearly. He didn't wait any longer. He sent out a signal. This signal had been agreed upon with everyone before they entered the city. Once the signal was sent out, everyone would move out. At the same time, this signal had also been agreed upon with the stone golem. Following that, a rare scene occurred in Xiang City, an uproar. Chickens, ducks, fish, and even tables and chairs were all on the move as if they had come to life and moved onto the streets. Everyone in Xiang City was stunned, and they all hid in their homes. But what was the point of hiding in their homes? Every house had an animal or object moving, and all of Xiang City seemed to be moving as well. The stone golem was stunned. When had it ever seen such a scene in Xiang City? What was the meaning of this? Were there that many civilized creatures? And they were too cooperative. No one dared to resist. When there were so many of them, resistance was meaningless. Looking at the dancing swords and blades, everyone became even more terrified. Lu Yin constantly changed the signal and commanded everyone to move. He controlled the two streets, and even those who tried to resist were suppressed. At this moment, he was the king of Xiang City. Everything else was up to him. However, he still didn't feel like he was in control of Xiang City. Lu Yin continued to soar through the skies, and those who had dared to shoot him before were now trembling in fear, not daring to move. The bird was king. As for the foreign creatures that had entered Xiang City before, they all began to move. They did not know what had happened, but they knew that such a big change was beneficial to them. The leaf that had been pierced by the bamboo hadn't managed to escape. At this moment, he was jumping excitedly on a chair. He saw more than one pair of slippers. There was actually a creature that had turned into slippers. Everyone was holed up in their homes, and Xiang City obeyed Lu Yin's orders. Lu Yin tried to give out orders, but it was useless. He didn't feel like he was in control of Xiang City at all. Did he really have to transform into a human? He was disappointed, and he could only command the creatures to head towards the city gate. Some of the creatures had already taken the opportunity to run towards the city gate, but it was useless. There were people guarding the gate. In the history of Xiang City, there had never been such a terrible incident. Xiang City had once belonged to the 5th stronghold, and the 5th stronghold had controlled it. Afterward, it had been controlled by Clear, who had tried all sorts of methods to gain control. He had even tried to use numbers to control the creatures, but it had not been as exaggerated. After all, the creatures that he had thrown in were not from his own civilization and would not listen to his orders. Even now, Lu Yin still did not know what Clear's true form was. Seeing that he could not control Xiang City this way, Lu Yin could only lead everyone away. Everyone in Xiang City hid in their homes and only came out slowly after all the creatures had left. They had just experienced a nightmare. Outside Xiang City, there was a huge crowd. Tens of millions of people were being led away from the city gate, and many of them were foreign creatures. They looked at the humans around them and did not dare to move. Chu Songyun, Dan Hong, and the others were standing guard outside. The auras of those below the immortal realm were suppressing them. Even further away were the heaven-carrying immortal and the startled lord. Even if an immortal realm appeared, it would be difficult. Lu Yin was the last to leave Xiang City. When he walked out of the city, there were tens of millions of humans on one side and only a few 100,000 on the other side. They were all different creatures, and most of them were from the stone golem civilization. At first glance, there were at least 100 of them. Clear had not been idle these past few years and had thrown in quite a number of them. A considerable number of them had either escaped or been dealt with by Clear. Only a small number of them had been left behind, like the stone golems, who had been stuck. The stone golems were immortal realms as well. They were not small and were the focus of attention. After all, they were immortal realms. However, the stone golems did not dare to be impudent, even if Luin did not come out. The startled lord's aura was too fierce, and it was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. There was also the heaven-carrying immortal beside him. This human civilization was really powerful. Luin looked at all the foreign creatures. I know there are immortal realms among you. Come out. It was impossible for Clear to capture just one immortal realm and try to control Xiang City. Most of the creatures were just trying, and he only had hope of controlling an immortal realm. But Luin did not understand. If an immortal realm really controlled Xiang City, what would he do? Xiang City was known as the strongest defense. Would he be able to shake an immortal realm that controlled Xiang City? This question had been bothering Luin since the moment he returned Xiang City. All the foreign creatures looked at each other. They did not know each other, so they kept their distance and were on guard. For so many years, they had been stuck in Xiang City and lived with another appearance. It was really sad. Now that they had escaped, their lives were controlled by this civilization. They were at a loss. Under Lu Yin's gaze, a figure walked out and attracted everyone's attention. The figure looked like seaweed and was only 1 meter tall. It seemed to be lying on the ground, but as it gradually walked out, the aura of an immortal realm shook the surroundings, causing the foreign creatures to tremble and quickly avoid it. Luin looked at the figure, and his eyes flashed. Although it was an immortal realm, its aura was waning. It was obvious that it had been severely injured. Its combat strength might not even be as good as Chu Songyun's. May I ask which stronghold you belong to? The figure spoke in a hoarse voice. It was low and weak, but it made Lu Yin's eyes widen. You know ninth base? Alarm Gate Xiangyu waved his hand, and the heaven-carrying immortality immediately led tens of millions of people away. Chu Songyun also pulled the foreign creatures away and let Lu Yin and Alarm Gate Xiangyu talk about the environment of this immortal realm. The figure slowly raised its head, and a pair of blue eyes appeared under the black seaweed. It seemed to be sizing up Lu Yin and then looked at Alarm Gate Xiangyu. Very good, very good. What's good? Lu Yin asked. There is hope for human civilization. You are not immortal, but you stand before immortality. This is very good. Lu Yin and Alarm Gate Xiangyu looked at each other. Alarm Gate Xiangyu did not mind as they were used to Lu Yin handling everything. Whether it was strength or responsibility, Lu Yin was qualified. And at this moment, listening to the seaweed, it seemed to be very friendly to human civilization. Lu Yin looked at it. Your Excellency, you should say something that we can understand. Of course, I am Yu Wu. I am Yu Che's master. Both Lu Yin and Alarm Gate Xiangyu were shocked. You are Che's master? To be able to enter and leave Xiang City freely, you either stole it from Che or he deliberately gave it to you. Regardless, you know Che. In that case, there is no need for me to hide my identity. This day will eventually come, and you have all been used by Che, Yu Wu said slowly, not surprising Lu Yin at all. Being used was within Lu Yin's expectations, or rather, it was within the expectations of the entire human civilization. Che had returned Xiang City because he felt guilty, but only he knew the truth. Perhaps it was as he said, but the possibility was very small. Lu Yin was more willing to believe that he was being used. Just as Che had tried many times to let the immortal realm take control of Xiang City, returning Xiang City to human civilization might also be one of his attempts. Lu Yin did not know how Che would take control of Xiang City if he really did. With the unknown, rules could not be broken, and human civilization was now extremely strong, so how could Che take control? Lu Yin looked at Yu Wu doubtfully. Senior, please enlighten me. Yu Wu looked at Lu Yin. Your Excellency, which stronghold do you belong to? Senior, please enlighten me first. Lu Yin would not trust Yu Wu just because he said a few words. Yu Wu lay down again. Human civilization has 9 strongholds. Fortunately, I once saved a human prodigy from danger. As time passed, that human prodigy shone brightly and illuminated an era. He became the master of the fifth stronghold, and his name was Xianxia. Luin looked serious. The master of the fifth stronghold? Xianxia. Xianxia was an honest and considerate person. His talent was extraordinary, but he was not arrogant. On account of my saving his life, he specially allowed me to enter the fifth stronghold. In that era, human civilization was unrivaled, and foreign creatures were proud to be able to enter the stronghold. That was an era where human civilization could communicate and converse with each other. When I entered the fifth stronghold, I also brought my disciple, Yu with me. Yu. At this point, Yu suddenly became agitated. That bastard betrayed me, the fifth stronghold, and Xianxia's kindness to us. He's a bastard. Luin narrowed his eyes. Betrayal? Betrayal again? Yu had once said that he did not betray them, but his words could not be trusted. The unknown would always be the enemy of human civilization. Alarmed Xiangyu clenched her fists. She hated traitors. Yu and I are not humans, so calling us betrayers is a little too much. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Yu was no different from the other human prodigies. In that era, he was even known as Young Master Che of the Fifth Stronghold, and those human prodigies all accepted him. Yu lay down in the starry sky and looked into the distance. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I'm sorry. I didn't teach my disciple well. I'm sorry. Luin could not help but interrupt. Senior, please continue. End of chapter. Yu was silent for a while. His voice trembled as he said, for some reason, Ninth Base was besieged by various civilizations. I was duty-bound to fight for the fifth stronghold. But Yu betrayed us. He first severely injured me and then attacked the powerhouses of the fifth stronghold. I don't know the outcome of that battle, but when I regained consciousness, I saw Xiangyu. Xiang City. I fell into the hands of that bastard. He wanted to take control of Xiang City. What a joke. Xiang City belongs to the fifth stronghold and belongs to human civilization. How could it be controlled by him? Even if I knew something, I wouldn't tell him. He deserves to die. That's why I was thrown into Xiang City by him. He wanted me to try to take control of Xiang City before coming to snatch it from me. I couldn't leave, so I had no intention of leaving. As long as I'm around, that bastard will never be able to take control of Xiang City. Never. Luin listened quietly as he exchanged glances with alarmed guard. Was this another traitor? If Red Hero was the biggest traitor in Ninth Base, then Yu. He was the traitor of the fifth stronghold. The human heart was unpredictable, but Yu was not human. It could only be said that humans stood too high during that era and neglected many problems, just like the heavenly sect of the past. Luin recalled what Yu had said. He had said that he was not human and was not a traitor. He was not a human, so how could he be a traitor? It could only be said that humans were blind and trusted him. In that battle, he must have done many things. Otherwise, Xiang City would not have fallen into his hands. How strong is this Yu? Alarmed guard could not help asking. Yu thought about it. I don't know now, but he was at the peak of attuning to the laws of the universe at that time. He was an existence that broke through to eternal life. Luin frowned. Was he only attuning to the laws of the universe? Even if he was at the peak, he would not be able to play any decisive role. Even Red Hero was stronger than him. I know what you're thinking. Normally speaking, those who are at the peak of attuning to the laws of the universe are powerhouses in Ninth Base, but they are not at the peak. Even if he surpassed me, he was not enough to cause any fatal damage to the fifth stronghold. However, you've overlooked the fifth stronghold itself. The fifth stronghold is the birthplace of your human civilization's mental techniques. Mental techniques are extremely unique and can be infinitely strong or infinitely weak. The fifth stronghold cultivates mental techniques, and the world is born from the heart. Mental techniques can either be born as ants or ascend to the heavens. Mental techniques can make the impossible possible. When I brought Yu to the fifth stronghold, Yu basically grew up in the fifth stronghold. He also cultivated a mental technique, and because of his extraordinary talent, he managed to master the fifth stronghold's inherited mental technique back in that era. It's known as the non-phase heavenly skill, second only to the invincible technique. Yuwu said bitterly, only a few people in the fifth stronghold can master the non-phase heavenly art. But he managed to master it and even kept it a secret until he betrayed us before using it. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Just how arrogant had the human civilization been back then? They had even allowed outsiders to cultivate their inherited powers. It was simply laughable in this era. In this day and age, not to mention letting foreign creatures cultivate the power of human civilization, even communication was rare. Human civilization needed to increase its strength, but Lu Yin still managed to kill several Eternal Realm experts, even if those Eternal Realm experts could help the human race. This was his caution. Compared to the time of the 9 bases, it was simply extreme. But it also showed how glorious the human civilization was during the 9th stronghold era. They did not care about foreign creatures at all. With the non-phase heavenly skill, Yu Che wouldn't be weak even if he were to face an existence that conformed to 2 universal laws. Especially because of the uniqueness of his mental technique and his understanding of the 5th stronghold, I can't imagine how much damage he caused to the 5th stronghold. How's Xianxia doing? Can you tell me which stronghold he's in? How's the 9th stronghold? Yuwu asked as he looked at Lu Yin and Alarm Gate Shengyu eagerly. He really wanted to know. Lu Yin said in a low voice, Yu Che betrayed the 5th stronghold for the sake of Xiang City? Yuwu said, yes, Xiang City is known to be the strongest defensive treasure. And once it's used, it's enough to protect the entire 9th stronghold civilization. No one can resist such a temptation. I've recalled a lot of things over the years in Xiang City. Actually, I should have realized it a long time ago. That bastard mentioned several times that he wanted to enter Xiang City, but he was always rejected. Even though Xianxia trusted us, Xiang City is related to the inheritance of the entire human civilization. Even the human civilization itself doesn't have many people who can enter it, so it's normal that Yu Che couldn't get in. Maybe he already had some ideas from then on. How many civilizations are attacking the 9th stronghold? Many, and some are strong, some are weak. The strongest civilization I know of is the Taiqing civilization. They're a fishing civilization that wants to unlock all source boxes and reveal the true face of the core space. They're the main force that attacked the 5th stronghold, and there are many other civilizations that are cooperating with the Taiqing civilization, including non-affiliated cultivators like Yu Che. Yuwu paused for a moment before saying, I don't know why it turned out that way. It was as if the 9th stronghold suddenly became the public enemy of the entire core space. No one could explain it to me, and the war came too suddenly. It was as if the entire universe was declining. When I came back to my senses and wanted to find Xianxia to clarify the situation, I was ambushed by that bastard Yu Che. Now that I think about it, Yu Che knew much more than I did. I was too stupid and didn't realize anything. It's all my fault. I've let down the 5th stronghold, let down Xianxia, and let down human civilization. Lu Yin was about to ask something else when a chill suddenly descended upon him. He looked around, but there was nothing. He opened his celestial eye and suddenly turned around. In the distance, someone was staring at him. It was Yu Che. He did not activate his Raven immobilization, as this was his trump card. Although 8 colors knew about it, she might not tell everyone about it. Yuwu smiled at Lu Yin and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already standing not too far away from Lu Yin, the gate of surprise, and Yuwu. He faced Yuwu and slowly bowed. Master, you're finally willing to show yourself. Yuwu glared at Yuwu and roared angrily, bastard. Yuwu said with a smile, Master, you've misunderstood me. You betrayed me, Xianxia, and the 5th stronghold. You bastard. Yuwu roared. Yuwu was still smiling. He was as polite as he had been when he first met Lu Yin in the consciousness universe. How can I betray you if I didn't join you? Did Xianxia promise us to join the 5th stronghold? Did I ever have any status in human civilization? He then looked at Lu Yin. What do you think, Lu Yin? What do you think, Lu Yin? Lu Yin's expression was calm as he stared at Yuwu coldly. This guy must have used him to gain control of Xiang City before seizing it back. Otherwise, why would he give Lu Yin the city that he had seized after betraying the 5th stronghold? But what would he do? If Luin really gained control of Xiang City, how would he take it back? Luin would never feel at ease if he did not figure this out. Even if he had the ability to gain control of Xiang City, he would still feel uneasy. Yuwu was not stupid, so he must have prepared a backup plan. Especially since Xiang City had been in his hands for so many years. Yuwu's body heaved, and his blue eyes turned white. You bastard. The fifth stronghold was the one who taught you, yet you attacked them and seized Xiang City. You'll die a horrible death. Yuwu smiled. Humans have reached the pinnacle of glory. Even if I didn't make a move, someone else would have. Master, I attacked you back then because I didn't want you to die in that war. And as you can see, I've been walking the square inch as a human for so many years. That's because I've acknowledged the human identity. Unfortunately, Xianxia has never acknowledged me. Otherwise, why would they not let me enter Xiang City back then? He then looked at Luin. Humans have become arrogant because of their prosperity, but they're also accepting because of their glory. That's not good. Luin, you'll have to learn your lesson. The only unchanging rule of the square inch is that we cannot communicate with each other. However, the ninth stronghold has broken this rule, so it will be destroyed. I'm not the one who attacked the fifth stronghold, but the entire universe. It's the human civilization that's being attacked, so I can't stop it. Alarmed Xianxia raised his startling cloud. Shameless. Yuwu's startling cloud. Che was not angry. Instead, he smiled. The unknowns have protected your 3 universes for 1,000 years, but that's only if you don't take the initiative to attack others. Luin, we're all unknowns, so don't hurt our friendship. I'll help you no matter what happens. The unknowns have acknowledged me, and they've also acknowledged you. Luin raised his hand and suppressed the startling cloud, not allowing alarmed Xianxia to attack. He could not attack Che, as alarmed Xianxia would definitely die if he faced Che alone. Che's strength was unfathomable, and facing him would be like facing another red hero. They were already having a hard time dealing with Red Hero, let alone Che. Thank you. Che smiled. Luin said calmly, is this what you meant by guilt? Che sighed with a gloomy expression. He placed a hand on his chest and slowly bowed to Luin. Guilt does not equate to wrongdoing. What I did was not wrong, but I also missed the fifth stronghold. That's why I hope that you can take control of Xiang City and restore the fifth stronghold to its former glory. At this point, his expression changed, and he slowly looked at Yuwu with a surprised expression. Master, are you seeking death? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Yuwu. His attention had been focused on Yu Che, so he did not notice that Yuwu's aura had changed. It had become deep, hollow, and oppressive. Senior, what are you doing? Yuwu looked at Luin. Child, don't listen to his nonsense. He's using you to take control of Xiang City. His ultimate goal is to see through Xiang City and seize it. He's probably using the phaseless sky art. This mental technique can avoid all external cultivation and focus on the heart. It's a legendary mental technique in the fifth stronghold, and it's second only to an invincible technique. It's very difficult to crack this mental technique. All I know is to cultivate willpower and use it to become one with all living beings. That way, he won't be able to find your heart. Master, be careful with your words, Yu Che interrupted. Winds blew and clouds surged in the starry sky. A monstrous pressure covered the sky like dark clouds that caused the universe to shrink. At this moment, the heaven-carrying immortal trembled, and the stone monster crouched down. The Gate of Wonder was shocked. This pressure? Luin looked at Che. This pressure was on par with the pressure Red Hero was exerting. Yuwu laughed. Bastard, I know you've been cultivating a lot over the years, but what you're really relying on is the phaseless sky art. You can't create a power that surpasses the fifth stronghold's inherited mental technique on your own. That's why I want to expose your weakness. Child, I've let down the fifth stronghold, so I can only repay you with my death. See through this bastard's power and avenge the fifth stronghold. After saying that, Yuwu's body suddenly expanded. His seaweed-like body became tougher, and his eyes turned from blue to white. Vitality surged from him as he charged at Che. End of chapter. Clear looked ahead. Master, why do you have to do this? I'll still be filial to you and repay you for raising and nurturing me. Die, you beast. The aura of life descended. Streaks of blue light followed the aura of life and turned into meteors that smashed towards Clear. Clear raised his hand and pointed with a finger. Chi sword technique. The blade cut through the aura of life and stopped the streaks of blue light. Yu closed in and turned into an afterimage. Clear easily dodged the attack. With just a finger, he stopped all of Yu's attacks. No matter how Yu attacked, it could not hurt him at all. Jingmen Shangyu clenched her startling cloud and wanted to attack. This is a grudge between me and this beast. Please don't interfere, Yu shouted and stopped Jingmen Shangyu. The Gate of Wonder was unwilling to give up, but she could sense Yu's determination to die. Ever since it had left Xiang City, it had already been weakened to the extreme, and now, it had only overdrawn its life force to recover to its peak. It wanted to fight Yu Che to the death, not only because it wanted to help Luyin force out Yu Che's strength, but it also wanted to help Luyin force out Yu Che's strength. Not only did he help Lu Che, but he also wanted to help Lu Che and explain himself to Xiang Shui. Only death could give him an explanation. I have instant transmission. I can take you away, Luyin said. As long as Yu said so, no one could stop him. Clear had appeared here to deal with Yu. But even so, Luyin was confident he could take him away. Yu praised, good. Good. Ha 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 ha. Humans can actually teleport. Those strange birds are done for, ha 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 ha. Child, give me some face and let me personally apologize to Xiang Shui. With Xiang City in Clear's hands, the fate of the fifth stronghold could be imagined. Clear kept dodging. With a wave of his finger, he tore Yu's body apart. Master, why do you have to do this? Let's go. I'm willing to take care of you in your old age. Luyin is also willing. There's still human civilization there. I'm sure they'll be very willing to listen to your stories. Yu roared, Beast, even if I die, I'll make you explain yourself to the humans. With that, his entire body collapsed. The void kept exploding, and a mysterious feeling instantly filled the surroundings. At this moment, Luyin felt like he could see Yu's heart. He was being led by it. He saw the past. Was this a mental technique? Although he had never come into contact with it, he could imagine it. Jingmen Shangyu's expression changed as well. The mind technique actually allowed her to see into a creature's heart. Yu's heart was filled with a desire to die, but he also yearned for the past. Luyin felt as if he could see the glorious fifth stronghold. He saw a gentle gentleman drinking tea with it and laughing heartily. He saw many geniuses soaring into the sky, including Clear. Its heart ached. It ached for the defeat of the fifth stronghold, and it ached for Che's betrayal. Yu Che was surprised. Master, I thought you didn't learn any mental skills. Yu's body continued to crack open as blood seeped out. In the blink of an eye, drops of blood flowed out in all directions, replacing the starry sky, the heart's heart, and the universe of the heart. Traceless heart blood? Master, you've really given me a pleasant surprise. Do you want to perish together with this disciple? Or? As he spoke up to her, his gaze suddenly became extremely gloomy and cold. Do you want to experience the non-phase heaven art? Bastard, having the non-phase sky art in your hands is the greatest insult to the fifth stronghold. Go to hell. Yu roared. Drop after drop of his heart's blood flew towards Yu Che. Every drop contained Yu's determination to die. Heaven Carrying Eternal was horrified as it watched the drop of blood fly past it. It had a feeling that if it was touched, it would melt. It was too terrifying. What kind of battle technique was this? A drop of blood was already so terrifying. At this moment, Yu Che was surrounded by all of Yu's heart's blood. It was as if the heart's blood had transformed into a universe that completely enveloped him. Clear sighed deeply. Why do you have to do this? Then, he crossed his hands in front of his chest. Mental techniques have an absolute distinction. There is no confrontation, only substitution. Master, have you forgotten? As Clear's palms moved, a circular ripple spread out, and the blood that came into contact with it gradually turned green. Luyin, Jingmen Shangyu, and the others watched in shock. Yuwu's mental technique had been replaced. Yuwu retreated step by step and kept spitting out blood. His eyes were burning white as he said to Luin, "Child, this is a mental technique. The non-phase sky art is an extremely powerful mental technique. No matter what day it is, don't think of using it to win. Not only will it be useless, but it will also be replaced by his strength. Unless you've mastered the fifth stronghold's inherited mental technique, the undivided heart affinity technique, don't ever compete with this beast in terms of mental techniques. The undivided heart affinity technique is the fifth stronghold's most powerful mental technique. It is known as one of the 9 invincible techniques, and it is located in Xianxia City. This beast has been searching for it for so many years, but he still can't find it. Xianxia once said, "Be at ease with one's heart." Remember, be at ease with one's heart. Luin watched as Yuwu's body continued to shatter. As more and more of his heart's blood was replaced, his aura grew weaker. He was being forced to his death. Clear slowly closed his eyes. "Since Master is determined to die, I can only send you off. Perhaps one day, when the river of time reverses, we will meet again." Then, the ripple spread out and was about to replace all of his heart's blood. In an instant, Luin appeared beside Yuwu. Yuche's mental technique suddenly stopped, and he looked at Luin calmly. "You, don't send me off." Luin raised a hand and supported Yuwu as they teleported away. Yuche did not stop them and watched as Luin left with Yuwu. His lips curled up. "All right." He then glanced at startled Xianxia and the rest before leaving under the horrified gazes of Heavenbearer, Immortality, and the stone golem. Startled Xianxia suppressed his urge to attack, as she would definitely die if he did. She might not even be able to withstand Yuwu's heart's blood, let alone Clear's formless sky art. Even though Yuwu had already declined to the extreme. A mental technique? The fifth stronghold's inheritances were truly powerful. On the other side, Luin teleported back to the Tianyuan universe with Yuwu and brought him to Heaven's sect. The 9 walls have been defeated, but our human civilization has not been destroyed. Currently, we know of the second stronghold's path of ruthlessness, the fourth stronghold's longevity civilization, and the inheritances that were once used as bait. The 3 human universes are respectively formed by the Tianyuan universe, the 9th firmament universe, and the spiritualized universe. Luin brought Yuwu to Heaven's sect and looked out at the stars. He watched as cultivators entered and exited one by one as he slowly explained the current situation of human civilization. Although it could not compare to the 9 walls, it was definitely qualified to stand at the core space. Yuwu had asked him twice, but Luin had not answered him. Now, he was telling him everything before his death. Yuwu could not live on any longer. His heart's blood was gone, and his body had also collapsed due to the forced battle with Yuche. The only thing Luin could do was not to let him die with regrets. Although human civilization had been defeated, it did not mean that they would not return to their peak one day. The one who caused the collapse of the 9 walls was not Clear. He is not that powerful. Senior, you don't have to blame yourself. Senior Xianxia will not blame you either, Luin said. Yuwu was gratified. That's good. Although I'm not human, I've witnessed the most glorious side of humanity and received many gifts from their civilization. Now that I'm about to die, I wish that the heavenly Tao's reincarnation would allow me to enter human civilization, even if I'm just an ordinary person. Luin looked at him and did not say anything. Child, did you see the formless sky art clearly? Yes. Unless you find the heart's affinity technique, if that beast uses the formless sky art, use your willpower to resist it. Of course, you have to have cultivated willpower. Otherwise, don't fight it head-on. The power of the 5th stronghold is special in the entire 9 walls. At this point, he coughed violently as his body shrank. His voice was intermittent as he muttered to himself, I wish I could see Xianxia again. I wish I could see the 5th stronghold from that time. If only time could flow back to that time. That would be the happiest time of my life. You saw me as your friend, but I saw you as my master. Just like the divine chariot following Pan, I wish I could return to that time. The voice disappeared, and Yuwu was completely dead. Luin stood in front of him and bowed slowly. Senior, rest in peace. The above the heavens sounded the death knell. Although they had only met for a short time, Yu had done everything he could. He had told Lu Yin some of the past events from that time period and allowed him to see Yuche's formless sky art. He had also learned about the Heart's Affinity Technique and Xianxia. The Heart's Affinity Technique? The true inheritance of the fifth stronghold's heart technique was in Xianxia. He did not know how to find it. Had Yuche found it after all these years? Yu was sure that he had not, but Lu Yin felt uneasy. Yuche was unfathomable. Many people sought after the glory of their predecessors and believed in their wisdom. However, one could not underestimate the achievements of the current generation. Lu Yin was confident that if he went back to the ninth stronghold era, he would be the strongest among his peers. Then, what about Yuche? How far could he go? After burying Yu Wu, Lu Yin teleported out of Xianxia and brought back Startle Gate and the others. Yuche had already left. As for the stone golem, Lu Yin brought it back to Xianxia. He needed to have someone on his side in Xianxia. Soon after, Lu Yin told Qinglian Shengyu, Mr. Mu, and the others what had happened. They sighed with emotion when they heard the story. Even though Yu Wu was not human, he was respected by them. After that, Lu Yin went to Xianxia more frequently. The foreign creatures that had been trapped inside had all come out. Xianxia was very lively now. Stools, candles, and even trees were being burned everywhere. It was as though those things could move. There was also a craze in Xianxia to recreate all sorts of things. Lu Yin transformed into a bird and sat on a tree, occasionally changing his position to observe the situation. Was he free? What was the meaning of this? The chaos in Xianxia lasted for a long time, and it only calmed down after 10 years. However, during these 10 years, Lu Yin had entered Xianxia many times, but he had not been able to find a way to control the city. He still needed to reach a certain state of mind, and he still needed to transform into a human. Far away from the three universes, Lu Yin released Miaozun. It had been more than 100 years since the boss had captured Miaozun. Although it had not been long, it was enough time for him to be interrogated. Miaozun was a huge, strange, triangular insect. It was impossible to tell what it had looked like before, but it had been beaten up quite badly by the boss. Now, it was lying in outer space, half dead. As soon as it was released, it did not hesitate to escape and even used an invisible world to attack indiscriminately. However, Lu Yin's sword pierced through its body, and it became obedient. As it looked at Lu Yin, memories from the past flooded its mind. Was it this creature? End of chapter. You should know about my civilization, right? Lu Yin spoke slowly as he stared at Miaozun. At that moment, Miaozun was surrounded by dozens of triple firmament sword intents. He moved randomly and was torn apart. Miaozun felt the piercing sharpness as he stared at Lu Yin. No. Lu Yin sneered. That's not what the originator and Red Hero said. They told me that your favorite food is humans. Miaozun's aura fluctuated. No, I haven't eaten any humans. Is that why you captured me? That's right. I really haven't. I haven't eaten any. Who's the originator? Who's Red Hero? You don't know the originator and Red Hero? They're the unknowns. Miaozun thought about it. Unknowns? They're the unknowns? Yes, they told me about you. I'm sorry, but you can't join the unknowns. Plus, you'll die. Lu Yin's tone was cold. The dozens of triple firmament sword intents got closer to Miaozun, making him feel despair as if he would be torn apart at any moment. Miaozun hurriedly said, they lied to you. They don't want me to join the unknowns, so they lied to you. I haven't eaten any humans. I remember now. Back then, we fought against the unknown. I fought 2 of them. One of them was a civilization like you. Is it him? Is he the originator or Red Hero? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Stop pretending. What's the point of fighting if you don't even know who the enemy is? You won't be able to escape death no matter how much you pretend. You can't kill me. If I join the unknowns, you'll be hunted down by them. Those 2 unknowns told me this. That means they don't want you to join, so you can't join. They're using you. Miaozun screamed. Do you have a grudge against them? They're using you to kill me, and then they'll let the unknowns attack you. That must be it. Don't be used by them. Luin was amused. This guy's brain worked really fast. He said whatever he thought of, regardless of how big the possibility was. Miaozun guessed that Miaozun would say the same thing if Red Hero was standing here. But this was what Luin needed. You said that they're using me, and that's possible. Then tell me what abilities they have and see if they're the same as the ones you've seen before. At this moment, Miaozun could only grab onto this life-saving straw. The triple blue sword had already pierced into his body and could tear him apart at any time. The creature in front of him was not in the eternal life realm yet, so he did not have to worry about being bound by karma. He could really kill him at any time. How could there be such a strong scoundrel? War with the unknowns. I fought against two unknowns. One is a creature that looks like you. He specialized in sourcebox arrays, and I didn't even come into contact with him when I fought him. I was trapped by his sourcebox array for a long time, and I couldn't escape even after the battle ended. There's another one that uses pure unfathomable godly power to attack. Its godly power is the most boundless out of all the unfathomable beings I've ever seen. It's simply ridiculous. I can only run when facing it. Right, the world it can't see is a dining table. Luin frowned. Did you just say a sourcebox array? The latter was obviously Big Harry, while the former was definitely Red Hero. However, Red Hero had actually used a sourcebox array to trap Miaozun. Miaozun's power was much weaker than Red Hero's, and Red Hero could easily kill him. However, she might have been wary of being bound by karma, which was why she had not acted. But if a sourcebox array could trap Miaozun, then how powerful was that array? However, Red Hero was indeed skilled in sourcebox arrays. The sourcebox array that 100 Fist Mountain had set up could already be seen, but that array's main function was to shield, not to trap. Miaozun was an expert who could rival Lan Meng, but it had been able to trap an eternal life realm cultivator like him until the end of the battle. One could only imagine how powerful that sourcebox array was. Luin realized that he had always overlooked this point. Red Hero was skilled in sourcebox arrays. Miaozun recalled that battle and slowly recounted it, not missing any details. It was not that he had a good memory, but that battle had left a deep impression on him. He had been trapped by a sourcebox array for so long and had not been able to escape until the end of the battle. He had been like a little bug, and he did not want to experience such an experience again. It was also because of that battle that he was willing to join the unknowns. The unknowns were too powerful. Both of the unknowns that he had fought had been able to deal with him. But why had those two stopped him from joining? Or was it just as he had guessed? Were they trying to use him to deal with this creature? He knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap, and he needed to survive. Luin listened for a long time, but only one sourcebox array had trapped Miaozun. Miaozun had only seen Red Hero from start to finish, but he had never actually fought with her. Just a sourcebox array had been able to trap him, which was a little scary. This meant that Miaozun could not see through this sourcebox array, which also meant that Red Hero might have even more powerful sourcebox arrays. Luin sighed. What about the other one? Does it have more godly power? Luin asked. Demao belonged to the unknowns, and he was also an enemy. Miaozun said, this one has a ridiculous amount of godly power. It has the most godly power out of all the unknowns that I've ever seen. You've only seen two unknowns. I've fought against two unknowns, but in that battle, I saw the strongest person on our side fight against an unknowns. That was a battle between absolute powerhouses, and I couldn't see it clearly. Even that unknowns didn't have this much godly power. Luin frowned. That much? It seemed like Demao had a certain level of confidence in calling out Red Hero. Otherwise, why would an unknowns that was compatible with the laws of the universe be so arrogant? That's right, this creature has two invisible worlds, Miaozun said. Luin was shocked. Two? Yes, two. There are creatures that have two invisible worlds? This was beyond Lu Yin's knowledge. Invisible worlds were created based on the laws of the universe, so it was normal to not have one. But why would there be two? Either they were compatible with two universal laws, but Luyin had communicated with Qinglian Shangyu before. If they were compatible with two universal laws, then they would try their best to merge into an invisible world. This was because most of the time, numbers were meaningless. Exchanging an extremely powerful invisible world for two ordinary invisible worlds was a choice that everyone knew how to make. Miao Zun said, "This is my first time seeing it as well. Other than these, is there anything else?" Luyin asked. Miao Zun said, "That battle was very intense. I always feel like there's something important, but I can't remember it. I've been asleep for too long, but don't worry, I'll definitely remember it when I see them." Luyin smiled and pointed at the general appointment platform, which was Hell's prison. Miao Zun was thrown in, and Lu Yin's voice sounded. "Don't worry, you're an unknowns. You're very useful, and I don't want you to die." Miao Zun slammed into the general appointment platform with a fierce look. He didn't expect such a creature to capture him. "Just you wait, once I recover, I'll eat you up inch by inch and make you suffer." After a while, the increase in the karma heavenly path ended. Luyin was sure that the range of his karma heavenly path had exceeded the karma celestial phenomenon, but it was only the karma celestial phenomenon that Qinglian Shangyu released all year round. It wasn't the limit of the karma celestial phenomenon. The Mud Blade's attack range could affect an unknowns for decades. Even if Qinglian Shangyu wasn't as powerful as Red Hero, he was definitely not weaker than the Mud Blade. The karma celestial phenomenon's range was very exaggerated. His current range was just Qinglian Shangyu releasing it all year round to adapt to his battle with Red Hero. This was also the human civilization's attitude towards the square inch. They didn't communicate, didn't Zhongyang, and avoided it as much as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The triple firmament sword intent pierced through, and Miao Zun died. He didn't expect Luyin to kill him. How could this be? Didn't he say that he didn't want him to die? He was an unknowns, so he should be valuable to him. Why? Why did he want to kill him? The sky overflowed with vitality, and another unknowns died. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Just because he didn't want you to die, it didn't mean that you didn't have to die. He also wanted to use the square inches unknowns for himself, but it was impossible. Some unknowns could use it, while others couldn't. After dealing with Miao Zun, Luyin teleported to the Red Shirt civilization and arrived in front of the Blood Tower. "Senior, what ability does Red Hero have with sourcebox arrays?" Jiuwen asked. "Why do you ask?" Luyin told him about how Miao Zun had been trapped, and Jiuwen was shocked. He was actually hiding something like that? "Senior, you don't know? The sourcebox array at 100 Fist Mountain isn't bad. That sourcebox array wasn't set up by him." Jiuwen paused, and his expression changed as he met Lu Yin's gaze. "I've been tricked." Luyin sighed, as he finally understood. From the very beginning, Red Hero had never intended to reveal his knowledge of sourcebox arrays to the Red Shirt civilization. Jiuwen knew about the sourcebox array at 100 Fist Mountain, but he had never thought that it had been set up by Red Hero. Red Hero said that the sourcebox array came from a foreign civilization, and it can only be permanently fixed in one location. That's why the 100 Fist Mountain was created. It's not like there was a sourcebox array after the 100 Fist Mountain. You've seen the situation at 100 Fist Mountain. It's not a place that's suitable for cultivation, and it's also not a place with great scenery. Why did they lock-ring you up there? It's because there's a sourcebox array there. I've always thought that was the case. Now that you're saying this, he must have been lying to me from the very beginning. That's why I've neglected the sourcebox array for so many years. Luyin asked, "Did he mention which foreign civilization the sourcebox array came from?" Jiuwen shook his head. No. Lu Yin's first thought was of the Taiqing sect, the civilization that Senior Youwu had mentioned that had attacked the fifth stronghold. It seemed like only such a civilization could have such high attainments in the field of sourcebox arrays. Speaking of which, he had wondered if there would be a fishing civilization that specialized in sourcebox arrays in the square kilometer zone. He did not expect there to actually be one. This was the square kilometer zone, where anything was possible. A technological fishing civilization and a sourcebox array fishing civilization had both exceeded his expectations. But how did Red Hero get involved with the Taiqing sect? The Taiching sect had attacked the fifth stronghold, while Red Hero had attacked the second stronghold. Although it seemed like they belonged to the ninth stronghold, they were actually very far from each other, and the ninth stronghold was not connected. It was just like how mortals knew the difference between countries. The people of one country might not understand another country, and they might not even know where they lived. Luin could not figure it out, so he left. End of chapter. Jiawen was still afraid. If Red Hero had not used the blood tower to bind him, and he had joined forces with Qing Lian to fight, the outcome might not have been as they had expected. Red Hero had hidden too well. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Eight Color's voice was heard, Jade. The one-line sky is gone. The mission to capture Jade is cancelled. Cancelled? What about the Jade universe? They're spreading rumors about me everywhere. Haha, that's not right. There's no other way. We can't find the Jade universe once the one-line sky disappears. The Jade universe is too cunning. Even if we go through the one-line sky, we won't see the Jade universe. Could it be related to the seven treasures Heavenly Toad? What we see through the one-line sky is not the Jade universe. What the? Seven treasures Heavenly Toad sees might not be the Jade universe. This is my mission. It's not fair to cancel it just like that. Am I right, Eight Color? Eight Color said, your mission is not cancelled. But if we don't capture Jade, we won't find the Jade universe. How can we destroy it? Haha. Haha, old man. How can you still laugh? Luin asked. He came in because his mission was to capture Jade. Now that the mission was cancelled, he had to know. The old man said, young man, be optimistic. There's no other way. We can open another path. He then raised his voice, White. Help me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. White. Unknown doors all originated from White. White was very mysterious. Help me find the Jade universe. We can talk about the price. The old man said. Luin was puzzled. Why does this old man want to destroy the Jade universe? Sure. An unfamiliar voice appeared. Luin had never heard it before. Is this White's voice? He immediately greeted, White, how are you? White did not respond. Luin called a few more times, but White did not respond. Luin had no choice but to leave the unknown door. It seemed that the war with the Jade universe would definitely break out. But if White had the ability to find the Jade universe, why did it have to capture Jade? The one-line sky disappeared and Eight Color cancelled the mission. Could it be that it could not command White? No, it could also be that White had another mission. When it had a mission, it could not assign other missions, unless it was a war. Luin actually hoped that it was the latter. Otherwise, it would be too unsettling to know that there were existences that surpassed the Eight Colors. That transparent balance is already unsettling. After leaving Zhu whereabouts, Luin rested for a while before heading to the Sparrow Arena. He found Jingmen Shengyu. There are still 10 years before the Meteor Realm reappears. Senior, do you want to enter the immortal civilization again? Luin asked. 800 years had passed since his last visit to the Longevity civilization. Time had passed too quickly. These 800 years felt much shorter than the 100 years he had spent cultivating in the Tianyuan cosmos. Jingmen Shengyu had a complicated look in his eyes. Were they about to arrive again? Luin was certain that the Longevity civilization was the fourth stronghold Celestial Eye tribe. Now that the Meteor Realm had reappeared, he had to find Chang Hu and explain everything clearly. Even if they were unwilling to be involved with this human civilization, they had to at least let him know what had happened during the Battle of 9 Bases and who the enemy was. Each of the 9 bases was equivalent to a fishing civilization. This was not a joke. Currently, it was known that the Unknowns, Immortal Plume, the Death Universe, and the Grand Clear civilization had participated in the Battle of 9 Bases. There were also many other rogue cultivators like Yuche. But those were just a few fishing civilizations. How could they besiege the 9th base? He had heard the term besiege many times before, which meant that there were definitely more enemy civilizations than the 9th base. Those weak civilizations were not even worthy of besieging the 9th base. Luin guessed that there had to be at least 9 fishing civilizations that had participated in besieging the 9th base. Otherwise, how could the 9th base have been defeated? The war god Disc alone had been able to defend one side, but it had still not been able to withstand the assault. It could be imagined that there were many more enemy civilizations than the 9th base. Although almost all civilizations within the square meter could be considered enemies, there was still a difference in order. Compared to the technological fishing civilization, Luin would rather destroy a mortal plume first. Compared to the Mudwater Kingdom, he would rather destroy the unknowns first. Jingmin Xianxia pondered for a moment. I don't know either. She wanted to see how Chang Tian was doing. That small piece of longevity vine had caused Chang Tian to be punished, and this matter had always been remembered in her heart. Furthermore, Qingyun also wanted to see her biological father. You want the longevity civilization to ally with us? Jingmin Xianxia asked Luin. Luin shook his head. I just want to ask a few questions. Whether or not we ally with them depends on themselves. They have the freedom to make their own choices. Jingmin Xianxia nodded and did not say anything else. Luin left. Regardless of whether Jingmin Xianxia went or not, he was going anyway. Compared to the last time, he understood much more about the 9th base, and he could also converse with Chang Huai. 10 years passed very quickly, and the meteor realm reappeared. Luin once again appeared at the startled Sparrow Terrace. Not only did he bring Jingmin Xianxia with him, but he also brought Qingyun with him. Qingyun held the longevity vine in her hand. She had no memories of her father, but she felt warmth. It was not that her father did not want her. Let's go, Luin said. Jingmin Xianxia grabbed Qingyun's hand and headed towards the meteor realm. Luin followed behind them. At that moment, a cold light descended from the sky, and a suffocating sharpness suddenly appeared. It extended from one direction to another, and in this direction, Luin, Jingmin Xianxia, and Qingyun were all present. The moment Luin sensed the sharpness, he subconsciously grabbed Jingmin Xianxia and teleported away, but the sharpness was unbelievably fast. It was as if the moment he saw it, it was already too late. Luin teleported away and looked to his side. There was no Jingmin Xianxia, only a small section of her arm dripping with blood. It belonged to Jingmin Xianxu's arm. In the distance, the meteor realm split into 2. Then, even further away, Luin could see that the spiritualized universe had also split into 2. It even extended to the consciousness universe, cutting off a third of it. A ray of sharpness filled the heavens, and nothing seemed to be able to stop it. It surpassed the limits of what the mirroring technique could see, and it continued to extend into the distance. It was just a ray of sharpness. The meteor realm scattered and completely disappeared. At this moment, Luin was speechless. At this moment, the entire human civilization was speechless. Qinglian Xianxia and the others silently looked at the heavens, as if time had frozen. Luin teleported back to Jingmin Xianxu's side. Qingyun supported Jingmin Xianxia, her face pale. Jingmin Xianxu's arm had been cut off, and the sharpness had damaged half of her body. She coughed up blood. Senior. Luin immediately brought her back to Nina Firmament's universe and appeared in Yihai. Qinglian Xianxia placed a hand on Jingmin Xianxu's shoulder to block the sharpness for her. Luin stared blankly at this scene, and his hands and feet went cold. What he had felt at that moment still made his scalp go numb. The entire universe had been sliced apart like a thin piece of paper. Regardless of whether it was within or within the universe, everything was the same. Even Jingmin Xianxia had been severely injured. There was no way for him to even dodge, let alone block it. He had also almost been unable to escape with his teleportation. From beginning to end, he had not even seen the enemy's appearance. He did not even know where the enemy's attack had started. At this moment, Luin felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was like when he had first stepped into the cultivation world and faced the Night King clan. It was like when the Grand Empyrean had brought him to see the Eternals clearly. It was like when he had failed to save Patriarch Shan. That helplessness, despair, and coldness filled his heart. Everyone was silent. Qinglian Xianxia silently healed Jingmin Xianxia, but this injury was not so easy to heal. It was not something that time could erase. There was some kind of power involved. Qingyun stood to the side, clenching her longevity vine tightly. Luine did not speak. At this moment, he had nothing to say. The meteor realm was gone, and the longevity civilization could not be found. Was this the purpose of that existence? It had only been one move. One move had completely torn apart the sense of security of the three universes. It had completely defeated the self-preservation power that humanity thought they had. If this move had been just a little bit off, Jingmen Shangyu would have died. It was not that the other party could not kill him, but that it did not want to. Looking at the blood on the ground was telling everyone a fact. As long as it was willing, the human civilization would not be able to withstand a single move. Luine took a deep breath and teleported away. He arrived in the starry sky and lay down in the hanging coffin. 8 colors. I'm here. A creature cut off the universe of our human civilization and seriously injured Jingmen Shangyu. You said that I participated in the forced conscription and that the human civilization would be protected for 1,000 years. What do you say about this? Luine asked in a low voice. 8 colors said, the promise of protection is not omnipotent. I can only promise you that I will investigate this matter. If there is no result in the end, I will compensate you. The existence that attacked should be invisible. Do you have evidence? Of course, Luine had no evidence. He did not even know where that move had come from. But other than the mysterious master of balance who was very likely to be hidden in the three universes, he could not think of anyone else. He joined the unknowns to protect the three universes and to understand and finally get rid of this old enemy. Luine had never thought of truly relying on the unknowns. But at this moment, he actually placed his hopes on his old enemy. He himself found it ridiculous. That sense of powerlessness deeply surrounded him. He did not know who to talk to or who could help him. He longed for something from the unknowns, even if it was information about the enemy. But 8 Colors' answer was cold and merciless. Should he be disappointed? It was ridiculous. In this dark and deep universe, it was the biggest joke to place one's hopes on someone else, not to mention an old enemy. It could only be said that that ray of light had cut off everything that Luine thought he had done so far. It was as if everything he had done was meaningless. He left Jingmen Shangyu and returned to the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. He silently looked at the starry sky. Mr. Mu came and quietly accompanied him without speaking. Long she poured tea for the two and silently retreated. Master, I haven't done enough. Far from enough, Luine murmured. Mr. Mu took a sip of tea. You're lost. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. Yes, he was lost. It was not fear or cowardice, but truly lost. He was more lost than ever. In the past, when he had faced the oppression of powerful enemies, even when he had seen the truth about the Eternals, he had not felt this way. He had been depressed, but he had quickly cheered up. No matter how desperate he was, there would always be someone who would go with him. But this time, he was lost because his upper limit had been locked. End of chapter. That ray of light was not for killing, but to lock the upper limit of the current human civilization. It seemed to be telling Luine that it was enough. Don't increase your strength, don't join forces with other human civilizations. If they dared to do so, what awaited them was this ray of light, an unparalleled ray of light. This was the reason why Luine was at a loss. He was not afraid that the enemy was strong enough, but such a strong enemy had locked their upper limit, how to break through. The immortal civilization was the fourth barrier, but they could not come into contact with it. Perhaps from the beginning, they could not really merge with the red coats under the stars, even without Red Hero. What should he do to break through this situation? To break through this situation, what was needed was not wisdom, but absolute strength. This was the simplest but also the most complicated situation. Human civilization had never been so silent. No matter what kind of situation they encountered, they were always discussing and thinking of ways to break through one obstacle after another. However, this obstacle was really difficult to pass. They were like young children, the person in front of them was a powerful adult. The road ahead was blocked, how could they talk about vitality? Perhaps from the beginning, they had been kept in captivity, but they did not know it. This ray of light allowed everyone to see this fact. The enemy was strong, but not scary. The scary thing was that they could not become stronger. This was true despair. Mr. Mu put down his teacup and looked at Luin with a smile. Little Seven, you have never needed anyone to comfort you. Some people live longer than you, but they may not have suffered as much as you. Some people live harder than you, but they may not have as much responsibility as you. What you have experienced the most is not the battles, not the life and death situations, but the torture of yourself. A frog at the bottom of a well is actually very happy. As long as you can't see the sky outside, the world is that well. If you can see the sky outside, you will have more pursuits and more dangers. But you climb out of the well again and again. Before you have the ability, you have to bear the fate of everyone. You are stronger than anyone else. What I want to say is actually just one sentence. Mr. Mu looked at Luin with a serious expression. Everyone believes in you. After saying that, he left. Luin was silent for a moment, then he could not help but laugh. Was he a frog? Well, it sounded better than a toad. But sometimes, he really needed to be comforted, or at least say a few nice words. How could he say that his disciple was a frog at the bottom of a well? Long she smiled faintly as she poured tea for Luin. Laugh if you want to. Luin was speechless. Long she took away Mr. Mu's teacup and looked at Luin with a smile. Even if it is a frog, it is the most domineering frog I have ever seen. Luin blinked. Wasn't this still a frog? In the distance of an inch, far away, the immortal plume tree let out a mournful cry, causing countless creatures below the tree to cry out as well. Blood dripped down from the tree crown, burning the void. The blood came from Yulu. Yulu fell onto the treetop. Her slender and charming eyes were now filled with anger. Her pink dress was stained with blood, her body was torn apart, and half of her wings were broken. She looked extremely miserable. Yulu reared her head back and cried out once more. She teleported away, and when she reappeared, she was already on the other side of the treetop. In front of her was an egg, but in reality, it was the dream of 1,000 autumns, the place where the immortal feather slumbered to dissolve the restraints of karma. Following Yulu's mournful cry, cracks appeared on the egg and gradually spread. Finally, an immortal plume walked out of it. This immortal plume was obviously much older than Yulu. Its two wide eyebrows drooped down from its eyes to its feet. Its eyes were turbid, and it looked drowsy. On its head, a cluster of colorful spiritual hair fluttered in the wind, rippling with a faint light. Little Yulu, what's wrong? Patriarch South Spirit, Yulu is injured. Oh? This is? Humph, how dare you bully the weak? That's too much. How did you provoke him? Yulu just wants revenge. When Yulu woke up, she accidentally saw a civilization with several eternal lives. She wanted to capture a few and offer them to the Patriarch, but one of the rascals actually knew our teleportation. Although there was a range limit, Yulu did not succeed in teleporting. What? It knows our race's teleportation? What creature? Human civilization, Yulu said. Yulu said. When she first entered the karmic celestial phenomenon, she did not remember. She only felt that it was familiar. Later on, she remembered that it was the human civilization, the terrifying civilization that made her immortal plume revere. This was also the reason why she went to the 3 universes recently. She planned to wait for the other immortal plume to wake up, but when she remembered that it was the human civilization, she was curious. In her heart, the immortal plume was the strongest. That human civilization actually made the immortal plume revere it. Why? Who knew that as soon as she arrived at the human civilization, her wings would be cut off, and the one who did it was unknown? She could not tolerate it. Absolutely not. South Spirit was shocked. Human civilization? You mean a human can teleport? Yes, Patriarch South Spirit. Little Yulu, do you know the consequences of lying to the Patriarch? Yulu knows. If I lie to the Patriarch, I will die a horrible death. Humph, that's a problem. The 9th base has been destroyed. Now, the remaining humans can actually master teleportation, and there's an unknown by their side. They bullied the weak and cut off one of your wings. When have I, the immortal plume, ever suffered such humiliation? No matter what the reason is, let's fight. Yulu was excited. She could finally take revenge. She looked up to the sky and screamed, full of excitement. The South Spirit Patriarch also looked up to the sky and screamed. The next moment, on the tree crown, eggs cracked open one by one. Under the tree, countless creatures were shocked. For so many years, the immortal plume had always awakened. One by one. At most, 2 would awaken at once. Now, so many had awakened at once. Was the sky falling? Luin had come. He was called over by Master Greengrass and was being forcibly recruited to participate in the war. Luin, the unknown, is being forcibly recruited to participate in the war. May I ask if you want to participate? 8 Color asked. Luin was dissatisfied. The frequency of being forcibly recruited is too high. I don't want to die. May I ask if you want to participate? 8 Color repeated. Luin said, my human civilization has just been attacked. I don't want to participate. The unknown cannot protect us. Please confirm. Do you refuse to participate? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He actually wanted to test 8 Color. He guessed that the target of this war would be either the Jade Universe or the Immortal Plume. The old man from the Jade Universe was very active. He even asked Bai Sei to help him search for the unknown. As for the Immortal Plume, he left a door that might lead to a war. Whether it was the Jade Universe or the Immortal Plume, he wanted to participate in the war. The Jade Universe was related to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. He wondered how Boss and the others were doing. Regardless, they had helped him a lot. As for the Immortal Plume, he wanted to participate in the war and use the unknown to get rid of a few of them. It would be best if he could kill Yu Lu so that the human civilization would feel more at ease. However, 8 Color did not seem to care at all. He could not test it. Luin, please confirm. Do you refuse to participate? 8 Color asked again. Luin said, if the target is the Immortal Plume, I can participate. 8 Color, you added me for the same purpose. You want to deal with the Immortal Plume, right? The unknown rules are not to reveal the target of the compulsory recruitment. Luin, please confirm. Do you refuse to participate? Luin had a headache. He thought about it and said, okay, I refuse. The frequency of being forcibly recruited should not be so high. He did not know when the next war would be. Perhaps by then, he would have broken through to the Eternal Realm and would have more power to protect himself. Thinking back to the battle against the Mud Kingdom, Nibiluo's power still made him fearful. Since that was the case, he would refuse first. You can refuse, but you must worship the Divine Tree. Please worship the Divine Tree as soon as possible to confirm your color. What? Why do I have to worship the Divine Tree if I refuse to participate? What you refuse to participate in is not a person, but a color. You have to confirm the color that you represent. Luin, you have to worship the Divine Tree and confirm that it is your color before you can refuse to participate. Why didn't you say so earlier? Is there anything that can't be done? 8 Color asked back. Luin was speechless. This was normal for the unknown, but he really did not want to go to Trace. It was too dangerous. After worshipping the Divine Tree, he had to return the Divine Power lines. He had 3 lines and did not want to return any of them. He thought about it and said, okay, then I will participate. 8 Color said, please confirm. Do you want to participate? Yes. Let's go immediately. So soon? Lu Yin's consciousness left Trace and teleported to Master Grass. There was a door in front of him. Luin took out Mount Supreme and Master Grass went in. He knew that he could not refuse. Luin was about to step through the door, but after thinking about it, he took out the hanging coffin and lay in it before entering the door. The unknown was in such a hurry to participate. It was obvious that they did not have the initiative. Who knew what was going on the other side of the door? After passing through the door, he saw a familiar tree, the Immortal Plume Tree. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The target of the forced participation was the Immortal Plume? No wonder they were in such a hurry. What was the reason? Was it because of his own door? In the distance, doors opened one after another, and all sorts of civilizations appeared from the other side. Just like the Muddy Water Kingdom War, some civilizations ran away as soon as they appeared, some civilizations wanted to fight, and some civilizations could not even run away. Especially this time, when facing the immortal plume civilization, doors kept appearing and breaking. Just as Luin passed through the door, a huge bird appeared above his head. It was not an immortal plume, but it had a teleportation method that was close to teleportation. The bird's target was not Luin, but the door. Luin did not want it to destroy the door, open the hanging coffin, and use Heaven's Eye. Purple Eye power instantly suppressed the void, and the bird's claws were only an inch away from the door. It could be said that it had already touched it, but it was this inch that made it unable to move. It screeched, and flames burned on the surface of its body, burning the void and turning into hot feathers that stretched out continuously. It actually wanted to burn the Purple Eye power. At the same time, vitality and immortal matter were released crazily, and the entire surrounding stars turned red. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. It was not an immortal plume, but a very ordinary immortal life. Kill. He took a step forward and teleported in front of the bird. He raised his hand and forcefully shook the world that the bird could not see. End of chapter. The bird's eyes were filled with disdain. Did a mere scoundrel really think he could fight against it? It opened its mouth and spat out almost pure black flames. There was also a ball in the flames. The ball posed a slight threat to Luin, but it was only a slight threat. Luin shook his arm, and his power bombarded the void, preventing the black flames from approaching him. His entire body withered, and he directly grabbed the black ball. He caught it. When he touched it, he felt as if he was about to melt. His arm quickly recovered. Luin raised his eyebrows. What a strong destructive power. It could heal his withered body, which was equivalent to hurting him. This bird was definitely not ordinary since it could live in the immortal plume civilization. However, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. In his palm, the black ball shattered with a soft bang. The shattered black ball gathered the extremely high temperature of the black flames. Luin pushed it horizontally towards the bird. The bird was shocked. What monster? It remembered that this creature appeared in the unknown hanging coffin. And it looked like this? Human? The bird immediately retreated. Its speed was comparable to teleportation, causing time to stop. But in front of it, Luin appeared and slammed down with his palm. The extremely high temperature of the black flames bombarded the bird's body. The bird let out a shrill cry, "Human, you are a human." Luin snorted. This bird was nothing special. It was extremely fast and had black flames. As long as these 2 points were dealt with, it would be too easy to deal with it. But looking at the distance, how many people could truly suppress this bird? Even an eternal life that conformed to the laws of the universe would find it difficult to do so. Luin used the extremely high temperature of the black flames to melt part of the bird's body. He grabbed the bird's neck with one hand and hit the bird's head with his knee. The bird was hit hard, and its head was crushed. Then, Lu Yin's arm fell, shattering half of the bird's body. The bird let out a final wail and completely fainted. Luin threw it into Mount Supreme. This guy couldn't resist. In this way, he had the time to look at the battlefield. And inside Mount Supreme, Master Grass looked at the miserable bird in shock. How long had it been? To be able to severely injure an eternal life, how strong was Luin now? On the battlefield, there were many more eternal life than in the war with the Mudwater Kingdom. On the Immortal Plume's side, in addition to the Immortal Plume's eternal life realm Immortal Plume, there were also eternal life birds. The one he had just killed was one of them. As for the unknown side, or rather, not any side, just the side that the unknown had used the door to attract had several eternal life forms. It was clear that they didn't want to participate in the battle at all, but as soon as they appeared, the door was shattered by the Immortal Plume. He didn't know if he should say that Xianling was arrogant or something else. She had forcibly left behind a few more Eternal Realm enemies. It didn't take long for Luin to disappear. He had been targeted. His battle with Fei Yao had been quick and ruthless. It could be said that it was the fastest battle Luin had finished since he had become a rogue and fought against an Eternal Realm expert. This battle had also attracted Xianling's attention. An Immortal Plume appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and it raised its sharp claws to swipe at Luin. Its terrifying aura locked down the void, and it was not something that the bird from before could compare to. Lu Ying hurriedly retreated. This immortal feather was definitely an existence that conformed to two laws, and it gave him a very strong sense of oppression. He didn't want to fight head-on. Human, you can teleport. How did you get it? Xianling shouted and disappeared in an instant. Lu Ying hurriedly disappeared as well. He kept appearing and disappearing as he chased after Xianling in the starry sky. This battlefield was huge, and it didn't just revolve around that tree. At least, Lu Ying didn't see any other unknowns. After all, he was facing an immortal feather that could teleport. Distance had lost its meaning. Lu Ying kept teleporting, and every time he teleported, he would travel at the speed of an eternal realm expert that had taken 20 years. He didn't dare to completely expose the maximum distance that he could teleport. This immortal feather was chasing after him relentlessly, using all sorts of methods to suppress Lu Ying. However, since they were both teleporting, it was very difficult for others to break through the immortal feather's defenses. It was also very difficult for the immortal feather itself to break through Lu Yin's defenses. Human, why do you know how to teleport? Which stronghold are you from? Xianling shouted. Lu Ying shouted coldly, what's your name again? Mingyu. It seems like you understand our human civilization very well. Answer me, or die. You're still allowing me to live on this battlefield? Lu Ying sneered. He stopped and turned around. He held Go Lian in his hand, and its vitality surged. His eye power suppressed all life as he slashed. Facing him head-on, Mingyu's purple eye power was oppressive. As it watched Go Lian fall and enter its body, its gaze became extremely sharp. It raised its claws to block the attack. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the void was split horizontally. It was like the surface of a boiling water that extended endlessly into the distance. It even extended to the surroundings of the large tree and devoured all life. Regardless of whether it was the birds on Xianling's side or the civilized creatures that had been lured in by the door, once they were touched by this aftershock, they would not be able to escape unless they were at the Eternal Realm. Lu Ying gripped Go Lian tightly and pressed it down. His gaze met Mingyu's, and he had not expected that this attack would not even be able to break through Mingyu's claws. Mingyu's body slowly fell. It had not expected that an existence like itself, which was compatible with two laws, would actually be pressed down by a scoundrel. This was unforgivable, especially since this was a human. A mere human that should be mocked and toyed with had actually suppressed Mingyu. This was unforgivable. Mingyu hissed, and a rumbling sound that could be seen with the naked eye spread outwards. Lu Ying retreated step by step, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This feeling? The feather god spear? A feather shot towards Lu Ying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he teleported away. The feather god spear pierced through the heavens, leaving behind a ripple as it shot into the distance. It looked very ordinary. Mingyu's eyes darkened, and it understood the feather god spear. This human knew how to teleport, and he also had some understanding of the Xian feather. He must have inherited it from Jiu Lei, and it had to be killed. In the distance, Lu Ying exhaled. That attack had severely injured Master Bitter Lamp, Master Grass, and Heaven carrying immortality. It was the Xian feather's killer move, and it had the ability to fuse and transfer. It seemed that no external force could stop it, but it looked very ordinary. If one did not pay attention, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. This was especially true for Mingyu, who was even stronger than Yu Lu. Fortunately, he had learned about it beforehand. However, it was still not enough. He still did not understand the Xian feather enough. As he thought about this, he continued to teleport while contacting 8 colors. 8 colors, tell me everything. You know about the Xian feather. Of course, this is war. The forced war had come too quickly, and 8 colors had no time to tell Lu Ying about the Xian feather at the first opportunity. However, Lu Ying had been attacked the moment he entered the battlefield, so it was only now that he could ask about it. Lu Ying teleported and avoided the battlefield, searching for other unknown locations as he listened to 8 colors' reports. This war was much more intense and dangerous than the one with Mudwater Country. Before the war with Mudwater Country, he could leisurely read the information on Mudwater Country in Zhizong, but now he could not. In front of him, the void was pierced, and there was a ripple. Luin turned and saw Mingyu in the distance. This strange bird was staring at him. He kept teleporting and did not get close to the tree. This was not the only battlefield. The immortal master had said that there were 10 Xian feather. He did not know how many Xian feather were here, but there must be some extremely powerful ones. He did not want to encounter them. The only sense of security came from the fact that the unknowns had sent out their own experts. Teleport continuously. 8 colors did not lose track of the small portal at all. After listening for a long time, Luin was dissatisfied. Is this all you can tell me? You don't have any information about this Mingyu that I encountered? 8 colors replied, the unknowns had a war with the Xian feather, but the full-scale war was a long time ago. There were occasional battles here, but they did not expand. Not every Xian feather can survive until now. Since the full-scale war with the Xian feather, it is estimated that almost half of the Xian feather have been replaced. Luin was shocked. The Xian feather can teleport, but it can still be exchanged for so many. Who killed it? The dangers of the square-inch space are greater than you think, especially teleportation. There are pros and cons compared to the Xian feather's teleportation. Luin, your teleportation is safer, 8 colors said. With that, the portal disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There were no absolutes in the world. Absolute good would also bring about absolute bad. The Xian feather relied on teleportation to travel freely through the square-inch space, which meant that it had personally experienced the most dangerous aspect of the square-inch space. This aspect, perhaps even the unknowns might not be able to fully understand. It was like a traveler who explored every corner of the desert and died quickly, but another traveler was fixed at a certain spot and could live to the end of his life. No matter how powerful the former traveler was, there would be a time when he was unstoppable. The information about the Xian feather introduced by 8 colors made Luin fearful. The Xian feather civilization's absolute technique was teleportation. With the inherited talent of 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations, coupled with teleportation, it could be said that they could escape almost 99% of the dangers. Most importantly, they had the power of inheritance, the eternal dream. The eternal dream could accelerate time to wear away the karmic restraints. This time was not a tributary of the river of time, but the master of the river of time. Coupled with this was the Xian feather's inheritance that was compatible with the laws of the universe, the unification of 10,000 paths. The unification of 10,000 paths could allow the Xian feather to devour the laws of other immortal realms to strengthen its own laws. Generally speaking, the immortal realms were compatible with the laws of the universe. If they wanted to strengthen themselves, they could only cultivate and comprehend by themselves. This was not a realm, but it was more difficult than a realm. However, the Xian feather was different. They only needed to continuously hunt down the immortal realms and then devour the laws of the universe. Although this would increase the karmic restraints, coupled with the eternal dream, this drawback was perfectly solved. No matter how one looked at it, the combination of the eternal dream and the unification of 10,000 paths was an absolute technique. This meant that the Xian feather civilization had 2 absolute techniques. One was to escape, and the other was to continuously strengthen themselves. It was simply terrifying. Previously, Lu Yin's understanding of the Xian feather was only limited to teleportation. Now, when he looked at the big tree again, his eyes were filled with deep fear and killing intent. If they were not stopped, the Xian feather civilization would dominate the square-inch space sooner or later. Of course, this was only in theory. The unknowns would not let the Xian feather civilization succeed. However, if they wanted to stop it, they would have to start a war. Now, they were starting a war. Luin did not expect that there would be creatures in the square-inch space that could devour immortal life and conform to the laws of the universe. If the Muddy Kingdom was a hooligan in the square-inch space, then the Xian feather was a villain. End of chapter. The scenes that he had seen and heard before appeared in his mind. Xian Ling was the mortal enemy that the human civilization had to eliminate, just like the unknown. In front of him, the feather tore through the void, and Luin dodged it. This was the Feather God Spear, and it was Xian Yu's killing move. It originated from the universal laws of the myriad Daos return to one, and it could break through all obstacles. It could fuse the power of the enemy and transfer that power at the same time, and its strength corresponded to the myriad Daos returned to one. Therefore, Reverend Ku Dang and the others couldn't withstand this attack at all. As far as the eye could see, this immortal plume could definitely be considered a mystical species. However, there were differences between each immortal plume and immortal plume. Every immortal plume had its own unique way of fighting. 8 Colors had told him a few of the immortal plume's unique universe rules and methods, but there was no mention of Mingyu. Unknowable did not understand Mingyu. He could only deal with it by himself. In this war, Lu Yin's goal was to kill Xianling as much as possible. Feather God Spear. Lu Yin dodged, but this time, he did not teleport away. Instead, he stood where he was and looked into the distance. Mingyu's gaze was sharp as she teleported closer. The sharp claws descended upon Lu Yin. The God Sealing Catalog appeared. Golden light shone, and the triple firmament sword will appeared. The Sword Dao River. The sharp claws easily tore apart the Sword Dao River. His sharpness did not decrease in the slightest. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Mingyu's claw attack gave him the same feeling as Clay Blade's slash. It was a terrifying killing force that could easily tear apart the river of Sword Dao. Mingyu's strength was not below Clay Blade's, and it might even surpass him. The seemingly disorderly sharp claws actually contained battle techniques, giving off a feeling of returning to simplicity. It was as if he had been dragged into a slaughterhouse of wild beasts. Lu Yin continued to retreat as he raised his hand and slashed with his path sword. Pang Mingyu's sharp claws paused, and his vision blurred for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin moved closer and unleashed his absorption technique. He punched Mingyu viciously. Mingyu was sent flying by a single punch. Lu Yin held Go Lian in his hand and attacked from above. Slash. Bang. The claw blocked the attack, and Mingyu stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. You've also comprehended karma? A little, Lu Yin barked. The karmic heavenly Dao was formed. Thousand Faces Karma, Heavenly Finger Wheel. Mingyu flapped her wings. Feather God Spear. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately retracted his hand. He could not meet the Feather God Spear head-on. In terms of absolute killing power, he was much weaker than Mingyu. As the Feather God Spear brushed past his ear, Lu Yin turned around and unleashed his path sword. Bright Rain teleported away. It was fearful of karma. It flapped its wings and flapped them. The starry sky shrank as if a formless hand was compressing it. Lu Yin immediately teleported away. Mingyu was filled with hatred. He felt the helplessness of fighting against teleportation. In the past, they were the ones who made others feel helpless. No matter how others attacked, they just needed to run when the situation was bad. But now, someone was actually using this trick to disgust them, forcing them to stop their attacks. Chase, this human must die. Teleportation only existed in the Immortal Plume civilization. Far off in the distance, Lu Yin saw another battlefield. He saw an immortal feather fluttering about, attacking a pure black space. There were also circles of black halos surrounding it. If he wasn't mistaken, that was an unknown color, black. Lu Yin still wanted to take a closer look, but Mingyu had already caught up to him. She waved her claws at him, tearing through the void as her claws extended endlessly. Lu Yin teleported away again. Mingyu was furious and gave chase. In the distance, the immortal feather attacking the black space was shocked. Teleportation? It stared in a certain direction, raised its wings, and covered them. The wings transformed into a phantom that covered the sky in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin looked up. What the hell? He thought that Mingyu had attacked, but the next moment, a wisp of darkness engulfed him, and the phantom wings disappeared. When he looked again, only Mingyu was chasing after him. Lu Yin saw the unease in Mingyu's eyes. Another immortal feather had attacked just now, and it gave him a feeling of fear. It shouldn't be any weaker than Red Hero's strength. He gritted his teeth. The immortal feather civilization and the unknown could wage an all-out war, and there were also unimaginable powerhouses. He distanced himself from that tree and continued to move away. Lu Yin brought Mingyu along as he teleported away. Behind them, feather god spears pierced through the void, tearing apart the starry sky and the universe in front of them. The mother tree was pierced by the feather god spears and collapsed. Luin turned around. He couldn't escape Mingyu's line of sight. If it had been Yu Lu, he would have dealt with her long ago. As for Mingyu, even if Crow immobilization gave him a chance to attack, it would be useless. He couldn't kill Mingyu since he couldn't see the end. At that moment, the majestic river of time appeared above his head. Luin looked up in shock. Master of the river of time? Haha, the old man was also on this battlefield. No matter how many times he saw it, he would still be shocked by the vastness of the river of time. He had always wanted to know if the old man had really drawn down the entire river of time. Or was it just a part of it? Luin wasn't the only one who was shocked. Mingyu also looked up at the sky with a nervous expression. All of them were monsters. Luin, go to the crown of the immortal feather origin tree and set up a sourcebox array to block Tell Heaven's senses, the old man said. Lu Yin's expression changed. What? Tell Heaven was a terrifying existence. According to 8 Colors information on the Immortal Feather Civilization, this was an old monster that stood at the peak of the Immortal Feather Civilization. He was also one of the powerhouses that had once surrounded and attacked Ninth Base. Why would Luin face such an old monster? Haha, don't be afraid. Tell Heaven hasn't awakened yet, and this battle cannot be stopped. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Go. A square box appeared in front of Luin. Find Tell Heaven's egg. Open the box, and it will release a shielding sourcebox array. Luin ran away without hesitation and teleported away. He didn't even take the box. What a joke. Tell Luin wanted him to block Tell Heaven? Did he want to die? Even if he couldn't do it, he wouldn't do it. What if this sourcebox array trapped him and Tell Heaven together? He wouldn't be able to complain if he was eaten. The old man wasn't surprised that Luin would run away. Mingyu suddenly appeared in the same spot and grabbed at the box. Haha, kid, this isn't something you can take. The box then disappeared, leaving behind a gray ball that slowly dispersed. Mingyu looked up, and the feather god spear stabbed towards the river of time. Mingyu, kill that human. A voice descended from another immortal feather ancestor. This deep voice was not only heard by Mingyu, but also by Luin, who was far away. He turned around and saw another old man. Just from the voice alone, it was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The battle in outer space was becoming more and more intense, and more portals were being opened. Luin did not know how many civilizations could be used, but after this battle, the core space would destroy at least a dozen civilizations. These civilizations had probably been accumulated over countless years. From Lu Yin's perspective, the core space was divided into the weakest civilizations. These civilizations were not unified. Within the universe, and the Tianyuan universe had been like this as well. They had no understanding of the core space. Next were the unified universes, which had some understanding of the core space, but did not have an eternal realm expert or an eternal realm expert who only sought self-preservation, similar to the Tianyuan universe. Next were the Nine Heavens universe, which would destroy any civilization they encountered. They did not want any foreign civilizations to discover that there was more than one eternal realm expert, and they feared the core space. Next were the quasi-fishing civilizations, which were similar to the 7 treasures heavenly toad. They did not fear fishing civilizations, but they had not reached the level of a fishing civilization. Next were the fishing civilizations, which Luin had come into contact with more of. It couldn't be helped, as weak civilizations were either destroyed or ignored. Numbers were meaningless, and only civilizations at this level could be remembered. Then came the unknowable. Civilizations that made use of civilizations could be destroyed, used, and done as they pleased. The Immortal Plume civilization was the same. They hunted eternal realm experts and did not care about civilizations. They could destroy or ignore them. Regardless of why fishing civilizations wanted to destroy civilizations, it was too simple for a civilization at the unknowable level to do so. All they had to do was discover and then wait for an opportunity to exploit it. It was that simple. If there were any stronger civilizations, Luin thought of the Ninth Base, as well as the Springboard civilization that he had known about the earliest but had been completely clueless about. That was the springboard for all the fishing civilizations, and it had laid out the entire core space. How domineering was that? He suddenly wondered if that springboard civilization had also participated in the siege of the ninth base. It was not impossible, as the ninth base's influence had been too great at its peak. It was impossible for the springboard civilization not to know about it. Luin thought about it as a few birds in front of him rammed into the door, but he casually killed them. They were merely creatures on the level of crossing calamity. Suddenly, a cube box fell down in front of him. Lu Yin's expression changed. When did this happen? In addition to the cube box, there was also a trace of gray flowing, as if it was incompatible with the deep and dark universe. This was the power of time. Little guy, you owe me a life. Lu Yin looked up and did not see the river of time. Haha, how did this old guy target him? You can't use my life to repay it. I refuse. Haha, don't worry, I won't take your life, but once the oracle comes out, it's hard to say. You and I might die. Lu Yin frowned. I don't want to face the oracle. No one wants to, but only you can do this. Do you see the immortal plume tree? There's a immortal plume tree guarding it, and we're all stalled and unable to cross it. Only you can teleport in. Put down the origin scroll and leave. No one can stop you. Lu Yin was silent. It's just a small matter to be rewarded based on merit on the battlefield, but if you do it, you can get a 5-star mission reward. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. 5-star mission reward? He was even more unwilling to do it. If it was that simple, why would the reward be so high? Haha, of course. This is my promise to you. I'll help you complete the 5-star mission, and you can choose the reward. The old guy's tone was relaxed, as if there were no enemies. This is an unknown war. Why are you paying such a high price? Is the price very high? Perhaps, but the unknown is not allowed to lose in any war. This is the bottom line. If the oracle awakens, the unknown will lose? The oracle is not invincible, but the price to block it is too high. You and I might die. Little guy, your human civilization will also be destroyed. You can't forget that the immortal plume tree knows that you can teleport, and it also knows where the 3 universes are. End of chapter. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he muttered, I still don't want to do it. Haha, you will do it. A small door appeared beside him, and 8 Colors' voice sounded out. Lu Yin, use the origin scroll to block the heaven's perception. This is your mission. Lu Yin was about to retort, but 8 Color continued, a mission issued in the name of the unknown is a battlefield order, and it is absolutely effective against the unknown. This is a battlefield. I repeat, this is a battlefield. Lu Yin's expression darkened. On the battlefield, everyone obeyed orders. He had gone from a normal person to a cultivator, and now, he had gone from a cultivator to a normal person. Cultivators could not transcend everything. No matter how high their cultivation was, they were still humans. They had walked step by step from being ordinary, and what they experienced was fighting with others, or rather, fighting with their own species. Cultivation could only raise the level of the environment, but it could not change the essence. An order? He was hearing this word again, but this time, he was the one saying it to others. Hee hee, little guy, don't tell me you've forgotten why the unknowns invited you to join them. Looking back, do you think your human civilization would have survived if you hadn't joined the unknowns? The old man said slowly. His words sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Only by truly understanding the unknown could one truly see the distance between them. The more he saw, the more he felt that he had been naive. Every step was filled with coincidences and opportunities, and one wrong step would have been the end of him. Lu Yin suddenly thought back to when Lan Meng had accepted the mission to deal with the 3 universes. Qinglian Yu clearly had the ability to kill him, but he had not done so. Lan Meng had blocked the unknown. If Lan Meng died, who would be the next to deal with the human civilization? De Mao? Er Mao? Or old Haha? No one could say for sure. Many times, the enemy could not be killed. Although it was frustrating, it was a fact. Humans had suffered the same grievances, and the unknown would also suffer, but they could not see it. In this world, who would not lower their heads? No one could always look down on the world. Luin looked at the square box in front of him. 8 color, I can accept this mission, but I can't do it alone. I'll be facing skyward. You know what kind of existence skyward is. Even if it's still within the eternal dream, it's not something I can face. I need someone to accompany me. This request is not too much. The 8-colored voice said, sure. Who is it? Yu Che, Luin answered without hesitation. The old man was surprised. He had assumed that Luin would choose Red Hero to go with him since she was Lu Yin's sworn enemy. He had never expected that Luin would choose Yu Che. Of course, Luin would not choose Red Hero, as he and Red Hero were enemies. If possible, he wanted to use Tell the Sky to kill Red Hero, but Red Hero would also want to use Tell the Sky to kill Luin. Besides, what kind of existence was Tell the Sky? Was this something he could use? One must know one's limits. In the face of a lawsuit, they had to find someone they could trust to face it together and escape together. Clear was the best choice. That was because Che had given Xiang City to him. Although he was also an enemy, he knew very well that Che wanted to use him to seize Xiang City. Although he did not know what method Che would use, Che had done so, and he seemed very confident. Benefits were more reliable than anything else. If Che wanted to obtain Xiang City, he would have to use him. In that case, he would not allow him to be killed by Su Tian. Furthermore, he was the last person Yu Wu had seen before his death. Whatever Yu Wu had said to him, Che would definitely be interested. It could very well be related to the secret of controlling Xiang City. Che would definitely not allow him to be killed. Che is in another battlefield. He cannot be mobilized. 8 color refused. Luin frowned. Find an unknown from this battlefield and switch with him. 8 color's voice sank. This is a battlefield. The reason you joined the unknown is to deal with Xianling Luin. This is the first and last time I'm warning you. If Tell the Sky awakens, we will have to pay an unimaginable price. Your human civilization will have to pay an unimaginable price. Luin took a deep breath. This threat made him feel a chill. Fine. Send anyone to come with me. He grabbed the square box. Is this an origin scroll? I've already taught you how to use it. Little guy, don't let Tell the Sky awaken. Even without 8 colors threat, aren't you afraid that Tell the Sky will accompany you Lu to destroy your human civilization? The old man chuckled. Lu Yin's expression changed. His emotions were complicated. Of course, this was what he was worried about. Xianling had to lose this battle, and it had to be defeated so badly that it could not cause trouble for the human civilization. This was because he did not know the reason why Xianling and the unknown were fighting. He did not know if this was the reason why the portal placed here had not been destroyed. He was most worried that after this battle, Yu Lu would tell Xianling about him. With his control of teleportation, Xianling would not let him go. The human civilization had to be prepared for this battle. In this battle, he had to do his best to injure Xianling. In all directions, the stars were compressed. Using Mingyu's method, Luin looked at Xianling from afar. This tree, with one teleportation, could cross the distance of 30 years of an eternal life realm speed. Mingyu was shocked. The teleportation distance had increased? This human was hiding something. How hateful. It chased after him. Luin teleported again and approached the Xianling tree. At this time, the small portal appeared and the 8-colored voice said, Yellow is waiting for you in front. It has its opponent. You only have one chance. Take the yellow Xianling tree crown and activate the origin scroll. If you can't do it, Xianling will chase after you and you will not have another chance. Tell me the location. The center of the tree crown. Luin opened his third eye and felt many gazes on him. There was a dazzling golden light in front of him. It was the yellow unknown. It was Air Mao, whom Luin had called out before. He did not expect Air Mao to accompany him. This Air Mao was not friendly to him and hated the human civilization. But he had no choice. Behind Luin, the feather god spear appeared. Mingyu attacked instantly. Luin teleported and appeared in the golden light. A shield? While he was stunned, Xianling arrived. Luin touched the shield and teleported. Xianling appeared in front and behind him. One was Xianling, who was fighting against Air Mao, and the other was Mingyu. Mingyu watched Luin disappear with the shield and then saw the Xianling in front of him. Oh no, it screeched. On the Xianling tree, one of the Xianling trees spread its wings. Strange birds of all shapes and sizes flew around the tree crown. Luin brought the shield and teleported into the tree crown. He teleported to the center again and looked at one of the Xianling trees. This is the one that has been guarding here. Go over. The voice of the shield sounded. It was Air Mao. Luin did not expect Air Mao to be a shield. He teleported over. Past the Xianling trees also teleported and attacked. Luin lifted the shield and said, Air Mao, block it. The Xianling tree's claws collided with a loud sound. This attack caused Luin to vomit blood. This Xianling tree was much stronger than Mingyu. It was definitely at the peak of 2 or even close to 3 laws. It was no wonder that Old Man Kiki and the others could not break in. In front of him was a giant egg that emitted a hazy glow. Gray swirled around it, as if dark clouds had appeared above the egg. This was the power of time itself. Just looking at this egg caused Luin to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was not fear, but an instinctive fear. It was like a mortal facing a giant and falling into a giant's battlefield. At the same time, Xianling and Mingyu, who were fighting against Air Mao, charged over. Luin took out the origin scroll, put it down, and tapped it. The origin scroll made a soft click. He had succeeded. Luin growled, let's go. Bang! The shield was struck by the claws and slammed into Lu Yin's back. Luin took advantage of this opportunity to teleport away with it. Air Mao had no intention of harming Luin. Like Luin, they could only survive by working together. Even Air Mao was in danger at every step. Just as they teleported away, a sourcebox array appeared above the treetop. There was nothing special about it, it was like a flash of light that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luin did not even have time to look at it, but now was not the time to do so. He teleported away with Air Mao, and just as he was about to push Air Mao away, they had already left the treetop. Air Mao also wanted to push Luin away at the same time. The two stared at each other. You want to harm me? You want to harm me? Above him, Xianling attacked. She was facing Air Mao, the one that had been killed. Luin did not hesitate to teleport away. He would leave this guy to Air Mao. He looked back at the treetop and could not understand. If a sourcebox array could be set up, then it could naturally be broken as well. But why would such a simple task make the unknown so concerned? Even Xianling was on guard. There had to be something that he did not understand. But it did not matter. His mission was complete. He thought that Mingyu would continue to chase after him, but after teleporting several times, Luin realized that Mingyu did not chase after him at all. Was she thinking of a way to break the sourcebox array? He looked at the treetop, which had exceeded the maximum range of his mirroring technique. He then looked around him. Door after door shattered, and Luin frowned as he increased his speed. Although Xianling had been destroying the doors before, she had not been able to do so quickly. Now, not only were Xianling's subordinates attacking, but even Mingyu was destroying the doors. He felt that something was amiss, and he teleported to the place where he had placed the door. However, the door had already been destroyed, and there were still traces of its destruction in the void. There was a shriek behind him, and Luin casually waved his hand, slicing through the void and killing the bird. He then teleported away from this place. No matter what Xianling was planning, he had to escape first. After leaving the immortal plume tree, Luin found a barren planet to rest. There were no battles nearby, and he rested for half a year. During this time, 8 colors had not contacted him even once. He teleported closer to the immortal plume tree's battlefield, and it was still the same as it had been half a year ago. Air Mao and the others all had their own opponents, and Xianling was still destroying the doors. Now, not even 1% of the doors remained, and they were scattered throughout the universe. Luin suddenly did not understand this battle. Xianling was not chasing after him, but rather, it was constantly destroying the doors. What was the point of this? The civilizations that it had attracted were not enough to pose a threat to Xianling. Or could it be that Xianling's goal was not to destroy the doors that had attracted civilizations, but to destroy other doors instead? For example, the door that led to the location of the immortal plume tree. The Apex mobile version website. When he thought of this, he suddenly understood that the immortal plume's teleportation required a time difference. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The greatest advantage of teleportation was its distance. How could he have forgotten about this? When the Hive civilization attacked the human civilization, it was because of the distance advantage. Once the distance was increased, the humans would definitely lose. Their response was to lure the Hive civilization into a certain range for a decisive battle. Now, the immortal plume had the same plan. They probably wanted to destroy all the portals and then combine all the immortal plume to gain the distance advantage. The unknown also had a way to teleport, but the portals required time. Even 1 second was enough for the immortal plume to attack. One immortal plume was one attack, but what about 10? Lu Yin looked into the distance. This should be the case. He took a deep breath. If he could think of it, the 8 colors would definitely be able to as well. He never thought of himself as the smartest. The unknown understood the immortal plume far better than he did. It was impossible for it not to see through it. However, they had no choice. Teleportation was an absolute method. Even if they could see through the immortal plume's goal, how could they break it? The only thing the unknown could do was to fix the battlefield at the immortal plume tree from the beginning. This was the immortal plume's nest, and they could not give it up. The other battlefield should be at the unknown whereabouts. That was the unknown's nest, and they could not give it up either. Both sides were attacking each other's weakness. The entire battle was clear. Lu Yin retreated. He had already completed a mission. As long as the 8 colors did not rush him, he would hide first. At most, he would say that he was injured. What happened next would be tragic. Just as Lu Yin expected, not long after, all the portals were destroyed. A vast and terrifying aura shook the heavens and stretched out endlessly. Even where Lu Yin was, he felt an indescribable pressure. It was at the level of Patriarch Shan. An existence that matched the 3 laws of the universe had made a move. Was it an immortal plume or an unknown? Lu Yin looked into the distance. He was not going there. Far away, around the immortal plume tree, immortal plume soared and attacked Ermao. The old man and the black unknown. 3 more immortal plume came. They were the 3 immortal plume that were fighting in the other battlefield. They instantly returned and surrounded this battlefield. Ermao fled in a hurry, but he could only resist the teleportation. Haha, the old man was sent running away. The absolute darkness outside of the unknown darkness was also pierced through like a broken cave. But then, another portal appeared. Big Mao and Yuche attacked at the same time. The immortal plume tree had become the only battlefield. It was so intense that Lu Yin didn't want to get involved. He saw the Lord's River of Time being drawn out. Hee, the old man had appeared again. He saw the surging divine power boiling. That must be De Mao's power. Over at Xianling's side, Feather God's spear would pierce through the starry sky from time to time. The universe was being destroyed bit by bit like a flat surface. The entire area seemed incomparably small. Lu Yin retreated even further, as 8 colors had no energy to deal with him. Actually, he wanted to get closer to the battlefield to take a look. At this time, he should be able to see something, such as Clear's true strength, the unknown form of black, and the 8 colors. Perhaps even the 8 colors had joined the battle. But he couldn't go. In this kind of war, the slightest carelessness would result in the end. While the battle was intense, Lu Yin was also suffering from the weight. Suddenly, all the pressure disappeared. He abruptly looked into the distance. What was going on? In the distant battlefield, all the immortal feathers instantly disappeared, leaving behind only the unknown. With the immortal plume tree and the shielded heaven. Return immediately. All the unknown opened the door and entered heaven. After all, the door's movement was not as fast as teleportation. The moment they returned to heaven, the immortal feathers had already launched a round of attacks on heaven. On the ground, almost half of the endless door was destroyed. The soaring immortal feathers danced around the divine tree and let out a cheerful chirp. The moment you tried your best to shield heaven, you had already lost. There are some prices you don't want to pay, but you have to pay a greater price. Heaven shook heaven. 8 colors responded, let's see if this price is worth it. The immortal plume tree was silent. Luine teleported several times to get closer to the battlefield and looked into the distance. Gone, everyone was gone. The battlefield could move at will. By now, everyone should have moved to heaven. Against the immortal feathers, even the unknown was passive. That's right, since the immortal feathers had run away, their nest should be defenseless. He looked at the immortal plume tree. Would there be something good? Like a turbid treasure? It was very tempting, but after thinking about it, Luine decided to continue hiding. Heaven was still there. Heaven knew if it would suddenly awaken. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared above the immortal plume tree. It was completely transparent. The moment it appeared, Lu Yin's scalp went numb. It was both horrifying and familiar. It was that sharp edge. That sharp edge that tore apart the meteor realm and the 3 universes and almost killed Startlegate Xianxia. It was a transparent unknown. Luine watched in shock as the transparent sword slashed down from above. Its target was the immortal plume tree. Just when he thought that the immortal plume tree was going to be pierced by the sword, a shocking claw appeared. What followed was a suffocating pressure. The stars changed color. There was only that sharp claw in the sky and the earth. There was only the immortal feather that was slowly walking out. At this moment, the distance of inches was replaced by the immortal feather. Luine only felt that his chest was so tight that he wanted to vomit blood. Layers of pressure swept past. The flying birds that had helped the immortal feather to fight against the various civilizations all crawled and shivered. The immortal plume tree was slightly bent at this moment. It was as if a giant had walked into a kingdom of ants. At this moment, the giant woke up. Heaven. An unfamiliar voice was heard. It came from a transparent unknown. Luine was stunned. That was heaven? Wasn't it blocked? I knew you would ambush me. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Come on. As it spoke, the sharp claw grabbed the transparent blade. There was a crisp bang. Not only did the blade break, but the entire universe also shattered into countless fragments. It was unknown how far the ripples spread. In front of Luine, the void shattered. He hurriedly dodged. Even so, his arm was still scratched with a huge bloody wound. With a flash of the sharp edge, a section of the immortal plume tree's crown was cut off. Heaven and the transparent unknown disappeared together. Luine stood in place and panted heavily. He looked up and saw the immortal plume tree with a section of its crown cut off. As for heaven, it was gone. The next moment, the crown of the immortal plume tree distorted. 2 figures walked out and stood there. One was Mingyu. Luine recognized her. The other was the immortal master? The one who walked out at the same time as Mingyu was the immortal master. Below them, there was a strange bird at the eternal life level. It was still crawling. It was too close to heaven just now. It was so close that it was almost crushed to death. At this moment, a small door appeared beside Luine. 8 colors contacted him. Luine, destroy the immortal plume tree. Luine was still there. He hadn't recovered from heaven's awakening. When he heard 8 colors' words, he suppressed his anger. You already knew that heaven would awaken, didn't you? You even asked me to block it. You're trying to kill me. Heaven's target is not you. The result of this battle is a foregone conclusion. Destroy the immortal plume tree. This battle is over. You will receive the 6 stars mission reward, 8 colors said. Lu Yin's breathing was rapid. He remembered that in the unknown knowledge of human civilization, there were missions that required a 6 stars mission reward to exchange for. Even on this battlefield, he didn't know when he would be able to complete the 6 stars mission reward. After all, he had been forced to complete the 5 stars mission reward. 6 stars mission reward? The immortal plume tree has been dragged away. Heaven has also been taken away. The immortal plume tree doesn't have the power to kill you. Luine, destroy the immortal plume tree. this battle is over." With that, the small door disappeared. Lu Ying clenched his fist and looked into the distance. It was easy to say, but Mingyu was still there. Fortunately, there was also an immortal master. Without the immortal master, Lu Ying really didn't have the confidence to destroy the immortal plume tree. The immortal plume tree was already cautious enough. Mingyu had appeared here to guard against him because he was missing. However, it had made a mistake by bringing the immortal master here. Far away, on top of the immortal plume tree, Mingyu's gaze was cold. Where was that human? They had killed their way to Heaven's Trace together, but it didn't see that human. It knew that he was still nearby. Although it was confident in getting rid of that human, it couldn't take the risk for the safety of the immortal plume tree. This battle had taken a lot of effort to form this situation, giving Heaven's ancestor a chance to kill the unknown envoy of balance. The outcome of the battle had been decided. However, it wasn't enough for it. It wouldn't feel comfortable if it didn't kill that human. On the side, Xianxia emitted a faint glow. Luo Chan was on top of it. The immortal master looked into the distance. It had been brought here before the battle and only appeared now to protect the immortal plume tree at the last moment. It didn't want to participate in this battle, but it had no choice. It couldn't go against the immortal plume tree's orders. The location of the final battle is in Heaven's Trace. It should be safe here, the immortal master's voice rang out. Mingyu's tone was low. The immortal master didn't understand. "You're missing one?" Mingyu said, "There's a human among the unknowns. He's a scoundrel, but he comprehended teleportation. If I don't kill him, I won't feel at ease." The immortal master's originally calm heart was stirred by Mingyu's words. Wasn't the unknown's human scoundrel Lu Ying? Lu Ying was nearby? For some reason, it felt uneasy. Why was this happening? Because Luo Chan had been captured, the Hive civilization had suffered heavy losses. It had been forced to bring Lu Ying to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan as a bodyguard. After that, it had settled its grudges with that human civilization. However, it shouldn't feel this uneasy about Lu Ying. In fact, it even felt apprehensive. So why was it like this? Wait, did he comprehend teleportation? Lu Ying knew teleportation? The immortal master was stunned. Thinking back, when did he comprehend teleportation? That shouldn't be the case. How could a human know teleportation? That was Immortal Plume's ultimate technique. Luo Chan knew it. It suddenly recalled the time when Luo Chan had been captured. Was it that time? If that was the case, Lu Ying had already comprehended teleportation when he went to the Seven Treasures Heavenly Toad clan with it. That's right. That was why he was so fearless and wasn't afraid that the Immortal Master would attack him. However, the Immortal Master's uneasiness didn't stem from Lu Ying knowing teleportation. Where did this uneasiness come from? The Immortal Master didn't know that it had already experienced a battle with Lu Ying. The karma of that battle had been severed by Lu Yin's path sword, and it had forgotten everything. Apex mobile version website, it had forgotten that it had seen Lu Ying capture Luo Chan with teleportation, that the human civilization had severely injured it, and that it had learned about Yu Lu and Xian Ling's situation. It had forgotten all of these. The only thing it remembered was that it had suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar starry sky and was severely injured. However, it did not know who had injured it. Now, Mingyu's words and the instinctive uneasiness in its heart made it think of a certain fact. It couldn't be. But if it was him, why did he let it go? The Divine Master could not understand. What's wrong with you? Mingyu asked as he glanced at the Divine Master coldly. The Divine Master said, "Why can humans teleport?" Mingyu stared at Xianxia for a while before looking away. How would I know? But other than Xian Ling, no civilization is allowed to teleport. This human must die. After this battle, we'll kill our way to that human civilization. Yu Lu has been watching them for a long time. The Divine Master fell silent. Kill their way to that human universe? The Hive civilization had done this before. They thought that they had an absolute advantage, but in the end, that was what happened. Other than their strength, the most terrifying thing about humans was their scheming. It did not want to participate in the war against the human civilization. If Lu Ying could teleport, who knew what else he could do? Go and guard the other side. Be careful. Although that human's teleportation is not complete, other than the range limitation, it's no different from Xianling's. In particular, he's very strong and has escaped from me several times. Don't underestimate him, Mingyu reminded. The Divine Master said, understood. With that, he headed to the other side of the tree crown. Below, strange birds circled around the Xianling's tree, not giving any creatures a chance to take advantage of it. To Xianling, this tree was home. It was extremely important. Although Mingyu had been very cautious when speaking to the Immortal Master, deep down, she did not think of Luyin as a threat at all. Luyin had always avoided her, and the Immortal Master's strength was not any weaker than hers. With these two powerhouses protecting him, Luyin would not dare to show himself even if he was nearby. It did not even think about what would happen to Luyin. The accident happened so suddenly. In Mingyu's eyes, a figure suddenly appeared, followed closely by the Sword Dao River. The golden light of the God Investiture catalog was glaring and dazzling. Mingyu's gaze turned from shock to anger, and from anger to intense killing intent. This human actually dared to attack it. He raised his claw and waved it. The Sword Dao River was easily torn apart. Mingyu screamed, "Human, you're courting death." On the other side of the crown of the Immortal Plume Tree, the Immortal Master gazed into the distance. Luyin had actually come. Where did he get the confidence to deal with both the Immortal Plume Tree and Mingyu at the same time? There was eternal life below. Impossible. He couldn't be courting death. There were still experts hiding in the dark. Lu Yin's celestial eye abruptly opened, and purple eye force descended as external eye incarnation appeared. Mingyu's claw tore through the Sword Dao River, and the feather god spear pierced towards Luyin. It had already prepared itself for Luyin to escape. This human's sudden attack was definitely not suicidal. This was a ploy to lure it away. Luyin stared at the feather god's spear as a black piece of armor appeared in front of him. The feather god's spear ruthlessly pierced the black armor. Mingyu's intense killing intent once again turned into astonishment. Impossible, this human actually blocked his feather god spear? Before it could think further, the separated long river of swordsmanship turned around again and slashed. Mingyu did not believe that Luyin could actually block the feather god spear, and it immediately stabbed out with the feather god spear one after another, constantly colliding with the external eye incarnation's 15 armor plates. Luyin knew that only the 15 plates could block the feather god spear. After all, the feather god spear was an absolute power that could seal Ancestor Shan, who had fused with 3 laws. However, Mingyu did not know this. It only knew that the external eye incarnation had blocked its feather god spear. It had absorbed eternal life and strengthened the absolute power of myriad Daos coalescence. It should have been able to break through all external attacks, so why had it been blocked? The Sword Dao River ruthlessly slashed at Mingyu, but it was completely unharmed. However, the Dao sword was hidden within the river, and it was trying to sneak an attack on Mingyu. Mingyu suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's heart sank, he had been discovered. Mingyu appeared behind Luyin. Trying to sneak an attack with karma? Human, you underestimate me too much. Mingyu's sharp claws descended and viciously clawed at the external eye incarnation. It wanted to see just how strong this thing's defenses were. Luyin frowned, and his body withered as he released his heavenly Dao of karma. He pointed at Mingyu and swept out with 2 fingers, severing karma. Mingyu teleported and disappeared, completely unaffected. At the same time, Luyin teleported away to avoid Mingyu's attack. The external eye incarnation could only be used at critical moments. If it was used for a long time, Mingyu could easily see through it. Mingyu continued to stab with the feather god spear. It was as if the situation had returned to how it was before, and Luyin was constantly being chased. The Immortal Master kept watching, and below, the Eternal Bird was also watching. If Mingyu did not allow them to interfere, they would not interfere. Luyin glanced into the distance. The Immortal Master had no intention of interfering at all. He did not pose a threat to Mingyu. Now, they had appeared to protect the Immortal Plume Tree, which was more important than killing him. However, this also meant that he had a way out. If there was no pressure, then there was pressure. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine power planet rotated. It was time to move. It was time to use this power. This battlefield was giving him too much pressure. He was actually not qualified to participate in a battle of this level, but for the sake of survival and for the sake of human civilization, he had to step out. Fortunately, because he had used it once before, the three-line divine power transformation could barely maintain a trace of rationality. However, he did not need it now. The red and silver lines of divine power appeared and intersected. In an instant, a glaring light burst out from both eyes. One eye was red, the other was silver. Boiling divine power soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow that pierced through the starry sky. The two-colored divine power sprinkled down. Although it was not as shocking as the three-colored divine power, it still caused Mingyu's eyes to jump. What the hell? Two unknown divine powers? Why did it seem like he had heard of it before? This should not be a power that a scoundrel should possess. The two-colored divine power turned into a mist that circled around his body. The red and silver in Lu Yin's eyes retracted, and he stared at the stunned Mingyu with a palm strike. The divine power beam bombarded Mingyu. Mingyu raised his sharp claws and waved them. With a boom, the starry sky collapsed, and Mingyu was forced back. He looked at the other side in disbelief. What a powerful divine power! Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and charged toward Mingyu. If it had been the three-colored divine power beam, Mingyu would not have been able to withstand it so easily. Previously, the clay blade had been dented by the three-colored divine power beam. Both the clay blade and Mingyu were powerhouses that were compatible with two laws of the universe. Their strength was similar. If the three-line divine power could defeat the clay blade, it could defeat Mingyu as well, provided that Mingyu did not escape. Of course, this was based on the power that Mingyu had released. In reality, the immortal plume civilization was much stronger than the muddy country. Mingyu must have some hidden cards. Mingyu's eyes were ferocious. He teleported and appeared above Lu Yin's head. His sharp claws fell. Beside him, the feather god spears surrounded him. If it had been the three-line divine power transformation, Lu Yin would not have thought of dodging. However, he was now using the two-line divine power transformation. His instincts and battle experience were still there. He also teleported to dodge and shot out a divine power beam. In a split second, an intense battle broke out around the immortal plume tree. It was clearly just two creatures, but it felt as if they were fighting an army of thousands of men and horses. They constantly teleported and fought around the tree. Each time, the aftershock spread to the surroundings and affected the many creatures below. Mingyu realized that she couldn't do anything to Lu Yin at this moment. His divine power had formed a terrifying armor around Lu Yin that her feather god spear could pierce through, but Lu Yin could also dodge it. Lu Yin's divine power attacks combined with the feather god spear's ability to absorb energy when it reached an extreme allowed him to injure Mingyu for the first time. At that moment, the feathers burned. Blood flowed from the corner of Mingyu's mouth. His gaze was extremely gloomy. He was a powerhouse that was compatible with two laws of the universe. However, he had been injured by a rascal from the human civilization. This was unforgivable. Kill, kill, kill. Mingyu's eyes were filled with madness. The feather god spears pierced out without restraint. Some even pierced the immortal plume tree while others pierced the creatures guarding the tree below. Blood splattered across the starry sky. Lu Yin constantly teleported to dodge. The rainbow of divine power was like a colorful lamp that illuminated the starry sky. Occasionally, the path sword would pierce Mingyu. Mingyu's eyes were dazed, and he did not know what to do for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin once again used his terrifying strength, coupled with the divine power transformation. He tore off a small tuft of fur on Mingyu's head and left a wound on his head. Blood flowed down his head and dripped into his eye sockets. He looked rather miserable. Mingyu suddenly stopped and stood in the starry sky. He looked down blankly and did not move. In Lu Yin's hand, he was still holding on to that tuft of fur. He raised his hand and burned it with divine power, turning it into ashes. He blew away the ashes. His red and silver eyes were filled with evil intent. It's just a strange bird. Kill it and make it into soup. Mingyu looked up. His eyes were unprecedentedly cold. He said something strange in the starry sky. There are lies in the universe, and there are true and false guardians. I want to protect you. Even though Lu Yin's mind was being eroded by divine power, he was still stunned. Protect him? Feather God spears suddenly appeared and pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin instinctively wanted to dodge, but when the Feather God spears got close, they collided with each other and created dazzling sparks in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin looked on in shock. Beside him, not a single Feather God spear was piercing towards him. All the Feather God spears were being knocked away by the same number of Feather God spears. What was going on? Mingyu was hitting his own Feather God spears. Something was not right. Lu Yin recalled what Mingyu had just said. There are lies in the universe, and there are true and false guardians. Was this the second law of the universe that he fit? Lu Yin immediately teleported and disappeared. Mingyu teleported at the same time. His sharp claws fell and grabbed at Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin raised his hand and shot out a beam of divine power. It collided with the sharp claws and forced Mingyu back. A large number of Feather God spears descended, but they were all knocked away by his own Feather God spears. Just as he had said, he was protecting Lu Yin. However, he was also the one being attacked. The uneasiness grew stronger. Lu Yin could only keep teleporting and shooting out beams of divine power. Before the Feather God spears collided with each other, he would knock them away or pull away. He realized that the Feather God spears needed a certain distance to collide with each other. They had to be within a certain range of him. Could this be the world that Mingyu could not see? Just as he was thinking, he heard a voice beside his ear. Mingyu's voice was extremely cold. True and false, guardian. As soon as he finished speaking, all the points around Lu Yin that the Feather God spears had collided with seemed to move along with his body. It was as if they had fixed coordinates. They appeared one by one like stars in the night sky, decorating the darkness. Finally, they all fell towards his body. Lu Yin teleported, but in an instant, all of these light dots passed through and disappeared along with Lu Yin's teleportation. Far away, Lu Yin appeared and slowly lowered his head. His body was bleeding profusely as the light dots pierced through his body. There were dozens of light dots, and Lu Yin was severely injured in an instant. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked into the distance in shock. Mingyu's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Yin coldly. Do you really think that a mere scoundrel can fight against an existence that is compatible with two universal laws? Furthermore, I'm Mingyu from Xianxia. Who do you think you are? A mere human, a lowly species, dares to challenge someone of a higher realm? Die. As he spoke, he teleported closer to Lu Yin, and the Feather God spears stabbed towards him. Lu Yin immediately pulled away, not allowing any of the Feather God spears to collide with him within a certain range. However, in the end, he was unable to avoid all of the Feather God spears. Two Feather God spears flashed as they collided, and then they pierced through his body. Lu Yin coughed out blood again, and his face turned pale. Even his divine power could not withstand this attack. Mingyu's sharp claws grabbed at the stars, and the starry sky was like a square inch. He played with the universe and encompassed heaven and earth. He wanted to completely suppress Lu Yin under his claws. On the crown of the tree, the immortal master was silent. Lu Yin was very strong, much stronger than he had expected. He had not seen him for a while, but he could actually fight against Mingyu with his scoundrel strength. This meant that he could also fight against the immortal master. But so what? Mingyu was not an ordinary powerhouse. He came from Xianxia and was one of the strongest civilizations in the square inch. This person was finished. Lu Yin looked up, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The pain in his body woke him up, but it was not enough. Mingyu was too strong, and it was difficult for him to control his strength. This was especially true for the guard of truth and falsehood. He could not find a way to resist it in a short period of time. The immortal world could not be forcibly broken, but he could not do it. He was not an immortal realm cultivator, and Mingyu was much stronger than him. Lu Yin glanced into the distance and then looked at the immortal master. The immortal master still did not intend to make a move. The immortal master and Lu Yin looked at each other, and the immortal master suddenly felt uneasy. How could this be? Lu Yin seemed to want him to make a move. Why? Mingyu's sharp claws descended and viciously swiped at Luin. Back in the Mirage domain, he had asked Chu Songyun to use Senior Jowen's red umbrella to create a birdcage, but that birdcage was not enough to deal with Mingyu. After all, Mingyu's defenses were not something that Luin could easily break through. Furthermore, he did not necessarily need a birdcage to deal with someone like Yu Lu, as crow immobilization was more than enough. Then, he would use the pain in his body as the key to awakening, just like how he had used the death of the ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect as the key to maintaining his sanity. Third line, Divine Power Transformation. The sharp claws slammed down on Lu Yin's head. Blue threads of divine power flew out from his body and intersected with the red and silver threads. In an instant, his surging divine power soared into the sky, and the terrifying divine power instantly drowned out his rationality. Luin grabbed at the bleeding wounds on his body, and the pain caused him to sober up. Above his head, the sharp claw descended. He suddenly looked up and roared at the sky as a wave of divine power was released from his body and fiercely attacked the claw. The sharp claws were blocked, and then a terrifying force overturned Mingyu, causing him to retreat step by step. Mingyu was aghast. How could this be? Three-colored divine power? The three-colored rainbow exploded high in the sky and turned into smoke that enveloped Luin, forming a cocoon. Mingyu stared blankly and then screeched. Feather god spears stabbed at the cocoon, piercing through everything. The feather god spears that were blocked by the divine power pierced the cocoon, and most of them sank into it. However, they were blocked by the boiling divine power within the cocoon and could not advance any further. Mingyu's pupils shrank, and he suddenly spread out his wings, releasing all of his power. Feather god spears soared into the air and stabbed at the cocoon. Since they could not directly pierce through the divine power, they would wait for Luin to come out before attacking. The guard of truth and falsehood could not be avoided. Within the cocoon, the three colors constantly changed, and outside, the feather god spears were also constantly attacking. The number of attacks was much more than the first time he had injured Luin. Mingyu did not believe that this human could not be killed with so many attacks. No matter how dense this person's divine power was, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many feather god spears at the same time. Die, die, die. Within the cocoon, Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the feather god spears outside. If this was the first time he had used the three-colored divine power transformation, he might have been able to withstand it. When he fought against the mud blade, he did not have any techniques to block it. He just had to face it head-on and rely on his divine power to make himself invincible. But at this moment, his last bit of rationality told him that if he continued to resist, he would most likely die. There were simply too many feather god spears. He could withstand 10 at a time, but if there were 100, 1,000, or even more, how could he withstand it? On his forehead, the celestial eye stared at Mingyu, and the cocoon slowly faded away. Mingyu's eyes widened. Here it comes, die. Suddenly, Mingyu could not move. Black jumping wires of different lengths had appeared beside him at some point, making it difficult for him to move. What is this? Luin teleported in front of Mingyu, and countless specks of light lit up around him. The guard of truth and falsehood had an unprecedented number of attacks. The starry sky was completely destroyed. These feather god spears completely enveloped Luin, making it difficult for him to dodge. But at this moment, Mingyu was in front of Luin. Mingyu could not move, and because of its large size, it could block all the attacks from the feather god spears in front of him. As for behind him, there was the external pupil avatar, the 15 black armor plates, and the boiling divine power. The glaring light drowned out the starry sky, bringing a bright spot of light to this dark and deep space. Mingyu let out a shrill cry. Its huge body had taken half of the attacks from the feather god spears, and even its body could not withstand them all. Blood splattered across the starry sky, and the feathers on its body were torn apart. The screams terrified the strange birds under the Xianxia tree. Luin was not in a good state either. Even with the 15 black armor plates blocking for him, his body had taken about a fifth of the feather god spear's attacks. Half of his body had been torn apart, and if not for his vigorous divine power, it would not have been as simple as being torn apart. He would have been annihilated. There were too many feather god spears. Mingyu wanted to kill Luin in one go, but it did not expect to take half of them. When the Feather God Spear's attacks were over, Lu Ying turned around and struck Mingyu with his palm. At that moment, a huge beak suddenly appeared. It came from the eternal-level flying bird that had been guarding the Xianxia tree all this time. Now, it had made its move. Lu Ying waved his hand, and a beam of divine power swept across the starry sky, severely injuring the flying bird. Ordinary eternal-level beings could not withstand Lu Yin's bombardment of divine power. A wave of energy came from afar. Its target was not Lu Ying, but Mingyu. This wave of energy came from the Immortal Master. The single energy art condensed the energy of life into a single wave of energy that struck Mingyu. It sent Mingyu flying out of the range of the black lines that were enveloped by the immobilization crow. Mingyu's body was sent flying in a sorry state. His eyes stared at Lu Ying as he cried out, "Ten-eyed crow. This is the power of the ten-eyed crow." Lu Ying looked at Mingyu. Mingyu suddenly closed his eyes. "I can't look at the eye on this person's forehead. Bug, kill him." The Immortal Master made his move. He really did not want to fight Lu Ying, and he did not expect Mingyu to be so severely injured. Even though he had borrowed Mingyu's own strength, it still showed that Lu Yin's strength was too much, too terrifying. Could he not look at the eye on Lu Yin's forehead? The Immortal Master went all out as soon as he attacked. Countless Qinghe plants grew in the Qinghe realm, and the vitality was 100 times more majestic. The single energy art blasted toward Lu Ying. Lu Ying was too familiar with the Immortal Master's methods. The Immortal Master himself did not know that he had fought with Lu Ying before. Lu Ying raised his arms and blasted the single energy art with one hand and Mingyu with the other. 2 rainbows of divine power pierced through the starry sky. The single energy art was directly blasted away by the rainbows of divine power. Mingyu teleported away and appeared beside the Immortal Master. She stabbed the Feather God Spear at Lu Ying. Lu Ying teleported and appeared above their heads at the same time. Mingyu and the Immortal Master teleported away at the same time. One came from himself, while the other came from Luo Chan. The Immortal Master avoided Lu Ying and used the 9 revolutions Qian Yuan 1 to suppress the huge Qinghe plants. Mingyu raised his sharp claws and descended. The distance between them was replaced. Lu Ying looked up. His drowned rationality forced him to kill crazily, but his remaining rationality also told him that it was time. He released the Karma Heavenly Tao. Above his head, the Qinghe plants and the sharp claws blocked Lu Ying, as well as the Immortal Master and Mingyu's vision. Lu Ying raised his hand and faced the Immortal Master. "Tao sword, come out." Whoosh! The Tao sword emerged from the Immortal Master's body and slashed at Mingyu. This was completely different from the Tao sword that Lu Ying had slashed out before. The previous Tao sword had only used a small amount of karma, and it had been quickly unleashed. Its purpose was to make Mingyu hesitate, and at the same time, to make him forget the karma in that instant, giving Lu Ying a chance. This Tao sword had consumed a vast amount of karma. If Lu Ying had wanted to consume a vast amount of karma to unleash this Tao sword, he would not have had enough time and would have been seen through by Mingyu. However, Mingyu would never have imagined that the Immortal Master would have such a Tao sword. He stared at Lu Ying, not expecting the Tao sword to slash at him from the side. He was instantly struck by the Tao sword. His eyes widened, but they were filled with confusion. His body's aura rapidly declined. Lu Ying did not know what kind of karma had been severed, but the power of karma unleashed by this Tao sword was enough to reduce Mingyu's strength by half a level. If he was lucky, he might even be reduced by an entire level. The sharp claws paused, and Lu Ying took this opportunity to teleport in front of Mingyu. He looked into his celestial eye. At this moment, Mingyu had even forgotten that Lu Ying had crow immobilization and was frozen in place. Lu Ying raised a hand, grabbed Go Lian, and compressed his boiling god force into it before slashing at it. Behind him, the Immortal Master stared blankly at this scene. He was also dumbfounded, as the Tao sword had come out from his body. He had seen it and sensed it. As expected, he had been inexplicably injured because of this person. This person had buried the power of karma in his body. At this moment, the Immortal Master felt as if his life was under Lu Yin's control, and he did not even dare to attack. If Lu Ying could bury a Tao sword in his body, then he could bury a second one. With a hiss, Mingyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge slash wound ran along his head and nearly tore his body apart. Lu Yin slashed at him again, and the pain stimulated Mingyu. He regained his senses and wanted to teleport away, but he could not move at all under crow immobilization. Lu Yin slashed at Go Lian again and again, and Mingyu's body was torn apart. Blood and flesh stuck to feathers as Mingyu let out a mournful wail. He looked at Lu Yin and the stunned immortal master. "Why aren't you attacking?" "A bug." The immortal master looked at Lu Yin's back, and an indescribable chill enveloped him. He did not know what to do. In the distance, the eternal level bird turned around and fled. Lu Yin's Go Lian viciously stabbed into Mingyu's body, piercing right through it. Mingyu's aura weakened to the extreme. "If you don't want to be hunted down by Xianling, then kill those things." Lu Yin growled. Of course, his words were directed at the immortal master. The immortal master was conflicted. At his level, he had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation one day. Lu Yin barked, "Otherwise, I'll kill you. You have more than one path sword in your body." Immortal took the initiative and got Luo Chan to teleport it to chase after the strange birds. Luo Chan trembled. It was a tool used by Xianling to keep an eye on the immortal master, but it was also a bug. At this moment, it did not know who it should listen to. The main point was that Mingyu was already in such a state and was definitely going to die. What should it do? It did not know either. Escape? It could escape, but it couldn't. It couldn't leave the immortal master. Lu Yin had used the Dao sword to control the immortal master's fate. Xianling had also used the Luo Chan to control the immortal master's fate. The immortal master couldn't shake off any of them. It all depended on who was above and who was below. Lu Yin pulled the Go Lian back, causing its scarlet blood to drip down. He raised the Go Lian and placed it on Mingyu's neck. At this moment, Mingyu's aura was unstable, and he could be killed at any moment. Go Lian's blade slashed into Mingyu's neck. Lu Yin stared at Mingyu. "You are the strongest creature I've faced so far. If it wasn't for the immortal master, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. However, it's all over now. You are the first, and definitely not the last. Xianling, you must die." After saying this, Go Lian slashed backwards, cutting Mingyu's neck in half, putting Mingyu on the brink of death. Then, it threw Mingyu into Mount Supreme. It still wanted to increase its own karma, but time was of the essence, and no one knew when the final battle on Jizong's side would end. Lu Yin turned to look at the immortal plume tree. The Qinghe realm had already spread out and enveloped all the creatures that were guarding the immortal plume tree. However, the immortal master was still hesitant when he made his move. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He couldn't deactivate the tricolor transformation just yet. Once he did, it would be difficult for him to move. His injuries this time were more serious than the last time he fought with Mud Blade. With that thought in mind, Lu Yin teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the Qinghe realm, facing the strange bird that had reached the eternal level. "Immortal Master, you dare to betray Xianling? Xianling will not let you off." That strange bird shouted. The immortal master was sullen. Xianling controlled his life, but so did Lu Yin. Before he could finish his thoughts, divine power pierced through the void and tore a hole in the Qinghe realm, shocking the immortal master. The eternal level bird was heavily injured. Lu Yin casually picked it up and threw it into Mount Supreme. Every eternal level creature was very precious. Then, he continuously teleported, slaughtering the birds that were guarding the immortal plume tree. Every time he teleported, a bird would be killed, and countless creatures would wither into rain. Although these creatures were as insignificant as ants in front of the immortal plume tree, it still caused a blood-red rain that dyed many leaves red. Lu Yin put Go Lian away as the final bird died in front of him, its corpse falling to the ground. He turned to look at the immortal master. The immortal master was silent, not saying anything. Lu Yin teleported to the top of the immortal plume tree again. He looked down at the tree and raised his hand. A rainbow of God force came crashing down, intending to shatter the immortal plume tree. However, the immortal plume tree's toughness was beyond Lu Yin's expectations, and it was actually comparable to the defenses of a powerhouse who had fused with two of the universe's laws. At this moment, Lu Yin had expended a lot of his godly power, so he was unable to completely destroy it. Fortunately, he found the broken transparent sword. It probably belonged to that transparent unknown entity. Lu Yin grabbed it. There was still divine power lingering on the transparent sword. This divine power was gentler than any other divine power that Lu Yin had ever sensed. It was strangely gentle. If divine power was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, then this divine power was like a tamed horse. Divine power was still divine power, but its nature had changed. At this moment, Lu Yin was still overwhelmed by divine power. It was hard for him to think too much. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, and tricolored divine power lingered in his body. From top to bottom, he slashed. A huge crack split the entire immortal plume tree from top to bottom. The immortal master looked on in shock. The immortal plume civilization had always lived on this tree. Now, it was split apart by humans. He knew a little about the grudge between the immortal plume tree and humans. Was this karma? Lu Yin gripped the sword hilt tightly as he recalled the scenes he knew. The immortal plume tree danced happily in the sky above the stronghold, forcing countless people to die tragically. This blood debt had just begun. With a low roar, the immortal plume tree was split into two. The transparent sword in his hand shattered as well. The moment the immortal plume tree was split apart, the entire universe changed in front of Lu Yin's eyes. In an instant, he saw a huge tree that filled the entire space. It was boundlessly far away, and he saw many other mother trees connected to it. He saw that the entire universe was enveloped by some kind of power, and he also saw a huge river that traversed the starry sky. But in an instant, everything returned to normal. Was that an illusion? He looked at the split tree, raised his hand, and touched it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Regardless of whether this tree belonged to the immortal plume tree, there was nothing wrong with the tree itself. His heart suddenly trembled, and an unprecedented amount of green light appeared from the tree and surged into the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart. He had never absorbed so many green light spots from a single mother tree. It could even be said that none of the green light spots he had absorbed before could compare to this one. The green light spots were like countless fireflies that flew into the starry sky above his heart. They merged with the green light spots from before and formed a green ribbon in the starry sky. Lu Yin looked at the green ribbon and thought of the Nirvana tree technique. With the tree as the source, the branches would spread out. In the starry sky above his heart, the green light spots gradually took the shape of a tree under Lu Yin's control. Although the Nirvana tree technique had been created by him, Lu Yin had yet to cultivate it. It wasn't time yet. He was waiting for a feeling where success would follow naturally. However, that feeling had never appeared. Now, that feeling had appeared. The green light spots gave him the feeling of a tree, as if he should use those green light spots to form a tree. Previously, he had taught every cultivator that cultivated the Nirvana tree technique to be a single green light spot, but he was going to consume all of it. As the tree gradually took shape, Lu Yin spread out his arms. His entire body seemed to fuse with something as a warm current flowed into his limbs and bones. He didn't know what this warm current was, but it had appeared. It was as if someone was watering him and allowing him to grow. It was comfortable, a comfort that he had never experienced before. It was as if he had been immersed in the source of life. His body was transforming, and he could feel the void collapsing as his arms slowly moved. What a powerful force! It was twice, or even 3 times stronger than before. Suddenly, the green light spots dissipated. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as he exhaled. That was it? He had failed. He had actually failed to cultivate the Nirvana tree technique. Even with so many green light spots, he still hadn't succeeded? How many more green light spots were there? He raised his hand to take a look, but the transformation of his body had not disappeared. It had only stopped. Although it had only been a short time, his strength had increased greatly in that short period of time. His body's endurance had also increased greatly. If he fought Clay Blade and Mingyu in this state, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He wouldn't have to rely on his divine power to defend himself. He looked down, it was time to leave. Thump. Lu Yin's heart suddenly thumped, and his pupils shrank as he trembled. An indescribable tremor made his scalp feel like it was about to explode. Something was coming. He teleported to the immortal master's side. Let's go. Luo Chan teleported and disappeared. He didn't know how far she had gone, but he had to leave this place first. Just now, the immortal master had also felt an indescribable terror. Something was coming. In the moment that Lu Yin and the immortal lord vanished, an egg slowly floated up from within the immortal plume tree. Its surface was covered with complex gray veins, and as soon as it appeared, the entire starry sky trembled. The rain of blood that had spilled down froze, and time seemed to stop. A sharp claw pierced through the eggshell, and the stars turned upside down. The immortal plume tree, which had been split apart, suddenly merged together. It was as if time had reversed. Eh? No, it changed. A low voice sounded. The claw tapped the void, and the feather god spear disappeared. Jizong was still fighting fiercely. It was unclear whether the unknown had surrounded the immortal plume or if the immortal plume had restrained the unknown. A feather god spear descended and pierced through Jizong. The old man, Yu Che, and the others all stopped and looked at the feather god spear. Red Hero was in front of the divine tree, holding a red umbrella. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. A long-lost fear surfaced in his heart. That old monster was still alive. The unknown had lied to him. It wasn't just the unknown, even the immortal plume trees were trembling. How did the ancestor wake up? Oh no, something is wrong with this tree. Return. The immortal plume trees disappeared instantly, and Jizong regained its calm. This feeling? Is it that old monster? I didn't expect that old monster to still be alive. 8 colors, you lied to me. It's still alive. Red Hero was furious. Haha, it's really troublesome. Alive? It's really not easy to deal with. Humph, it's just an old thing that's past its prime. If it could die once, it can die again now. Jiolei actually didn't kill it. I feel sorry for the humans. With this old thing around, there won't be any humans left in the square-inch space. In the square-inch space, Lu Yin panted heavily and suppressed the palpitations in his heart. He looked at the immortal master and asked, what was that? The immortal master was also afraid. I don't know. It must be the immortal plume. It's a hidden terrifying existence. You don't know? Lu Yin didn't believe it. The feeling that the existence just now gave him was no less than old ancestor Shan's last attack. It was even more unfathomable. It was an abyss that he had never experienced before. It was too terrifying. There was actually such a terrifying old thing in the immortal plume trees. The immortal master said bitterly, I really don't know. If I knew, I would. He didn't say anything, but Lu Yin believed him. If the immortal master knew that there was such an old monster in the immortal plume trees, he wouldn't have betrayed Lu Yin even if his life was in Lu Yin's hands. That would be courting death. The one who regretted it the most now was the immortal master. He had betrayed Xian Plume and would definitely die. After all, he could be caught by Xian Plume. Luo Chan was also trembling at this moment, but it was slightly better than the immortal master. Its cultivation was too low, and it didn't know how terrifying the existence just now was. Lu Yin looked at the immortal master. Do you regret it? The immortal master fell silent. This wasn't the time to express regret. If you gave up on Luo Chan, would you still be found by Xian Plume? Lu Yin asked. This question frightened Luo Chan. She was about to disappear, but she failed and was caught by Lu Yin. Before Lu Yin had even asked this question, he had already decided to control Luo Chan because the immortal master was very useful. Qinghe glanced at Lu Yin. What are you doing? Lu Yin grabbed Luo Chan and stared at the immortal master. I'll take care of Luo Chan for you. This way, you won't be caught by Xian Ling, right? If it were that simple, I would have erased it long ago. The immortal master was furious. Let it go. Regardless of whether the Luo Chan existed or not, it would be found by the immortal plume, so it was better to keep the Luo Chan. At least when facing the immortal plume, unless that old monster and Heaven Teller made a move, the other immortal plume would not be able to do anything to it. Lu Yin's tone was cold. I'll help you get rid of Xianling. Lu Yin's words stunned the immortal master. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Join the unknown? Out of all the civilizations it knew, only the unknowns could face the immortal plume civilization head-on, and only the unknowns could help it escape the immortal plume civilization. After all, Lu Yin belonged to the unknowns. Lu Yin replied, "That's right. Once you join the unknowns, you won't have to fear Xianling anymore." The immortal master was puzzled. "Why did you join the unknown?" "Although I don't know much about the history of your human race, I do know that they are the mortal enemies of your civilization. You don't need to know why I joined. In any case, you don't have a choice." The immortal master fell silent. He truly had no other choice. Turn back? That was impossible, as Mingyu's capture was directly related to it. Even if Xianling hadn't seen it, if it dared to turn around, Lu Yin would immediately let Xianling know the truth, and it would be difficult for it to escape death. After all, Mingyu was still alive, and the truth could not be hidden. It didn't believe that Xianling would be merciful to it. Was joining the unknown the only way? Lu Yin he looked at the immortal master. He wanted the immortal master to break free from the immortal plume and join the unknowns. It was not to help the immortal master, but to help himself. Killing Mingyu and destroying the celestial plume origin tree would cause too much damage to the celestial plume civilization. After all, it was worth the reward of a 6 stars mission. If the celestial plume civilization knew that he was the one who did it, it would definitely take revenge. The human civilization would definitely be uneasy. He would not entrust the safety of the human civilization to the unknown so-called 1,000 years of protection. He had to transfer this matter to someone else. The immortal master was the best choice. Once it joined the unknown, the immortal plume tree would know that it had betrayed them. With the immortal master's strength, it was not impossible for him to kill Mingyu and destroy the immortal plume tree. As for himself, although his whereabouts were unknown, it did not mean that he had participated in the battle to destroy the immortal plume tree. Even if he had participated, it would have been to cooperate with the immortal master. This was because the immortal plume tree knew that his strength was far too inferior to Mingyu's. He was completely unable to influence the outcome of the battle. They would rather believe that the unknowable had long instigated the immortal master to rebel, all for the sake of this war. The immortal master had to join the unknowns to divert Xianling's attention away from him. Actually, if not for this reason, Lu Yin would not have helped the immortal master. It would have been best for Xianling to kill it. Back then, he had wanted the immortal master to escort him to the 7 treasures realm, but this was unfair to the Lost Clan. After all, the Lost Clan had been destroyed by the insectoid nest civilization. Lu Yin had once promised to help the Lost Clan destroy the insectoid nest civilization, and he still remembered this promise. Still hesitating? Lu Yin frowned. The immortal master said in a low voice, "Even if I join the unknowns, they might not be able to protect me. Xianling can teleport. Then stay in Jizong." "Xianling can't go to Jizong to kill you," Lu Yin said. He was also helpless. Perhaps he hoped that the immortal master would delay the time to worship the divine tree like him. This was also what he had thought in the past. Back then, he had determined that the most suitable candidate to join the unknowns was the immortal master, but he could not find the immortal master at that time. Now, the immortal master had to stay in Jizong. Otherwise, if he was targeted by Xianling, killing him would not be a problem, but capturing him and asking for the truth would be troublesome. Human civilization would eventually be targeted by the entire immortal plume civilization. The unknowns could start a war with Xianling, but human civilization could not. If he stayed in Jizong, he would have to worship the divine tree. Lu Yin had no choice. The immortal master agreed. Lu Yin immediately left the immortal master and lay down in the hanging coffin. His consciousness entered Jizong. He also wanted to see how the battle was going. As for the immortal master, he was not afraid that it would run away. First of all, Luo Chan was in his hands. Second, where could it run to? Even if he could not find it, could Xianling not find it? Run? That was courting death. Lying down in the hanging coffin, Ming Yan's consciousness enveloped the god catalogue, and the tricolored divine power slowly stripped away. This process was painful, and as the divine power dissipated, his aura weakened. Blood dyed the entire hanging coffin red, making the already scarlet coffin even bloodier. Luin panted heavily. His injuries had been too severe this time. Absorbing the boundless green light had strengthened his body, but his internal injuries had not healed. He was not in a hurry to go to Xizong immediately. Instead, he rolled his die to recover as much as possible. He did not show this state in front of the immortal master, afraid that it would attack. The third time he rolled the die, he rolled 4 pips. Time stop space entered. The die's time stop space was very strange. Whether it was outside or inside, there was a portion of absolute time that belonged to oneself. Now he understood that the die's 4 pips was time stop space. Stop space did not come from a tributary of the river of time, but from the main river of time. He had always used the die's 4 pips to stop time, which was the main river of time. The ability to stop time clearly came from second brother Lu Mo, but how could this ability directly enter the river of time? Second brother definitely did not have this ability. He was still very weak, and that was because of the die. This die was originally a turbid treasure, and it did not have any innate gifts. It had 6 faces, and all 6 innate gifts came from his 6 older siblings. Did this die strengthen all 6 innate gifts? He did not know what kind of turbid treasure this die was, but to be able to directly enter the river of time's time-stop space, could it be a suppressing turbid treasure? Luin recuperated in the time-stop space for several years, and his injuries had improved greatly. His energy had recovered, and only then did he reappear and return to Xizong. As soon as he returned to Xizong, he heard a discussion among the unknowns. He listened quietly for a while and understood that the terrifying existence was indeed the old monster Xianling. Everyone thought that it was dead, and even the unknowns did not think that it was still alive. Did the unknowns not know? Luin did not believe it. He would rather believe that this battle was a test by the unknowns to lure out the old monster. As for the fact that this battle was originally caused by the Xianling, it was not important. The unknowns had prepared a lot for this battle, and Luin was actually one of their preparations. It was just that the unknowns had not expected him to complete it so well. Though Xianling had returned the moment the terrifying existence awakened, and the battle seemed to have been temporarily suspended. Luin is really ruthless. He actually destroyed the Xianling tree. Demao sighed. This was his purpose from the beginning. But he is still just a scoundrel. He said that he destroyed the Xianling tree, but he did not really destroy it. That old monster has been guarding it all this time. Even Transparent could not do it, let alone Luin. That old monster is the Xianling tree's final trump card. Even it was forced out, and the Xianling tree is not far from destruction. Demao was disdainful. It had once crushed an Xianling tree, and was also one of the people on the Xianling tree's kill list. Red Hero's voice sounded, "How much power does that old monster have left?" Yuche spoke up, "Orange, don't be afraid. If that old monster wants to deal with you, we will all help you." His words were pleasant, but they were choking. Red Hero did not care about him at all. Ermao said in a low voice, 8 colors, how much power does that old monster have left? It was also very curious. Actually, Luin was more curious about it. It was just a shield, and it had become a spirit. 8 colors said slowly, I'm not sure. It has been in hibernation since the battle. Even so, it might not be able to recover from that fatal injury. This time, it used up some of its energy to restore the Xianling tree. It definitely does not have the power it used to have. Even if it only has 1 or 2% left, it is still very scary. The old guy was afraid. Luin raised his eyebrows. Was this old guy really afraid? Not necessarily. Now that he thought about it, among the unknowns that he knew, this old guy was the one who hid the deepest. It was able to control the long river of time, and it was not simple at all. Moreover, in the 2 forced expeditions, its opponents were the strongest. At the very least, they were existences that Luin could not touch. Especially the Mudwater Kingdom. When Luin asked it who Anibelluo's opponent was, it replied with a hee. It really disgusted him. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that the answer? Anibelluo's opponent was it. It had already given the answer, but Luin did not think of it. But that did not seem right. The old guy wanted Luin to help it deal with its opponent. If it was an Ibeluo, then it would not be Lu Yin's turn to act. Or could it be that this old guy had more than one opponent? This old guy gave Luin a feeling that even if he was thrown in front of a terrifying existence like Xianling, it would still be fine. If the transparent keeper of balance was incomparably sharp and domineering and could break through anything, then this old guy was using softness to conquer strength. Luin, congratulations on completing a 6 stars mission. You can now exchange for 2 missions with 4 stars, 2 with 5 stars, and 1 with 6 stars. 8 Color's voice rang out. The other unknowns could not hear it, but Luin could. 8 Color knew that he had entered. Luin said, "The unknowns are lacking people. I would like to recommend the Immortal Master to join." 8 Color asked, "The Immortal Master of the Insectoid Nest Civilization?" "That's right. Yes, your strength meets the requirements of the unknowns. But because it was targeted by Xianling can sense its location at any time. Can you help it solve this problem?" Luin asked. 8 Color said, "The unknowns have no obligation to help it before joining. It needs to complete missions and exchange for rewards." "What level of reward?" 4 stars mission reward. "Alright, I'll exchange for it," Luin said. If he did not solve this problem, the Immortal Master would feel uneasy. Something might happen in the future, and if it could be solved, the Immortal Master would not need to immediately worship the Divine Tree. 8 Color agreed, "Let it enter trace." Luin was about to ask if the Immortal Master could worship the Divine Tree later, but then he thought about it and decided that it was not appropriate for him to ask. Luin exited trace and found the Immortal Master. "I'll use my 4 stars mission reward. Remember to return it to me in the future." The Immortal Master's emotions were complicated. From Xianling to the unknowns, its fate had always been controlled by others. "Thank you." It could only thank Luin, but it was quite sullen. Luin released Master Xianxia from Mount Supreme, and he could bring the Divine Master directly into trace. "Master." Xianxia looked at the Divine Master and wasn't surprised. The Divine Master belonged to the Celestial Plume civilization, so it was normal for him to appear on this battlefield. He didn't know how much Luin had done. As for the Divine Master rebelling against Celestial Plume and joining the unknown, it wasn't surprising either. The Divine Master had been suppressed by Luin before, and once he was captured by Luin, his life would change. This was what everyone knew about Luin. Also, try not to worship the Divine Tree for now. Stall for time and don't choose a color. "This is good for me," Luin said. The Divine Master didn't understand. He didn't join the unknown, so he didn't understand. Lu Yin's gaze was deep as he stared at the Divine Master. "If it's good for me, it's good for you. You understand me?" Master Xianxia glanced at Luin. Although this wasn't a threat, it was more than a threat. The more he understood this person, the more he could feel the pressure of this sentence. Soon, Master Xianxia opened the door and the Divine Master entered. He didn't hesitate, nor was he worried about what the unknown would do to him. Things had already reached this point. If the unknown attacked him and Celestial Plume joined in, there was no way he could survive. Luin didn't need to lie to him. The Divine Master was different from Luin. Luin was forced to join the unknown and didn't have a strong enemy like Celestial Plume. If Celestial Plume wanted to attack the human civilization at that time, he wouldn't have been able to delay the time to worship the Divine Tree until now. The Divine Master was really forced into a dead end. After the Divine Master entered trace, Luin brought Master Xianxia back to the human civilization and lay in the hanging coffin again. His consciousness entered trace. "Eh? A creature wants to join now? Who?" 8 Color's voice sounded. "The Divine Master of the Insect Nest Civilization. Luin will use the reward of a 4-star mission to eliminate the hidden dangers of the Immortal Plume civilization and allow it to undergo an unknown test. Does everyone agree?" "No." Mao was the first to object. Demel also objected. Luin frowned. He had forgotten about this. When he invited Miao Zun to join, these unknowns had also raised their opinions. Of course, they all agreed. It's my right to invite the Divine Master to join. Telling everyone is a form of respect for everyone, And I also ask everyone to consider the unknown's current situation, 8 said. Luin was surprised. Is that so? Hee, you said the same thing when you invited that little fellow to join us. Facts have proven that your decision was correct. I agree. The old man chuckled. Soon after, voices rang out, all of them agreeing. Within Jizong, immortal Master Qing he towered in the void, facing the divine tree, listening to the conversations around him. They were all unknowns, every one of them extremely powerful, not any weaker than Lan Meng. Today, he was going to join the unknown. It was like a dream. It had never thought that it would join the unknowns. The insectoid hive civilization once wanted to become a fishing civilization, but now that he thought about it, it was laughable. Any fishing civilization's absolute methods were enough to wipe them out. It was also Xianling's absolute method that allowed the hive civilization to move unhindered. Luin, the immortal body's power sensed by the immortal plume has been erased. Your reward has been exchanged. Do you still wish to exchange for another reward? The 8-colored voice sounded. Luin asked, Immortal Master, there's Luo Chan here. He explained Luo Chan's situation to 8-color, and 8-color's answer was that Luo Chan had to die. Luo Chan's birth came from the immortal plume, which was different from Lu Yin's teleportation ability. He would be targeted by the immortal feather. Immortal Master also learned of the situation and had no choice but to kill Luo Chan. It did not care whether Luo Chan died or not, it only cared about teleportation. Now that teleportation was completely gone, it was like any other living creature, losing this absolute method. It found it hard to accept and fell silent. The moment Luo Chan died, which was also the moment the immortal body's power was erased by the immortal plume's power, the immortal plume tree let out an angry cry. So it's that thing. Nanling, what's wrong? An immortal plume asked. Nanling said angrily, that insect betrayed us. Luo Chan is dead, and the power in its body has been erased. Jizong and the immortal plume tree were separated by a great distance, but the immortal plume could still sense it. This was also the reason why Immortal Master knew that he could not get rid of the immortal plume. No one knew how far the immortal plume could sense a certain power. After all, their teleportation ability could allow them to appear in any location. What? It's that insect? It erased the power we left in its body. It was the unknowns who took action. No wonder Mingyu went missing, so it was that insect. I knew that there was no other unknowns on the side of the unknowns apart from that scoundrel. That scoundrel could not have defeated Mingyu and destroyed this tree. Despicable, we must kill it. It is even more despicable than that red hero. Kill it. Angry cries resounded through the starry sky. It's just a mere traitor, there is no need to be angry over it. In these years, many of our kind have died, but the number of feathers will always remain at 10. A low voice came from below the tree, causing all the immortal plume to quiet down. There is a problem with this tree, I need to think of a way to solve it. Temporarily postpone the war with the unknowns. After a pause, it continued, why has Gao Tian not returned yet? Beiqing said respectfully, Ancestor, Gao Tian is facing the unknown's envoy of balance. This is what we discussed before the battle started. We will give Gao Tian a chance to kill the envoy of balance. This way, the unknowns will suffer great losses. Foolish. The starry sky trembled, and a terrifying presence suppressed everything, causing Beiqing and the other immortal plume to prostrate. Who gave you the confidence to kill that little brat? He is the most deeply hidden existence of the unknowns, Gao Tian might not be his opponent. Beiqing, Nanling, and the other immortal plume were shocked, how is that possible? Gao Tian can't defeat him? The terrifying presence's voice was terrifyingly low, you all thought that you schemed against the unknowns, but in the end, you were schemed against by the unknowns. Before I went into hibernation, I warned you all not to underestimate the unknowns. The unknown's craftiness is beyond your imagination. Foolish. But he is clearly just a mere. Shut up. The terrifying presence's aura was vast, causing the entire space to tremble, causing all the immortal plume to tremble. After a while, this vast aura calmed down. Do you all have a way to find Gao Tian? All the immortal plume shook their heads. Is this Gao Tian trying to kill him? It was clearly the unknowns who gave him the chance to kill Gao Tian. Hateful, foolish. The unknowns are just as cunning as those humans. Hateful. Yu Ting raised her head. Humans? Yes, there are humans inside the unknowns. Beiqing glanced at Yu Ting. I will kill Red Hero sooner or later. Not him, there is. Yu Ting said, hesitating for a moment, and that human has comprehended teleportation. With that said, Nanling remembered, yes, old ancestor, this matter was just about to be reported. You reported that the reason this battle started was because Yu Lu was heavily injured by that master of balance and was almost killed. And before that, it was because of a scoundrel in the human civilization who comprehended teleportation. Boom. The starry sky became heavy, countless cracks appeared in the void, spreading out in all directions. What? A human comprehended teleportation? The terrifying presence roared. Zhang Yang's aura made it difficult for the immortal plume to breathe. Nanling did not expect that one sentence would make the old ancestor so angry, it did not know how to reply. Is it a human? A human can comprehend teleportation? The terrifying presence roared. Nanling braced itself and replied, yes, Yu Lu said so. Also, at the beginning of this battle, that human who comprehended teleportation came here. His opponent was Mingyu, and Mingyu has been chasing him all this time. Yu Ting can testify to that. Yu Ting hurriedly said, yes, old ancestor is wise. That human has indeed comprehended teleportation, and he was the one who helped the unknowns set up Tai Ching's sourcebox array to shield them from the heavens. If we had not been prepared beforehand, heavens might have been blocked. Although this human is just a scoundrel and is not very strong, he has many tricks up his sleeves and is very strange. More and more cracks appeared in the void, and in the distance, they were like bolts of lightning that split open the sky. From top to bottom, they were even larger than the immortal plume tree, and they were like red pillars that supported the heavens. Don't worry about anything else. Kill that human first and destroy the human civilization, the terrifying presence roared. The words human civilization had completely enraged it. Beiqing whispered, what about the battle with the unknowns and that traitorous bug? Nothing is more important than destroying the human civilization first. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Yes, old ancestor. Yes, old ancestor. The immortal master left no trace. In order to complete the trial, one had to destroy a specific civilization before they could join, and there were no exceptions. Now that it had lost Luo Chan, the immortal master's method of movement had become a portal, and it was not used to it. After the immortal master left, 8 colors spoke to Luin again. How do you want to exchange for the remaining rewards? Luin replied, there's no rush. 8 colors, you didn't tell me that the immortal plume tree had such a terrifying existence. I almost lost my life. Shouldn't you say something? 8 colors' tone was calm. This is a battlefield, and anything can happen. Even the unknowns did not expect it to survive, let alone you. Luin obviously did not believe it, and neither did the other unknowns. Who is it? 8 colors replied, it's the ancestor of the immortal plume tree. It conforms to the 3 laws of the universe and controls the turbid treasure. It's one of the strongest known existences within the core space, and it was one of the initiators of the civilization war against the 9th fort. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he stared at the pitch-black no trace. In the distance, the divine tree seemed to have transformed into a giant immortal plume. Ancestor plume? The initiator of the civilization war against the 9th fort. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to see a corner of the past being lifted. It was clear that there was an enemy. We thought it was dead, but it's still alive. If it's alive, the immortal plume tree will not be defeated so easily. This battle might drag on for a long time, 8 colors continued. The other unknowns could not hear the conversation between it and Luin. Luin looked at the divine tree. Why did you think it was dead? 8 colors replied calmly, this is knowledge. Do you want to exchange for it with the rewards? Of course, Luin would not exchange for it. Although he wanted to know the details, it would be a waste to exchange for it with the rewards. It was one of the strongest enemies. Enough, the target was clear. However, this enemy was too strong, and he was far from being able to deal with it. He could not even defeat Red Hero. Red Hero was the one who worshipped the immortal plume. Now, Luin knew that Red Hero was not worshipping any ordinary immortal plume. It was very likely that beyond Rangyu's line of sight, there were many powerful beings that he could not see. Those were the beings that Red Hero was worshipping. Rangyu was too weak at that time and could not see them at all. It was like an ant. When it saw a sapling, it thought it was a towering tree. In fact, a small sapling blocked its entire vision and blocked the sky. Behind the sapling was a towering tree. In the previous battle, did any immortal plume die? Luin asked. 8 Colors said, not yet. Luin frowned. I have already dealt with Mingyu. How could a knowing trace not kill any immortal plume? Speaking of this, 8 Colors sounded surprised. The immortal plume was already prepared. It created a chance for telling Sky and Invisible to fight alone. In the knowing trace, all the immortal plume worked together. Even the unknowns could not do anything. Are there any powerful beings among the immortal plume that are compatible with 3 universal laws? Luin asked. 8 Colors answered clearly, yes. I should have told you this before the battle, but time was tight. After the battle, I could only tell you about the powers that you might encounter. Now, I can tell you everything. Lu Yin's expression was serious. At the immortal plume tree, 8 Colors had told him most of the immortal plume's powers. He also mentioned Jianglu and Yuting among the immortal plume because 8 Colors thought that he might encounter them. As for Mingyu, the unknowns did not know much about him. Due to the uniqueness of the immortal plume, they thought that they could teleport. Many of them died because they drowned. Most of them knew how to swim. The more one thought that they were safe, the less safe they were. Especially when there were so few immortal plume. After the battle with the unknowns, there were only about 5 of them that the unknowns could recognize. These 5 are Telling Sky, Beiqing, Nanling, Yuting, and Jianglu. Among them, other than Qiao Tian, the other 4 are all existences that conform to 2 laws of the universe. However, their differences are similarly great. For example, Beiqing and Nanling are experts that are very close to conforming to 3 laws of the universe. Yuting and Jianglu are normal existences that conform to 2 laws of the universe. Their strength is similar to Mingyu's. With their own strength and teleportation, they can unleash the power to challenge those above their level. In addition, the immortal plume has the power of 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations. It is even harder to capture and kill them. Luin listened quietly and did his best to recognize the powers of the other immortal plume feathers. He would definitely encounter more of them in the future. And the war before them had yet to end. Suddenly, a door appeared below Jizong, and Master Grass rushed out. Xianling, attack the 3 universes. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he immediately withdrew from his knowledge trace. When he opened his eyes, he saw an immortal feather standing on top of the coffin, and it was about to raise its sharp claws and descend. Luin stared at the immortal plume and opened his heaven's eye. His external pupil incarnation manifested 15 pieces of black armor in front of him. Kacha the hanging coffin was penetrated by the sharp claw of the immortal feather, and the claw tip pierced into the outer incarnation of the pupil, making a soft thud. Xianling was astonished. It was actually able to block its attack? Lu Yin's pupils shrank as the pressure invaded his entire body. This immortal plume could not be resisted by brute force, as it had destroyed the hanging coffin with a single blow. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the mud blade and the bright rain. Even if his physical strength had transformed, he would not be able to withstand it. He took advantage of the moment when his external eye incarnation blocked Xianling's attack to shatter the coffin and teleport out. The immortal Xianling's lips curled up, and a cold glint appeared in its eyes. It was the southern spirit. Although it was an eternal realm cultivator who was compatible with 2 universal laws, it was close to being compatible with 3 universal laws. When it saw Lu Yin teleport away, it also teleported to chase after him. Mingyu could not kill him, so it came. Lu Yin teleported to the Tianyuan universe and saw the 2 immortal plume attacking the sect above the heavens without restraint. Mr. Mu was protecting it with his cauldron while Jiang Feng was bombarding it with thunder. The sect above the heavens was in imminent danger, and the outerverse was trembling. Countless stars were shattered, and the astral river was swept away. The Innerverse, Neoverse, and the Starfall Sea were all trembling. The Immortal Plume's attack range was too wide, and it encompassed the entire Tianyuan universe. Countless people were terrified. It was not only the Tianyuan universe, but also the spiritualized universe and the Ninth Heaven universe. The karmic celestial phenomenon was surging, and the Azure Lotus Protector was fighting. The Blood Tower Protector, the Startle Gate Protector, and the others were also fighting. This was an attack by the Immortal Plume against the human civilization. Luin had not expected the Immortal Plume to attack the human civilization at such a crucial moment in the decisive battle with the unknown. Why? Was it because he had captured Mingyu? Had destroyed the Immortal Plume Tree? Or was it because he had mastered teleportation? He had no time to think about these things, he could only kill. Behind him, the Nan spirit appeared, and its feather god. Spear pierced through the void. Luin hurriedly dodged, and he watched as the feather god spear pierced through the heavens and through the Tianyuan universe. It destroyed countless stars and killed countless people along the way. The Immortal Plume was an existence that dared to kill Eternals, and they had their own standards for karmic restraints, which made it very difficult to restrain them. Luin stared at the Nan spirit, and he recognized it. Its two white eyebrows extended all the way to its feet. This was the Nan spirit, one of the most difficult existences to deal with among the Immortal Plume. It was second only to Beiqing's messenger. Little thing, how did you master it? Teleportation? The Nan spirit raised its wings and flapped them, causing the void to swirl up in layers. It transformed into a gale that covered the entire universe and blasted into the distance. The stars were swept up like marbles and torn to shreds. Lu Yin's eyes turned red, and he teleported away. The Nan spirit sneered. It did not need to consider what Lu Yin cared about, nor did it need to think about Lu Yin's weaknesses. All it needed to do was kill. No matter what Lu Yin did, he could not make up for the difference between them. Lu Yin teleported away from the Tianyuan universe and appeared outside the spiritualized universe. Ba Yu, Grandmaster Grass, and Heaven-Bearer Eternity were all here. Even if they were here, it would be useless. In the face of the Immortal Plume, just the Moon Heron alone had caused the entire human civilization to be flustered. Now, the Azure Lotus Guard had unleashed all of its power, but it was only able to stop Beiqing, which was already very exaggerated. Beiqing had not expected that the human civilization would have a powerhouse that could temporarily resist it. The Azure Lotus Guard's karmic phenomenon shrunk and no longer enveloped the three universes. He could not take care of everything, as the pressure brought about by Beiqing was too great. In just a short while, the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe had lost countless lives. Even the karmic wall had been shattered. It could stop the Hive civilization, but it was far from being able to stop the Immortal Plume. What about the unknown? What was the unknown doing? Lu Yin teleported away again, and the Nan spirit chased after him, its gaze growing colder. Although it was completely stronger than Lu Yin was not someone it could easily bully. This brat had relied on his shameless strength to freely teleport away under its pressure. It was no wonder that Mingyu could not kill him. This brat had to die. At that moment, the Nan spirit paused and seemed to hesitate. Then, its gaze grew even more vicious as it hissed at the sky. The next moment, the Immortal Plume disappeared one by one, leaving the human civilization. Although the Immortal Plume had come and gone quickly, it had caused great damage to the human civilization. The losses it had suffered were immeasurable. In the distant Immortal Plume Tree, doors opened one after another, and the battle shifted here once again. However, this time it was not just the old man, the yellow unknown, and the others. There was also a white light that seemed to be the center of the universe. The moment it appeared, it illuminated the entire Immortal Plume Tree. You really want to protect that human civilization? Aren't you afraid that they will become the second Nine Bases? A respectful voice came from within the Immortal Plume Tree. An unknown voice also came out, but it was not the 8 colors, but the white unknown. We are not protecting the humans. We are only protecting the rules of the unknown. Rules? It is just a method used by those at the top to rule. It is like a line. Whether you cross it or not, the experience of living in this universe is completely different. Will you bind yourself to that line? The unknown rules are greater than the heavens. Even if the human civilization will definitely regain its glory, they can't do it. Humans can even comprehend my immortal plume's teleportation. This is unforgivable. They do not deserve to have teleportation. After a pause, it continued, and don't forget, you were the main force that once besieged 9 bases. That human civilization will take revenge on you sooner or later. Humans are strange creatures. They can be extremely humble, but they can also be Xianxia to the extreme. The white unknown did not reply. The unknowns attacked one by one. Helpless, the immortal plume could only recall it. In the end, only Nanling, Xiqin, and Chengdu were left to fight in the 3 universes. Shangjing did not expect the unknowns to help the human civilization. It was just like how Luin did not expect all the immortal plume to attack the human civilization. It could only be said that the human civilization was too important in Shangjing's heart. He wanted to destroy it first. That was the ultimate hatred. The unknowns attacked the immortal plume tree and changed the battlefield so quickly that Luin was surprised. With the previous attack of the invisible unknowns, he thought that even if the unknowns wanted to protect the human civilization, they would at most send 1 or 2. When the strong fought, everyone had their own ideas. It was just a matter of who was exposed first. On Lu Yin's side, Nanling was still chasing after him. However, as the karma celestial phenomenon enveloped him, Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Someone had replaced her. Nanling stared at Qinglianyu, who was standing beside Luin. The human civilization can still develop to this stage. I thought that the useless red hero was the peak that the human civilization could reappear. Lu Yin's gaze moved. Did they really not know about the immortal civilization? Qinglianyu's expression was solemn as he stared at Nanling. I also did not expect that the human civilization of the past would be hovered over by a group of birds. Luin raised his eyebrows. He had never heard Qinglianyu speak like this. His greatest hatred was towards Red Hero, and his greatest killing intent was now directed towards the immortal plume. Nanling sneered and disappeared with a teleportation. Qinglianyu suddenly spread the karma celestial phenomenon. The immortal plume was held back by me just now because it wanted to kill me. Now that most of the immortal plume has retreated, they might not be held back by me. Luin looked around. Back then, Yulu had relied on her strength that was compatible with the laws of the universe. With the combination of teleportation and 1,000 feathers 1,000 transformations, she had killed her way in and out of the human civilization. It was difficult to stop her. Although there were several ways to deal with teleportation, they were not facing Yulu. Nanling descended from above. Even Qinglianyu was afraid of the feather god spear and did not dare to take it head-on. In the face of Qinglianyu's counterattack, Nanling did not even take it head-on. She simply teleported and disappeared. There was nothing simpler than this. Nanling not only brought pressure to Luin, but also to Qinglianyu. Nanling's strength is not inferior to Red Hero. Qinglianyu was afraid. Go and help others. Luin teleported away, as he could not afford to be passive in the face of teleportation. The immortal plumes were attacking the human civilization, and their main target was actually Luin. Since that was the case, he would be the bait and lure all of the immortal plumes over. In the continent of the 9 clouds, a gigantic tree branch fell and crashed into the ocean. It was the branch of the mother tree. On the Gate of Wonder, Mitsui held a startling cloud in his hand, and the door behind him was faintly discernible. When the immortal plume appeared in an instant, the door turned from void to reality. Blood Tower Defender gripped the blood blade tightly and attacked. Facing it head-on, Immortal Grove's sharp claws swept over, breaking the blood blade. Blood Tower Defender retreated step by step. He turned around, and the blood blade slashed into the void. The gray color circulated, as if a line was connected to the immortal plume. This immortal feather was called Xiqin. It was also an existence that conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. In terms of strength, it was comparable to Mingyu. It was not something that Shueta Shangyu could compare to. In addition, Shangyu had been severely injured by Sharp Edge. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they would not be able to block it. Xiqin spread her wings, and the feather god spear shot toward Shueta and Jingmen. The 2 hurriedly dodged. As Xiqin flapped her wings, the entire starry sky was suppressed, and the two of them coughed up blood. Violent gales blasted the ground from above. Rivers evaporated, cities shattered, and wails filled the land. Shui Taiyu spat out a mouthful of blood at Shui Dao. "Buy me some time." The upper defense of the Gate of Wonder stabbed out with his spear. Yun Zhao, the shrunken door wrapped around the startling cloud and stabbed towards Xiqin. The Xiqin was disdainful of the mere human civilization. It raised one of its wings, and the aura of life gushed out. Combined with the eternal substance, it condensed into a giant pair of wings that shot down horizontally. This attack would not only deal with the startling gate upper defense, but also destroy the entire universe. Jingmen Shangyu's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure to ascend to the sky. Inside his body, the cultivation of the Nirvana tree's fusion technique was activated. His spirit trembled and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. The grudge of the past, the hatred of the present, even if he died, he would not allow these strange birds to succeed. Shui Ta Shangyu gripped the blood blade tightly. His eyes were red, and the line on the back of the blade was dyed red. When it was completely filled, he would be able to unleash the strongest attack of his life. In the starry sky, wings formed from the aura of life fell down. The first wing collided with Yun Zhao, and alarmed Gate Shangyu's pupils shrank. The power of the abyss was completely condensed, and he pushed her up without any regard for his own life. Block, block. With a boom, the starry sky shattered. The startling sparrow stage swayed and cracked. Qingyan opened her mouth wide, her eyes red. "Mother!" The red color blossomed from the void, coming from an umbrella. Under the umbrella were Jingmen Shangyu and Chu Songyun. Chu Songyun opened up Jiao Wen's umbrella and blocked the fatal blow for the gate of alarm. It continued to spread and enveloped Xiqin. Xiqin saw red umbrella, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She thought of Red Hero. This human dared to betray Xianling civilization. Although it did not participate in the Battle of Nine Bases, Xianling civilization could not tolerate betrayal. Red Hero was like that, and that insect was even more so. Teleportation was a natural counter to the Heartless Dao. Trying to use the Heartless Dao's red umbrella to deal with it? How laughable. Suddenly, it felt a chill run down its back, and it looked back to see Luyin looking down at it from above. A red line pierced through the void from his fingertips and wrapped around the umbrella's rib. Xiqin was shocked. Not good, this was Red Hero's move against Xianling. Back then, Red Hero chose not to know and betrayed Xianling. Xianling had tried to kill him several times, but he had used this move to block it. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to become enemies with Xianling, this move would definitely be able to kill one or two. Xianling. Luyin couldn't give Xiqin the same amount of pressure as Red Hero, but it didn't want to take any risks. But then, its body couldn't move. What's going on? It stared at Lu Yin's forehead, and around it, there were irregular lines piercing through. They were black. What was this? Some of the Xianling recognized the Ten-Eyed Crow's power, but some did not. Not all of them recognized it the same way, as the Ten-Eyed Crow had died long ago and was no longer within the Xianling's range of apprehension. Thus, there was no need for it to recognize all of them. Luyin took a step forward and charged towards Xiqin. His body suddenly withered, but every step he took allowed his body to recover. After more than 10 steps, he had accumulated the maximum amount of power he could absorb. He punched towards Xiqin from above, and this attack surpassed all the power he could muster in his normal state. His body had just undergone a metamorphosis and was now several times stronger than before. This attack caused Xiqin to feel pressured in an instant. At the same time, Shui Ta Shangyu appeared from behind, his crimson blade glowing with a blood-red light as he slashed upwards. Just as Luyin and Shui Ta Shangyu's attacks were about to land, 2 feather god spears appeared from the side and pierced towards the two. If their attacks landed, they would definitely hit Xiqin, but they would also be hit by the feather god spears. The feather god spears came from the South Spirit. "Be careful!" Shui Ta Shangyu shouted. Luyin saw the feather god spears and also saw the vigilance and unease in Xiqin's eyes. He changed his fist into a palm and teleported past Xiqin. He grabbed the blood-wielding saber's hilt and threw it out. Shui Ta Shangyu was thrown out, and one of the feather god spears missed. It pierced through the starry sky and the mother tree at the same time, shooting out of the nine firmaments universe. The other feather god spear brushed past Lu Yin's body and left a bloody mark on his skin. Xue Ta Shangyu had no intention of dodging just now, and he would rather take the feather god spear's attack. Xue Ta Shangyu wanted to slash at Xiqin. Lu Yin did not doubt this at all, as he had seen Xue Ta Shangyu's determined gaze. That was why Xue Ta Shangyu had thrown him out. Otherwise, Xue Ta Shangyu would most likely die. Xue Ta Shangyu's attack was not enough to kill Xiqin, and it could not even severely injure her. The difference between him and Xiqin was too great, but the feather god spear could kill him. It was not worth it. The South Spirit appeared and lowered her head. Feather god spears stabbed towards Lu Yin as she roared, "Ten-eyed crow. You still have the ten-eyed crow's power." Lu Yin teleported away with Chu Songyun. Above the South Spirit's head, the Karma celestial phenomenon descended like a funnel and attacked Nan Spirit. The South Spirit sent Xiqin flying with a claw and teleported away. Xiqin also subconsciously teleported away. Green Lotus Shangyu landed on the spot with an ugly expression. It was too disgusting to fight against teleportation. He looked to the other side and saw Xue Ta Shangyu panting heavily. His hand that was holding on to the blood-wielding saber was covered in wounds. "Now is not the time to risk your life," Green Lotus Shangyu said and looked at Xue Ta Shangyu in the distance. "You guys gather. It is more important to protect your own lives." At this moment, the red umbrella opened up in one direction and kept expanding. It was about to cover the entire nine firmaments universe. Chu Songyun closed his eyes and did not look at the immortal feather. He only released the red umbrella. The South Spirit and Xiqin teleported outside of nine firmaments universe. That hateful red hero. If he did not create this move, we would not be afraid. The South Spirit's tone was low. I did not expect this human to have the ten-eyed crow's power. He must die. Xiqin was puzzled. Ten-eyed crow? That sounds familiar. The ten-eyed crow is a rather terrifying creature. It has 10 eyes and is extremely talented. It has a range of inches, and many fishing civilizations' absolute methods are countered by it. And it is good at killing a mortal feather, the South Spirit said. Xiqin exclaimed, "I remember now. Yu Ting mentioned it before. Its strength surpassed Yu Ting's, but it had lived longer than Yu Ting." The South Spirit said, "You must be careful of that human. Do not look at his eyes. Once you are fixed, it will be difficult to escape. As for the red umbrella's move, there is nothing to be afraid of. Kill the other humans first. Kill them all." Okay. Xiqin teleported and disappeared. The South Spirit stared at nine firmaments universe and teleported as well. Lu Yin stared at the South Spirit and Xiqin. Their target was him, but the human civilization was also within their range of destruction. Any carelessness could lead to casualties. Seeing the South Spirit and Xiqin disappear at the same time, he immediately teleported to Tianyuan universe. At this moment, there were 3 immortal feather in the human universe. The South Spirit, Xiqin, and another one called Changdou. They were all existences that were compatible with 2 laws. Among them, the South Spirit was the strongest, possessing strength that was close to matching 3 laws. The second was Xiqin, and the last was Changdou. At this moment, Changdou was entangled with Master Bitter Lamp, Master Qing Chao, Heaven Carrying Immortality, and Ba Yu. It was trying to find a way to break down the defense of the 4 eternal beings. Although its strength was far beyond the 4 eternal beings, it was still 4 eternal beings. It was almost back-to-back defense, and it would not be easy to break down in a short time. If the South Spirit and Xiqin wanted to attack, the best targets would be Mr. Mu and Jiang Feng in the Tianyuan universe. They had no opponents now, so they were still cautious. The moment Lu Yin teleported, the South Spirit and Xiqin appeared at the same time. Lu Yin's heart sank. He expected these 2 immortal feather to attack here, but he did not expect them to attack together. They would only attack together. "Master, be careful," Lu Yin shouted. Mr. Mu's eyes widened. He put one hand in front of his chest and waved. Gray flowed and turned into scenes. Upon closer inspection, they were exactly the same as the surrounding scenes. Even the changes in the scenes changed with the changes in the surroundings. It was as if the surrounding void was replicated. There was a cauldron in each of the scenes. Nan Spirit and Xianxia attacked at the same time, and the pressure almost caused the sect above heaven to collapse. This was not something Luyin, Mr. Mu, or Jiang Feng could withstand. This pressure was enough to crush everything. Fortunately, the Azure Lotus Emperor's karma celestial phenomenon slashed across without any order. It rebuilt the karma wall that had once surrounded the Tianyuan universe and supported the sky. With a boom, the karma wall shattered. In the Nina Firmament's universe, the Azure Lotus Emperor coughed out blood. Xianxia was fine, but the South Spirit was an absolute powerhouse. In the Tianyuan universe, Luyin stared at Xianxia with his celestial eye. Xianxia did not even look and closed her eyes. Feather God spears descended, and the South Spirit's Feather God spears also appeared. She wanted to destroy Luyin's group, the sect above heaven, and even the Tianyuan universe. At that moment, the cauldron vibrated, and the scenes appeared. The South Spirit stared at the cauldron. What is this? Be careful. This is the ninth wall suppression treasure. I didn't expect it to still exist. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately teleported away. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand the cauldron's bombardment, but the key was that the word's turbid artifact had intimidated them. Moreover, during the War of the Nine Bases, every single turbid artifact had displayed an extremely terrifying power, causing even Xianling to be extremely wary of them. They teleported away, but the cauldron was everywhere. Luyin was shocked. This was a time album. When did Master learn Zhao Ran's time battle technique? Mr. Mu's expression turned serious. Beside him, Jiang Feng slowly exhaled and then disappeared into the void. He was clearly there, but he could not be seen. Everything had begun from nothing. The universe itself was nothing. He lifted his foot and walked towards Xianxia. Luyin wanted to stop her, but he realized that Xianxia did not seem to have noticed Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was clearly walking towards it, but it was as if he could not be seen. It was the complete opposite of the celestial eye. The celestial eye could see everything, but Jiang Feng seemed to have completely disappeared. The cauldron continued to attack, and beads of sweat dripped from Mr. Mu's forehead. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse was extremely stressful, and this was a battle of life and death. Luyin did not care about anything else. He released the starry sky from his heart, and the silver and blue lines merged. Dual-colored God-Force transformation. Terrifying God-Force surged, and it shot into the sky. Nanling looked at Luyin in shock. This kid could actually do this? It could not let him live. Just as it was about to attack, the Azure Lotus Defender arrived in front of it. He pointed a finger, and it was the Thousand Faces Karma Wheel. Nanling casually threw out the Feather God Spear. The Feather God Spear was instantly destroyed with ease. The Azure Lotus Defender avoided the Feather God Spear, and God Force came from behind, sweeping towards Nanling. Nanling waved its hand, and its sharp claws shattered the God Force. It was much easier than when Mingyu had fought against Lu Yin's dual-colored God Force transformation. Especially after Lu Yin's physical body had transformed, he could withstand even more God Force. Although his dual-colored God Force transformation had not reached the level of a tricolored God Force transformation, it was not far from it, and it was unable to pose any threat to Nanling. Nanling's gaze was extremely cold. It teleported close to Luyin, and its sharp claws fell. Luyin did not dodge, and his celestial eye stared at Nanling. Nanling subconsciously closed its eyes. Luyin raised his hands and put his palms together. At this moment, all of his God Force poured into his arms. His physical body's transformation allowed him to withstand the dual-colored God Force transformation, and he would not be overwhelmed by it. Facing Nanling's attack, he compressed all of his God Force transformation to block this claw. The sharp claws pierced into his palms. Within the God Force, its speed slowed, but it did not stop. Nanling's eyes were filled with mockery. "Human, you underestimate the difference between you and me." The sharp claws slowly approached Lu Yin's chest. At this moment, Luyin would not be able to dodge even if he teleported, as he would have to teleport along with the South Spirit. The feathers around the South Spirit's body exploded, and it allowed the Azure Lotus defense to attack without moving. It wanted to pierce its claws inch by inch into Lu Yin's heart and tear this human apart. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Nanling with a smirk. "You're underestimating me. How can a bird like you understand the wisdom of a human?" His clothes were torn apart at his chest, revealing his black armor. The sharp claws pierced through the armor, but it remained motionless. Nanling's pupils shrank. How was this possible? He was actually able to block its attack? Lu Yin suddenly exerted strength in his hands and grabbed Nanling Sr. The aura of the Blue Lotus Guard, who was originally unable to do anything to the South Spirit, suddenly changed. He stood in the starry sky, and the Thousand Faces Karma Finger Heavenly Wheel appeared around him. It wasn't a finger, but 1,000 fingers. Each heavenly wheel was condensed from the Thousand Faces Karma Finger Heavenly Wheel. The Thousand Fingers Heavenly Wheel contracted the entire Karma Great Celestial phenomenon. From afar, it looked like a blooming lotus. The Lotus Scattering Hands, Heavenly Wheel, Lotus Treasure Mirror. The Blue Lotus Guard opened its eyes and pointed a finger at Nanling. Nanling was aghast. This human had actually been hiding his strength all this time. This finger made it feel a chill all over its body. There was danger, it had to dodge. Its aura fluctuated, and Lu Yin's arms cracked open. Blood splattered everywhere, but he still used his godly power to suppress his arms and firmly held on to Nanling. Nanling wanted to teleport, and Lu Yin did the same, disappearing in an instant. However, in that instant, Lu Yin stared at the Blue Lotus Guard and reappeared in an instant. Nanling could not erase what Lu Yin had done in that instant. What it could see was that it had teleported in advance, and Lu Yin had returned after it. Even though they kept changing their positions, they were still moving around the Blue Lotus Guard. The Blue Lotus Guard's finger was about to descend. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. Nanling used its life-saving technique and split into 1,000 clones that flew in different directions. Only one of them was real, but even Nanling did not know which one was the real one. Only when it did not know could it be untraceable. The Lotus Treasure Mirror spread out at the same time. Why was there 1,000 fingers? The target was the 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. At this moment, the 1,000 southern spirits were hit by the 1,000-finger sky wheel at the same time. In just an instant, the southern spirit's 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations was already at its limit. It was impossible for them to teleport away at the same time. What Lord Green Lotus wanted was this instant. Nanling was pierced through one by one, and only one managed to block the sky wheel. However, there was only one sky wheel, and it posed no threat to Nanling at all. It only managed to force Nanling back a single step. Lu Yin took the opportunity to teleport to Nanling's side and grab it. The treasured lotus mirror had been broken, and Nanling stared at the Blue Lotus Guard in front of it. It turned around and clawed at Lu Yin. This human was the greatest threat. Lu Yin raised his head and used the black plate to block the claw. At this moment, Nanling suddenly felt that something was amiss. The sky wheel that had broken through the 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations had not disappeared. The Blue Lotus Guard's gaze fell silent. Since he understood Xianling's methods, how could he not be on guard against the 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations? From the very beginning, the treasured lotus mirror's target had not been Nanling before it had used the 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. But at this moment, as long as he and Lu Yin touched Nanling at the same time, it would be enough. Nanling slowly turned around and stared at the Blue Lotus Guard. Not good. All Skywheel transformations karma gathered and condensed into the finger that had struck Nanling. A lotus bloomed at the tip of the Blue Lotus Guard's finger. 1,000 Dao Skywheel, treasured lotus mirror. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Nanling spat out blood as it was sent flying. Its body had been pierced through, and white ripples appeared as it flew into the distance like a shooting star. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to teleport closer. Within his body, the red, silver, and blue lines intersected. It was the tricolor godly power transformation. In the Nina Firmament's universe, the red line under the red umbrella was fake. Actually, it had been real at first, but when Lu Yin had teleported away with Nanling and Xiqin, he had changed it. His goal had been to confuse Xianling. He had used the tricolor godly power transformation to defeat the Mud Blade, and then he had defeated Mingyu at the Immortal Plume Tree. No one knew about this, and the Immortal Plume Tree had a terrifying existence. He was not sure if Xianling knew about this, so he had used the red line as a precondition to lower Xianling's vigilance. Now was the time for him to make his move. The tricolor godly power transformation surged, and Luyin raised his palm and slammed it down, attacking Nanling. The Blue Lotus Guard pressed down with both palms, releasing the Great Karma Celestial Phenomenon. It turned into an attack of karma that blasted towards Nanling from another direction, not giving it any time to breathe. The Treasured Lotus Mirror was a technique that the Blue Lotus Guard had hidden to deal with Red Hero, but now it had been forced out. Nanling's threat was no less than Red Hero's, so there was nothing he could do. In the distance, Xiqin was shocked. Nanling had actually been injured? How was this possible? Looking at the distance, there were only a handful of people who could injure Nanling. They were either old monsters who were compatible with the 3 laws of the universe, but the rest were very difficult. Even if this human civilization had the power to injure Nanling, it should not have been able to hit it. He should have hit it. What happened? Suddenly, it also felt a chill. In front of it, a sword edge descended, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Xiqin stared at the human in front of it. When did he come? It did not even notice him. A sword slashed horizontally. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. Xiqin disappeared. Jiangfang's sword slashed the air. Behind him, the feather god spear stabbed, but it was blocked by the cauldron. Jiangfeng was helpless. If it were other Eternal Realm experts, even if they were compatible with the 2 laws, they should have hit it, regardless of whether they could injure it or not. However, this Xianling was too disgusting. It was difficult to break the teleportation. When he entered that state, he could not isolate the Xianling from the universe. Xiqin was surprised. Was this the human civilization? She had not participated in the War of 9 Bases and did not understand what the human civilization meant in that era. Now she experienced it. She had almost been hit just now. Although it seemed that the move could not hurt her, she was still scared. Xianling was not afraid of power that surpassed her, but she was afraid of methods that could break her. Obviously, this human civilization had done it. In the distance, godly power and karma descended. Nanling's feathers were stained with blood, and its eyes were gloomy. It was actually injured. Hateful humans, die. They must die. It clenched its sharp claws, turned its body, and flapped its wings up and down. One attack resisted godly power and the other attack resisted karma. With a boom, godly power and karma were both torn apart. Lu Yin's gaze changed. This was the strongest attack he could make at the moment. It could not hurt Nanling at all. Was the difference big even if it was the 3-colored godly power transformation? Qing Lianyu's heart sank. This was the power that he was sure he had to join forces with Jiao Wen to fight against. Nanling's strength was comparable to Red Hero. Even if he had hidden methods, he could not deal with it. Lu's combat power was also helpless. Lotus Treasure Mirror was his strongest move. It was rare to be able to injure it once, and it was difficult to have a second chance. Nanling flapped its wings and roared. Its screeching resounded through the 3 universes, and countless people were terrified. Lu Yin's expression was ugly. He looked at Qing Lianyu. Senior, stop hiding. It's time to use your real strength. Qing Lianyu was helpless. I have already used it. Lotus Treasure Mirror is a killer move specially prepared for Red Hero. Lu Yin looked at him. Senior, you are compatible with 2 laws of the universe. What about the other one? Qing Lianyu took a deep breath. I am not good at killing. Lu Yin's heart sank. At this time, Qing Lianyu could no longer hide. Furthermore, Red Hero, the enemy, was already clear, so there was no need to hide. This was really troublesome. His mind was filled with killing intent, and his godly power kept trying to drown out his rationality. Fortunately, he had already used it twice, and his body had transformed, so he could suppress it. Lu Yin, Qing Lianyu said. Lu Yin looked at him. The power of karma is very strange. Everyone has a different understanding of it. It can be used to kill or deduce. I have a move that can suppress Nanling, but it needs to be very close to it to help me find an opportunity, Qing Lianyu said. Luyin looked at Qing Lianyu and felt uneasy. Senior, could it be a move to perish together? That won't do. Qing Lianyu laughed. I'm not that stupid to perish together with a bird. I'm just restraining it temporarily. It shouldn't last long. I just hope that the battle on the other side will end soon. Luyin frowned. Was that so? Don't think too much. Keep your eyes on it. Its target might not be us, Qing Lianyu reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, Nanling screeched again and stared at Luyin and Qing Lian. Of course, Qing Lianyu did not look at Heaven's Eye. The mocking smile in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. If that smile was not aimed at them, then who was it? Master? Or Qing Lianyu and the others? Pinnacle mobile version website. In the ninth heaven universe, Chu Songyun spat out blood. Above his head, the red umbrella was pressed down, and the violent force smashed him and the umbrella to the ground. Nanling appeared, its body dyed red with blood. The pain made it crazy. It wanted to wipe out the human civilization, so it started with these eternal beings. The feather god spear stabbed at Xue Ta Shangyu and Jingmen Shangyu. Jingmen Shangyu immediately opened the door and left with Xue Ta Shangyu. However, the door was shattered by Nanling's violent force. The two barely avoided the attack of the feather god spear. Nanling's claws descended, and Luyin appeared with Qing Lian Shangyu. Nanling disappeared instantly. Luyin suddenly stared at the Tianyuan universe. Not here? It's the spiritualized universe. Ku Dang, Qing Chao, Jia Tian, and Ba Yu, the four eternal beings, stood back to back and resisted Changdo's attack. Nanling's appearance caused them to cough up blood. Nanling's eyes were ferocious, and its claws fell. The first unlucky one was Jia Tian. The space swamp was torn apart, and the hard shell was broken. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. Ba Yu was shocked. This kind of pressure was comparable to the hero ancestor. She didn't even have the thought of resisting. One by one, the lanterns lit up. What followed closely was the bamboo fence of the grass grandmaster. However, it was unable to resist the sharp claws of the southern spirit and was torn to shreds. Everything happened in an instant, and Luyin had no time to help. Master Qing Chao reacted the fastest and took out the door to knowing whereabouts. Nanling stopped subconsciously. Knowing whereabouts? Luyin took the opportunity to appear with Qing Lian Shangyu, and Nanling teleported away. Dozens of feather god spears were left behind, stabbing at everyone. Nanling's feather god spears couldn't be blocked, so Luyin teleported away with everyone. The feather god spears pierced through the universe, leaving traces. Far away, Luyin led everyone out. Appear. Nanling and Changdo flew across, making a mocking sound. Lu Yin's face was gloomy. It didn't want to kill Senior Ku Dang and the others. Qing Lian Shangyu also thought about it. They almost forgot that Xianling could only use the dream of 1,000 autumns to erase the karma binding, but it couldn't ignore it. Nanling had the chance to kill Master Ku Dang and the others. As long as it shot the feather god spear, Master Qing Chao and the others wouldn't survive. It didn't do so, it gave itself a chance to attack. If it killed several eternal beings, it wouldn't be able to continue fighting. It was playing with them. But even though they knew this clearly, they couldn't take the risk. Could they use Master Bitterlamp's life to test Nanling's acceptance of the karmic bondage? They couldn't do it. To Nanling, this was just a game of cat and mouse. This was its revenge for being injured. The human civilization had to pay a heavy price. Luyin and the rest were waiting for the results of the battle between Unknowable and the Immortal Plume Tree. Nanling and the rest were also waiting. From their point of view, Unknowable was willing to do anything for the sake of the human civilization. The battle with the Immortal Plume Tree would not last for too long, and the human civilization would definitely be destroyed. The human civilization did not understand the War of the Nine Bases era at all. The unknowns were also one of the main culprits behind the destruction of the human civilization. Did they really expect the unknowns to help them? What a joke. We can't be so passive. The southern spirit retreated as soon as it made contact. With its teleportation ability, we can't protect them. Qinglian Yu said in a deep voice. Lu Ying felt bitter. Protect them? Wrong, the Azure Lotus Guard was actually protecting Lu Ying as well. Otherwise, even with his tricolored divine power transformation, he might not have been able to protect himself and would have been forced to dodge. If it attacks, we will attack too. Changdou. The Karma Celestial phenomenon spread out. Lu Ying released the Karma Heavenly Tao and merged it with the Karma Celestial phenomenon. In the past, he merged the Karma Celestial phenomenon to help himself. Now, he wanted to help the Azure Lotus Guard. He did not believe that the combination of the Karma Heavenly Tao and the Karma Celestial phenomenon would not give him a chance. The starry sky rumbled and shook. Countless people looked up in horror. Was the world about to collapse? Ever since the Tianyuan universe came into contact with the core space, the battle changed from one part of the starry sky to another part of the universe. Any battle would affect the entire universe, and it was unbearable. However, this was the only way for humans to climb up. Lu Yin's Karma Heavenly Tao shocked the Azure Lotus Guard. How many Eternal Realm experts have you killed? How many? Quite a lot. The Karma Celestial phenomenon boiled. As the Azure Lotus Guard attacked, Karma bombarded Nanling and Changdou from above. Nanling and Changdou teleported away and attacked Lu Ying and the rest from the left and right. Lu Ying released the external pupil avatar. The crow-fixed body stared at Nanling, wanting to look at them in the eye. The Azure Lotus Guard raised his arm and guided Karma through heaven and earth. It turned into a city wall that became thicker and gradually spread. Nanling was cold and arrogant. The Feather God Spear shot out and pierced the city wall. Changdou also attacked from the other side with the Feather God Spear. This battle made humans full of grievances. A group of Eternal Realm experts were surrounded and attacked by two birds. Listening to their cheerful and mocking cries, Lu Yin's face became gloomier and gloomier. Master Qudeng and the rest wanted to break out of this situation, but they did not have the strength to do so. In the distance, the Blood Tower Guard rushed out but was stopped by the startled Gate Guard. Don't be impulsive. You will only be a burden if you go there. The Blood Tower Guard's eyes were red. He saw the human civilization climbing up, but there was still such a thing. God. Yes, the once invincible 9 bases was destroyed. Was the situation the same? Powerlessness, despair, and anger. That day, the Xianling danced and mocked cheerfully. The same scene appeared again. Nanling looked up to the sky and screamed. It was wrong. It should not have destroyed the human civilization. It should have kept them alive and let them have hope. Then it destroyed that hope and watched them despair and helplessness. This was the perfect ending. Yes, there was nothing more satisfying than keeping them alive. Humans were Xianling's toys. In the distance, a pair of eyes also looked at them with laughter and mockery. It was Yu Lu. Ever since the Xianling and the unknown started fighting, it had been staring at the 3 universes and had not participated in the battle. Even when the Xianling attacked the 3 universes, it did not participate in the battle because it had been severely injured before. It could not help much even if it participated in the battle and could easily die. Now that Nanling and Changdou were suppressing the human civilization, its cries seemed to be announcing victory. It could not help but look up to the sky and cry out to vent its grievances. Found it. Blue Lotus Guard suddenly shouted. His expression did not change, and he did not make any unnecessary movements. Behind the left, half a year away. Lu Ying teleported and disappeared. He had finally found it. Actually, in the previous battle, he had seen Yu Lu once when he was looking for Nanling. However, Yu Lu had disappeared in a flash and did not stay in the same place, so he could not find it. Now, facing the suppression of Nanling and Changdou, Yu Lu could not help but come out. Dealing with Changdou was fake. Changdou was also an existence that conformed to the laws of the 2 universes. Its strength was not below Ming Yu's, so it would be difficult to kill it. The real target was Yu Lu. The more passive they were, the more Yu Lu might appear. Nanling and Changdou did not care when they saw Lu Ying teleport away with the group. They were definitely going to win this battle, and the humans were not their match. They only cared about the karmic restraints, fun, and revenge. However, in the next moment, Nanling's expression changed. Not good. In the distance, Yulu stared blankly at Luin, who had suddenly appeared. It wanted to teleport away, but it could not move. It had been watching Lu Yin's group the entire time, and the moment Luin had appeared, it had subconsciously looked over as well. Furthermore, it had not encountered Crowbind before, so it was now frozen in place. Luin raised a hand and grabbed Yulu by the neck. Mixed hairy bird, I've caught you. Nanling appeared and its claws descended. Luin grabbed Yulu and retreated. Human, you're courting death. Nanling shouted. She had not expected Yulu to be discovered. Idiot, she had clearly told it to hide in the shadows and keep an eye on them. She had not even allowed it to come out during the battle with the unknown, but it had still been discovered. Changdou shot out a feather god spear from another direction, forcing Luin to release Yulu. Yulu was being held in Lu Yin's hand, and it had already broken free of Crowbind. It immediately used 1,000 feathers 1,000 transformations, splitting into 1,000 feathers. At the same time, the Green Lotus defense unleashed the treasured Lotus Mirror, also known as the 1,000 Fingers. The 1,000 Fingers could break the 1,000 Dao. In front of Yulu, the South Spirit descended. Its sharp claws bent and grabbed at the void, pressing down on the Green Lotus defense, giving Yulu a chance to escape. The Blue Lotus defense exhaled, and the Lotus treasured mirror suddenly shrank, forming a green lotus around it. The lotus was no longer the wheel of heaven, but karma. It was formed by karma, and the void was cut open, turning green. It did not matter whether Yulu died or not. What was important was Nanling. Yulu could escape, but Nanling would not be free. He had used Yulu as a bait to bury Nanling. The trap he set up was also a trap he set up for the Green Lotus ruler. Yulu teleported far away, escaping with its life. Qing Lian's lotus closed, and a red magma-like power surged out of the lotus, turning the green lotus into a greenish-red color, as if it had been born from a volcano. Luin looked at this scene. Why did it seem so familiar? The sky turned dark red, and Qing Lian closed its palms. Red Lotus Tomb. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Red Lotus Tomb? He recalled the scene that Senior Jiuwen had seen in the past. That person had used the path of ruthlessness to seal himself and his loved ones, as well as the 3 immortal feathers. That was the Red Lotus Tomb, the tomb of the path of ruthlessness. This was created after hearing about the Red Lotus Tomb that Jiuwen had seen in the past. It is not to kill the enemy, but to fight for a chance of survival. Lu Yin, I'll leave Red Hero to you. I'll leave human civilization to you. Qing Lian looked at Nanling. It wanted to teleport, but the void was isolated. It wanted to transform into 1,000 feathers, but all of them were within the Red Lotus. There was no way out. Was it mocking? Was it happy? A human's spine would never bend. Even if they died, they would hug you. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he shouted anxiously, Senior, you said that you would not perish together. It's not worth it. Qing Lian smiled. We did not perish together. When you are confident that you can kill Nanling one day, go to Karma Sea to comprehend karma. I'm not dead, and neither is it. We're just fighting for a chance of survival. Don't hand us over to the unknown. Remember, Red Lotus Tomb closed completely, and it instantly turned into a dark red stone that fell into the starry sky, landing on a barren planet. Luin stared blankly and was stunned. However, this was a battlefield, and there was no room for him to be stunned. He took a deep breath. He took a deep look at Red Lotus Tomb and heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Nanling was not dead. He could feel that this was not a killer move that destroyed its life force. It just prevented Nanling from attacking. Pinnacle mobile version website, the Southern Spirit brought too much pressure to human civilization. Once it disappeared, only Changdou and Siqin would be left. Senior, don't worry, this junior will definitely release you as soon as possible. Don't hand it over to the unknown? He had indeed thought of using the unknown reward mission in exchange for helping the Blue Lotus Lord out. However, since the Blue Lotus Lord had instructed him to do so, he could not do so. With a roar, Changdou charged toward the barren planet, intending to destroy the Red Lotus Tomb. Luyin teleported and chased after Nanling, not because he wanted to stop her. Since the Azure Lotus shield was confident that it could seal him and Nanling, then it could not be easily destroyed. At the very least, Changdou would not be able to do such a thing. What Luyin wanted to do was to kill Changdou. Immortal plume, an eye for an eye. He had killed Mudblade to avenge the ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect. Now, he wanted to kill Changdou to avenge the people who had died in front of him. The vengeance of the entire Xianling tribe came from the entire human civilization. Changdou's claw landed on the Red Lotus tomb, but it was unable to destroy it. Beside it, the Feather God spear pierced out and hit the Red Lotus tomb with a bang, but it still could not penetrate it. No wonder even the South Spirit ancestor had been sealed. It wanted to continue attacking, but Luyin appeared behind it with the Golian in his hand. Golian slashed out horizontally, and Changdou disappeared. Luyin turned around and struck out with a palm, causing a rainbow of divine power to pierce through the void and attack Changdou. Changdou shot out a Feather God spear that collided with the rainbow. The rainbow of godly power had been suppressed because of the battle with Nanling, and Changdou's strength was similar to Ming Yu's. He was an expert with 2 laws, and his strength was about the same as the 3-colored godly power transformation. As for Nanling, she could directly suppress the 3-colored godly power transformation. More and more Feather God spears descended upon Luyin like raindrops. Luyin teleported away. He had fought with Xianling many times. He rarely attacked with a large number of Feather God spears because he could teleport. Once he teleported away, the number of Feather God spears would be meaningless. However, Changdou's goal was not to defeat Luyin, but rather to force Luyin out of Red Lotus tomb. Since it could not break through Red Lotus tomb, then it would think of a way to take Luyin away. Even if it could not break through, Patriarch Beiqing or even Patriarch Xianxia would be able to. Luyin saw through Changdou's intentions, and his external eye avatar appeared in front of him. 15 pieces of black armor blocked Changdou's attack, and the Feather God spear slammed into Changdou's body, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out. Luyin took the opportunity to grab Red Lotus tomb and teleport away. Changdou roared angrily as it searched for Luyin. Far away, Luyin placed Honglian Zhong back into Mount Supreme and looked at Changdou from afar. He teleported over and slashed down with Golian. Behind him, the triple firmament sword intent formed a river of sword Dao that poured down in torrents. Within the river of sword Dao was a Dao sword. Luyin wanted to fight Changdou and slaughter him. Changdou continued to teleport, and the sword river couldn't even touch it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above Luyin's head and swiped down with its claws. Luyin struck out with his palm, causing his divine power to explode and force Changdou back. Changdou teleported again and attacked Luyin from all directions. Human, release the southern spirit, or I'll slaughter your entire human civilization. Luyin's expression was still, and he remained unmoved. His sword Dao River chased after Changdou, but Changdou casually tore it apart with a swipe of its claws. The Dao sword swept past, and its eyes went blank for a moment. Now was the time. Luyin took a step forward, and his withered body recovered as he stared at Changdou with his celestial eye. Changdou's pupils recovered, but because he had severed his karma, he could not immediately awaken. He subconsciously saw Luyin, Skynet, and Crow immobilization. Not good, it remembered the power of the 10-eyed divine crow. Luyin took a few steps forward. He walked in front of Changdou and condensed his surging divine power between his palms. He pressed his palms together, and it was as if he was grabbing 2 dazzling suns. "Si Qin!" Changdou shrieked, and just as the palms were about to collide, a force pushed Changdou out of Crow immobilization's range. Boom! Blinding light illuminated the 3 universes, and the collision of divine power sent the surrounding void flying. Changdou had just been pushed out and hadn't moved very far before its body was sent flying by the divine power. Siqin was also sent flying at the same time. Siqin used a wing to block the divine power, but its body continued to fly backwards. Luyin suddenly appeared and grabbed at it. 1,000 feathers, 1,000 transformations. Siqin split into 1,000 parts, and Luyin's hand missed. He clenched his fists, and a sense of helplessness filled his heart. It was clearly right in front of him, but he couldn't even grab it. This was the power of the immortal plume. In the distance, Xiqin appeared and stared at Luin. She glanced at the wings and felt that such boundless divine power was definitely comparable to theirs. He was clearly just a scoundrel, damn it. On the other side, Changdou teleported away and reappeared. It also stared at Luin in fear. It was very sure that Luin wasn't its match, but where did that monstrous divine power come from? Coupled with the 10-eyed crow's power and strange physical strength, this human's foundation was somewhat unfathomable. Luin panted heavily as sweat dripped down his forehead. The tricolored divine power made him extremely tired, but he couldn't show it now. Even without Nan Ling, they would have a hard time dealing with Xiqin and Changdou. As long as these two immortal plume didn't attack forcefully, they could use teleportation and thousand feathers thousand transformations to exhaust the humans. In the Heaven's Origin universe, Mr. Mu and Jiang Feng had solemn expressions. Shui Ta Shangyu, Jingmen Shangyu, Grandmaster Qing Chao, Grandmaster Qudang, and the others all experienced a difficult battle. They didn't expect that they would still be so powerless when the humans were growing stronger by the day. Moreover, their opponents were only 3 immortal plume. One could imagine how tragic it would have been for Jiu Lei at his peak to face the combined attacks of the immortal plume, the unknown, and the death universe. Other than Luin, they realized that they couldn't interfere. The immortal plume's arrogance made them target all the Eternal Realm experts in the human civilization from the very beginning, which led to this outcome. Now, Xiqin and Changdou seemed to want to work together to defeat Luin. Luin could only teleport to avoid them. Dodging again and again made the 2 immortal plume impatient, and their attacks became heavier and heavier, affecting the lives of countless people. Helpless, Luin could only take out the Red Lotus tomb from Mount Supreme and place it in the middle of the other Eternal Realm experts. Go get it if you can. 1 Red Lotus tomb, 1 Luin, these were the targets that Luin set for the 2 immortal plume. Only the Red Lotus tomb could separate them, otherwise, the 3 universes would be destroyed. At this moment, the consciousness universe had been rebooted. Because of the battle just now, Luin didn't want the 3 universes to be rebooted too. Once it was rebooted, they wouldn't be able to stop it, and it would be a disaster for the entire human civilization. Xiqin, I'll deal with this human. You're more suited for that stone. Changdou suggested. Xiqin said, be careful, this human is very strange. It seems that Mingyu's disappearance isn't entirely because of that insect. Changdou's gaze was extremely cold, I understand. Xiqin teleported and disappeared. Luin reminded everyone. At this moment, the battlefield was divided. One was Luin against Changdou, and the other was Xiqin against the rest of the Eternal Realm experts. There were many Eternal Realm experts, but they had no advantage. They had no advantage over Xiqin, so all they could do was try their best to protect Red Lotus Tomb. This was their last resort, and as long as there was a way, Luin would not use Red Lotus Tomb as bait. Otherwise, if it was snatched away, Luin would never be able to make a name for himself. Fortunately, he also had insurance. The red umbrella opened above the Red Lotus Tomb. Chu Songyun didn't die, but he was severely injured and held the red umbrella with difficulty. He was surrounded by a circle of Eternal Realm experts, staring at the immortal plume that kept appearing and disappearing above his head. At this moment, they seemed so helpless. Luin retracted his gaze as Changdou closed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice, I've never fought against your human civilization before, but I've heard a lot about you. Even during your most glorious era of the 9th base, you were irreplaceable. If I kill you, your civilization will never be able to recover. Luin held the Go Lian tightly, you think too much. Even if I die, the human civilization can still rise. Our civilization has a saying, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Changdou sneered, even the former 9 bases was defeated. What makes you think you can? You're just a lowly failed civilization. Luin raised the Go Lian and pointed it at Changdou, I can tear your beak apart. After that, he teleported behind Changdou. The Go Lian slashed down, but Changdou teleported away. The slash missed, and Changdou's claws fell and grabbed at Luin. Luin dodged at the same time. Teleportation versus teleportation. The 3 universes flickered continuously, as if there were countless Luin and Changdou at the same time. On the other side, Xiqin was also thinking of ways to snatch the Red Lotus tomb, but it wasn't easy to snatch it. One was the red umbrella, which was definitely a weapon of the ruthless path. The other was the cauldron. It stared at the cauldron suspended above the Red Lotus tomb. The cauldron made its heart palpitate, and it didn't want to have an accident like Nanling. Anyway, Changdo's strength could definitely suppress that human, so it wasn't in a hurry. The human civilization no longer had the power to resist, and the battle between the unknown race and its own race wasn't so easy to determine a winner. The ancestor had awakened, and no one could interfere here. Even if someone wanted to, it would be Xianling. The planet shattered from Xiqin's power. Mr. Mu and the rest stood on the shattered planet, blocking Xiqin's attack. They didn't have time to care about Lu Yin's battle. Xiqin only needed a moment to take the Red Lotus tomb away. This was a loss that the human race couldn't bear. The starry sky shattered, and Lu Yin used the Karma Sword and the Sword Dao River to slash Changdo. Changdo was afraid of the Karma Sword and didn't want to meet it head-on. It only used the Feather God Spear. Lu Yin used his godly power to attack the Feather God Spear, but Changdo's claws came straight at him. He was suppressed by Changdo, just like in the previous battle with Mingyu. If not for the Immortal Master's internal sword, he wouldn't be Mingyu's match. Changdo's strength was about the same as Mingyu's. Lu Yin had already expended some energy before, so he was completely at a disadvantage now. Bang! There was a loud bang, and although the 15 pieces of armor wouldn't shatter, they were scattered. Lu Yin's eye power couldn't keep up, and he was suppressed by Changdo. Changdo discovered that even though the Feather God Spear could be blocked, the purple power supporting the external incarnation couldn't last much longer. Let's see how many more times you can block it. The tricolored godly power moved horizontally and cut through the void, but Changdo avoided it. It was more cautious than Mingyu and Mud Blade, and it didn't collide with the godly power at all. Every time Lu Yin used his godly power, it was like a waste. He hadn't learned how to truly use his godly power. Using his godly power to meet his opponent head-on was advantageous for him, but Changdo didn't give him a chance. It was exhausting Lu Yin's strength. Whether it was his godly power, eye power, or physical strength, they would all be exhausted one day. Apex mobile version website. Time passed, and Lu Yin panted heavily. His tricolored divine power had obviously weakened a lot, and his external pupil incarnation was also shaking. Changdo was arrogant, and its Feather God Spear stabbed at Lu Yin with undiminished power. Did this human really think that he could defeat it by relying on his rascal skills? Lu Yin teleported away. Trying to escape? A surging river descended from the void. Lu Yin looked up, and his expression changed. The River of Time? Changdo soared into the sky and disappeared into the River of Time. In the starry sky, it began to rain. It was the rain of time, and as it dripped down, it seemed to wash the universe's mirror clean of dirt, revealing the Feather God Spears that originally existed. Lu Yin was shocked. What is this? Human, you should be honored. This is the battle technique of my immortal feather inheritance, Time of the Long River. It is said that in the war that destroyed Ninth Base, many of you humans died under this technique. You should join them. After that, the Feather God Spears that were washed out by the time rain shot in the direction they had been stabbed. Lu Yin hurriedly teleported away, but no matter where he dodged, the Feather God Spears would descend. He was far away from the three universes and appeared outside the range of a 10-year eternal life realm expert. The Feather God Spears were still descending. They were not washed out by the River of Time, but by Changdo. With the condensation of the River of Time, the number of Feather God Spears kept increasing. In other words, they kept appearing repeatedly. Lu Yin's teleportation distance was far less than Changdo's. Changdo's vision could not see as far as Lu Yin's, but because of the attack range brought by its own strength, it could sense Lu Yin's position, and Lu Yin could not avoid it. In the battle with Mingyu, Mingyu did not use this battle technique, but Mingyu's true and false guardian was far more terrifying than this move. This was still a move that Changdo used to exhaust its own strength. It used teleportation because it knew that it could not hit Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had to constantly teleport and escape. However, he escaped, and the three universes were riddled with holes. Those feather god spears that were condensed by time repeatedly pierced the void. The three universes were on the verge of collapse. Mr. Mu was also affected and had to change his position. The feather god spears fell like rain, and a disaster fell upon the human civilization. Countless people wailed, and blood dyed the earth red. Blood-colored smoke and dust rose from the sky, and the despair of countless people could be heard. Lu Ying gripped the Go Lian tightly as his body trembled. His fury had reached its peak, but he was also filled with a sense of helplessness. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, they were all useless against Chang Do's 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations. He hoped that there would be an environment where Chang Do would not be able to escape, where he would have a chance to fight to the death. If it was not Chang Do's death, then it would be his. Far away, the consciousness universe was collapsing and restarting. 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad 25, who was living in the consciousness universe, hurriedly escaped. He couldn't see what was happening at all. There seemed to be bird cries. In the direction of Etion Palace, the thatched hut was faintly discernible. At the top of a cliff, in a palace, the silhouette who had been sitting there for a very long time slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the continent of the 9 clouds. Pillars. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Chang Do. He watched as it proudly whined, and his mind raced. What could he do to create an environment where he could kill the beast without letting it escape? What was the solution? Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked into the distance. Pillar, child, can you hear me? Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he heard a familiar and warm voice. It was the progenitor. Progenitor? Is that you? Child, it's been hard on you. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes turned red. It had been hard on him? Indeed, his past experiences surfaced in his mind. He had fought again and again, slaughtered again and again. He had carried the banner of the human race and walked at the very front without any complaints or regrets. He had walked the line between life and death and struggled with his heart. He had never been weak against anyone, but the progenitor was different. He was the progenitor of the Tianyuan universe, the progenitor of everyone. Progenitor, how are you? I can't leave yet. The restarting of this universe has awakened me. Child, listen to me. I see countless civilizations and feel the hearts of countless creatures. The universe is dark, but the hearts yearn for light. Civilizations don't interact with each other, but the essence of protection is communication. That is the meaning of all civilizations' existence. I can feel your heart. With a single thought, your heart, your consciousness, your physique, and everything that exists in the universe can be infinitely large. This is what the existence that I have merged with made me feel. With the help of this rebooted universe, you can fulfill your wish. Child, live on. None of us can be left behind. Lu Ying looked into the distance at the consciousness universe and smiled. All right, not one of us can be left behind. Within the river of time, Chang Do saw Lu Yin smile. Was this human crazy? How could he smile at a time like this? Xianxia saw it as well and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, she did not know where this feeling came from. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed and she cried out, Chang Do, run. Chang Do was startled and instinctively tried to teleport away, but he did not move. What was going on? At that moment, countless people saw another universe appear. It was as if the starry sky had overlapped and descended between the 3 universes. It was restarting and surrounding Chang Do. Exactly. It was the consciousness universe. The restarting universe had cut off Chang Do's teleportation and prevented him from escaping. This was an extremely shocking scene. No one had expected such a thing to happen. How could a universe suddenly descend? Previously, they had only heard of universes being able to move, but they had never heard of a universe descending like this. Both Xianxia and Chang Do were horrified. This was not a power that they could come into contact with. Could there be an even stronger existence in the human civilization? Lu Yin's gaze was as calm as still water. Was there no way to escape? Fine, then let's fight to the death. Let's see if your life or mine is tougher. He leapt into the shattered universe. This was the consciousness universe that was restarting. He did not know how the progenitor had done it, but he had actually moved an entire shattered universe to this place. This was probably not the progenitor's power, but rather the power of the heavenly guard. The consciousness universe had restarted more than once, and the heavenly guard had always been there. Senior, watch carefully. This junior will collect interest on behalf of the human civilization. Go Lien, slay. Changdou turned around and stretched out its claws. Bang! Lu Yin's arms were suppressed by godly power, and he slammed them down. Changdou was ruthlessly pressed down, and feather spears stabbed out. It could not teleport, but neither could Lu Yin. Human, no matter what is going on, you are doomed. The tricolored godly power enveloped Lu Yin's body, and the feather spears stabbed into his body, but they did not pierce through. The first time he had used the tricolored godly power transformation, he had used his godly power to resist the mud blade's slash. The mud blade had been compatible with the laws of the universe, and there was nothing it could not destroy. 2 slashes had broken Lan Meng's hanging coffin, but it had not been able to cut through his body. Later, in his battle with Mingyu, although his godly power could not resist the feather spears, it had destroyed the immortal plume origin tree, causing his body to transform. His strength had increased by several times, and his defenses had skyrocketed. This gave him the ability to resist Changdou and Mingyu's immortal plume spears, which were compatible with 2 laws of the universe. Although he could not block Nanling's feather spears, Changdou could not use them to defeat him. Just because he did not take them head-on did not mean that he could not. Changdou's body was pierced by the feather spears, and blood splattered across space. At the same time, Lu Yin slashed at Go Lien, and his vitality continuously flowed into Changdou's body. Changdou's sharp claws clawed at Lu Yin's face, and in front of him, the outer pupil incarnation's 15 pieces of black armor clashed. Lu Yin dodged to the side and grabbed Changdou's beak. His body withered and recovered, and his strength was constantly being absorbed. Changdou's sharp claws tore through the void, and countless void cracks appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. The consciousness universe was being rebooted, and this was an apocalyptic battle. Lu Yin's outer pupil incarnation moved to block the sharp claws, and his body soared into the sky. He leaped up and punched Changdou's head. Changdou's wings overturned the sky, and the aftermath was like a river that tore through the consciousness universe, but it was unable to overturn Lu Yin. Lu Yin's punch viciously smashed Changdou's wings, and the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Changdou had not expected Lu Yin to be so strong. How could a scoundrel be so strong? Furthermore, he could withstand the feather spear's attacks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Yin took the opportunity to grab Changdou's beak. I said I would tear your beak apart. With a hiss, Changdou howled in anguish and retreated step by step. Its enraged screeches resounded through the heavens as the flesh around its beak was torn apart, and blood dyed its eyes red. Changdou's killing intent soared to the extreme, and the feather spears stabbed out in a frenzy as its sharp claws clawed out. Bang! Bang! The black armor plates blocked the attacks, and Lu Yin's body was pierced through one by one. The feather spears pierced through, and Lu Yin endured the pain as he turned around and slashed at the Golian. His right hand danced about while his left hand suppressed the Golian, and a tremendous force slashed through the Golian's blade. Changdou's claws brought along streaks of blood and darkness as they sliced through the heavens, splitting the collapsed consciousness universe into 2. In the distance, Si Qin, Mr. Mu, and the rest watched in shock. Nobody retreated from this battle of flesh and blood. The most primitive slaughter was being carried out, and they had forgotten about battle techniques and innate gifts. There was nothing left but their instincts to fight like wild beasts. Splattering blood burned the void, and the consciousness universe rebooted even faster. Countless immortal substances fell down like snowflakes. That river of time had long since disappeared. Si Qin had originally thought that Changdou would have an advantage in this battle of flesh and blood with Lu Yin, but she soon realized that something was amiss. Although Lu Yin was bleeding, his strength had not weakened in the slightest, and he was constantly suppressing Changdou. One of Changdou's wings had almost been torn off, and even the hair on its head was gone. Changdou was in an extremely miserable state. It did not want to rush in, as it could not teleport out. It did not know what was going on, but could it be that the human civilization still had some top powerhouse that had not made a move yet? Or was it unknown? Changdo remained on guard. It could not go in, so it could only shout, "Changdo, don't fight him to the death." Changdo shrieked and pushed Lu Yin away with all its might, its pupils constricting to the size of needles. The most disadvantageous condition for Changdo was that it could not look at Lu Yin. If it did, it would be easily immobilized, and that would be the end of it. This human was actually so difficult to deal with. Was this the human civilization? Lu Yin charged out again, taking advantage of the fact that the consciousness universe had completely rebooted to kill this bird. Changdo retreated, not out of fear, but because it felt that there was no need to fight this human. This human was fighting to the death, and it felt like this human was getting stronger and stronger. Something was wrong. Changdo wanted to rush out of this rebooted universe, but it had lost its teleportation. Its speed was not as fast as Lu Yin's, especially when Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and used Sirius. The stars shattered one by one, hindering Changdo's escape. Changdo turned around, and an invisible force spread out. Apex mobile version website. Lu Yin felt that the starry sky around his heart was being affected, and he hurriedly retracted it. This was an invisible world, and it had finally been activated. Whether it was Mud Blade, Bright Rain, or Changdo, they would only use their trump cards when they were forced to a certain extent. If Changdo did not use his trump card, then no external force would be able to truly defeat him. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment, but he did not know what kind of power Changdo's invisible world possessed. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes flickered. Changdo had used his full strength. She hadn't expected that he would have to use his full strength to deal with a scoundrel. It scanned its surroundings and was not in a hurry to snatch the Red Lotus tomb. If there was a hidden existence in the human civilization that could do such a thing, it would be difficult for it to leave. It had to think of a way. However, even if there was a hidden existence, it wouldn't be so easy to make a move. Otherwise, that human wouldn't have been sealed together with the southern spirit. Perhaps, like great ancestor Xianxia, he was unable to make a move. Mr. Mu and the rest were wary of Xianxia as they looked into the distance. That life and death battle had caused their hearts to palpitate. Xianxia had faith in Changdo, and they had faith in Lu Yin as well. He had to win. They could have rushed into the consciousness universe to help Lu Yin, but Xianxia was still there. The only one who could help Lu Yin was Mr. Mu, who had broken through to the eternal realm on his own and combined with his stabilized artifact Turbid Treasure. Only then would he be able to injure Changdo. But once Mr. Mu left, the Red Lotus tomb would definitely be snatched away by Xianxia, and he would not be able to escape. Lu Yin could only rely on himself. The void cracked open, and cracks rained down like rain. From time to time, lightning would sweep past, illuminating Lu Yin's face and Changdo's figure. Lu Yin slowly retreated, the formless pressure causing him to feel apprehensive. Changdo had already used his full strength, which meant that he was truly facing a fishing civilization creature that was compatible with two universal laws. Previously, the mud blade Ben his body did not conform to the two laws. He only relied on the fact that he had collected two eternal life realms to become important weapons of civilization and possessed strength comparable to that of conforming to the two laws. On the other hand, Mingyu was a powerhouse who was truly compatible with two laws, but she had been defeated by Lu Yin's immortal body's internal Dao sword. Changdo was Lu Yin's true one-on-one battle against a powerhouse who was compatible with two laws. Such a powerhouse would definitely have a trump card that could turn the tables, even if Changdo hadn't lost to him. However, if this continued, Lu Yin was confident that he would be able to fight to the death. In terms of physical strength, it was still lacking. The triple firmament sword will slashed out, but it suddenly stopped in the void, unable to move in the starry sky. Lu Yin frowned and slashed at the triple firmament sword will again. This time, it was much stronger than the previous attack, but it was still stuck. As for Changdo's invisible world, he couldn't understand it. Lu Yin clenched his fist, raised it, and blasted out with his god force. Just like the triple firmament sword intent, the divine power rainbow suddenly stopped, unable to move. This truly shocked Lu Yin. How could this be? If it wasn't time, could it be space? What was this invisible world? At that moment, the formless energy suddenly surged and swept past Lu Yin, spreading throughout the entire consciousness universe. To Changdou, the invisible world could cover the entire 3 universes, let alone just one universe. If the Azure Lotus Defender could do it, so could it. Luin stopped moving. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but that he had a feeling that the moment he moved, there would be unpredictable consequences. The flesh on Changdou's head was still dripping with blood. He looked at Luin with a sinister and ferocious gaze. Don't dare to move? If you don't move, how can you defeat me? Luin stared at Changdou. How did this fellow's invisible world fit in with Qia's? The laws of the universe were the same? Qia's ultimate technique was the drum realm, which used sound to replace the stars. Once enveloped, any movement would cause the drum realm to explode. Even if the opponent didn't move, Xia could still rely on the laws of the universe to make the opponent move and cause the drum realm to explode. Back then, Luin had used teleportation to escape the drum realm. Now, Changdou's technique was actually similar to the drum realm, but the drum realm used movement to cause an explosion. Changdou, on the other hand, used a different kind of energy that Luin had yet to fully comprehend. Changdou moved, heading straight for Luin. Luin raised a brow. Xia had used the drum realm, but it couldn't even move. Changdou's technique was clearly much more powerful. Changdou continued to approach Luin, but Luin didn't dare act rashly. Instead, Changdou raised its sharp claws and slashed down. Luin dodged, but in that instant, his strength was drained. His expression changed as he could clearly feel his strength leaving him. No, it wasn't draining, but rather being restrained. It was as if a rotating gear had been stuck, and his strength had been blocked by an invisible force. He couldn't use it. How could this be? At Changdou's side, the feather god spear stabbed out. Luin retreated once more, but every time he did so, a portion of his power would be held back. It wasn't just his power, even his celestial eye's power was being held back. His entire body felt like it was being held back by something, as if every step he took was an enemy of the entire universe. He suddenly stared at Changdou. I understand now. You used the power to stabilize space to form a lock, and any movement within space will destroy this lock. This lock is compatible with the laws of the universe, which in turn restricts the power within space. The more you struggle, the greater the restriction. Changdou's eyes flashed with mockery. Human, you're quite clever. This is called the Day of Cessation. Day of Cessation? Lu Yin's eyes flickered with fear. He was resisting Changdou's laws. The more he moved, the stronger the suppression. Was it like the starry sky? I didn't want to use this move against you, but since you've forced me into such a difficult situation, I'll slowly torture you to death. Your strength will be completely suppressed by the pressure of the entire universe. How long do you think those humans can endure? Changdou sneered. Lu Yin's eyes were gloomy. This beast wanted to torture him to force his master and the others to save him so that Xiqin could snatch the Red Lotus tomb. In fact, his master and the others couldn't save him even if they came. No one could save him. This was a life and death battle between him and Changdou. Struggle. The more you struggle, the more you'll be suppressed. Changdou raised its sharp claws and clawed at Luin, forcing him to escape. No matter how this universe appeared, it's restricting me? Wrong. This is a grave for you to bury yourself. Luin spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only were the various powers in his body suppressed, but even his blood was also being suppressed. The sharp claws passed by and tore Lu Yin's body apart. Luin was sent flying. Changdou descended upon him again, and the feather god spears pierced him from above. Human, I'll cripple your limbs first. Let's see how long those humans can endure. In the distance, Mr. Mu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't help but want to rush out. Xiqin's eyes swept over, looking extremely sinister. Luin avoided most of the feather god spears, but his body was still pierced by 2 of them. He fell like a blood-colored meteor. Changdou chased after him, its sharp claws descending as it closed in on Luin. Luin looked at Changdou and released his Karma Heavenly Dao. He condensed a Dao sword and slashed upwards. Changdou the condensed feather god spears slashed towards the Karma Heavenly Dao sword. The feather god spears circled around Luin, forming a defensive field that didn't attack. As Changdou descended, they screeched. At the same time, the Karma Heavenly Dao Sword continued to condense and revolved around Luyin, crashing into Changdou. The Feather God Spears and the Karma Heavenly Dao Sword completely covered Changdou and Luyin, causing those outside the consciousness universe to be unable to see them clearly. Human, this is the consequence of provoking me, Xianling Changdou screeched proudly, and its sharp claws descended. The sharp claws pierced Luyin's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Another claw descended, but it was blocked by the external pupil incarnation. Luyin's lips curled up, and blood stained his clothes. Mixed hair bird, this is the consequence of provoking me, a human. Then, under Changdou's confused gaze, he grabbed the claw that had pierced into his body. His right hand held the Golian tightly as he slashed. Changdou sneered. Again? Under the stopped sun, your power is completely ineffective, and you can't hurt anyone. The Golian slashed at Changdou's claw. In the beginning, the battle in the consciousness universe had been able to tear through Changdou's body, including its claws. But now, there wasn't even a scratch. Looking at Changdou's mocking sneer, Luyin also smiled happily. Golian, when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. Whoosh. Pure black flames rose up like flames, wrapping around the Golian and spreading towards Changdou's body. Changdou looked at the black flames, and an indescribable horror spread throughout its body. Bone language. Luyin's eyes widened. Sharp claws and bones pierced through skin and feathers, tearing apart Changdou's body. Changdou was shocked. Impossible, this is their power. Human, you. Because it was too inconceivable, Changdou had forgotten about its celestial eye. The celestial eye met, and Crow froze. In the surroundings, the feather god spears lost their power and fell off, but the Dao swords were still there. Luyin had also activated the Divine Seal Catalog, the Triple Firmament Sword Intent, and the Sword Dao River, which blocked out the gaze of those outside the consciousness universe. It also prevented Changdou's voice from spreading. He had been waiting for this moment. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction to the Golian, causing the power of deathly stillness to appear. When the power of vitality and deathly stillness reached a balance, the destructive power it brought was unparalleled. After using the bone language, Changdou's body contained the power of deathly stillness, which meant that this power could directly invade its body without damaging the surface. Godly power was destructive from the outside, but this power came from the inside out. The stopped sun could restrict Luyin's own power, including his blood and even his consciousness. However, the vitality came from the Golian, and the deathly stillness came from the vitality. This power could not be restricted, and even if it could be, it would only be restricted after it was used. However, once it was used, it would cause a fatal injury to Changdou. Changdou held, and its blood-stained feathers fell off. Around it, the consciousness universe restarted, and space-time collided, bringing out countless immortal substances that accompanied the blood-stained feathers. Feather god spears stabbed at Luyin as Changdou struggled. Luyin grabbed one of Changdou's exposed bones and withdrew from the state of deathly stillness. Three-colored godly power coiled around it, and he exerted force. With a crack, the bone was torn apart, and Changdou howled in pain. Its wings flapped towards Luyin, but they suddenly stopped. The bone spikes in its wings pierced through its skin, causing blood to drip onto Luyin's face. Luyin's gaze turned fierce, and he allowed the feather god spears to pierce his body. He grabbed Changdou and used his strength to pry open its bones again. In the void, they fought in an even more brutal and bloody battle. Every step they took dyed the heavens red. And the two fell from the sky. Xiqin sensed that something was wrong. Why was Changdou in a worse state? Mr. Mu and the others stared into the distance. With a horizontal slash, Changdou's body was cleaved into two. The lower half of his body fell off. What was worse was his feathers, his flesh and bones were separated. He let out a howl of despair. Xiqin subconsciously wanted to rush over. She could not wait any longer. Otherwise, once Changdou died and the southern spirit was sealed and returned to the immortal Plume civilization, she would definitely be punished. However, it suddenly stopped. The sudden appearance of the consciousness universe made it fearful. Once it rushed in, it would lose the ability to teleport. If that human expert appeared, it would also die. Thinking of this, it suddenly turned its head to look at Mr. Mu and the others, its eyes flashing with determination. He teleported and disappeared. Be careful. Jiang Feng barked. He had been keeping an eye on Xiqin all this time, and her sudden disappearance meant that she had definitely come to attack them in an attempt to draw Luin out. Sure enough, the zither appeared, and feather spears descended from the sky, piercing toward everyone. Mr. Mu raised his cauldron to block the feather god spear. No matter how strong the feather god spear was, it couldn't break through the suppressing artifact turbid treasure. Xiqin stared at the universe of consciousness. Human, watch. Within the consciousness universe, Luin was holding on to Changdou's upper body. He was also in a miserable state, but he was in a much better state than Changdou. When he heard Xiqin shout, he looked over. Xiqin charged down ferociously. Facing the attacks of Mr. Mu and the others, it did not dodge at all. All the attacks that hit it were useless. Its sharp claws grabbed the alarm gate upper protector. No matter how one looked at it, the alarm gate upper protector's aura was the weakest among the eternal realm. First, she was severely injured by the balance envoy's cutting edge. Then, she was attacked by the South Spirit. She was already on the verge of collapse. The red umbrella was slanted, blocking in front of the startled gate Xianxia. Xiqin teleported away and changed her target, grabbing at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu waved his hand, and a time album and a cauldron appeared from the scene. Xiqin the third teleportation. This time, his goal was heaven shouldering immortality. It entered through the swamp of eternal life-bearer space, and under everyone's shocked gazes, it pierced through eternal life-bearer's body and shattered him. It then soared into the sky and stared at Luin from afar. Although he had teleported several times throughout the entire process, it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it tore apart heaven carrying immortality. Heaven carrying immortality was originally good at defense, but at this moment, defense was meaningless. Beside heaven carrying eternal life, Bayu's face was deathly pale. If she was Rua Xiqin's target just now, she would also die. No one could stop him. Within the consciousness universe, Luin stared at Xiqin. Xiqin also looked at him from afar, but not at the celestial eye. Release Changdou, or the next one to die will be an eternal. She was threatening him with the death of an eternal. Luin loosened his grip, and Changdou hurriedly flew away in the direction of Xiqin. If it wanted to leave the consciousness universe, it would be able to teleport as long as it left this universe. It would definitely get its revenge. Luin watched as Changdou flew out of the consciousness universe, and he took a step forward to chase after it. Xiqin shouted, "Humans, don't force me to kill you immortal realm humans." Luin remained unmoved, but he did not immediately chase after Changdou. Changdou was about to rush out of the consciousness universe. Once it did, it would immediately teleport back to the immortal plume origin tree and would not stop. Changdou looked back, the resentment in his eyes enough to drown out the starry sky. Luin stared at Xiqin silently. There were only 3 seconds left before Changdou charged out. 1. 2. Xiqin stared fixedly at Luin until the final second. Suddenly, right in front of Changdou, outside the consciousness universe, the cauldron appeared. Changdou was shocked and hurriedly stopped. At that moment, the universe trembled as Luin struck out with his palm. His figure instantly expanded like a giant encompassing the universe. The power of belief crossed the starry sky and slammed into Changdou, slamming it into the cauldron and storing it inside. Even Xiqin had not expected this, let alone Changdou. Although she was staring at Luin, she was also on guard against Mr. Mu and the others. She did not know why the cauldron had suddenly appeared and crossed such a great distance. She also did not expect Luin to suddenly unleash such a strong power of belief. This person had been hiding a trick up his sleeve all this time, catching them off guard. The most puzzling thing was that Mr. Mu and the others were so far away from the boundary of the consciousness universe that an immortal realm cultivator could not suddenly appear, so how could the cauldron appear? Unless it was teleportation. Wait, a human? Right below the cauldron, a figure appeared in Xiqin's eyes. It was Lu Yuan. Luin was not the only human who could teleport, but he had teleported the furthest and was also the strongest, which was why Xianling had thought that he was the only one who could teleport. In reality, the first person to comprehend teleportation was Patriarch Lu Yuan. It was precisely because of Patriarch Lu Yuan that Lu Yin was able to awaken this innate gift. Although Patriarch Lu Yuan's strength had not reached the immortal realm, teleportation had nothing to do with strength. As long as he could see something, he could teleport there. Lu Yin had deduced the mirror beam technique and attached it to himself while also giving Patriarch Lu Yuan a copy so that he could use it at a critical moment. This time, he finally used it. Patriarch Lu Yuan carried the cauldron and teleported right in front of Changdou. Changdou was too injured and anxious to leave the consciousness universe, so he could not react in time and was stored inside the cauldron. It gave off the feeling that he was waiting for an opportunity. After storing Changdou in the cauldron, Lu Yuan teleported again and returned to Mr. Mu and the others. Changdou wanted to escape from the cauldron. However, he was suppressed by the cauldron's suppressive force. Teleportation was ineffective as the cauldron isolated him from the outside. At his peak, Changdou would definitely be able to escape, but now. Xiqin teleported and disappeared, charging towards Mr. Mu and the others. Humans, you are too despicable. The red umbrella rose into the air as Chu Songyun resisted the urge to vomit blood and crashed into Xiqin. Xiqin's claws hit the red umbrella and knocked Chu Songyun unconscious. The red umbrella retracted. The next moment, it clawed at Mr. Mu. At this moment, Lu Yin also left the consciousness universe and appeared instantly. He bombarded Xiqin with his divine power. With a bang, Xiqin was knocked back. Its pupils shrunk to the size of a needle as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in front of Mr. Mu and the others. Blood flowed continuously, and his aura was extremely weak. However, he still smiled as he stared at Xiqin. Mixed-haired bird, look carefully. The next one will be you. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on the cauldron and poured his divine power into it. He wanted to refine Changdou. Mr. Mu took a deep breath and followed the laws of the universe, suppress. He cooperated with Lu Yin to refine Changdou. Xiqin shouted, humans, you are courting death. It is you who are courting death. Lu Yin roared and looked at Xiqin without fear. You mixed-haired birds, if one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill two. Let's see how many you can have. He also wanted to use Changdou to increase his karma. However, if he brought Changdou out, it might escape. Moreover, if he did not refine Changdou, how could he intimidate Xiqin? Xiqin's strength was above Changdou. Lu Yin really did not have the ability to kill this immortal plume. However, Xiqin was also extremely fearful at this moment. The sudden appearance of the consciousness universe made it believe that there was a hidden expert among the humans. In addition, with Lu Yin and the other strong cultivators watching, it could not snatch the red lotus tomb. It could not snatch Changdou back. Seeing Changdou howling and being crushed and refined continuously, fear emerged in its heart. It did not want this to happen. It was too miserable. Changdou's miserable state kept replaying in its mind. In front of its eyes, inside the cauldron, blood was boiling, magnifying its fear. Teleportation made the immortal plume arrogant. It thought that it would not die, but in reality, it was constantly losing immortal plume. It took a lot of effort to replenish it. The death of each immortal plume was almost invisible. Most of them did not die on the battlefield, but in the place after teleportation. As a result, death was unfamiliar to the immortal plume. The more unfamiliar it was, the more fearful it was. Seeing Changdou being refined with its own eyes was a huge shock to Xiqin. Creatures like the immortal plume were so talented that they did not experience as much as creatures with less talent when they reached the realm of immortality. Life and death were magnified in the immortal plume's heart. Xiqin's eyes flickered as it stared at the cauldron. Its voice was extremely low. Humans, release Changdou and Nanling. I can guarantee that the immortal plume will not attack you again. Lu Yin and the others looked at Xiqin coldly. There was no hesitation in their eyes. Humans rose from blood and fire. Their willpower was firm. Although they were afraid of death, looking at the entire civilization, they would rather die standing than live kneeling. This was especially true when facing mortal enemies like the immortal plume. They would kill as many as they could. Kill until they were terrified and did not dare to attack. The initiative should never be taken by others. Humans, do you really want to fight me to the death? Xiqin screamed, wanting to threaten them. Luin stared coldly at Xiqin. Mixed-haired bird, do you know how we humans have survived since the ancient times? We hunt. We catch wild beasts and birds. What? Since when can prey threaten the hunter? Behind them, Ba Yu looked at Lu Yin's back. At this moment, Lu Yin was very unfamiliar and very tall. Time continued to pass. There was no longer any sound of Changdou in the cauldron. Outside the cauldron, there was boiling vitality and many eternal substances. If one looked at it from above, there was a glaring light flowing in the cauldron. It was Changdou's flesh and blood that had been refined. Mr. Mu looked at the cauldron. The ninth wall is a turbid treasure. It has refined the immortal plume. It can be considered a consolation to the ancestors. Shui Pagoda, you said, this is only the first. It will not be the last. Lu Yin grabbed the cauldron and slowly turned it. The light inside was like flowing water. It swayed and made Xiqin dizzy. It was frightened and a chill went straight to its head. It teleported and disappeared. There was no need to stay. Changdou was dead and Nanling was sealed. Without the immortal plume's support, it did not think that it could defeat the human civilization. Lu Yin alone was not something it could easily deal with. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and almost fell. Fortunately, Ancestor Lu Yuan caught him. Little Seven, how is it? Lu Yin waved his hand. I'm going to the Mirage Domain. It will be quick. With that, he teleported and disappeared. Everyone was vigilant to prevent the immortal plume from appearing again. At the same time, in the immortal plume tree, the battle was intense. Xiqin returned and went straight into the tree. Then, a monstrous anger resounded, shaking the universe. Beiqing and the other immortal plume retreated. They did not understand what had happened. He, the old man and the others also retreated and confronted the immortal plume. Aren't those the immortal plume that attacked the human civilization? Why are they back? And there's only one? Demel was puzzled. The old man laughed. It won't be a crushing defeat, right? Impossible. The human civilization has the number of immortal realm experts. There are many of them, but it's impossible to stop 3 immortal plume, Ermao said. No, there are 4. There's still one hidden. This was Che, his voice calm. From his tone, it seems that the old man is very angry. 8 colors, what exactly happened? Pinnacle mobile version website, small doors appeared beside the unknown beings, and 8 colors voice sounded, human civilizations Qing Lian and Nanling were sealed at the same time. Changdou was refined to death, Yulu escaped, and Xiqin returned. That one sentence made the unknown beings fall silent. That human civilization could actually do such a thing? Not only did they not lose against 3 immortal feathers, but they even killed one. It was unbelievable. One had to know that Nanling, Xiqin, and Changdou were all existences that fit the laws of the universe. They were ranked in the middle of the 10 feathers, especially Nanling, who was second only to Tell the Sky and Beiqing. How could they be sealed? Human civilization's growth exceeded their expectations. Haha, that's not good. Human civilization defeated 3 immortal feathers. It means that even if we attack, we won't be able to win. 8 colors, how long has it been since Luin joined? More than 1,200 years. In just over 1,200 years, the human civilization has been brought to such heights. How terrifying. I'm panicking. I'm panicking too. The universe shook again. A towering immortal feather flew out from the immortal feather tree. As its wings flapped, heaven and earth swayed. The pressure it brought made the unknown beings retreat. How exaggerated. Shangjing, what a terrifying old monster. Just an old fart. I didn't expect it to still be alive. Retreat a little more. Give it some face. Specks of white starlight descended like a curtain, blocking the path ahead of the group of unknown beings. What followed closely were endless phantoms of portals. In an instant, they covered the entire universe. No one could clearly see how far they were. This was the world of the door. The unknown White knew the origin of the unknown doors. White, don't interfere. This is my fault. The grudge between the immortal feathers and human civilization. Xianxia was furious. His aura surged as he wanted to suppress the starry sky. Opposite him, the white starlight flickered and said gently, "The human civilization you speak of is the one I promised to protect for 2,000 years. That's human civilization. Don't forget, the descendants of Jiolei, your unknown enemy." Xianxia was furious. "You don't have to repeat yourself. I don't know how to keep my promise. If I say 2,000 years, it means 2,000 years. Do you really want to go against me? This is war. You're courting death. You can try." When his voice fell, doors vaguely appeared around the immortal feathers one after another. This made all of the immortal feathers uneasy. Even an expert like Beiqing couldn't break free, so how was this possible? He wondered what level White had reached. Even it was like this? The starry sky was silent. No one spoke. This silence did not last for long. As the countless fragments of sharpness around the immortal plume tree rose into the air, it attracted the attention of both sides. It was a fragment of the transparent sword. Previously, the transparent unknowable had used this sword to stab into the immortal plume tree, but it had been dragged away by Bao Tian, who had been prepared for it. The transparent sword had also shattered, but Luyin had used the tricolored godly power transformation to use the transparent sword to destroy the immortal plume tree, which had led to the awakening of Xianxia. Xianxia had awakened, and Luyin had run away. The transparent sword in Luyin's hand had shattered even more due to the destruction of the immortal plume origin tree. It scattered across the starry sky like glass shards, and no one paid any attention to it. At this moment, these drug-like transparent sword fragments rose into the air and gradually condensed back into swords. This scene shocked the immortal plumes. Beiqing was overwhelmed with shock. That was impossible. The transparent sword was like this, which meant that the unknown master of balance had returned. Could it be that the heavens had lost? Lost? On the unknown's side, they all stared at the transparent sword. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking, but it was obvious that the scales of victory were tilting towards the unknowns. The eight-colored godly power still did not appear. Only a voice came from a small door. "Xianling Baotian, life and death unknown. The Master of Balance has returned." These words confirmed the result of the battle between the Master of Balance and Baotian. It pushed Xianling Baotian into the abyss and sent chills down the unknown's spines. They were well aware of Baotian's strength. At the beginning, they had given Luyin a 5-star mission reward to seal Baotian and prevent him from coming out. In their minds, Baotian had once been Xianling Baotian's strongest expert. Now, this strongest expert had been defeated, life and death unknown. The unknown Master of Balance had returned safely. The gap between Xianling Baotian and the unknowns was widening. In addition to the losses of Nanling and Chengdou, as well as Mingyu's losses in the previous battle, it was obvious that Xianling Baotian had lost this battle between civilizations. However, this result might not be what all creatures wanted to see, even if the unknowns themselves did not know. Xianxing's aura suddenly disappeared, and the surging pressure receded like the tide. His voice became much gentler. "I thought it was a trap, but I buried myself." Baotian's fate was his own. He overestimated himself and can't blame anyone else. At the same time, congratulations to the unknowns. This Master of Balance has been well chosen. The unknowns did not reply. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the transparent sword. "Can you tell me, is Baotian dead or alive?" A calm voice came out. "He escaped, life and death unknown." Xianxing's gaze was deep. "He escaped without even returning home. Looks like he's not far from death." On the opposite side, the old man chuckled. 10 feathers, including the hidden you, a total of 11. How many are left? Hee hee. Xianxia said in a low voice, "We lost this battle. There's nothing to say, but even if there's only one left, the unknowns will have to risk their lives if they want to devour us." 8 colors spoke to the immortal feathers for the first time on this battlefield. After this battle, as long as the immortal feathers don't start a war, the unknowns can let go. There was no objection from the unknowns. Letting go meant letting go of the immortal feathers, and also letting go of themselves. If they really fought with their lives on the line, no one could guarantee that they would survive until the end. Moreover, both sides were increasing the karmic restraint. The immortal feathers could sleep with the dream of 1,000 years, but what about the unknowns? This was also the reason why not a single immortal feather died on the battlefield. The unknowns were all retreating. They only sought stability and victory, not slaughter. Speaking of which, the greatest achievement of this battle, other than defeating the Master of Balance, was Lu Yin. Whether it was blocking Bao Tian or destroying the immortal feather tree, they were all done by him. Mingyu and Chengdu died in his hands, and the sealing of the Southern Spirit and Qing Lian Shengyu was also related to him. After fighting for so long, everyone was tired. Although it was not long, it was more tiring than any other battle. Both sides did not speak anymore. Shangjing slowly sank into the immortal feather tree. Siqing could not help but ask, what about the Southern Spirit? It's not dead, it's just sealed. Shangjing opened his mouth. His tone was terrifyingly calm. The unknowns are watching. We can't take it away, but it's not easy to kill it. There will be a chance. In the end, humans are trapped in their own cocoons. Siqing was silent. There was something it did not say. What if the human civilization handed the Southern Spirit to the unknowns? If it could think of it, so could the Shangjing ancestor. Since it did not say it, there was no need to ask. The unknowns are treating themselves as the masters. Did they really think that they could achieve glory in the world? Even the ninth base was defeated. The unknowns won't last long. With that, Shangjing fell into a deep sleep. Beiqing, Siqing, Yuting, and the other immortal feathers also slowly retracted their auras. Their bodies were covered in gray, and the dream of 1,000 years condensed. Once they fell into a deep sleep, it was equivalent to giving up on the battle. Yulu returned and vigilantly glanced at the unknowns in the distance. It also slowly fell asleep in the dream of 1,000 years. This battle originally started with it, but the immortal feathers had suffered greatly and it had almost died. At this point, it saw some problems. Perhaps they had been led by the nose from the beginning. It stared at the human universe, but its body was cut in half by the unknowns. It came back to complain to the Southern Spirit, hoping to be protected and avenged by the immortal feathers. Just as it wished, the immortal feathers woke up one by one and started this battle. Before the battle, Yulu pretended to be in a deep sleep to lure the unknowns to attack and create a chance to fight the Master of Balance alone. This was Yulu's confidence, but the result was this. Now, looking at it from another perspective, this was an opportunity created by the Master of Balance. From that sword to the end of the battle, Yulu did not know whether Yulu was dead or alive. Everything was in someone else's plan. Around Yulu, the gray color gradually condensed. The starry sky became smaller and smaller until finally, it disappeared and fell into a deep sleep. This time, the immortal feathers admitted defeat. When Lu Yin saw the dream of 1,000 years sleeping on the crown of the immortal feather tree with his own eyes, he was completely relieved. Beside him, the 8-colored voice came from the small door. The immortal feathers suffered great losses this time. They won't start another battle in the short term. The unknowns promise to protect you, and the human civilization will not change for 2,000 years. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Protect for 2,000 years? It was true. This time. If not for the unknowns, the human civilization would have been destroyed. They would not have been able to withstand the immortal feathers' attack. But why did the immortal feathers attack the human civilization? Perhaps it was related to him capturing Mingyu and destroying the immortal feather tree. If this was the reason for the immortal feathers to attack the human civilization would be implicated by the unknowns. But Lu Yin thought of Yulu instead. When the battle started, Yulu was not at the immortal feather tree nor in Nolus. Instead, she appeared in the 3 universes. What was the reason? Could it be that she was targeting the 3 universes? If that was the case, then the immortal feathers' attack on the human civilization might not be related to this battle. It could even be that the origin of this battle came from Yulu. Lu Yin exhaled. No matter what the reason was, this battle was over. The immortal feathers did not even take away the red lotus tomb and allowed the southern spirit to be trapped. This was equivalent to handing the southern spirit over to them. This battle was indeed a huge blow to them. How many immortal feathers are left? Luin asked. The 8-colored voice said, excluding the unknown Yu Lu and the sealed southern spirit, there are 7 left. Luin frowned. 7 was still difficult to deal with. At first, he thought that there were only 10 immortal feathers. Xianxia did not count. However, it was not easy to deal with an additional immortal feather, let alone Xianxia. Although Yu Lu and the southern spirit were gone, more than half of the remaining immortal feathers had reached the strength of 2 universes. Xianxia, in particular, was unfathomable. He wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the immortal feathers, but he knew that it was impossible. The unknowns allowed the immortal feathers to sleep. The battle was over, but they did not want to fight. They could not start another war. The human civilization could not withstand the immortal feathers' attack. He teleported and disappeared. It was time to go back and deal with the aftermath. On the spot, the 8-colored door also disappeared. After this battle, the unknowns had a clearer understanding of Luin. Although this person was not in the eternal realm, his strength was extremely strong. He was so strong that he could stand on equal footing with any of the unknowns. People from the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, and the 9th heaven universe had all died from Xianling's attacks. Many of them had died on a large scale. Planets had shattered, regions had collapsed, mountains and rivers had turned upside down, and the starry sky had been overturned. The number of people who had died was uncountable. Luin stood in the sky and silently closed his eyes. All the cultivators gathered at the bottom of the sky stairwell. There were many cultivators from the 9th heaven universe and the spiritualized universe among them. Everyone was mourning. Rain fell from the sky. It came from the starry sky as if the civilizations were crying. The 3 universes were silent. Countless people were mourning. Many people did not even have the chance to mourn. It was normal for a civilization to die while cultivating. However, this was a war between civilizations, especially a war with Xianling, their archenemy. The universe is vast and boundless. Human civilization is just a drop in the ocean. To the countless lives in the universe, the survival of humans has nothing to do with them, Luin said slowly. His voice spread throughout the universe, to the spiritualized universe, to the 9th heaven universe, and to the universe of consciousness that had been restored but had also been reactivated. They don't care, but we do. We care about ourselves, our family, our friends, our heritage, and our homeland. Luin looked down at the world. The more we care, the more we have to fight. We have to fight against the countless civilizations that want to destroy us. We have to fight against the massacre in the starry sky. Anyone can die, and so can I. However, death cannot stop the continuation of our civilization. It is not only the continuation of our lives, but also the continuation of our spirits. It's the fighting spirit of the living and the unyielding spirit of the dead. No one will die in vain. Luck and opportunity are all guided by them. In the universe, every star that is lit up is because of their help. We will guide the way. We will not be defeated. We will not be destroyed. No one can destroy us. Countless people listened to Lu Yin's words and slowly raised their heads to look at the towering figure. He had been at the forefront of every battle, and he had carried everyone on his shoulders in every struggle of life and death. He was the lighthouse of human civilization, the person who had truly guided them in the right direction. I, Luin, cannot guarantee that you will survive the war between civilizations, but I can guarantee that your spirits will never perish. You will live with heroism. You will die with heroism. If human civilization is completely destroyed one day, I, Luin, will accompany you and disappear from the universe completely, never to leave a trace. However, I will not allow that day to come. Whoever wants to destroy us will have to be prepared to be destroyed together with us. There will be no exceptions. I can't see how high that starry sky is, but no matter how high it is, I can still pull it down. His eyes widened as he looked at the entire human civilization. In my name, step upon the stars. Countless people shouted excitedly, in my name, step on the starry sky. In my name, I shall tread the starry sky. In my name, I shall tread the starry sky. Luin stood high up in the sky and took out the heavily injured Mingyu from Mount Supreme and threw her to the ground. At the bottom of the heaven stairway, Mingyu fell, and blood spread along the ground. Countless gazes were fixated on that spot. Many human enemies had been executed before, and now it was Xianling's turn. Mingyu's injuries were too severe, and she had already fainted. She had to faint, or else it would be very easy for her to use instant movement and 1,000 feathers and 1,000 transformations to escape. Even if there was only a slight possibility, she could not take the risk. Luin had already used it to increase his karma in the Mirage domain, and now, it was time to deal with it. It's called Mingyu, and it comes from Xianling. Xianling is the civilization that caused great harm to our human civilization this time. It was also one of the mortal enemies of our human civilization. It slaughtered the powerhouses of our civilization and wrote an extremely humiliating chapter for our human civilization. It's an eternal realm that conforms to the laws of the two universes. Today, I will use it to pay tribute to those who died in this battle and comfort their souls in heaven. Luin took out Go Lian and slashed. The blade fell, and Mingyu's body was cut in half. Her head flew out, shocking countless people. Xianling, an eternal realm expert from a fishing civilization, died just like that. This wasn't an ordinary eternal realm expert, but a terrifying existence that conformed to the laws of the two universes. In the current human civilization, only Qing Lian could reach this level. In other words, Luin had executed a top expert whose strength was similar to Qing Lianyu. This scene shocked even Shui Ta Shangyu and Jingmen Shangyu. Even though they had seen Chengdu being refined before, that was a battlefield. Today, it was an execution. Once this matter spread to Xianling, it would definitely incur Xianling's wrath. Luin didn't care. The human civilization and Xianling were mortal enemies. Would Xianling stop being hostile to the human civilization after letting Mingyu go? Impossible. Their hatred could never be resolved. Qing Lianyu had never forgotten. His move was called Red Lotus Tomb. The hatred engraved in his bones could never be forgotten. Even if Xianling wanted to resolve the grudge, the human race wouldn't agree. Otherwise, how could they face their ancestors? Mingyu was killed. Light illuminated the starry sky and dispelled the darkness. Countless people seemed to hear the horn of counterattack. Luin was enveloped in light, like a god. Everyone looked at him with fanatical worship. Respect. They believed that as long as Luin was around, the human civilization would not decline. He was the symbol of this era. In addition to paying tribute to the dead, the death of the heaven-bearing immortal also made people's hearts heavy. Although it wasn't an eternal realm expert and had given up on its own civilization to protect itself, it had still contributed to the human civilization. If it wasn't for its Kylie, more people would have died. What a pity. Other than Mingyu, there was also the eternal realm flying bird that had been captured by Xianling. It had also died after increasing Lu Yin's karma. There was no need to keep it. Not long after, Lu Yin teleported into the consciousness universe. This universe was currently rebooting and would take a long time. He stood outside the thatched house in Etionke, wanting to enter to find the ancestor. Child, there's no need to come in. I'm going to sleep again. This was the ancestor's voice. Luin was stunned. Senior, you. What I'm seeing now is like a dream. I don't know when I'll wake up. Child, I know your pain. Go back and rest well. If you can't hold on one day, just protect yourself. No one will blame you. Child, treat yourself well and live well. Luin looked at the thatched house deeply and nodded. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. Luin had arrived. Half a year had passed since Mingyu's execution, and he had already recovered. His injuries had already healed in the Mirage domain, but his energy wasn't so easy to recover. It took him half a year to recuperate. Is anyone here? I'm back. Luin shouted as soon as he arrived. Knowing Trace immediately became lively, and even the divine tree seemed to sway. Humph, you're getting more and more impolite. This was Demao. Luin smiled. Demao. Why are you here every time I come to Knowing Trace? Don't you have anything to do? Do I need to explain anything to you? You're not waiting for me, are you? Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Demel was unhappy. Haha, kid, your performance in the battle with Xianling was quite good. You played a decisive role. Impressive. The old man with the chuckle spoke. Luin said, I didn't do anything. I was just doing my best to complete the task given to me by the unknown. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for the unknown. You're quite quick to slip away. Luin raised his brows. Who? That's Mao, right? Speaking of which, you're actually a shield. What's going on? Can a shield become a spirit? Luin, don't break the rules, Mao reprimanded. Luin laughed. Others don't know that you're a shield? Interesting. This shield is not an ordinary shield. Kid, are you interested? Demel asked with a smile. Luin asked back, would you tell me if I was interested? Possibly. Haha. Mao said in a low voice, Source Master, don't force me to cut down all your mother trees. You can try. Demel was not afraid. Luin was interested. Demel, you still have mother trees? Haha, it is quite a few. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The importance of the green light was increasing. It could transform his body and allow him to withstand more divine power. It could also break free from the control of the ten-eyed crow's innate gift. The scene he saw when he destroyed the immortal plume tree was even more unimaginable. He wanted the green light now. How could he get it from Mao? He had to use his brain. He knew it. Mao had been collecting mother trees for so many years. It was impossible for him to have so few. Speaking of which, kid, that worm you recommended is quite strong. His strength is passable. He passed the test and joined the unknown in such a short time. The old man with the chuckle laughed. Luin was surprised. Immortal Master passed the test? I don't know. Demel was disdainful. As long as he's not as annoying as you. Luin laughed. Demel, our relationship cannot be replaced by others. What do you mean? Demel felt inexplicably uneasy. Lu Yin's tone had suddenly changed. It had become gentle. Nothing. I just mean that our relationship is good. Look, our cooperation is very close. Red Hero knows this very well. I don't know what you're talking about. Then why don't we meet? How about the Red Coat civilization under the stars? Sure. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. You're too polite. Demel choked and did not know how to reply. Inside a hanging coffin, the immortal master listened quietly. Luin spoke to the other unknowns as equals. The other unknowns also spoke to him with respect. It was completely different from how they spoke to him. He was clearly just a scoundrel, but he received all the unknowns' respect. Regardless of friend or foe, they respected strength. It was strength that he had gained through fighting. It did not intend to interrupt. It knew where to go, so it spoke cautiously. It had passed the test a few months ago. After so many years of using Luo Chan's teleportation, it knew many civilizations. It was not difficult to use one civilization to destroy another. 8 colors asked it to worship the divine tree and choose a color. It had delayed. The reason was that it had been injured in the battle with Xianling. It had deliberately delayed. It had always remembered Lu Yin's words. It always felt that it could offend the other unknowns, but it could not offend Luin. This human was sinister and cunning, but he had many tricks up his sleeve. In a desperate situation, he could form alliances. It was too terrifying. Moreover, it did not know whether it still had path swords in its body. Pinnacle mobile version website, the Divine Master thought about it. When he completed the unknown mission, he would ask 8 colors to check if there was a path sword. Divine Master, are you there? Answer me. Luin called out to it. The Divine Master hesitated. Should he answer? Talking in this kind of atmosphere did not match its personality. Yes. It still spoke. Luin smiled. Come, say hello to everyone. The Divine Master was speechless. Hee, Divine Master, right? You betrayed Xianling and joined the unknown just like Red Hero. You have to be careful, those strange birds are hard to deal with. Demao tried to scare him. Luyin was disdainful. Demao, don't scare people. The Divine Master's strength might not be below yours. Is that so? Demao obviously did not believe him. Welcome, Divine Master. The Divine Master was silent. These unknowns were very strong. They had joined forces with Lan Meng to fight against the human civilization. Now that Lan Meng was gone, they were definitely dead. It was just that they did not know how they died. The migrating Silver Sky Army was also finished. It had fought against them before. The stronger the unknowns, the more unfathomable they were. Not long after, Jizong quieted down. Luyin asked 8 colors about the reward. You currently have a 6 stars mission reward, 2 5 stars mission rewards, 1 4 stars mission reward, and 1 2 stars mission reward, 8 colors replied. Killing on the battlefield was a duty for creatures that joined the unknowns. They would not be rewarded. Only special missions had rewards. For example, Lu Yin's 6 stars mission reward came from destroying the immortal plume tree. This was the highest reward Luyin could get so far. If not for the fact that it was impossible on the battlefield because the 5 stars mission was to destroy the fishing civilization, he would not have the strength to do so. As for the 6 stars mission, he did not even know what it was. Destroying the immortal plume tree was also due to luck. If not for the Divine Master, he would not have been able to defeat Mingyu. If not for the transparent and unknown broken sword, he would not have been able to split the immortal plume tree. If this was the case on the battlefield, one could only imagine how difficult it was to complete a 6 stars mission outside the battlefield. There were so many mission rewards. Some came from the Mudwater Kingdom War, but most came from the Immortal Plume Civilization War. Please choose your reward, 8 colors said. He really wanted to use the reward to deal with the South Spirit and release the Azure Lotus Emperor. He believed that a 5-star mission's reward would definitely be enough. However, before Qing Lianyu and the Southern Spirit were sealed, he had said that he absolutely could not hand him over to the unknown. This caused Luyin to hesitate. He believed that the Chancellor of the Blue Lotus would definitely think that he would use the reward to exchange for the unknown help. Since he still said this, it was obvious that he did not want him to do so. Luyin thought about it for a moment, but eventually decided against it. He had his reasons for using the Azure Lotus Shield. There were so many rewards. Let's exchange them one by one. He remembered that Ba Se had once said that the unknown knowledge of human civilization corresponded to 2-star mission rewards, 5-star mission rewards, and 6 stars mission rewards. In that case, he would first use the 2-star mission rewards to exchange for it. Corresponding to the reward of a 2-star mission, then the human civilization was definitely not strong, not even comparable to the former 9th Heaven universe, but there should be Eternal Realm, or the corresponding Eternal Realm in the unknown threat perception. After all, there was also a 2-star mission. Regardless of whether that human civilization would be of help to the 3 universes, humans were humans. He needed to search for them. I will use the 2-star mission reward to exchange for the location of the human civilization, Luyin said. There was a mountain sword sect in the Mud Kingdom War. It was almost equivalent to the reward of a 2-star mission. Now that he had brought the people of the mountain sword sect back, it could not be used as a reward. So if he could really exchange for it, it meant that there were other unknown locations of human civilizations. Yes, the sinking star universe corresponds to the reward of a 2-star mission, Ba Se said. Luyin frowned. Ba Se, you said before that there were only 3 unknown knowledge of human civilization, corresponding to the 2-star, 5-star, and 6 stars mission rewards. The mountain sword sect must be one of them. Now that I have taken the mountain sword sect away, how do you still have it? Ba Se said, the mountain sword sect belongs to a certain unknown civilization, not the entire unknown mission rewards. Which unknown? No comment. Lu Yin's gaze was dignified. Was that so? That's right. Every unknown had its own understanding and opportunity of the square inch, and it would not be connected to the entire unknown. The mountain sword sect did not belong to the unknown knowledge. Sinking star universe? Ba Se told Luyin the coordinates of the sinking star universe. Luin asked about the situation of the sinking star universe, and Ba Se did not say much. The coordinates were the reward, and any more would have to be exchanged with additional rewards. After all, they were all knowledge. However, it only corresponded to the reward of a 2-star mission. Luin exited the knowledge trail and found Jiang Feng, asking him to explore it. He did not have time to constantly explore new universes. Especially since the Azure Lotus Emperor had been sealed, he had to oversee the 3 universes to prevent accidents. He could not really hand over human civilization to the unknown. At this moment, the Karma Celestial phenomenon was replaced by the Karma Heavenly Tao, and Luin enveloped the 3 universes with the Karma Heavenly Tao, just like before. Looking at the current immortal realm of human civilization, only Jiang Feng was the most suitable to explore the sinking star universe. He wanted to see if the people of the sinking star universe were suitable to merge with the 3 universes. The sinking star universe was within the scope of the unknown knowledge. If they did not merge, what awaited them was to be used to attack other civilizations and eventually be destroyed. They should be aware of this themselves. Jiang Feng agreed, and Luin took Jiang Feng with teleport. The distance between the 3 universes and the sinking star universe was not as far as the immortal plume origin tree. After several teleportations, they saw the sinking star universe. It was a cosmic civilization that spread throughout the stars. Luin took Jiang Feng in and left. He sensed that there was an eternal realm in this universe, but there was only one, and Jiang Feng could deal with it. He was a powerhouse who could walk step by step in front of Si Qin and give it a blow, even if it was useless. Luin returned to the knowledge trail and used a 4 stars mission reward to heal the Alarm Gate's injuries. The Alarm Gate had been severely injured by the edge and had not recovered from his injuries. He had almost been killed in the battle with the immortal plume. Now that the Azure Lotus Emperor had been sealed, there was no one to help the Alarm Gate, and he could only think of the unknown knowledge. The 4 stars mission reward was definitely enough to heal the Alarm Gate's injuries. According to the value of the reward itself, it seemed like a waste of talent, but this kind of thing could not be calculated by value. Not to mention a 4 stars mission reward, even if it was a 5 stars or 6 stars mission reward, he would not hesitate. As long as he could heal the Alarm Gate's injuries. These mission rewards all came from the battlefield. In fact, being forced to fight was not a bad idea. Luin believed that his ability to protect himself was very strong, and it was easier to obtain mission rewards on the battlefield than outside of it. Now, he only had 1 6 stars mission reward and 2 5 stars mission rewards left. He planned to exchange for something, and the first thing he wanted was people. Traces of a human civilization. The unknown knowledge trail had 2 human civilizations. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. The image of the meteor realm being split into 2 appeared in his mind. The horror of that moment was still fresh in his mind. Why did the Master of Balance make a move? Because it wanted to limit the upper limit of human civilization and not allow it to become stronger. On the other side of the meteor realm was the longevity universe. It was very likely that the Master of Balance knew about the longevity universe's situation, which was why it had cut off the meteor realm. Now, if he used the reward to exchange for traces of human civilization, then what would the result be? The fate of the meteor realm had already explained everything. Perhaps the moment he found out about the traces of human civilization would be the moment that human civilization was destroyed. The unknown knowledge trail had promised to protect the 3 universes' human civilizations, not all of them. The sinking star universe only corresponded to a 2-star mission reward, so there was no problem. However, a 5-star mission reward would either require a human civilization that was as strong as a fishing civilization or a threat to the unknown knowledge trail. This was not something that the unknown knowledge trail wanted to see. Not to mention the 6 stars mission reward. His exchange could bring disaster to the other 2 civilizations. The more he thought about it, the colder it became. Luin took a deep breath and suppressed the temptation of exchanging for traces of human civilization, calming himself down. He could not be impulsive. The unknown knowledge trail was the mortal enemy of human civilization, and he could not watch them grow stronger. The Balance Envoy's sword had only been a warning. If he wanted to find human civilization, he could not use the unknown knowledge trail. Actually, when he thought about it this way, one of the unknown knowledge trail's human civilizations had to be the longevity universe. Otherwise, why would the balance envoy cut off the meteor realm? Was it the meteor realm? Or was the longevity universe a civilization that the balance envoy could use? Was it not within the unknown knowledge trail? No matter what the reason was, Lu Yin's every move was being watched. At his current level, he could see further, and others could see more of him. Lu Yin, please choose the reward you want to exchange, 8 colors reminded him. Lu Yin thought for a moment. I want to exchange for knowledge. Okay. I want to know the difference between the immortal plume tree and the other mother trees. 8 colors was silent for a moment. Okay. Exchange for the 6 stars mission reward, knowledge. Wait, the 6 stars mission reward? Lu Yin was surprised. The scene of destroying the immortal plume tree had shocked him, so he wanted to know more. However, it did not need to consume the 6 stars mission reward. That was the 6 stars mission reward. 8 colors said, this knowledge trail must consume the 6 stars mission reward. Lu Yin said, forget it, I'll think about it. He wanted to know the truth of that scene, but the 6 stars mission reward was too important for him and human civilization. An additional knowledge trail was not enough to change the current situation. He believed that Jiu Lei knew about this knowledge trail, but it was destroyed anyway. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. I want to exchange for mother trees with the 5 stars mission reward. How many can I exchange? Mother trees? Yes. The green dots in the mother trees were of great help to him, so the more the better. 8 colors said, the unknown knowledge trail will accumulate for you. Accumulate? The unknown knowledge trail will destroy the mother trees instead of keeping them. Lu Yin frowned. 8 colors, your exchange reward is too much. Either the price is too high, or it takes too much time. Can't you be more decisive? 8 colors said, please choose whether to exchange or not. Lu Yin was impatient. Of course not. How long will it take for you to accumulate? 8 colors was silent. Lu Yin was also silent. After thinking for a long time, he finally chose to exchange for knowledge, but it was about the distance between the 3 universes. I want to use the 5-star mission reward to exchange for information about the 3 universes and the fishing civilization within the distance that you can exchange for. Now that he was protecting the 3 universes on behalf of Teal Lotus Protector, he knew how much pressure this burden was. If he didn't know his surroundings, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Maybe a powerful civilization would appear as soon as he left. It was too difficult to rely on himself to see his surroundings, but the unknown could. At present, only fishing civilizations could threaten human civilization. If he didn't reach the level of a fishing civilization, the unknown could easily solve it. But if he reached the level of a fishing civilization, even if the unknown promised to protect him for 2,000 years, human civilization would still suffer losses, just like the immortal plume invasion. So Lu Yin wanted to know if there were any fishing civilizations around. Using a 5-star mission reward for this seemed not worth it, but he felt at ease. Besides, he also wanted to see what kind of fishing civilization it was. It might be a strong enemy in the future. The rewards that Lu Yin exchanged for made 8 color feel embarrassed again and again. The previous rewards that the unknown exchanged were not so complicated. Yes, based on your knowledge of the distance, there is a fishing civilization within 1,000 years of the speed of an ordinary eternal realm. You can choose from the 5-star mission reward. First, tell you the specific situation of this fishing civilization. Second, expand the range to a speed of 5,000 years, but only tell you the number of fishing civilizations. Please choose. 1,000 years? That was enough. 1,000 years of the speed of an eternal realm was a very long distance. This 1,000 years was defined with the 3 universes as the center, unless the fishing civilization sat on it. Otherwise, it would never find the human civilization. But since the unknown could see this fishing civilization clearly, it might be possible to lead this fishing civilization to destroy the 3 universes. It was better to see this fishing civilization clearly. There was no need to expand the range to a speed of 5,000 years. I choose the first one to see this fishing civilization clearly. Okay. Next, 8 Color told Luin about the specific situation of the fishing civilization. After listening, Luin silently left knowing trace. Soon after, he entered again, this time looking for Demao. 8 Color, I want to talk to Demao alone. You have to confirm that it is in knowing trace before I can let you talk alone. Luin looked at the dark knowing trace. Demao, are you there? I have something to talk to you about. No one responded. Demao, I have good news. Red Hero told me something. If you don't respond, I will take it seriously. Demao spoke, kid, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to use me to deal with Red Hero? Luin was dissatisfied, don't say things that affect our unity. How many times have I said it? He then called Boss A over so that he could speak with Demao alone. Do you have any mother trees? What do you want the mother trees for? Demao was puzzled. It wanted the mother trees for its cultivation, which was related to itself. Why did this human want so many mother trees? Luin replied, don't worry about that. How about it? Any more? Deal. There's nothing in your human civilization worth trading with me. What if it's an unknown 5-star mission? Luin asked. Do you want it? Of unknown. Demao was surprised. Why did Luin want so many mother trees? Reason told him that the more Luin needed it, the more he could not give it to him. But he really needed the unknown. Even Demao would find it difficult to complete a 5-star mission. Looking at the entire unknown, how many could complete a 5-star mission? Luin could only complete it because of his contributions on the battlefield. Teleportation was the biggest contribution. Luin urged, how about it? Do you want to exchange? If not, I will find someone else. I don't necessarily need the mother trees. I have other needs. Haha, the old man should be willing to exchange. 2 mother trees, Demao said. Luin was amused. His tone was full of sarcasm. Demao, do you think I am an idiot? 2 mother trees? How many is that? I dare say that as long as I am willing, I can collect them in a few years with my teleportation speed. Even 8 Color said that you need to accumulate enough mother trees for a 5-star mission. Do you think it is only worth 2 mother trees? Demao sneered. Then you can collect them yourself. The most important thing in collecting mother trees is not the speed, but the goal. Can you find so many civilizations? With your human civilization as the center, even with the speed of an eternal life realm, how many civilizations can there be? Do these civilizations all have mother trees? Let me tell you, there are not as many as you think. There are too many accidents in the process of biological evolution and development, and I have dug up many mother trees of civilizations. Even if you have teleportation, you can't find a mother tree in 100 years. A certain number of mother trees. Then 200 years. Time means nothing to us, Luin retorted. Demao laughed. Then you can go find them yourself. Luin frowned. Demao really did not care. He was still certain that he could not collect them. In fact, he really thought so. It should not be difficult to find civilizations with teleportation and mirroring. Even if he only found one in a year, 200 years would be enough. But the biggest problem was that he would not forcibly destroy the mother trees. If the mother trees were growing well, he would not touch them. Otherwise, he would not be able to get over it. This came from the experience of the starry sky of the Tianyuan universe tree. He always felt that the mother trees were protecting them. So it was not something that could be collected in 200 years. Even 1,000 years would not be enough to collect a single mother tree. He continued to obtain the mother tree through Demao. In fact, from Demao's point of view, this was also a way to trade with him. It would force Demao to continue collecting the mother tree. The source was still with him, but he really needed the mother tree. All living things were selfish. Luin was no exception. There was no need to find excuses. Since he could not get over it, he would not do it and let Demao do it. Besides that, time was also very important to him. He had many other things to do and did not have the time to collect mother trees. 5 mother trees. I'll trade, Luin said. Demao scolded, are you crazy, kid? 5 mother trees? Do you think I planted the mother trees? You can have as many as you want. That's the reward for a 5-star mission. Listen carefully, it's a 5-star mission reward. Listen carefully, the reward for a 5-star mission cannot be traded. Even if I want it, I have to go through you. You will know what I exchanged with the unknowns. Because of that, the value of the reward has been reduced by half. That's too much. Reduced by half? Unless you're using it to deal with me. You're not qualified. Then 5 mother trees it is. 3 at most. That's all. 4. That's my bottom line. 3. That's also my bottom line. 4. 3. 3.5. How about we both take a step back? Luin asked. Demao hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing, fine. 3.5 mother trees. Deal. Luin sighed. With so many mother trees, it would take him a long time to find them all by himself. He might as well take the reward as an exchange for time. He would also know what Demao wanted to exchange with the unknowns through him, which would help him understand Demao better. By the way, I'm actually losing out on this deal. Why don't you tell me about Airmao as a bonus? Humph, you can choose not to trade. That's not how you do business. Reciprocity is the way to go, Luin advised. Demao laughed. Kid, how many mother trees do you think I have? Let me tell you, after this deal, I'll only have half a mother tree. You can't trade with me even if you want to. Then just give me half. It's not much anyway. Dream on. What's the point of you hogging half a mother tree? Are you trying to be stubborn? Cut the crap. Use the 5-star mission reward to exchange for a branch from the unknowns, then send it to me at these coordinates. Luin was surprised. A branch from the unknowns? A branch that had fallen from the unknowns? It was normal for trees to wither. It was the same for mother trees and the unknowns. But why would Demao want a branch from the unknowns? He called out to 8 Color, I've decided. Use the 5-star mission reward to exchange for a branch. 8 Color's voice was calm, sure, the branch is under the unknowns. Go get it. Luin exited Knowledge Trail and let Master Grass go get it. He would not enter Knowledge Trail directly anyway. After a while, Luin teleported into space and saw the unknowns and the giant in front of him. Luin and Demao looked at each other from afar. Compared to the last few times, they were much calmer this time. Luin slowly approached Demao. Demao's eyes burned with desire as he looked at Luin. We meet again, Demao. Luin smiled as he felt the giant's pressure. It was not as strong as before. It was not that Demao had weakened or restrained his aura, but that Luin had grown stronger. He had the confidence to face Demao. Demao's voice was loud and clear, more than 100 times louder than when he was in Knowledge Trail. Cut the crap, where is it? Luin looked at Demao deeply. To be honest, he did not want to give it to him. The branch of the unknowns, although it was a branch, was full of divine power. The vastness of this divine power could be said to be no less than the tricolor divine power transformation. Perhaps it was because of the withered branches and leaves, but the divine power was not as overbearing as the tricolor divine power transformation. Luin himself wanted to absorb this divine power, but he still could not fully control the tricolor divine power transformation. If he absorbed this divine power rashly, he might lose control like the first time when he used the tricolor divine power transformation. Not every enemy could do nothing to him like the mud blade. Now that he had finally balanced the tricolor divine power transformation, he could not bear the divine power in the unknowns. But he could keep it and use it later. When he absorbed more green light spots, his body could withstand more divine power. The divine power in the unknowns would be enough to raise his strength to another level. But the premise was that there were more green light spots. So he had to get the green light spots first and then the divine power. Apex mobile version website. The reason why he was willing to continue the trade was that Master Grass had told him that there were still many branches under the divine tree. Otherwise, Luin would not have been willing to trade. The mother tree could be found slowly. This kind of opportunity to increase divine power was rare. He did not know whether this trade was a gain or a loss. But through this trade, he knew that there was a possibility of the divine tree's branch increasing divine power. Also, why did Demao want this? He remembered that Red Hero called Demao the source. Master. Demao's cultivation power was definitely not simple. Otherwise, why would he dare to jump around in the unknown world? He even dared to compete with Red Hero. The divine tree's branch was taken out. Suddenly, the sky changed color and divine power surged. It was full of oppression. Fortunately, because it was a branch, the divine power was not that overbearing. Demao looked at the divine tree's branch. He raised his hand and extended it in front of Luin. Luin grabbed the branch. Demao, it's not worth it. Demao stared at Luin. You don't want to trade? Luin shook his head. I mean, exchanging a 5-star mission reward for the divine tree's branch. It doesn't feel worth it. That's a 5-star mission reward. You have to destroy a fishing civilization to get it. You're exchanging it for this branch? Don't you think you're losing out? Demao sneered. A fishing civilization can be destroyed, but the divine tree's branch, other than joining the unknown world and completing a 5-star mission, there's no other way to get it. In terms of value, it's more precious than a fishing civilization. Luin stared at Demao. There was something he did not say, and that was the use of the divine tree's branch. This was the most precious part of the divine tree's branch. Perhaps this branch of the tree of God could increase Demao's combat power. At its level, even a slight increase in combat power would be terrifying. Demao did not say anything else. He stared at Luin and waited for his decision. Luin released his hand and let the branch fall into Demao's hand. Demao immediately retracted his hand and gave the coordinates of the remaining mother trees to Luin before leaving. Demao. Luin suddenly called out to him. Demao looked back. Luin looked at him. This branch is not enough. Demao said, I want as much as you have. But I don't have any more mother trees. It will take a long time to collect them. Oh right, I remember now. You still have a 6 stars mission reward, right? You destroyed the immortal plume tree. Although the immortal plume tree was repaired, you still completed the mission. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Yes, a 6 stars reward mission. I'm waiting for all of you to exchange with me. Demao gave Luin a deep look before leaving. There was a mother forest in front of him, but when he entered and left, the mother forest had already disappeared. He had exchanged for the rewards of the 2 5-star missions. Actually, he didn't exchange for the rewards that he really wanted. However, he had no choice. This was the situation. People wouldn't do as they pleased. However, he wasn't in a hurry to exchange for the 6 stars mission reward. He didn't know what to exchange for. Combat skills? Cultivation method? Or what? It was meaningless. No matter how strong one's power was, it still needed to be cultivated. If he could cultivate his current power well, he could already be considered invincible. Since ancient times, who could single-handedly kill an existence that conformed to 2 laws with the strength of a rogue? Absolutely not, and the future was also uncertain. He was already standing at the peak of the current level, and the power he grasped was also strong enough. What he lacked was the realm. As he thought about it, he teleported again and again to find the remaining mother forests before absorbing the green dots. Inside his body, the number of green dots increased by a lot. He could also add so many green light spots in front of the tree. Coupled with absorbing the green light spots of the immortal plume tree, he wondered if he could master the Nirvana tree technique. Back then, the Nirvana tree technique had transformed his physical strength in a short period of time. The Nirvana tree technique was a different concept for him compared to others. He looked forward to the day when the Nirvana tree technique was completely cultivated. As for these green dots, the more, the better. Demao strengthened himself with the divine tree's withered branches while Luin also strengthened himself with the green dots. Following that, Luin returned to the human universe and entered the karmic sea. He began to comprehend the Azure Lotus Shield's karmic battle technique, the Red Lotus Tomb. The Azure Lotus Shield had told him to unlock the Red Lotus Tomb when he was confident that he could deal with the South Spirit. Thus, he decided to comprehend it first, just in case. Luin sat cross-legged in the karmic sea and released the heavenly Tao of karmic sea. He touched every corner of the karmic sea. Where was the red lotus tomb? It took him 10 years to comprehend it. One day, 10 years later, the karmic sea churned as karma shot up into the sky and intertwined with each other. Finally, they turned into rocks and fell to the ground. Luin opened his eyes. He had succeeded. He had also mastered the karmic battle technique, Red Lotus Tomb. At the same time, he also knew how to unlock the Red Lotus Tomb. This meant that he could release the Azure Lotus Shield at any time. However, this was not his true goal for comprehending the Red Lotus Tomb. His true goal was to create a key that could allow others to unlock the Red Lotus Tomb. The Red Lotus Tomb was like a lock that locked the Azure Lotus Shield and the South Spirit. To unlock this lock, he had to comprehend karma. Luin stood up and left the karmic sea to enter the Mirage Domain. This was the most suitable place for him to try to create the key. After staying in the Mirage Domain for a long time, Luin came out and found the startled goddess. He gave her a karmic fruit. This karmic fruit was the result of Lu Yin's time in the Mirage Domain. He could unlock the Red Lotus Tomb without comprehending karma. If one day I'm not around and the 3 universes encounter an irresistible crisis, Senior, you will unlock the Red Lotus Tomb. The South Spirit will be a disaster, but you can do as you see fit and act according to the situation at that time, Luin said. The startled goddess put away the karmic fruit. Who else has it? Luin said, Senior, you have the startled goddess, so you're the most suitable. There's also my master, Mr. Mu. It's not good for too many people to have the key. 2 keys are enough. The startled goddess nodded. All right. Luin left. The startled goddess looked at his departing figure and then looked up at the starry sky. One was the karmic great celestial phenomenon, while the other was the karmic heavenly Tao. Both of them protected the 3 universes, but Azure Lotus and Luin were ultimately 2 different people, 2 completely different people. Senior Azure Lotus spent most of his time guarding the 3 universes, so he could always stay here. However, Luin would not. There were too many things that he needed to do outside. He was like the forerunner of the human civilization. The further he traveled, the safer the human civilization's voyage would be. He could not always stay in the 3 universes. He wished that he could be like Senior Azure Lotus and guard the 3 universes for him, allowing him to do as he pleased. However, no one in the current human civilization could do that. After Luin handed the karmic fruit key to Mr. Mu, he rested for half a year before leaving the 3 universes. He also wanted to guard the 3 universes, but if he did so, his strength would increase too slowly. When would he be able to release the Azure Lotus Shield? The power of the 10-eyed crow might be an opportunity. He went to look for the 10-eyed crow. After Luin left, the karma heavenly Tao dissipated. The Stargate Xianxia was speechless. He had just thought that Luin would not continue to guard the 3 universes, but Luin had already left. This was too fast. Before going to look for the 10-eyed crow, Luin went to look for the 10-eyed crow. A trip to the Red Spectre under the stars to confirm Red Hero's whereabouts was to prevent him from being ambushed by Red Hero if anything happened to the 10-eyed crow. Senior Jiawen, is Red Hero here? Luin asked. The wine asked, I don't know. Luin scanned the heavens. He had not appeared for a long time, and Red Hero had hidden him well. There was also Rang Yu. Come out and meet me, Red Hero, Luin shouted. The starry skies were silent. No one responded. Everyone in red clothes beneath the stars heard this, but they weren't surprised. Although it was said to be an entire universe, to a powerhouse like Luin, the universe wasn't that big. Luin frowned. If you don't come out now, I'm going to meet Demao here. In the distance, Red Hero's figure walked out and stared at Luin with a strange gaze. There was a deep fear in his eyes. This fear came from Lu Yin's completion of one mission after another, from Luin destroying the Immortal Plume tree, and from the 3 universes resolving the Immortal Plume attack. When he learned that the Immortal Plume had attacked the 3 universes, he thought that the human civilization was finished and that it was impossible for them to stop it. Even if the unknowns reacted quickly and attacked the Immortal Plume tree, causing most of the Immortal Plume to return, there were still 3 Immortal Plume left in the 3 universes. They were all existences that were compatible with the laws of the two universes, so the human civilization would definitely die. He was waiting for this result. However, what he got was one seal, one death, and one escape. This result shocked even the unknowns, not to mention the immortal Plume. Just as the other unknowns had said, even if they took action, they might not be able to win. The human civilization was stronger than he had thought. Lu Yin's improvement was also faster than he had thought. First, it was Mingyu, and then it was Chongdo. This kid was constantly getting closer to him. If Lu Yin gave him more time, he might be able to threaten him. When he thought of this, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin saw the murderous intent in Red Hero's eyes and sneered, "Don't tell me you want to take action, Red Hero. As a traitor, you should have the awareness of a traitor. You are the unknown's lackey, and you will always be." Red Hero took a deep breath and suppressed his impulse. His tone was cold, "I can't touch you, and you can't touch me. Lu Yin, let's forget about the past. The human civilization should be united." Lu Yin laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. In the Blood Tower, Jiawen shook his head. His eyes were also filled with mockery. The West Upper Peak was surprised that the hero ancestor would say such a thing. Red Hero's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Red Hero, you have the face to say such things. You betrayed the 9th base. Why? Are you going to act out another betrayal now?" Lu Yin mocked. Red Hero said in a low voice, "The outside world is bigger than you think. What you see now is far from the limit. The 9th base's destruction was self-inflicted. They did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I do not deny that I betrayed for myself, but if not for my betrayal, the human civilization might not even exist today. If not for the unknown's rejection, the human civilization would be gone now. Red Hero, your belief is that once you betray to the end. The continuation of the human civilization is determined by history, and it has nothing to do with you," Jiawen shouted. Lu Yin said, "Senior, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. No matter what the 9th base did, he is a traitor. No matter how the human civilization continues, it has nothing to do with him." Then, he looked at Red Hero. "In the 3 universes, there is a person called Master Green Grass. In order to spiritualize the universe, he did not hesitate to betray the human civilization and cause the death of an eternal realm human. In his mind, the 3 universes were definitely not the unknown's opponents and could be destroyed at any time. Thus, he wanted to continue the human civilization. Betrayal was his path. No matter whether his choice was right or wrong, at least he sincerely wanted to continue the human civilization. As for you, you did it for yourself. Master Green Grass made the choice with his original heart, but you want to take the consequences for yourself. You want to forcefully wash away the history of your betrayal. Red Hero, you are more shameless and despicable than I thought." Red Hero's face was gloomy as he spoke slowly, "If one day, your 3 universes will be destroyed, you can only be saved by betraying humanity. I want to see what you will choose." With that, he disappeared. Lu Yin looked at the empty starry sky. This seemed to have an answer. Didn't he join the unknown? Betray? That would depend on how one betrayed. Joining the unknown was also a kind of betrayal. Betraying the ancestors who fought for humanity against the unknown. But his betrayal and Red Hero's betrayal were 2 completely different concepts. In order for a civilization to stand up, someone had to bend down and carry it. They had to carry the civilization and climb up step by step. "Mr. Lu, what happened?" The Red Hero's attitude had changed from the beginning to the end. "What did Lu Yin do when he exposed you Hui's brothers Sua Wei Mu Xian?" Lu Yin told them about what had happened recently, and Jia Wen and Shi Shangfeng were dumbfounded. They actually started a war with Xianling, and Lu Yin killed more than one Xianling. Furthermore, they were Xianling that matched 2 laws. It was unbelievable. What's wrong with this kid? How did he do it? Even if they were immortal beings, they couldn't figure it out. As for Qinglian Shangyu and Nan Ling sealing the Red Lotus tomb, Jiawen sighed deeply. Actually, this move was originally left for Red Hero. Lu Yin guessed it. But sealing Nan Ling is more appropriate. Jiawen sighed and looked into the distance with a complicated gaze. When I told Qinglian about the Red Lotus tomb, he swore that he would make Xianling pay the price. Now, he did it, but I still can't get rid of the traitor. Luin comforted him, that day will come soon. Jiawen smiled and looked at Luin, I know now. I finally know why Qinglian dared to leave everything to you. With you here, I believe in him. Shi Shangfeng looked at Luin with respect. This young man is terrifyingly strong. Luin bowed to Jiawen and left. Since he was sure that Red Hero was in the Red Coat civilization, he could go find the Ten-Eyed Crow. After teleporting again and again, Luin saw the huge gray shadow again. It stood in the starry sky and seemed to be looking in one direction forever. Luin took out Mount Supreme. Master Qingqiao walked out with a helpless expression. He was brought out again. Senior, sorry for the trouble. Master Greengrass was speechless. Can't you find someone else next time? Don't drag me along with you. Luin did not reply and instead looked up at one of the eyes on the Ten-Eyed Crow's forehead. He had to bring someone out. Although there was a green light spot, who knew if the green light spot would work on the other two eyes? It would be safer to have an Eternal Life Realm expert by his side. Master Greengrass glanced into the distance. Is that the Ten-Eyed Crow? During the war between Xianling and the Three Universes, Lu Yin's Heaven's Eye had locked onto Xianling multiple times. The greatest threat to Xianling had come from that creature. He didn't dare to look to prevent any accidents from happening. Luin stared at one of the eyes on the Ten-Eyed Crow's forehead. There were only two eyes left. He looked at it for a while and moved a little. He wasn't surprised. What was going on? Nothing happened at all? He kept changing directions, sometimes looking at the Ten-Eyed Crow, sometimes looking at the Grass Grandmaster, but nothing happened. Slowly, he approached the Ten-Eyed Crow, and finally arrived in front of the eye that he had been staring at, and stared at it. The Ten-Eyed Crow was dead, but its eye was still very lively, just like the crow-fixed body eye that he had absorbed. Luin could not help but raise his hand. He touched that eye, as he wanted to see what abilities it had. The moment he touched it, his vision changed, and what Luin saw was Master Greengrass. He was stunned. What was going on? Did the universe change directions? At that moment, the Ten-Eyed Crow was behind him, and he was still in the same position as when he raised his hand to touch it. However, what he touched was only the void and not that eye. What just happened? Luin asked as he looked at Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass's face was filled with shock and disbelief. You just suddenly turned around. Luin frowned. Suddenly turned around? Yes, I suddenly turned around, and you didn't notice it yourself? Luin did not notice it, and he thought that the universe's starry sky had suddenly changed directions. Of course, that was impossible, but he really did not notice it at all. Why did he suddenly turn around? He slowly turned around and looked at the Ten-Eyed Crow. He turned around, thought for a moment, and then raised his hand to touch it again. In an instant, his vision changed, and he turned around again. This time, he was prepared, but he still could not detect it when he turned around. It was as if the world had turned around in an instant, and there was no chance for him to react. He tried again, and this time, he used all his strength to control his body, but he turned around again. No matter how he tried to control his body, he would still turn around. This was an action that was difficult to resist. Luin looked deeply at the Ten-Eyed Crow's eye. It can't be. Could it be that this eye's innate gift is to make living creatures turn around? This is really disgusting. Just think about it, what would it mean to make a living creature suddenly turn around during a battle? That living creature would not be able to react in time, and not to mention what kind of attack it would face if it was suddenly turned around, it would also be traumatized. This Ten-Eyed Crow's innate gift was really strange. One to fix the body, and one to turn around. Could the other 8 eyes have similar abilities? If that was the case, it was no wonder that no one could defeat it alone, as it could directly control the enemy. He was sure that Xianling's instant transmission would not stand a chance against the Ten-Eyed Crow, and she would be controlled immediately. Just like a doll. To be honest, Luin was very tempted by this ability, but how could he obtain it? He released the starry sky from his heart, and green dots of light spread towards his arm. Only the green dots of light gave Luin the confidence to obtain the 10-eyed crow's innate gift. He did not know how others obtained it during the 9th base era, but he only had this power. Thinking about it, those who obtained the 10-eyed crow's innate gift during the 9th base era were definitely at the Eternal Realm. Not necessarily, and there might be those who were not at the Eternal Realm who obtained this innate gift, but how did they obtain it? What method did they use? Or did they have a certain level of skill? Then why were there only 3 eyes left? Luin touched the eye with doubts, and there was a crack. Half of his body twisted, but because he had used the green dots of light to fix himself, his body had fractured. He did not expect this to happen. Luin rubbed his waist, and this injury quickly recovered. He had confirmed that the green dots of light were effective, but not that effective. It should be because there were not enough green dots, or else he could have fixed himself completely. The reason why he had fractured this time was because he had fixed himself to a certain extent. As long as his entire body was fixed and he could touch the eye directly, he might be able to obtain this ability. This ability should be called Crow Turn. Just thinking about it made him feel strange. To suddenly make someone turn around in the middle of a battle, anyone would be dumbfounded. Luin realized that he was walking further and further down the path of being a scoundrel. In the distance, Grandmaster Xianxia also saw this. He looked at Luin with a strange gaze. Why did it feel like all powers had changed when it came to Luin? He could directly make someone turn around. Just thinking about it was both funny and horrifying. It could leave a psychological shadow in someone's heart. He could not figure out how the former Lord of 9 Bases had defeated the 10-eyed crow. Even though he knew that the green dots of light were not enough, Luin continued to try. Every time he fractured his bones, he did not give up. As long as there was a chance to obtain this ability, he would work hard. A few months later, Master Bluegrass's voice suddenly rang out, "Unknown is looking for you." Luin looked over and thought for a moment before lying down in the hanging coffin and entering Unknown. 8 colors, looking for me? You should accept a mission. Luin remembered that the 3 stars mission that he had accepted before, capture the jade glimmer in the sky, had lost its effectiveness. He had not accepted it because of the forced expedition, and had rested for a while. Now that the war had ended more than 10 years ago, it was indeed time to accept a mission. Please select the difficulty of the mission you wish to accept. 3 stars. Luin did not hesitate. Do you have any inclination? What do you mean? Destroy civilizations, capture creatures, or something else? Anything. 8 colors did not say much. Alright, 3 stars mission. Capture a tributary of the River of Time. Luin was surprised. A tributary of the River of Time? You want one? A tributary of the River of Time. The more, the better. Luin was puzzled. Every civilization in the universe has a tributary of the River of Time. You want me to capture one with unknown abilities? Haha, this old guy can even draw down the main River of Time. What do you want a tributary of the River of Time for? No comment. Luin felt that something was wrong. A tributary of the River of Time was worth a 3 stars mission? Although he had obtained many mission rewards in recent times, even a 6 stars mission reward, that was because of the war. Even during the war, he could not have teleported and could have died at any time. Even a 5 stars mission on the battlefield could bury him. Not to mention outside the battlefield. A 4 stars mission was to destroy a civilization with 10 Eternals, while a 3 stars mission corresponded to destroying a civilization with 5 Eternals. It was obviously not the same as capturing a tributary of the River of Time. Even the original Tianyuan universe, which did not have a single Eternals, could still capture a tributary of the River of Time. It should not be difficult. The unknown was not stupid, and Luin was not stupid either. There must be something behind this. Right, capturing a tributary of the River of Time seemed to require completely destroying the universe, not restarting it. This was different. The reason why the Great Master had been brought to the 9th Heaven universe was because her universe had been completely destroyed. Coincidentally, the Blood Tower ruler had arrived, so she had not merged with the main River of Time and had instead joined the 9th Heaven universe. From this perspective, bringing the ability to completely destroy the universe might not be impossible for a 3 stars mission. 8 colors did not answer, so Luin left Xizong and returned to the human civilization with Master Grass. He found the Blood Tower ruler and asked about capturing a tributary of the River of Time. Fortunately, he had not agreed to this mission. You want to capture a tributary of the River of Time? The Blood Tower ruler was shocked. To the side, the Great Master looked at Luin. She had also been called over, after all, she had once been a ferryman of the River of Time. I don't want to capture it. It's the unknown. Luin emphasized. He glanced at the Great Master. Every civilization has a time. So, the difficulty of capturing a tributary of the River of Time should be to completely destroy the universe. Only then can it be considered a 3 stars mission. Not only that, the Great Master said. No one was more knowledgeable than the Great Master on this point. She looked at Luin. Apart from the difficulty of completely destroying the universe, what's more frightening is being swept into the River of Time. After a pause, she continued, the tributaries of the River of Time are born from the main river. If you want to pull them away from the main river, it will cause a huge commotion and cause the entire main river to resist. You can understand it as a counterattack, and it's easy to be swept away. Thus, it's normal for this mission to be rated 3 stars. The stronger the creature, the more they don't want to be swept away by the River of Time. Once they're swept away, they might be gone. The Blood Tower Lord was scared. Then why didn't you warn me? The Great Master said, my universe has been completely destroyed, and taking me away won't cause much of a commotion. Besides, the tributaries have returned to the main river, and I'm just a ferryman. There are thousands of ferrymen in the area, and they won't pay attention to me. Luin understood. No wonder this mission was rated 3 stars. It had nothing to do with the strength of a civilization, but it was related to the River of Time and the complete destruction of a universe. How do you completely destroy a universe? Luin asked. The Blood Tower Lord's expression was solemn. Back then, I accidentally saw that universe being completely destroyed. The scene was both magnificent and tragic. The Great Master continued, extend the sequence string infinitely until it melts into the area. It's like completely melting the universe, and everything inside dies and disappears. To the creatures inside, it's like a mouth that's always bigger and deeper than them, swallowing them whole, and they can never escape. Lu Yin's gaze sank. It sounded simple, and he could do it, but it was too cruel for the creatures in that universe. Reboot the universe. It was better than this. It was obvious that the Great Master was recalling the past with a heavy heart. Although the ferryman of the River of Time was not limited to any species and had seen many universes being rebooted and new life forms being born in batches, that universe was still considered her home, and even she could not let it go. No wonder the Great Master was certain that it was not the Blood Tower Lord who had destroyed that universe. The eternal life realm could extend the string of the universe infinitely until it merged into the distance of an inch. However, the higher the cultivation, the easier it would be. Blood Tower Xianxu's cultivation couldn't hide from the Great Master when he completely destroyed the universe. If he wanted to destroy a part of the universe, it would take him a lot of time. He was certain that he couldn't accept this mission. Xuetayu hesitated and said, you said that since the unknown is capturing the tributary of the River of Time, then the one who completely destroyed that universe? It can't be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here anymore, the Great Master said. Xuetayu nodded. That was right. If it was done by an unknown person, the tributary of the River of Time would not be able to integrate into the mainstream. But who else? Why would he do such a thing? Speaking of which, there were as many civilizations as there were stars in the sky. However, if the Blood Tower could find the universe where the Great Master was, it meant that the universe was not far from the 3 universes. This was worth thinking about. Who was the existence that completely destroyed the universe where the Great Master was? Would it be possible for it to attack the human civilization in the future? However, it did not matter much. Even the immortal plume had been repelled, let alone the other civilizations. That existence's strength would definitely surpass the Blood Tower Protector, but it was uncertain by how much. The 3 universes had experienced the unknown, the Death Universe, and the immortal Feather Universe. It felt like there was nothing they couldn't experience. Lu Yin's consciousness entered knowledge tracker and found 8. Lustful, he directly rejected this mission. The mission to capture a tributary of the River of Time cannot be rejected, 8 Colors said. Lu Yin was shocked. I didn't agree to accept this mission. This is one of the compulsory missions. Missions can be compulsory? Then why did you let me choose before? There is more than one compulsory mission, 8 Colors said. Lu Yin did not believe it. 8 Colors, are you targeting me? The immortal plume was defeated, but it was not destroyed. The unknown still needs me. Every unknown now has to accept a compulsory mission, no exceptions, 8 Colors said. Is that so? Lu Yin doubted it and then called the immortal master. The immortal master must be in knowledge tracker. It did not dare to go anywhere for fear that the immortal plume would suddenly wake up and cause trouble for it. Although the hidden danger in its body that could be discovered by the immortal plume had been eliminated, it would still leave a trace for a short period of time. It was extremely cautious. What mission did you accept? Lu Yin spoke to the immortal master alone. The immortal master did not hide it at all, a 2-star mission to draw a star map with a certain coordinate as the center. A radius of 20 years is the distance of an ordinary eternal realm. 20 years did not seem to be far. For an eternal realm, this amount of time was almost equivalent to no time. However, that was the radius of a circle with a coordinate as the center. To draw a star map completely clearly, it would take at least 1,000 years or even more. After all, it was necessary to fully explore that area of the starry sky. Lu Yin did not expect that the unknown was actually drawing a star map. This was only a 2-star mission. There must be a higher-level star map drawing mission. Is this a compulsory mission? Lu Yin asked. The immortal master said, I don't know. Ask 8 Colors. Okay. They were talking alone. Logically, 8 Colors should not listen. But Lu Yin did not believe that 8 Colors could not hear. But hearing was just hearing. It could not be helped if the other party did not admit it. Soon, the immortal master replied, a compulsory mission. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A compulsory mission? Capturing tributaries of the long river of time and drawing a star map. He always felt that the unknown was doing something very extravagant. By the way, the unknown constantly wanted to add new creatures during this period of time. Was it to complete these compulsory missions? But even if it was a compulsory mission, the unknown did not have a time limit. Then it would be fine if he did not do it. Lu Yin did not understand. If the mission was compulsory, it meant that the unknown was eager to complete it, but there was no time limit like before. It was too contradictory. He had to find someone to ask clearly. He called Damao, the old guy, and Che, but none of them were there. Lu Yin was helpless. He could only look for them in the future. Anyway, if the unknown wanted to do something, he would not do it. He would not lose out. It was a pity that Lan Meng was dead. Otherwise, he would know everything. Sometimes, qualifications were really important. At least, he knew more. There is one more thing. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. He looked at the deep traces of knowledge and said to the immortal master, when the Hive civilization attacked the Lost Clan, which was the 3rd stronghold. What happened? The 3rd stronghold, the Lost Clan. Lu Yin had never forgotten. Over the years, he would occasionally take out the single desert card to take a look. The most puzzling thing was that he could not find the universe where the Lost Clan was. That single Gobi card was very powerful. It was almost an eternal life level treasure, but it did not surpass the real eternal life realm. After all, it was just a card. It was not easy for it to bring Great Elder Dangu and the others to the Tianyuan universe. They should not have gone far. But over the years, Lu Yin had explored the surroundings of the 3 universes many times, but he could not find the 3rd stronghold universe. It was as if this universe was not around. If it was not, how could the single desert card bring Elder Shangu and the others to the Tianyuan universe? It did not make sense. Either the 3rd stronghold universe was not far away from the 3 universes, or the single desert card had a method similar to teleportation and could move a long distance in an instant. The last possibility was that the third stronghold universe was completely destroyed. Elder Shangu and the others would not know the result. When they escaped, the bugs were still in that universe. So Luin asked the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master said, "That is not a universe at all." Luin was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The universe where the Lost Clan was indeed at war with us, and it lasted for a long time. I did not intervene in the beginning, so I did not see any difference. But when that ancient card escaped with a group of people, I realized that something was wrong. Of course, it was also related to the humanoid green immortal. It was the first to realize that something was wrong. After that card disappeared, the so-called third stronghold universe disappeared like a mirage." Luin was surprised. "It disappeared?" The Immortal Master's voice was solemn. "Yes, it disappeared. It did not merge into the square inch and was completely destroyed. It did not move and disappear. It was just gone. It was as if it never existed. But during those years, the fight between the Hive civilization and them was real, and it was definitely on one side of the universe. I have some understanding of the human civilization. The universe that was once destroyed recorded the glory of the human race. In those records, although the word human was not mentioned, this form was recorded." The Immortal Master had said these words before. Back then, before Luin buried the path sword in its body, the Immortal Master had lost his memory. So, he repeated what he said again. Back then, Luin took the initiative to ask why the Immortal Master looked at the human civilization differently. Now, it was the Immortal Master who said it. "The human civilization is very special. I knew that at that time, so I did not directly interfere in the war with the Lost Clan. I wanted to give birth to the humanoid green immortal so that the bug nest civilization could have a new direction of evolution. But I did not expect the Lost Clan to be defeated and leave with that card. That universe was also gone. It disappeared without a trace. I did not tell anyone about this. The only people who knew about it were the humanoid green immortal and myself. The others, including the bug lords, did not know. The reason why the outside world kept looking for the Lost Clan was that they were looking for the card. In fact, they were looking for the secret of the disappearance of that universe. Back then, Danji, a subordinate of one of the 4 insect lords, had met Luin outside the consciousness universe for the first time. Danji had said that he was looking for an ancient card, and to Luin, a card that had reached the level of eternal life was indeed very precious. However, it was only after he truly understood the core distance that he understood that the ancient card was not something that the immortal lords would covet. So this was the reason. What the Immortal Master was really looking for was the secret of the disappearance of that universe. Universes could move, restart, and destroy, but they had never heard of it disappearing directly. "Where are the coordinates of that universe?" Luin asked. The Immortal Master told Luin the coordinates. Luin memorized the coordinates and was curious. "Why are you telling me this? If you don't tell me, I won't know." "Because you joined the unknown, I can't break the rules against you." The Immortal Master's tone was low. "This is not something that I can meddle with. The more I understand your human civilization, the more I know that the only ones who can truly compete with you are those top-notch fishing civilizations, not creatures like me. If I rashly interfere, I will only die. Also, after so many years, I have searched countless times, but I still can't find the third barrier. Since that's the case, I might as well tell you. Consider it as me repaying you for exchanging rewards for the unknown to eliminate the hidden danger in my body." Helping the Immortal Master eliminate the hidden danger of being tracked by Xianling was to let the Immortal Master bear the consequences of killing Mingyu. The Immortal Master knew this but did not say it. It was equivalent to taking the initiative to do him a favor for him to remember. Also, the Immortal Master did not worship the divine tree even though it was in known whereabouts. It was for Luin. He had to remember this favor. These 2 favors represented the Immortal Master's goodwill to Luin. Of course, it was also because he did not know if there were any more path swords in his body or if they would be buried in the future. The Immortal Master had a deep understanding of karma severing and Dao burying. He did not even believe in the unknown rules and only wanted Luin to not attack him. This was no longer as simple as settling a grudge. He was leaning towards Luin to a certain extent. But his inclination could not restore the past of the lost clan's destruction. I understand. You can stay in known whereabouts at ease. Luin left after he finished speaking. Known whereabouts was silent. The immortal master looked at the divine tree from a hanging coffin. No one was more afraid of Luin than him. Karma severing, Tao burying, and Xianling's death had a huge impact on him. How many years had it been? He wanted to get rid of Xianling but could not do it. However, it seemed to be easy for Luin. Luo Chan had obtained teleportation, but he did not. Luin had obtained it for a human. Everything he did, one after another, made it almost equate Luin with Xianling. Luin gave it a feeling of omnipotence, and it understood this more deeply than anyone else. That was why he was so kind. He wanted to complete the unknown task and use the task reward to ask 8 colors to check if there were any more path swords in his body. Only by completely eliminating the hidden danger could he be himself. But no matter what, he did not want to have any more conflicts with Luin. He really did not want to. At the same time, Luin kept teleporting and found the coordinates mentioned by the immortal master. This location was extremely far away from the 3 universes. It could be said that it was impossible for a single Gobi card to bring Grand Elder Dangu and the others to the Tian Yuan universe. Even if the card could reach them, they would have died long ago. They were not in the Eternal Realm. But it was not long since the Lost Clan was defeated and fled to the Tian Yuan universe. How did he do it? Luin looked around. There were no traces of the universe. He suddenly thought of his battle with Chengdu. His consciousness universe was transferred to the 3 universes and sealed Chengdu's teleportation. Could this be related? He took out the Gobi Desert and stared at it in daze. Not long after, he teleported to the Red Coat civilization under the stars and asked if they knew anything about the 3rd barrier. Jiawen said helplessly, I was young back then. I didn't even know much about the 2nd stronghold, let alone the 3rd stronghold. Luin could only return to the Tian Yuan cosmos and head to the Lost Clan to look for Grand Elder Shangu. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Countless people from the Lost Clan paid their respects. Luin asked everyone to dispense with the formalities and met with Great Elder Shangu alone. Great Elder Gu was very excited, as he had wanted to find Luin for a long time. However, too many things had happened one after another, and he had not been able to find Luin. Lu Yin's arrival had surprised him, but it was also an opportunity. Senior, has anything happened to the Lost Clan recently? Luin asked. Great Elder Shangu said respectfully, the clan is fine. Thank you for your concern, Master Lu. Luin sighed. The immortal plume attack affected many people, so I came to check on the Lost Clan. It's good that you're fine. Following that, he chatted with Grand Elder Dangu for a while. He did not directly ask about the situation in the 3rd stronghold. The main reason was that he needed to check on Grand Elder Dangu's past through his karmic connection. That was something he could not really say. This request was too much for anyone to ask. Although Luin was in charge of the Tian Yuan universe, he still had to respect everyone. If it did not involve the 3rd stronghold, he would have let this matter go. However, the 3rd stronghold was too important, especially since he had a guess about the disappearance of the 3rd stronghold's universe. It would be perfect if he could get the answer from Great Elder Dangu. While they were talking, Great Elder Dangu suddenly knelt down. Master Lu, the Lost Clan has something to ask of you. Luin was shocked and hurriedly helped the Great Elder up. Senior, please speak your mind. There's no need for this. Great Elder Dangu looked at Luin with a pleading expression. We want to go home. Luin paused and looked at Great Elder Dangu. Go home? Great Elder Dangu nodded and looked at Luin. Dan Gobi brought us to escape to the Tian Yuan universe, but our home is in the 3rd stronghold. Therefore, we would like to ask Master Lu to help us go home. I know this request is too much. After all, we don't even know where the 3rd stronghold is, and we need to search for it. However, I still want to be thick-skinned and beg Master Lu. Master Lu, please help us go home. Go home? This request was not too much. Luin felt a little guilty toward the Lost Clan. Back then, he had not even asked where the third stronghold was when he suppressed the immortal master. He had completely forgotten about it. Later on, he had used the immortal master to bear the grudge of killing Mingyu and help the immortal master join the unknown ones. He felt guilty toward the Lost Clan. If he had been born in the Lost Clan, he would not have hesitated to kill the immortal master to take revenge. The Lost Clan had helped him a lot in the past, but he had not taken revenge for them when he had the ability. "Senior, if it's possible, I will definitely help you go home," Luin said. Great Elder Dangu was grateful. "Thank you, Master Lu." He was about to kneel down. Luin helped him up. "I've let the Lost Clan down." Great Elder Dangu was confused. "What do you mean, Master Lu?" Luin told him about his encounter with the immortal master. "Back then, the Lost Clan gave me Dan Gobi, and I promised to take revenge for them. However, I clearly had the ability to do so, but I did not. I've let you down." Great Elder Dangu grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly and said excitedly, "Master Lu, I know that it's not easy to survive in the square-inch space. I know how you survived so many battles. Although I don't know the specific process, the Immortal Master's existence must have helped you. That's enough. It's really enough." Luin wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Great Elder Dangu. "The Lost Clan's existence is all because of Master Lu. Our revenge and hatred are not as important as Master Lu. What about the Insect Nest civilization and the Immortal Master? It's not as simple as taking revenge." He took a few steps back and bowed deeply to Luin. "I'm Dangu, representing the Lost Clan. Please take care of yourself, Master Lu." Outside the door, voices could be heard. "Please take care of yourself, Master Lu. Please take care of yourself, Master Lu. Please take care of yourself, Master Lu." Everyone had seen what Luin had done over the years. He had schemed against his enemies, and he had protected his own people. No matter what he did, everyone would support him unconditionally. The Lost Clan wanted to take revenge, but compared to Lu Yin's safety, it was not worth mentioning. "Master Lu, you've helped us destroy the Insect Nest civilization once. Those insect lords, especially Dan Xiao and Dan Zhu, were all avenged by Master Lu. It's enough. Master Lu, it's really enough," Great Elder Dangu said deeply. Luin looked at everyone and heaved a sigh of relief. The scruples he had before coming here were suddenly gone. The Lost Clan did not hold anything back for him, so there was no need for him to think too much. After asking everyone to leave, Luin said to Great Elder Dangu, "Senior, I've talked to the Immortal Master about the third barrier." Great Elder Dangu's body trembled. He looked at Luin with hope in his eyes, but more than that, he was nervous. Luin had just said that he would try his best to bring them home. This meant that he could not do it now. However, he had already talked to the Immortal Master. They did not know where the Taoists were, but how could the Immortal Master not know? If so, it meant that their home was gone. Luin looked at Great Elder Dangu and told him what the Immortal Master had said. Great Elder Dangu could not believe it. "Impossible. How can the third barrier not be a universe? That's impossible." Luin said, "I can't believe it either. That's why I came here. I wanted to see if I could discover anything through your karmic past, Great Elder." Great Elder Dangu opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. Luin knew what he meant. "The Immortal Master won't lie to me. Don't worry. At least for now, he won't lie to me. The third barrier is meaningless to him. It's useless for him to guard an empty universe. Actually, I've wondered if there's something in the third barrier that he wants. For example, Xia is hiding in the ninth barrier and has been trying to get his hands on the ninth barrier's ultimate turbid treasure. That's not entirely impossible. Of course, the possibility isn't high. First of all, the Immortal Master has to know about the existence of the ultimate turbid treasure in the third barrier. He shouldn't know about that. But as long as there's even the slightest possibility, I'll keep an eye out for it. What we need to verify now is whether we can find any useful information under the premise that this possibility doesn't exist." Great Elder Dangu nodded. "I understand. Feel free to look around, Master Lu. There's nothing worth hiding about my past." Luin had a heavy look in his eyes. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. Great Elder Dangu smiled. Master Lu, you're doing this for the sake of the third barrier. What's wrong with that? It's my lost tribe that has troubled you, Master Lu. Without any more pleasantries, Luin used his karma to see through Great Elder Dangu's past. Senior, try your best to recall what happened in the third barrier. The more you can recall, the better, Luin reminded him. Great Elder Dangu recalled his past, and there was an intense battle in his karma. Blood and fire filled the starry sky. That was the war between the third barrier and the Hive civilization. It had to be said that Great Elder Dangu's deepest memory was this final battle. Luin saw the powerhouses charging towards the Hive civilization one after another. In the final scene, the lost tribe had clearly won, but the immortal master appeared. The realm Xianxia suppressed all the powerhouses with absolute strength and led the third barrier to its destruction. He saw the universe shrinking and disappearing in the blink of an eye. More than half a month had passed since then. For more than half a month, Luin had been looking at Great Elder Dangu's karma past, especially the final scene where he left. He watched it countless times, but he could not see anything different about that universe. Great Elder Dangu had lived in the third barrier for so long, but he did not notice anything different. How could a universe that was perfectly fine disappear just like that? But the immortal master should not have lied to him like that. It was too nonsensical. In the end, Luin left the lost tribe. He could not see anything. But if the immortal master had lied to him, it was useless to ask him now. He still had to find an opportunity to use his karma to check the immortal master's past. Now, he was going to the sinking star universe. It had been 10 years since he invited Jiang Feng to the sinking star universe. 10 years was enough for Jiang Feng to see this universe clearly. Luin teleported again and finally arrived outside the sinking star universe. With the mirror light technique, he quickly found Jiang Feng. He had agreed with Jiang Feng to meet him at the location where they first entered the sinking star universe. With a teleport, Luin stepped on a mountain peak. Not far away, Jiang Feng was sitting calmly. He was not surprised to see Luin. Uncle Jiang, how is it? Luin asked. Jiang Feng said, I don't know if the eternal realm of this sinking star universe is suitable to join the three universes. Luin was surprised. Jiang Feng's words meant that this eternal realm might not be a good person, but he might not be a bad person either. People could not be judged entirely by good or bad. Luin brought Jiang Feng to a rather bustling starry sky city in the sinking star universe. They sat in a restaurant by the window, ordered some dishes, and spoke slowly. Jiang Feng said slowly, the sinking star universe is very strange. If the red coats under the stars cultivate the same kind of intent, then the sinking star universe cultivates the same kind of cultivation technique and combat skill. Luin was surprised. Was there such a thing? An entire universe cultivates the same kind of cultivation technique? He thought that all the red coats under the stars who cultivated the ruthless path were unified, but he did not expect there to be an even more unified one. The Starry Fist is the cultivation technique and combat skill that all the cultivators in the sinking star universe cultivate. Here it is. Jiang Feng casually took out a fist manual and threw it to Luin. Luin took it in a daze. So casual? Jiang Feng said, there's no need to look at it. It's a very ordinary fist technique. The essence lies in the broken star in the sky. It's called the Big Dipper Broken Star. Luin looked at the starry sky, and Jiang Feng also looked at it at the same time. They saw a broken star hanging high in the sky. More than half of the star had been broken, and the remaining half seemed to be continuing to break. There was dust visible to the naked eye scattered beside it. If Jiang Feng had not mentioned it, Luin would not have noticed it before. This broken star was interesting because it could be seen in any corner of the universe. A universe was very big. Even the solar system might not be able to see a broken star clearly, let alone a universe. However, this star could be seen by everyone. The cultivators of the sinking star universe use the starry sky fist as their foundation. Their ultimate skill is to draw the power of the Big Dipper Broken Star, which allows them to unleash a powerful fist force. The stronger the person, the stronger the fist force they can draw. It is said that even sunken Xianxia is drawing the fist force, but he still can't see the limit of the fist force of the Big Dipper broken star. There's a legend in the sinking star universe that whoever can completely draw down the power of the Big Dipper broken star fist will be invincible in the universe, Jiang Feng said. Luyin raised an eyebrow. That's some big talk. Jiang Feng smiled. Yes, that's a big statement. It can only be said that the sinking star universe has seen too little of the world. I've read their history, and the strongest person is this Chen Jian, but this person is so timid that he doesn't even dare to deal with the old enemies of the sinking star universe. He just let the human race and those old enemies wear each other out. He lacks an indomitable momentum. If such a person can become the strongest person in the sinking star universe, how can this universe dare to say that he is invincible? Luyin was not interested in the power of the sinking star universe. This universe was only rated as a 2-star unknown, which was considered very weak. Having an eternal realm was already the limit, and it was far from being comparable to the 9th heaven universe. Invincible? The narrower one's horizons were, the more one believed that they were invincible. Back then, the Tianyuan universe did not even have a progenitor, but many legends of invincibility had emerged. He used to think that he was invincible, but the more he saw the distance between them, the more he felt that the word invincible was ridiculous. However, he really thought that he was invincible among those at the same level, no matter how big the distance between them was or how much time had passed. This was not only what he thought, but also what Xianling and even the unknowns thought. They had never heard of a scoundrel being able to kill a powerhouse who fit 2 laws. He was the first. Let's talk about this Chen Jian. Uncle Jiang, you're not sure whether to pull him into the 3 universes. What did he do? Luyin was curious. At this time, the waiter served the dishes, and the downstairs was very lively. Jiang Feng was about to speak when a loud bang shook the ground. Luyin looked at the street and saw 2 people fighting. One was chasing the other, and the other was fleeing. What piqued his interest was their battle techniques, which were both fist techniques. The sinking star universe used the starry fist as its foundation, so did that mean that everyone in this universe cultivated fist techniques? The one who had left the deepest impression on him was the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes who had fought the 10-eyed crow. He was one of the 9 base masters, and he had joined forces with Hong Shuang and another elder to kill the 10-eyed crow. This was what Luyin had seen when he had obtained the crow immobilization technique. That elder had to be the 7th base master, as he had seen the 7 needles of Yama. The other person who had mastered the fist technique was Ji He. Red Hero had hidden Ji He too well, and it was impossible to find him. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Luyin frowned. These 2 had displayed destructive power that far exceeded their own. He looked up at the Big Dipper remnant star. Their power came from the Big Dipper remnant star, but he could not see how they had drawn on the star's power. Could they not see it? Or was there another way? Luyin retracted his gaze and looked at the Starry Fist's manual with interest. This was rather interesting. Jiang Feng blocked out all sounds from the outside world and mentioned Sunken Jian's eternal life. Sunken Jian is the only eternal life in the sinking star universe. He has lived for a long time, and he even existed outside of the sinking star universe's history. Living for a long time does not mean that he is strong. It can only be said that he is an eternal life who has not experienced any great storms. However, the position he has placed on himself and the pressure he has put on himself is something I have never seen before. Jiang Feng looked at the Big Dipper remnant star. This person is heartless and has severed all ties, whether it is family, love, friendship, or even the relationship between a master and a disciple. He is truly alone, and there is no one in the sinking star universe that he cares about. Luyin raised a brow. The path of heartlessness? Are you thinking of the path of heartlessness? Jiang Feng asked. Luyin nodded. Jiang Feng shook his head. At first, I also thought that it was the path of heartlessness, but later I learned that he had injected all his emotions into this universe, into the human civilization that he knew. He is heartless and is not burdened by emotions. He wants to make sure that he has no weaknesses. His eyes are focused on the entire sinking star universe, and for this, he has sacrificed everything. Like Master Green Grass, he was unwilling to take risks. He would rather sacrifice generations of people to fight and kill those old enemies than to destroy those old enemies. This was because he was afraid that once he attacked, he would attract an existence that he could not resist and cause the destruction of this universe. This is the conclusion that I have come to after 10 years of observation. Sunken Jian is a protector who is even purer than the Grass Grandmaster. He has cut off his own weaknesses and does not look at the gains and losses of individuals or a group of people. Everything else is not important. At the same time, there was a floating mountain range behind the Big Dipper remnant star. The mountain range was barren, and there was only one person and one house. This was where Sunken Jian lived. Sunken Jian clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the many memorial tablets in the house. These tablets were of his loved ones, the people that he had once cared about the most, but now, they had all turned to dust. He did not stop anyone from leaving, and he had sealed his heart and severed all his emotions. Only an eternally calm heart could protect this universe. 33 Although he had sealed his emotions, he was still human, and the eternal realm did not mean that he was heartless. Sunken Jian's favorite thing to do every day was to look at these memorial tablets as if those people were still alive. He did not say a word and just looked at them. It was quite good. In the north of Sinking Star Universe, a large number of creatures of various shapes and sizes rushed out of the mountain range. Countless human cultivators were facing them, and they raised their fists and punched out. Kill. Kill. The ground was dyed red, and an endless number of cultivators rushed over from all directions. This scene was too normal. In the history of Sinking Star Universe, this battlefield had a unique position because it had never stopped. Countless people prayed for Sunken Jian to take action and use his eternal life to destroy their enemies, but Sunken Jian had never taken action and had allowed the war to continue for countless years. Within the city in outer space, Lu Yin listened quietly. Sunken Jian was the same type of person as the Grass Grandmaster. It was no wonder that Uncle Jiang was not sure if he should be pulled into the three universes. If there were many people like the Grass Grandmaster, they would likely be the first to betray their civilization if they encountered a danger that they could not resist. The most terrifying thing was that their betrayal was not considered betrayal, but rather the continuation of their civilization's legacy. This psychological comfort was enough to make them even more thorough. Just like Mi Jin Yu's death. Compared to the Grass Grandmaster, Sunken Jian was even more ruthless and cautious. Lu Yin looked at the sky, and his gaze could see the entire Sinking Star Universe. He saw everyone cultivating, the battlefield, and the enemies of Sinking Star Universe. Everyone had their own way of protecting. The Grass Grandmaster relied on betrayal to protect. Qing Lianyu and the others relied on resistance to protect. The Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor did not dare to gamble, so he could only leave. Sunken Jian did not even want to gamble, and he accepted all the unexpected events. In order to maintain the current situation, he did not want to accept even the slightest change. This was the exact opposite of Lu Yin. On the other hand, he would take the initiative to accept the changes, understand the changes, and finally adapt to them. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Perhaps he had been a little unlucky back then, and the Tianyuan universe would have been gone. Jiang Feng did not speak anymore. He had thought about it for several years, but he still could not decide whether to pull Jian Yongxing into the three universe. This was an uncertain factor. Once they joined, they might become the weakness of the three universes. If it wasn't for the Green Grass Master, Mi Jin Shengyu wouldn't have died so easily. There was nothing wrong with adding an eternal life realm, but this eternal life realm was somewhat unstable. They were certain that if Qin Jian Yongxing was like Grandmaster Green Grass, he would be even more ruthless than Grandmaster Green Grass when he saw the unknown easily destroy a civilization with 10 eternal lives. Lu Yin and Jiang Feng teleported to the ancient battlefield. That's the unknown portal. Jiang Feng nodded. Chen Jian recognized the unknown door. He knew the unknown, so he didn't dare to make a move and allowed the war to continue. However, from the beginning to the end, the unknown door didn't appear. It was all these creatures. To be honest, this person is admirable, but also pitiful. Give me a moment. Lu Yin teleported away from the Sinking Star Universe and returned to the spiritualized universe. He then brought Master Grass with him. Some people died, but not all of them died. Master Grass did not know what Luin wanted to do. Did he want to find the 10-eyed crow? Soon, the two arrived. Senior, please take a look at the other side of the portal, Luin said. Master Grass looked at the portal in front of him. An unknown portal? Where is this? Sinking Star Universe. Master Xianxia looked around and saw the battlefield, as well as the human cultivators. He was excited. We've finally found human civilization again. Jiangfeng looked at Master Green Grass. He had always felt that Master Green Grass was sincere about inheriting the legacy of human civilization, but he did not agree with his methods. If he wanted to control the fate of human civilization in the hands of other civilizations, he might as well fight to the death. He was more inclined to inherit the spirit, not just the life. In his opinion, the people who lived in the Eternal Kingdom did not belong to human civilization. This idea was very decisive, but it was what he thought. Crossing the portal did not pressure Master Grass. If there was an unknown on the other side of the portal, it would not attack him. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules. If not, he had the ability to return immediately. If the other side did not allow him to escape, then Sinking Star Universe would have been long gone. Luin could not figure it out. If Sinking Star Universe belonged to the unknown, then what were these creatures trying to do? Master Grass took a step forward. There was a creature at the crossing calamity level guarding the portal, but before he could do anything, it was shattered by Lu Yin's casual finger. The force penetrated the sky and attracted Xinjian's attention. Xinjian's expression changed, and he hurried to the battlefield. The crossing calamity creature on the battlefield had died, and it had been killed instantly. Who was it? There was no such thing in Sinking Star Universe. Someone from a foreign civilization could defeat a crossing calamity creature with just the strength of a star destroyer. When Xinjian arrived, Master Grass had already crossed the portal. When Xinjian saw Lu Yin and Jiangfeng, his eyes were filled with surprise, followed by uncontrollable excitement. Humans? No matter what Xinjian did, his heart for human civilization was true. Lu Yin smiled. Please forgive me for barging in. Greetings, Senior. Jiangfeng also said, we finally meet, Xinjian. Xinjian looked at Lu Yin and Jiangfeng and stepped forward excitedly. You are from another human civilization, right? You are all in the eternal life realm, right? Lu Yin did not hide anything, and he began to explain the situation of the three universes to Xinjian Yongsheng. There was not much to be said, and he only gave a general introduction, but Xinjian Yongsheng was so excited that he could not control himself. He was no longer alone, and besides Sinking Star, there was also the existence of the human civilization. Xinjian Yongsheng could finally relax. For so many years, in order to protect the Sinking Star Universe, he had abandoned everything, even himself. He had given up on making breakthroughs and only hoped that nothing would change. Just like that, he had silently guarded this universe for countless years. During this period, there were people who scolded him for not making a move, and there were also people who slandered that those old enemies were created by him. There were all kinds of rumors. In fact, he only needed to make a move once, but he never did. He was so stubborn for countless years. To put it nicely, he was stubborn. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn. But he didn't dare to move. If something unexpected happened, this universe would be gone. He knew how terrifying the enemy he was facing was, but he was powerless to describe it. Only at this moment did the pressure completely disappear. He was not emotionless, but in order to protect, he gave up. As a human, he gave up all emotional fetters. Tiredness, who could understand? Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he looked at the old man in front of him. Just as Jiang Feng had said, this person was worthy of admiration, but also pitiful. Many people thought they were smart and mocked those who were stubborn, but it just so happened that many things could only be done by those stubborn people. No matter what, the Sinking Star Universe would always exist, and this was the best result. Xinjian could not wait to see the three universes. Even without Lu Yin's reminder, he was eager to bring the Sinking Star Universe to join the three universes. Joining the three universes means giving up this universe. Senior, are you willing? Lu Yin reminded him. He had no choice but to bring an entire universe of people to the three universes. He did not have the energy to share the manpower to protect the sinking star universe. It was too far away, and he did not know that it was the three universes that had promised to protect it for 2,000 years, not the human civilization. He did not want this place to become the weak spot of the human civilization. Since he had found it, he would take it away. This was his plan from the beginning. Xianxia Immortal sighed. What's there to be unwilling about? Luin looked at the Big Dipper broken star. This broken star? Xianxia Immortal's body trembled, and he looked up with a dim gaze. Even if we don't leave, this broken star will eventually disperse. Luin nodded and did not say anything more. Xianxia should join the three universes. From the moment he saw Luin and the others, this old man was completely relieved. He was not afraid of them at all, which was the complete opposite of his caution over the years. He had really put all his heart and soul into the human civilization. It was not a question of whether they should accept such an old man, but rather, he should join them. He had clearly abandoned everything, but his feelings for the human civilization were even greater. His feelings had not disappeared. Luin suddenly realized. If a creature existed since birth, would it still exist no matter how it changed? If it did not exist, it did not disappear, but was just transferred? As he was thinking, Master Grass walked out from the other side of the portal. Xianxia saw him and his eyes narrowed. He suddenly stared at Luin and Jiangfeng, and his aura instantly rose. You? Luin hurriedly said, Senior, don't misunderstand. We did not come from this side of the portal. We deliberately went to the other side to see the situation. Xianxia Immortal's eyes flickered as he looked at Master Grass. Luin also looked at Master Grass. How is it? Master Grass glanced at Xianxia Immortal and said, The other side of the portal is the universe where these creatures live. There is nothing unknown. Impossible. Xianxia Immortal did not believe it. This portal clearly belongs to the unknown. You know it, don't you? Jiangfeng said, We know it better than you. Master Grass and Xianxia Immortal looked at each other. There is indeed nothing unknown on the other side of the portal. There is only the universe where this creature lives, and there is only one eternal life in the entire universe. Xianxia Immortal did not believe it. Impossible. The other side of the portal must be the unknown. Do you really understand the strength of the unknown? If you did, you would not have rashly passed through the portal. Luin sighed and teleported to Xianxia Immortal's side. I'll take you to see it. Xianxia Immortal was vigilant and punched Luin. Don't try to lie to me. He was furious. He thought that he had been waiting for humans. These two were clearly humans, but they were definitely lying to him. How could it not be the unknown behind the portal? Under the punch, the Big Dipper remnant stars shook. As the punch approached, Xianxia's aura continued to rise. Hi. Luin raised his hand and opened his fingers. Bang. There was a loud bang. The terrifying aftermath spread out and shattered all the strange creatures in the surroundings. Even Master Grass took a step back and looked over in surprise. Xianxia Immortal's punch was very strong. Xianxia Immortal looked at his fist in shock. At this moment, Lu Yin's palm caught it and it did not move. How was this possible? Luin teleported Xianxia Immortal through the portal. He did not cross the portal before because he was afraid that the other side would be the unknown, although the possibility was not high. Now that it was not the unknown, even if the other side was the unknown, there was nothing to be afraid of. After passing through the portal, a starry universe appeared. As far as the eye could see, a huge dirt road connected the universe to the portal. There were strange creatures everywhere on the dirt road, and further away, there was the aura of an eternal life. The sound of a heartbeat was like thunder. Luin saw the eternal life. It was huge, but it was not very strong. Xianxia Immortal did not have time to be surprised that he was brought here in an instant. He stared blankly in front of him. The strange creatures came at him and were shattered by Luin. See? There are no unknowns. It's just a universe. Xianxia Immortal's eyes flickered. He had been cautious for so many years and did not dare to make a move. Was this what he was facing? He thought it was unknowable. Countless people in the sinking star universe had died fighting these creatures. Why was it like this? Luin did not want to bring him here. It was too cruel, but this was the sinking star universe, and Xianxia immortal had the right to know everything. Xianxia was an eternal life. Since he had done it, he should bear the consequences. This should not be. This is an unknowable place. I have allowed these monsters and humans to fight for so many years. Is it really just these monsters? How could this be? Xianxia immortal was in grief, and his hair turned white. Luin patted Xianxia immortal's shoulder. Senior, your protection was not wrong. Xianxia immortal said bitterly, wrong is wrong. Many people have died because of my mistakes. They should not have died. The path of cultivation is a path of no return. All cultivators say that they want to go against the heavens and change their fate. They want to fight against the heavens, the earth, and this fate to cultivate the great Tao of eternal life. But you and I both know that it is not that simple. Even if you kill your way out of a civilization, you will still have to face foreign civilizations as vast and endless as the stars. To be able to walk out of this bloody path, maintain your original heart, and protect your own civilization is the greatest difficulty. How many people have been able to do it since ancient times? Luin looked at Xianxia. From the results, Senior has made a mistake. But if you were to do it all over again, without knowing the results, what would you choose? Xianxia looked up at the densely packed creatures in the distance. They were full of ferocity, ugliness, and bloodthirstiness. Do it again? His gaze was complicated. If he were to do it again, he would still do it, even if it happened countless times. He knew that if there was an unknown behind the gate, he would be finished, and so would the sinking star universe. Without understanding the unknown, this was called a gamble. But without understanding the unknown, this was a joke with the lives of everyone in the sinking star universe. Jiang Feng could say that Xianxia lacked the momentum to press forward, but it could not be said that he was definitely wrong. Jiang Feng hesitated because of this Xianxia. If he joined the three universes, he would face the same choice. In this case, his choice might be disadvantageous to the three universes, just like Master Grass. A Xianxia and a Master Grass could only help when the three universes were going smoothly. Roar. With a roar, countless strange creatures charged towards Luin and Xianxia immortal as if they were courting death. Xianxia immortal's gaze became colder and colder. Just as he was about to attack, Luin flicked his finger and tapped the void, causing ripples to spread throughout the universe. Any creature that touched the ripples shattered, crushed by an irresistible force. Senior, I know you're angry, but you have a lot of karma restraints. Xianxia immortal's gaze shook as he subconsciously looked at his wrist. Wouldn't it be better to keep a useful body and continue to protect human civilization? Junior will take action in this battle as an apology for trespassing into the sinking star universe, Luin said slowly. Xianxia Yongxing frowned. You can't be bound by karma even more than me. I'm Luin Yuhao of the sinking star universe. Luin smiled at him. I'm not in the eternal realm. As soon as he finished speaking, under Xianxia immortal's shocked gaze, Luin charged towards the eternal being in this universe. An earth-shattering roar shook the universe, followed by a mournful wail. Sunken Jian and the Eternals watched in shock as Luin pierced through the Eternal's body with a single finger. Luin had completely disregarded the Eternal's life force and eternal substance as if they were nothing. He had attacked without any restraint, and all attacks were like paper in front of him that were easily torn apart. The eternal being was not strong, but it was indeed an eternal being with an invisible world. However, it had no power to fight back in front of Luin. As Luin took a step forward and crossed paths with the eternal being, the universe let out a crisp cracking sound. The huge eternal being stood still in the starry sky, and a general platform hell appeared beneath him. The eternal being fell into the general platform hell, increasing Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao. After experiencing the Muddy Kingdom and the Xianling War, these ordinary eternal beings were not much different from non-eternal beings in Lu Yin's eyes. The strength of this eternal being was actually comparable to the eternal realm Xianxia of the insectoid nest civilization, but that level was only the lowest level of the eternal realm in the unknown forced expedition. However, it was a huge shock to Xianxia immortal. A non-eternal being could kill eternal beings like slaughtering dogs. This shock was indescribable. Qin Jianyongxing's strength wasn't weak with the help of the Big Dipper's broken stars, but in order to protect the sinking star universe, he didn't leave. He didn't know much about the square-inch distance. He could understand the unknown because he must have had contact with the sinking star universe, which made him fear the unknown from the bottom of his heart. However, the unknown he knew was still not the real unknown. Otherwise, the sinking star universe would be gone. Now that Luyin had taken action, it was as if he had opened up a whole new world for Qin Jian, a world where he should have been. After dealing with that eternal life form, Luyin looked in a certain direction in the universe. There, the mother tree's remnant branch was burning with flames, and he did not know how long it had been burning. These monsters could not be thinking of using the mother tree to ignite the universe, could they? He absorbed the green light and made the mother tree disappear. When he arrived in front of Qin Jianyong once more, Qin Jianyong looked at him in a completely different light. It would be very easy for this person to kill him. That's right, he had easily brought him to this part of the universe at such a speed that he didn't even have time to react. In the three universes, what level does your strength represent? Qin Jianyongxing asked. Luyin didn't know how to answer this question. If he told the truth, it would seem like he was boasting, but if he was too humble, it wouldn't be very convincing. After thinking about it, he could only say, we're all humans. There's no distinction between us. Qin Jianyongxing understood and sighed. Yes, there are karma restrictions, so we can't compare notes with each other. However, I believe that even if you're not the strongest in your universe, you're definitely not bad. Your name is Luyin, right? Yes. If you were to protect this universe, what would you choose? Would you fight these creatures and directly destroy the portal, even if it would attract the unknown? Or would you leave the situation unchanged like me and hope that a miracle will happen for our human civilization to rise? Luyin looked at Qin Jianyongxing. Many people have asked me the same question, but I'm different from everyone. Actually, I quite admire Senior. In order to not let yourself have weaknesses, you're heartless and eliminate all emotional fetters. I can't do this. Qin Jianyongxing's gaze was bitter. He didn't want to do it either, but there was no other way. If he had weaknesses, there would be ways for the enemy to deal with them. Now, if the enemy wanted to deal with him, they could only start with absolute force. There was no other way. He had tried his best. He didn't want the enemy to use other methods to deal with him and disintegrate the sinking star universe. Senior, you want to know how I choose? Qin Jianyongxing nodded. Luyin looked at Point General Platform Hell, where karma was still increasing. He slowly said, the most difficult period of the three universes is much more difficult than the sinking star universe. We may perish at any time, and there's more than one blade hanging over our necks. My choice is. If you can't beat them, join them. I forgot to tell Senior that I am the unknown. Qin Jianyongxing's gaze shook, and he looked at Luyin in shock. Luyin exhaled heavily, his expression solemn. I don't know how much Senior knows about the unknown, but from where we come from, our understanding of the unknown is that we're enemies. They're invincible enemies. The unknown is too powerful. In addition to their own strength, they can also use other civilizations to destroy our human civilization. We faced a desperate situation in the past. If we hadn't joined the unknown, who knows what our three universes would be like now? Qin Jianyongxing obviously couldn't accept the fact that Luyin was an unknown. This made him connect Lu Yin's identity with this portal again. However, it was indeed not the unknown behind this portal, but the civilization in front of him. The misunderstanding just now turned out to be right, but the process was unexpected and difficult to imagine. Qin Jianyongxing quietly listened to Lu Yin's words, and he spoke of the helplessness of the three universes and the unwillingness of the human civilization. Luyin didn't hide anything, and he also clearly mentioned the past of Master Grass and their current scruples about Qin Jian. Senior, if you were Master Grass, what would you choose? Qin Jianyongxing closed his eyes and said in a low voice, with my character, I would choose the same as him. Luyin said, this is also our scruples. Fortunately, the three universes are still stable, and the unknown will not be an enemy for the time being. To tell you the truth, if one day we are sure to fight with the unknown again, the first thing we have to do is either let Senior and Master Grass stand firmly on our side, or make it impossible for you to betray us. Very honest words. Qin Jianyongxing's expression relaxed a lot, and he smiled at Luyin. Thank you. He wasn't thanking Luyin for letting the sinking star universe join the three universes, but Luyin for putting shackles on him, shackles that could easily make his personality fall into the abyss. He didn't know what would happen if he faced the unknown in the future. His personality was easily swayed, and Lu Yin's shackles made him feel at ease. As for Luyin joining the unknown, it was a choice that he had no choice but to acquiesce to these creatures fighting with the cultivators of the sinking star universe for many years. Luyin could understand him, and he could understand Luyin. In the end, he didn't have a bone-deep hatred for the unknown, only a fear that came from an unknown place, and the caution to protect this universe. So, how much does Senior know about the unknown? Luyin asked. Qin Jianyongxing didn't attack this door because he knew it came from the unknown. Qin Jianyongxing said, I don't know the specifics, but I know that human civilization once had a peak period. I don't know about that peak period either. The only thing I know is that the end of this peak period is related to the unknown. Luyin didn't interrupt and looked at Qin Jianyongxing. Qin Jianyongxing recalled, the fear of the unknown comes from the bones, from the inheritance of my masters. Before my masters died, they told me to be careful of the unknown. The unknown has become my nightmare, as if as long as the unknown appears, my sinking star universe will be destroyed. Luyin was surprised, masters? Qin Jianyongxing nodded, I have 4 masters, 2 of whom are in the eternal life realm, and the other 2 are in the great perfection of the crossing bitter disaster realm. Seeing Luyin puzzled, Qin Jianyongxing continued, my masters have lived for a long time, and I myself have lived for a long time, but I was born in the sinking star universe, and my masters did not come from the sinking star universe. They didn't say where they came from, but before they died, they told me to be careful of the unknown. Luyin retracted his gaze. It seemed that Qin Jianyongxing's masters were also one of the baits. If they were one of the baits of the 9 bases, this universe wouldn't have lost the word barrier. His masters didn't mention the past because they hated being the bait, or did they want to completely cut off the past to preserve this universe? With Qin Jianyongxing's personality, his masters were probably the second type. Other than you, Senior, your masters have no other successors? No, as you can see, I'm cautious, and I'm not suitable for fist techniques at all, but this universe is based on the starry fist, so I must cultivate fist techniques. To be blunt, I'm the most talented person in the history of the sinking star universe. In order to let me break through to the eternal life realm, my masters tried everything and succeeded, but I was limited by my personality and could only go this far. If it weren't for my personality, the starry fist would have flourished in my hands. At this point, he looked at the starry sky of the universe, take me to your universe. Luyin nodded, wait for me to deal with that eternal life. After a period of time, the increase in karma stopped, and the eternal life was released from the general platform hell and obliterated. There was no need for a reason, even if this creature was not an enemy of human civilization. This was the distance of an inch. Kindness would always be reserved for one's own kind. Luyin and Qin Jianyongxing crossed the door and met Jiang Feng and Master Grass. The war in the distance had stopped, and those creatures had been obliterated. The war in the sinking star universe was over. It was not easy to take people from the sinking star universe to the 3 universes. Luyin showed Qin Jianyongxing teleportation, and this talent completely shocked Qin Jianyongxing. Teleportation was quite shocking to people at his level, and Luyin would always remember the first time. He was surprised by Luo Chan's teleportation. At that time, the 3 universes had tried their best to deal with it. Now, he was used to it, mainly because the 3 universes had even killed Xianling. Qin Jianyongxing began to explain to the entire sinking star universe, assigning tasks to everyone, asking them to pack up and then touch one another. He did not mention the specific reason as he wanted to go to the 3 universes first. Soon after, Luyin came to the 3 universes with Qin Jianyongxing. He felt the magic of teleportation and saw the glory of the 3 universes. He also saw Xianxia of the Stargate and Xianxia of the Blood Tower. He did not expect that the human civilization had so many Eternal Realm experts. They were much stronger than the sinking star universe. If he had any concerns before, they were completely gone now. He could not wait to bring the people of the sinking star universe here. It was not difficult to arrange the location. Although it was the people of the entire universe, there were many parallel universes. Whether it was the Tianyuan universe, the Ninth Heaven universe, or the spiritualized universe, there were places. It was a pity that the consciousness universe had been rebooted. Otherwise, it would have been directly arranged to be called a four-person universe. Qin Yongxing looked at the bustling three universes and suddenly took out the Starry Fist manual from his cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it, not understanding why Qin Yongxing suddenly gave it to him. It was exactly the same as what Jiang Feng had given him. Everyone in the sinking star universe was cultivating this. I believe you have seen it before. It's very ordinary. Lu Yin did not refute, I don't see anything special. Is it related to the Big Dipper broken star? Without the Big Dipper broken star, this starry fist was useless. The drawbacks of this combat technique were too great. No matter how powerful the Big Dipper broken star was, once a strong enemy broke the Big Dipper broken star, the entire civilization would be destroyed. In war, the Big Dipper broken star was a flaw. Qin Yongxing nodded, there is a legend in the sinking star universe that says that one who cultivates this starry fist. It is possible to comprehend the universe's strongest fist and be invincible. He laughed self-deprecatingly, with the strength of the sinking star universe, it is not a legend. I am already the strongest in the sinking star universe, but there is still a gap between me and the universe's strongest. But what if I tell you that this legend comes from my masters? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, your masters? Sunken Yongxing said, my masters who have experienced the glorious civilization of mankind, although they did not tell me how glorious it was, they were very sure that the starry sky fist can be comprehended into a fist technique that is invincible in the universe. Speaking of this fist technique, my master's eyes were filled with reverence and admiration. I will never forget that gaze for the rest of my life. He looked at the manual in Lu Yin's hands. I know my masters very well. They poured their entire lives into me and died because of their injuries. I'm their only disciple. They wouldn't lie to me. If they say I'm invincible, then I'm really invincible. Trust me, Lu Yin. The sinking star universe is not worthy of this legend, but the glorious era of human civilization is. Lu Yin stared at the starry fist manual. Was this really a powerful and invincible fist technique? Could it be that this starry sky fist originated from the stronghold lord who used this fist technique? This was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, who else in the 9 bases could create a truly invincible fist technique? Lu Yin had no doubt that the 9 bases at the peak of human civilization had the power to amaze the era. But if the starry sky fist could really be comprehended into an invincible fist technique, the unknowns would know about it. After all, they had participated in the war that destroyed the 9 bases and fought with this so-called invincible fist technique. If it was really this fist technique, it would have been taken away long ago. The sinking star universe would not only be worth a 2-star mission reward. And this? How could the enemy's fist technique be spread through bait? Sunken Yongxing did not understand the truth, and Lu Yin did not want to discourage him. Okay, I'll try and see if I can comprehend it. Sunken Yongxing smiled bitterly, I know you are comforting me, but it's up to you to believe it or not. I'm just doing my duty as an inheritor. If I can't comprehend it, I hope the future generations can. As for the Big Dipper broken star, don't worry about it. You can teleport there at any time. If it disappears, it disappears. You don't have to tell us. The sinking star universe had been guiding the Big Dipper broken star fist for countless years and had deep feelings for it. Giving up seemed simple, but it was also cutting off a piece of flesh from one's heart. Although he was comforting sunken Yongxing, Lu Yin still began to learn the starry fist with a sliver of hope. The starry fist was very simple, so simple that it was surprising. It was a fist intent, but this fist intent could be connected to the Big Dipper broken star fist. He came to the sinking star universe and successfully guided the Big Dipper broken star fist with the starry fist. When he punched out, the universe shook. At his level, he could quickly master any cultivation and quickly surpass others. This vibration was seen by countless people in the sinking star universe, and they were shocked. Their universe had their own evaluation standards, and Lu Yin's move had obviously reached a certain level, causing rumors to appear everywhere in the sinking star universe. It reminded Lu Yin of the shock he had felt when he was brought out by a red coat under the stars. However, no one would find trouble with him this time, as he could not be found at all. The sinking star universe was preparing to move to the three universes, and Lu Yin gradually became busy, taking people away in batches. He was also on guard against the unknown. This was to prevent any accidents. But since the unknown had told him about the sinking star universe, he would not interfere. A mere sinking star universe was not worth the unknown's attention. Qin Jian did not have much strength, and at most, he could make up for the lack of heaven-bearing immortality. Thus, when the people of the sinking star universe were taken away, this universe became completely silent. Lu Yin also came to the Big Dipper broken star fist and looked at it. The Big Dipper broken star fist was the belief of everyone in the sinking star universe. Before those people left, he would not rashly climb it. Qin Jian was the only one who could climb the Big Dipper broken star fist at any time. But now, this star had been abandoned. Lu Yin remembered that everyone would kneel and worship the Big Dipper broken star fist before leaving. That kind of reluctance was the helplessness of losing one's home. If it was a normal star, he could take it to the three universes, but this star was on the verge of shattering and could not be taken away. It would completely shatter if he moved it. After looking at it for a long time, he could not see anything special about this Big Dipper broken star. The only thing he did not understand was how a star could condense a majestic fist intent. This fist intent was much more majestic than Qin Jian's, and he did not know where it came from. Could it be ninth base? Lu Yin left the sinking star universe. With his departure, there were no more humans in this universe. But there were still other creatures. The departure of humans gave other creatures the possibility of occupying this universe. The river of time still flowed, and countless years later, this universe would be completely different. But if the Big Dipper broken star fist had not completely shattered by then, it would still be the belief of all creatures because it was high and mighty. In the Tianyuan universe, at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Longxi came and poured 2 cups of tea before leaving. Lu Yin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Try it. A middle-aged man was sitting on the other side of the stone table. He looked at Lu Yin with a reserved expression and respectfully said, yes. After speaking, he also picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was good, but it was tasteless in his mouth. He only wanted to know why Lu Yin had called him here. His name was Xianxia, and he was from the Mountain Sword sect. He did not know about the war with Mudwater Country. Lu Yin had saved the Mountain Sword sect and brought them to the three universes. Since that battle, Lu Yin had not taken the initiative to look for the Mountain Sword sect. It was not that he did not want to, but it was not the right time. Now was still not the right time, but it was time to meet them. I'm very sorry about the death of the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor, Lu Yin said. Xianxia looked up at Lu Yin and said sadly, it has nothing to do with Master Lu. Master Lu, you saved the Mountain Sword sect in that war. The Mountain Sword sect will repay you with our lives. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Tell me about the Mountain Sword sect. Xianxia nodded and slowly described the past of the Mountain Sword sect. It was not easy for the Mountain Sword sect to survive. They were much more unlucky than the sinking star universe. They had powerful enemies fighting for the universe, but the sinking star universe did not. The Mountain Sword sect was defeated and chased out of that universe. With the Mountain Sword sect's ancestors' eternal realm strength, he could have found any universe to survive in. Although a civilized universe was not easy to find, it could be found after many years. However, they were unlucky and found a universe that was in contact with the unknown. To be precise, it was a universe that was used by the unknown. It was tantamount to walking into a trap. Xianxu's voice was low as he talked about the Mountain Sword sect's ancestors' sacrifice and the various hardships they had experienced. Sometimes, we think that when the Feather Immortal attacked, it was also because we were unlucky to have implicated the three universes. Lu Yin laughed. You think too much. The Feather Immortal civilization is the mortal enemy of our human civilization. It has nothing to do with you. Xianxia sighed. If Master Spirit is in heaven and sees that we have settled down, he will be very happy. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. What is the name of the unknown that used you? This was the reason he looked for Xianxia. He wanted to avenge the Mountain Sword sect. Of course, he wasn't looking for the unknown. He couldn't afford to fall out with the unknown just yet. What he was looking for was the group of creatures that had chased the Mountain Sword sect away. He wanted to help the Mountain Sword sect take back their home. Even if he couldn't go back, he still had to vent his anger. Xianxia did not think too much. After they left their universe, they wandered and joined the war with the Mudwater Kingdom and were directly brought to the three universes. They could not find their home at all. He did not expect Luin to have such a plan. To find their universe, they had to locate the universe where they participated in the war with the Mudwater Kingdom and search with that as the center. The Mountain Sword sect was not too far away from their universe. The Mountain Sword sect's ancestor knew that the distance was very dangerous. Thus, as long as he knew their previous location, he could find their universe. I don't know what that unknown is called, but I heard Master mention it. It doesn't seem to be a living thing. Luin was surprised. Not a living thing? He suddenly thought of Ermao. It was a shield. Is the divine power yellow? Xianxia thought for a moment. Yes, it is yellow. Master said that its power is yellow. Luin understood. Was it Ermao? Yellow divine power? After sending Xianxia away, Luin entered Trace and wanted to talk to Ermao. But he shouted a few times. No one answered. Ermao was not there, but the old man found Luin. Kid, why are you looking for yellow? Let me ask you a question, old man. Do you know where yellow is? Haha, I know. You won't tell me again, right? The old man said, little guy, you owe me a life, remember? Luin did not deny it. Life and death on the battlefield were unpredictable. The old man had indeed saved his life. If the old man had not taken action, no one could have forced him. Of course I remember. Haha, it's good that you don't deny it. Then, complete your mission. Luin frowned. Mission? 8 colors gave you a mission. Capture a tributary of the River of Time? That's right. What does this have to do with you? Luin was puzzled. The old man said, the unknown will not tell you everything, but there are some things you can explore yourself. For example, the rules. The unknown is not only 8 colors, but also us. Since 8 colors can assign missions, so can we, the old man said slowly. Luin was surprised. They could also assign missions? Wait, he understood. It seemed that the mission to capture a tributary of the River of Time came from the old man. It let 8 colors assign the mission, so 8 colors did not care whether the mission was completed or not. But it had to be accepted. He was wondering why it was so strange. A compulsory mission seemed urgent. However, there was no time limit. It was contradictory. Now, the solution came. So, you let 8 colors issue a compulsory mission. The old man laughed. Exchanging a compulsory mission with a price, this is within the rules. It depends on whether you can think of it. The mission to draw the star chart also came from you? Draw the star chart? It has nothing to do with me. What if I don't do this mission? Luin asked. The old man said, you must remember that you owe me a life in the war with Xianling. You agreed to block the sky because 8 colors forced you to do so, and you received an unknown 5-star mission reward, not because of me. In fact, if you had agreed to block the sky, not only would you have returned the life you owed me, but I would also have helped you complete the 5-star mission. The reward would have been yours. What a pity. Luin did not feel that it was a pity. He had clearly wanted to refuse, but he did not expect that he could not refuse. Old man, is it worth it to exchange my life for a tributary of the River of Time? Capturing a tributary of the River of Time is not too difficult. It's not difficult, but I can't do it. If I move, I will be swept away by the River of Time. I can draw the River of Time, and the River of Time is watching me, so I can only let 8 colors assign the mission, the old man explained. Why don't you find someone else? Looking for you, the price is the lowest. The old man said bluntly. This was not a matter of whether the price was small or not, but that there was no price at all. The old man didn't have to pay anything. As long as Luin admitted that it had saved his life, it would be fine. Even though they were enemies, they still had to have a bottom line. There were some rules that had to be followed. He couldn't go back on his words, or else he wouldn't be able to keep his footing. Luin was puzzled. You just lack a tributary of the River of Time? There's a lot missing. As long as you're willing, you can continue this mission without limit. Luin smiled. How much are you willing to pay for the unlimited mandatory missions? It's a secret. Alright, I'll do my best to help you capture the tributaries of the River of Time. By the way, do you know how to contact Air Mao? Why are you looking for it? The old man was also puzzled. Luin replied, there's something I want to ask. What is it? The old man was speechless. You don't have to look for Air Mao. Even if you find it, it won't communicate with you. You should have seen its main body. The old man chuckled. Luin nodded. I have to say, it's a little unbelievable that a shield can join. The unknown. The owner of this shield died in the Battle of 9 Bases. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Died in the hands of humans? Luin rubbed his head. There was nothing he could do. He was wondering why Air Mao was so hostile to him. As long as it spoke, it would target him. So this was the reason. In that case, Air Mao was also an enemy. Little guy, your human civilization has more enemies than you think. Capture a few more tributaries of the River of Time. Believe me, you'll need my help. Luin looked at Jizong. It seemed to make sense. But helping the old man was enough? Who said that this old man was not an enemy of human civilization? Save him now and kill him in the future. Who could say for sure? He had to capture the tributaries of the River of Time as repayment for saving his life. But capturing a few more? This old man was thinking too much. 8 colors. I'm here. I want to buy a star chart. No, and it's not available for purchase. He couldn't buy it? He had been inspired by the old man's words. He could try to buy something from the unknown, but if he couldn't find it, then so be it. The star chart was a compulsory mission that belonged to an unknown. Even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't find 8 colors. Thinking about it, Luin smiled. He had figured out how to find the unknown who had issued the mission to draw the star chart. He left Jizong and entered the Mirage domain, frantically calculating the mirroring technique. He didn't calculate it for himself, but for others. He calculated it in front of others so that they could see the distance of the technique. He didn't have time to look around, but others had plenty of time, especially those from the Lu family who could teleport. It was best to leave this matter to them. In the beginning, it had been very tiring for him to calculate the mirroring technique by himself, but ever since his confrontation with Ni Beiluo had caused the technique to shatter, he had to calculate it again and again. He found that his previous calculations were much smoother, so he kept repeating them. The speed of a 20-year eternal life realm cultivator was enough, and it didn't have to be too far. As Patriarch Lu Yuan walked out of the Mirage domain and looked into the distance, the people around him were teleported away one by one. With the 3 universes as the center, everyone spread out and looked in all directions. This was a time-consuming project, and Luin didn't have the time to do it, but others did. It was Dan Hong, Ming Zhua, and a few others who had used the Nirvana tree to reach the peak of power below eternal life. Coupled with Patriarch Lu Yuan's teleportation, it spread out like a machine. With enough time, everyone would be able to clearly see the surroundings of the 3 universes. What Luin had seen before was just a rough estimate, but now, he wanted to draw a star chart as well. At present, more than one person in the Lu family could teleport, and Patriarch Lu Yuan had personally taken the field. This could be considered a test, and it would be their turn next. The results quickly appeared. The Desolate God was the first to find Luin, saying that it had discovered a new cosmic civilization. Previously, the Desolate God had been suppressing the string of the sequence, but as Luin climbed step by step, his strength was comparable to eternal life and even surpassed ordinary eternal life realms. No one could break the string of the sequence and restart the Tianyuan universe under the current 3 universes. Even if a powerful enemy wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Xianling, on the other hand, could easily restart the consciousness universe. Thus, the desolate god was idle and cultivated on its own like Hongyan Mavis and the others. This time, Lu Yin had asked an expert to draw a star chart, and the desolate god had also participated, saying that it wanted to find something to do. Cultivation wasn't something that could be done overnight, and sometimes, it would be better to sit cross-legged and comprehend something while looking into the distance. Lu Yin teleported to the coordinates pointed out by the desolate god and looked ahead. There was indeed a cosmic civilization. This cosmic civilization wasn't too far away from the three universes, and it was only a little more than 10 years away from ordinary eternal life realms. However, because it was so vast, no one cared. Moreover, Lu Yin hadn't said that he was looking for this kind of civilization. This cosmic civilization didn't even have a creature that could walk beyond the string of the sequence. No, it didn't even have a progenitor, and it didn't even have a mother tree. Perhaps Qinglian Yu knew about it, but he ignored it as it was meaningless. After looking around for a while, Lu Yin left. He originally wanted to capture the tributary of the River of Time in this universe, but this universe was too close to the three universes, and he was afraid that an accident would affect the human civilization. It was better to choose a universe that was farther away. Right, Sinking Star Universe. Lu Yin suddenly thought that since the people of Sinking Star Universe had already moved over, then he could capture the tributary of the River of Time in that universe. However, before capturing it, Lu Yin had to confirm with Qin Jianyongsheng. Capture the tributary of the River of Time? Qin Jianyongsheng was surprised. Lu Yin nodded. This is an unknown compulsory task, and I need to complete it to repay a favor. Qin Jianyongsheng said, well, we still have some debts to settle with the ferryman of the River of Time. What happened? Lu Yin was curious. Qin Jianyongsheng's eyes were gloomy, and his voice was cold. The ferryman of the River of Time in Sinking Star Universe has always been hostile to us humans. Our masters said that we came from another universe and that we occupied Sinking Star Universe. This is true, but it has nothing to do with the ferryman of the River of Time. Ever since we occupied Sinking Star Universe, the ferryman of the River of Time has been constantly fiddling with time and delaying our cultivation progress. Many times, it even caused some geniuses to go berserk at critical moments. If it weren't for their scruples, our masters would have dealt with it long ago. Lu Yin's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Good, then let's settle this score. Mr. Lu, it's not difficult to deal with the ferryman, but losing it will cause trouble. Master of the River of Time? Qin Jian nodded, not surprised that Lu Yin knew about it. This was also the reason why his masters had scruples. At first, our masters wanted to deal with the ferryman, but the ferryman said that if we attacked it, it would cause the River of Time to bury Sinking Star Universe. Lu Yin was puzzled. How would the River of Time bury Sinking Star Universe? Qin Jian shook his head. I don't know, and neither do my masters, so they didn't dare to do anything. Since you have this concern, have you never thought of leaving Sinking Star Universe? By the way, what's the matter with the Big Dipper Broken Star? Since Sinking Star Universe didn't belong to you in the beginning, where did the Big Dipper Broken Star come from? Did it originally belong to Sinking Star Universe? Lu Yin asked. Qin Jian said, the Big Dipper Broken Star Universe entered Sinking Star Universe with us humans, which is why we can't leave Sinking Star Universe. The Big Dipper Broken Star Universe can no longer be moved. No one has the strength to move it, and the Big Dipper Broken Star Universe is also breaking. Once we leave, we will have no home to return to, and even our cultivation path will be lost. Lu Yin understood. If they hadn't seen the three universes with their own eyes, they wouldn't have come. End of chapter. They had given up on the Big Dipper remnant star because there was a cultivation path in the three universes. Otherwise, what awaited them would be silence and death. So you're saying that you've been bullied by that ferryman all these years? Qin Jian did not deny it. You can say that. Lu Yin sighed. I haven't vented my anger on the Mountain Sword sect, so let's deal with this first. Senior, there's something I need to remind you of. He looked at Qin Jian Eternity. Once a tributary of the River of Time is captured, the Sinking Star Universe will be completely destroyed and disappear. Qin Jian Eternity's eyes trembled, and he was speechless for a long time. Although they had left the sinking star universe and were certain that they would not be able to return, it was still difficult to accept an eternal parting. Luin was not in a hurry, so he waited quietly. After a while, Qin Jian Eternity said, "Take me to see it one last time." Luin raised his hand and placed it on Qin Jian Eternity's shoulder, teleporting him towards the sinking star universe. Even if he did not ask, Luin would have taken him there. He would take him to see how the ferryman had been dealt with. Although human civilization had been defeated, it was not something that could be bullied by just anyone. From small to large, those civilizations had fought back one by one, taking it one breath at a time. Patriarch Shan had been right, humans had never been willing to be left alone. Although they revered the sinking star universe and had self-awareness, this self-awareness seemed to be becoming more and more unreliable. Not long after, they arrived at the sinking star universe. They had not been gone for long, but a large number of creatures that had been suppressed by human civilization had ascended the stage, and some had even ascended to the Big Dipper remnant star. Qin Jian Eternity was furious and took care of those creatures. He stayed alone on the Big Dipper remnant star and said something. Luin arrived at a mountain not far from the Big Dipper remnant star. This was Qin Jian Eternity's residence on a barren mountain. Everything he saw was barren, and his enjoyment and emotions had been abandoned. Luin saw many memorial tablets, but because there was a source box array protecting this place, those creatures could not enter. These memorial tablets were of the people that Qin Jian Eternity cared about the most. He saw 2 deep footprints on the ground, left behind by a person who had been standing there for too long. Luin slowly walked in and stood on the 2 footprints, looking at the many memorial tablets. Qin Jian Eternity came. "Let's go." Luin looked at the tablets. "You're not taking them away?" Sorrow flashed in Qin Jian Yongxing's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. They were all born in the sinking star universe. Let them disappear with this universe. Luin was in a daze. "Senior, can you really let go?" Qin Jian Yongxing replied calmly, "Yes." Abandoning all emotions and heartlessness, turning yourself into an emotionless machine to protect this universe. Although Senior does not have any disciples, everyone in Sinking Star Universe is Senior's disciple. This kind of protection is admirable, Luin said. Hearing and seeing were 2 different concepts. He originally thought that after hearing Qin Jian's experience of immortality, he would be able to understand him. But standing in front of these memorial tablets, he realized that his so-called understanding was too insignificant. This method might be stupid, but it was true. When a person completely abandoned himself to do something, it was very scary. Qin Jian Yongxing looked at the Big Dipper remnant stars and said, "I've let go of my emotions, but I can't let go of myself. To be honest, abandoning myself and being heartless is a lie. If I had let go, there wouldn't have been those 2 footprints. To this universe, I'm a protector, but to them, I'm a traitor. I betrayed their emotions and betrayed myself." Luin slowly bowed to the memorial tablets. His mental state was rising, but there was no trace of joy. Humans had sacrificed too much for their own civilization, and he did not know what the outcome would be. However, he would not regret it. His hardships and tiredness were not the only ones. Everyone else was also paying the price. Sinking Star Universe did not have a mirage domain, and the tributaries of the River of Time flowed within the universe. Luin and Qin Jian Yongxing quickly found this tributary and looked into the distance. They saw a strange creature. That must be the previous civilization of this universe. Qin Jian Yongxing nodded, his gaze gloomy. The previous civilization regarded the ferryman as a god and worshipped him, so he protected us. The war over Sinking Star Universe was more of a war to suppress this ferryman. He hoped that we would worship him like the previous civilization. How laughable, how could an eternal realm cultivator worship a ferryman? Luin laughed. If one's realm is not high enough, then the River of Time is a god. If one's realm is high enough, then this ferryman can't even leave the River of Time. How laughable. At that moment, a voice came from the River of Time. Qin Jian, you humans have already left this universe. Why have you returned? Qin Jian Yongxing stared into the distance. We came back to find you. Find me? The ferryman did not understand, and his voice was low and hoarse with obvious hostility. Since you left, there's no need to return. You don't belong to this universe. It's not up to you to decide whether or not we return, Xianxia shouted, his tone completely different from before. From the ferryman's point of view, Xianxia seemed to have become a completely different person. Both his aura and attitude had changed. A hint of sharpness. Xianxia was once reserved, but now he was insolent. It looks like your civilization has found its own kind. So what? You're not thinking of attacking me, are you? Humph, don't blame me for not warning you. If you attack me, I can draw the river of time to sweep you all away. Even if you're an eternal realm cultivator, you can forget about coming back. Xianxia did not say anything else. Luin looked at the ferryman in the distance. The ferryman had been staring at Luin the entire time. He understood Xianxia, but he did not understand Luin at all. These words were actually meant for Luin to hear. Since your human civilization has completely left, we have nothing to do with each other. You know that I can't leave the river of time. From now on, we have no grudges. You can leave, the ferryman said. The difficulty of killing the ferryman of the river of time for an eternal realm cultivator depended on the ferryman's control of time and the extent of his control. When Zhao Ran had fought her way out of the Mirage domain, she had used the tributary of the river of time to fight against the droplet of Xianxia. She had also used the photo album of time to assist her. These methods were actually quite brilliant. After all, Zhao Ran had walked out of Maiden Wei's body, and Maiden Wei was not an ordinary ferryman of the river of time. She had the ambition to break through to immortality and had tried. The ferryman's methods were not as good as Zhao Ran's, but he had one move that Xianxia and his masters could not easily deal with. That was concealment. He could turn time into a fog to the point that even an eternal realm cultivator could not see through. He could hide in the river of time, and if someone tried to attack him, as long as he was not killed immediately, he could do something. In his words, he could draw the river of time to sweep everyone away. Of course, Luin had already told Xianxia that immortality was not that simple. Even the ferryman of the river of time would find it difficult to draw it down, but as long as there was a chance, Xianxia and the others would not dare to take the risk. But now, he was facing Luin. The river of time was covered in fog, and it was getting thicker and thicker. It had far surpassed the time that the Mirage domain in the Tianyuan universe had turned into fog. This fog was enough to cause the powerhouses of bitter adversity to fall into the flow of time, just like when they had entered the Mirage domain for the first time. However, this did not affect Luin or Xianxia's immortality. The ferryman gradually disappeared into the fog. He sensed danger. Senior, make your last move in this universe. Let the Big Dipper remnant star shine for the last time. I'll mark your position, Luin said. He could easily find the ferryman's position. Flowing light chased after time through space, and the ferryman could not avoid it. He did not know that Whitey could place a door in the river of time and use it to escape the restraints of space. It could be opened anywhere within a square inch. Luin could not do that, but he still had the strength to control this tributary of the river of time. Xianxia's expression was complicated, and he slowly clenched his fist. An invisible force caused the surrounding void to tremble, and a blurry shadow slowly appeared within his body. He brandished his fist, and then, one shadow after another appeared and overlapped. At the same time, the Big Dipper remnant star trembled as the fist's force was drawn over. The ferryman's aura soared, and he screamed, "What are you doing, Xianxia? Stop. If you don't stop, I'll draw the river of time." Xianxia acted as if he did not hear anything. So what if this ferryman really did draw the river of time? This Mr. Luin could teleport. Xianxia, don't you dare. You're forcing me. The ferryman was truly afraid now, and he stared at Luin. This was the person who had given Xianxia such confidence, but could they see him? Luin looked at Xianxia. Was this the Starry Fist? Each shadow represented a comprehension of the fist intent. The more shadows there were, the stronger the fist intent, and the stronger the fist intent from the Big Dipper remnant star would be. Xianxia was undoubtedly the strongest starry fist of this era, and Luin was looking forward to seeing him use his full strength. However, it would take too much time, and a true enemy would not give him that much time. Qin Jian, stop, the ferryman shouted. Qin Jian's eyes widened, and he faced the river of time and punched out. Starry Fist. The force of this punch transcended the tributary of the river of time, and the ferryman watched in shock as it fiercely attacked. It could not figure out how Qin Jian had found it. It wanted to escape, but how could it block an Eternal Realm's punch? Furthermore, this punch clearly surpassed any of Qin Jian's previous punches. Was the ferryman crazy? Did he really need to use his full strength to deal with it? But it could not escape. A streak of light shot through the air. Was this the power of time? The ferryman didn't look at Qin Jian, instead, it looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance had been deeply imprinted into its heart under the light of this fist. This human had discovered it. How hateful, how hateful, how hateful. The punch passed by, and the hull of the boat dispersed along with the ferryman. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This punch was ruthless enough, and it was not any weaker than the Bloodsword defense or the Gate of Wonders. However, it was not Qin Jian's own strength, but rather the Big Dipper remnant star. What a pity. If Qin Jian had this kind of strength, then the three universes would have another powerhouse. This ferryman might have lived for a long time, but karma did not. No matter how much karma it had, it would not be able to leave, so Lu Yin did not plan on using it to strengthen the heavenly Tao of karma. Furthermore, he was afraid of an accident. What if the main river of time was drawn out? At the very least, this tributary of the river of time would be gone. The old man had promised to touch the river of time, but this was not the method he had used. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have done it long ago. One was to try to touch and comprehend it, while the other was to be swept away. These were two different concepts. They were like tamed beasts and wild beasts. The river of time swayed, and the ferryman was killed. Qin Jian Eternity looked at the Big Dipper remnant star with a complicated expression. The ferryman's death did not matter much, as he had just vented his anger. He was only reluctant to part with the Big Dipper remnant star. That punch had been said to have killed the ferryman, but it was more of a farewell to the star. From now on, the Big Dipper remnant star would no longer exist, and his punch would no longer exist. Let me do it, Qin Jian Eternity said. Lu Yin was just about to extend the sequence of strings when he heard Qin Jian Eternity's words. He refused, saying, "There are too many creatures in this universe. If you destroy them, it will be troublesome if you are bound by karma." Qin Jian Eternity thought about it and did not insist. He just wanted to send Qin Jian Eternity off. To capture a tributary of the river of time, one needed to completely destroy a universe. Only when that universe was gone would time cease to exist. Otherwise, if a tributary of the river of time was captured, that universe's time would be completely chaotic. Where did time come from? Naturally, it came from the river of time. Even the Mirage Domain could not escape from the river of time's time. Once a universe's time was completely chaotic, it would be like an irregular whirlpool above the river of time, and it would easily lead to bad things. Thus, even if one could capture a tributary of the river of time without destroying the universe, very few people would do so. Next, Lu Yin found the sequence of strings in Qin Jian Eternity and threw them out one by one, extending them infinitely into the space. With his strength, every string would inevitably extend. They would extend to the limit until they completely merged into the space. Some universes took a long time, while others were very fast. This depended on the resilience of the universe's sequence of strings, as well as the strength of the user. Qin Jian Eternity and Nina Firmament's universe were on completely different levels. There were too few sequence of strings. Lu Yin and Qin Jian Eternity stood in the starry sky and waited quietly. After a while, Qin Jian Eternity shouted, "We're here." Lu Yin looked in front of him and saw that the sinking star universe was like a tiled painting that stretched out endlessly. Then, it began to deepen, and within it, the stars shattered one by one as countless creatures wailed in agony. Lu Yin closed his eyes. He couldn't bear it, but he had no other choice. No matter which universe captured a tributary of the long river of time, they would have to experience this scene. This was the distance of a square inch. Therefore, the human civilization had to constantly grow stronger. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would experience the same thing. Looking from afar, the entire sinking star universe looked like an abyss. It was pitch black from the inside out. Everything inside was shattering and then merging into the boundless space. Just as the Blood Tower Imperial Guard had said, this scene was very sad but also very magnificent. Qin Jianyongxing suddenly took a step forward and looked ahead with a complicated expression. Over there was the Big Dipper remnant star, and all the stars around it had shattered, spreading to it. Luin looked over as well. The Big Dipper broken star was already on the verge of shattering. Now, it was completely shattered. However, the moment it shattered, a blinding light bloomed, illuminating the starry sky. It became the most dazzling scene in the surroundings. This scene was not only filled with light, but also with a fist. Lu Yin's eyes widened, as he saw someone unleash a punch that caused the heavens and earth to collapse and the universe to tumble backwards. That punch blossomed with an ancient radiance, and it did not disappear in a flash. Instead, it eventually formed the Big Dipper remnant star. The Big Dipper remnant stars weren't stars, but rather the power of a single fist. It was a fist that was struck out by someone, left behind until now, becoming a power that transcended past and present. Qin Jianyongxing's jaw dropped. So this was the real Big Dipper remnant star? He looked at Luin, and just as he was about to say something, he saw that Lu Yin's eyes were lifeless as he stared into the distance. Was this an epiphany? Luin instinctively took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Big Dipper remnant star. He looked at the fist that was heading towards him and slowly closed his eyes. The fist passed through his body. This fist originated from ancient times, and even after such a long period of time, he could still feel the fist's intent. He had also learned the starry fist, and he hadn't thought much of it at first. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. A star chart appeared in his mind, and it was as if there were stars spiraling around. One of the stars lit up, and it was the Big Dipper remnant star. No, to be more precise, it was the Big Dipper fist star. That fist had lit up the Big Dipper fist star, and it had also opened up the true mystery of the starry fist, the Astral Fist Manual. Luin finally understood that this was the true starry fist. The starry fist that had been passed down in Sinking Star Universe was true, but it also wasn't. They couldn't comprehend the true starry fist, and they had to open up the Astral Fist Manual to truly step into the starry fist. A gust of wind blew past, and Luin regained consciousness. Sinking Star Universe was still fusing into the core space, and it didn't affect him much. The destruction of a universe couldn't hurt him. He looked into the distance and met Qin Jian Eternity's gaze. Qin Jian Eternity was excited, as he had guessed something. Now wasn't the time to talk. Sinking Star Universe was about to melt, and it was time to capture a tributary of the River of Time. Luin teleported and disappeared. Qin Jian Eternity took a deep breath. So this was the key to opening up the starry fist. The key. His masters had always said that they were missing a key. The starry fist was the starry fist, but the starry fist that they cultivated was fundamentally different from his own. They had tried everything they could to cultivate it, but they couldn't do it. Sinking Star Universe's starry fist could only rely on the Big Dipper remnant star, which was an incomplete cultivation path for a civilization. What had left the deepest impression on him was what his masters had mentioned, the Astral Fist Manual. But it was gone, as his masters couldn't help him open it. Countless years had passed, and those 4 words had been completely covered in dust. The Big Dipper remnant star would become history, and his masters would die long ago. But at this moment, he understood that the key had always been there, and it was the Big Dipper remnant star. But who would have thought that it might not have been useful even if he had known? At the very least, he hadn't had an epiphany just now. Only Mr. Lu had. If that scene had really opened the Astral Fist Manual, then Mr. Lu was the only one who could do it. Qin Jian Eternity was bitter. He knew very well that he wasn't suited to cultivate fist techniques. His personality limited him, but Sinking Star Universe only had fist techniques. Master, perhaps Mr. Lu can restore the glory of the starry fist. The endless shattering finally returned to peace. Luin appeared beside Qin Jian Eternity, and Sinking Star Universe had completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The position of the Big Dipper remnant star was like an empty core space. Qin Jian Eternity looked at Luin. Did you succeed? Luin nodded. He had captured the tributary of the river of time and placed it in the void of his heart. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to hand it over to 8-color, but he had no choice since he had to repay that old man for saving his life. However, he would have another chance to capture it in the future. "Senior, I just saw the real Starry Fist," Luine said. "Xianxia Eternity, did you see the Astral Fist manual?" Luine nodded. "The Astral Fist manual? A very appropriate name. Yes, the Big Dipper remnant star is actually a star lit up by the Starry Fist." "I knew it. That's great, ha ha ha." Xianxia Eternity laughed and looked at Luine excitedly. "My masters didn't lie to me. The Starry Fist is the strongest fist technique in the universe. Mr. Liu, you have opened the real Starry Fist, so you must cultivate it. I promise you that this fist technique will make you invincible. Really, it will definitely make you invincible." Luine experienced the power of the Starry Fist. This fist technique was definitely strong enough to be a trump card in battle, but it wasn't invincible. There was no such thing as invincible power in the universe. Whether it was a fist technique or a sword technique, there was always the possibility of being broken. However, he also wanted to see the power of the Starry Fist after successfully cultivating it. Cultivating the Starry Fist required continuous comprehension of the fist intent, and the Big Dipper remnant star had shown him that. He could comprehend that fist intent, but what about the other fist intents? He still needed time, a very long time. There was one more thing he didn't say, as he didn't want to discourage Xianxia Eternity. The Starry Fist didn't seem to be a fist technique meant for killing, but rather focused on the cultivation of civilization. For example, the Big Dipper remnant star had a fist intent that transcended the past and present. It was clearly not a fist technique meant for killing, but for cultivation. Perhaps the stronger the civilization, the stronger the fist intent. This fist intent was more in line with the 9th base civilization's position. The Starry Fist should have originated from a certain stronghold. "Senior, have you really not heard your masters mention anything about the strongholds?" "No, I haven't." Luine was helpless. Xianxia Eternity had concealed history because he wanted to scheme against Red Hero. It was obvious that there was no need to hide it. He couldn't get an answer from Xianxia, so he could only get it from Red Hero. Luine turned in the mission and asked Master Grass to take him there. 8-colors confirmed that Luine had completed the mission, giving him a 3 stars reward. This reward was different from the one he'd received during the war, as it had come too suddenly and in too much quantity. "Luine, please select the 3 stars reward you wish to redeem." "No, I'll keep it." "Please select a mission." 3 stars again. "I want to take the mission of drawing a star chart, so I should be able to choose it myself." "Yes, it's a 3-star mission. Draw a star chart with fixed coordinates as the starting point." She then passed the portal to Luine, and he could use the unknown portal to reach his destination directly. Luine didn't know exactly where this location was or how far it was from the 3 universes. It might be close, or it might be far away. Thus, there was a certain amount of danger involved in completing this mission, and it wasn't as safe as drawing a star chart in the 3 universes. No one could help him with this location. It wouldn't be a problem for Luine to draw it himself, but he didn't have the time to do such a thing. He could only leave it to others, and the fewer people there were, the slower the mission would be. Someone had to be able to teleport as well. Currently, there were 5 people in the 3 universes who could teleport: Luine himself, Lu Yuan, and 3 juniors of the Lu family, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was Lu Xuan, the first person to be born with an innate gift after Luine and Lu Yuan. He was a genius who had attracted the attention of the 3 universes. Unfortunately, he was born too arrogant and unrestrained, so much so that Luine had punished him and sent him away. After that, he requested to seal his memories so that he could train. Speaking of which, Luine hadn't seen him for a long time. Patriarch Lu Yuan had to help draw a map of the 3 universes, but he didn't have the time to do it himself. This task would be given to one of the 3 Lu family disciples. Luine quickly met a young man and a young woman in Lu Tianjing. They looked at him with reverence and fanaticism. Luine was a legend of human civilization. Whether it was from the perspective of humans or the Lu family's descendants, he was the person they worshipped the most. Junior Lu Feiyang greets the patriarch. Junior Lu Hui greets the patriarch. Lu Ying found it strange. Patriarch? Had he become an patriarch? He looked at Patriarch Lu Tianyi. Patriarch Lu Tianyi smiled and explained, "They're all juniors who were born in the last few hundred years. They're much younger than you, so it's only right for them to address you as patriarch." Lu Ying nodded, feeling a little emotional. He was already an patriarch. Over the past few years, the Lu family hadn't rested because of teleportation. People came to the Lu family every day to propose marriage, and the number of women who wanted to marry into the Lu family could fill up the entire Lu Tianjing. Many didn't even think about marrying into the Lu family, they just wanted to be favored by the Lu family and give birth to a child or two. They hoped that their child could awaken the innate gift of teleportation. That way, not just the child, but also the family behind them would rise to prominence. This was considered the fastest way to rise to prominence in this era. There was indeed an example of this, and it was Lu Feiyang. His mother had met a disciple of the Lu family while training outside. The woman knew that he was from the Lu family, and this was the result of a long period of planning. The Lu family disciple didn't even know that he was being targeted and only thought that he had met his true love. In the end, the two ended up together. When the Lu family disciple learned of this, he was shocked. However, the woman didn't regret giving birth to Lu Feiyang. When Lu Feiyang awakened the innate gift of teleportation, countless people were excited, especially the woman's backer, who almost went crazy with joy. In the end, Lu Feiyang was brought to Lu Tianjing, and his mother entered the Lu family's genealogy. Although the person behind her had schemed against the Lu family disciple, they didn't have any bad intentions. Furthermore, they had given birth to a person who had awakened the innate gift of teleportation, which was a great contribution to humanity. The Lu family disciple who felt the most aggrieved, but Lu Feiyang's awakening the innate gift had helped him even more. Lu Feiyang's status rose, and his resources increased by 100 times. This little bit of grievance could be tolerated. This was a good thing for the human civilization. One more person with teleportation talent meant one more hope, but the Lu family was dissatisfied. Although the Lu family was willing to sacrifice a lot for the sake of human civilization, it was not enough to be treated as a stud horse. Therefore, from then on, the Lu clan was even stricter in their control of their disciples, especially those who went out to train. Their whereabouts were never leaked. As for those who came to propose marriage, they were even more strictly selected to prevent anyone from using their status as relatives of the Lu clan to do anything. The Lu family also attached great importance to the education of their disciples. Lu Xuan's example was engraved in the memory of everyone in the Lu family. Even Lu Xuan, a genius of the human civilization, could disappear in an instant, not to mention the other disciples of the Lu family. Everyone in the Lu family admired and feared Lu Ying the most. No one dared to interrupt Lu Yin's words. Everyone knew Lu Yin's personality, so no one dared to mess with him no matter how high his status in the Lu family was. Lu Feiyang, Lu Hui. Nice names. Lu Ying didn't know what to say. In the past, they were either comrades or enemies. Now that they were facing their own juniors, they had to praise them. Lu Tianyi couldn't help but laugh. This praise was too casual. Even so, Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui were so excited that they found it hard to breathe. Their faces were flushed, and they bowed deeply to Lu Ying. "Thank you for your praise, great ancestor." "Thank you for your praise, great ancestor." Lu Ying grunted. "I won't waste any more time. This time, I have a mission that I'd like to choose one of you to complete. Let me say this first, the mission is very dangerous, and you can die at any time. Are you willing to accept it?" Lu Feiyang did not hesitate. "Please instruct us, great ancestor." Lu Hui glared at him and looked at Lu Ying. "Please instruct us, great ancestor." Lu Ying glanced at Lu Tianyi. He had thought that the two would hesitate for a bit. It was not that he looked down on them, but that they had grown up in a very good environment. They had awakened teleportation and were treasured by everyone. They could be said to be the group with the best resources in the entire human civilization. Even so, they were still willing to risk their lives without hesitation. One could only imagine how well the Lu family had educated their juniors. Lu Tianyi said, "Lu Xuan's incident was a wake-up call for everyone. Ever since Lu Xuan, all the Lu family's juniors, regardless of whether they had awakened teleportation or not, are under strict management. Do you know how many juniors there are in the Lu family now? Too many. There have been dozens of new genealogies in the Lu family over the years. Luin understood. After all, teleportation was a talent that everyone wanted to awaken. Even the Lu family hoped to have a few more descendants. If one of them could awaken teleportation, they would be able to stand out. This was also true. For a period of time, the Lu family did not think about cultivation. Instead, they thought about such things. Great ancestor Lu Yuan used 100 years to reorganize the family. Luin heard about this, but he did not ask about it. Now, the Lu family was completely stable. Luin was very satisfied with Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui. This was the only way for the family to go further. Was the Lu family strong? No, they were not strong at all. Even the entire human civilization was not strong, let alone the Lu family. He hoped that human civilization could recreate the glory of the 9 Bases era. Although it was an entire civilization, a civilization was also made up of individuals. These individuals had to advance with the civilization and could not be held back. The Lu family had to take the lead in this regard. Everyone was looking at the Lu family. With great ancestor Lu Yuan and the others in charge, Luin was at ease. At that moment, Lu Bujing arrived and bowed to Luin. Greetings, Master Lu. He was older than great ancestor Lu Tianyi and did not need to bow. He bowed to Luin because of Lu Yin's status, as he had always been the master of the Tianyuan universe. Luin smiled. Third uncle, why are you here? Lu Bujing looked at Luin solemnly and bowed again. There's someone who wishes to meet you, Master Lu. Luin glanced outside and knew who it was. Lu Tianyi remained calm and did not interrupt. Very well, let him in. Lu Bujing breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing could be hidden from Luin, and since Luin had said that he wanted to meet someone, he naturally knew who he wanted to meet. Since he was willing to meet someone, that meant that he was giving them a chance. Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui were curious, who was it? Soon, someone walked in and stood beside Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui. He bowed deeply to Luin. Lu Xuan greets Master Lu. Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui were shocked. Lu Xuan? It's actually him? In the Lu family, Lu Xuan was also a legend. His fame was not much lower than Lu Yin's. Of course, Lu Yin was the positive, while Lu Xuan was the negative. Lu Xuan was the first to awaken teleportation after great ancestor Lu Yuan and Lu Yin. He was also the son of great ancestor Lu Bujing, and he had attracted the attention of the entire human civilization. However, his arrogance had drowned him, and Lu Yin had personally suppressed him in the commander appointment platform. No one knew where Lu Xuan had gone. Many said that his cultivation had been crippled and that he was still in some corner, while others said that he had committed suicide. In short, there were many rumors. In the Lu family, Lu Xuan was used as an example to educate the younger generation, so everyone in the Lu family knew about Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan had not returned for so many years, and it was possible that no one knew about his return. After all, he was someone from 1,000 years ago. Although the Lu family used Lu Xuan as an example, they did not publicize Lu Xuan's appearance out of respect for Lu Bujing. Therefore, even if Lu Xuan walked past the younger generation, no one would recognize him. Now, they actually saw Lu Xuan. This person was different from what they had imagined. Lu Xuan's eyes were firm and his expression was calm. Even when facing Lu Yin, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was respectful and could control his emotions. If one looked closely, they would find that his appearance was somewhat similar to Lu Yin's, and his temperament was even more similar. This was completely different from the Lu Xuan Lu Yin remembered. Be it his eyes, expression, or temperament, everything was completely different. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xuan. Not bad. It was just 2 words, but Lu Xuan could no longer remain calm. He took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Tianyi and Lu Bujing looked at each other and smiled. They knew the changes in Lu Xuan the best. He had fallen from the clouds and experienced the commander appointment platform. He was full of confusion about the world and voluntarily asked to walk the same path as Lu Yin, sealing his memories and cultivation to climb back up from the bottom. He had also encountered life and death crises, but he had never used the identity of the Lu family to protect himself. Therefore, his temperament was very similar to Lu Yin's. Lu Xuan was the best example of the Lu family. His experience was enough to warn anyone. Lu Yin stood up. "You will do." Then, he stepped out and disappeared. Lu Xuan disappeared at the same time. Lu Feiyang and Lu Hui were stunned. They looked at Lu Tianyi in confusion. Lu Tianyi smiled. "There are many tasks and opportunities. No hurry." Then, he left as well. Lu Bujing breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. These years had been the most torturous for him. Lu Xuan was born and awakened to teleportation. He became the focus of the entire human civilization. He was the guardian of the Lu family and valued by Yongxing. As a father, he had no right to speak, so Lu Xuan became lawless. However, those people did not value Lu Xuan, but his teleportation and the possibility of awakening it. Lu Tianyi did not care if his son could awaken teleportation or not. He only wanted to have a normal life. He thought that as Lu Xuan became more and more arrogant, he would lose his son. Fortunately, Master Lu gave his son a chance to repent. For 1,000 years, Lu Xuan climbed up from the bottom. Master Lu watched and endured. That was the only way for his son to climb up. Now, he had finally made it. He became much younger all of a sudden. No matter what would happen to his son in the future, at least his reputation would not be bad in the Lu family. He had gained the approval of Master Lu. That was great. On the other side, Lu Yin took Lu Xuan into the mirage and deduced the mirroring technique for him. Finally, he connected him and some others. Through the portal, he brought them the coordinates given by Ba Se and asked them to draw a star chart with the coordinates as the center. With Lu Xuan's teleportation and the others' mirroring technique, it was estimated that it could be completed in about 100 years. This was only a 3-stars mission to draw a star chart. It would take a long time for an Eternal Realm powerhouse without teleportation and mirroring technique to complete. However, the biggest advantage of this mission was its safety. Time was of little significance to an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Compared to capturing tributaries of the River of Time, everyone was more willing to do this mission. As for the danger, it was because it was in a strange place. No one knew what they would encounter. Therefore, after Lu Xuan and the others stayed to draw the star chart, Lu Yin would come every few years. 100 years passed like this. Naturally, they would discover civilizations when they were drawing the star chart. They discovered several universal civilizations, and Lu Yin also absorbed the green light from the mother trees of those civilizations. One of the gains was a black piece of armor. When Ancestor Lu Yuan and the others were drawing the star chart, they found a black piece of armor floating in the air. It was an unexpected gain. This piece of armor recorded a guess that Ancestor Shan had heard before. Is the distance of square inches that every creature sees the same? Or are they all different? Do creatures make choices based on common sense or their own common sense? The so-called right and wrong is just a choice based on common sense. The evolution of everything in the universe originates from the most basic matter. If that matter exists, does it mean that it can create all universes? Things? This is a guess made by a senior that I respect very much. That senior was very knowledgeable and had an unsurpassable understanding of the distance of square inches. I can't tell whether this is a guess or a guide. Forget it, I just wrote it down to commemorate that senior. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. This was the content recorded in the piece of armor. It was disappointing because it did not record anything about human civilization, but it was not disappointing either. The distance of square inches was boundless. Even Eternal Realm powerhouses were guessing its truth. Many of the guesses made by predecessors were confirmed, and many became jokes. But no matter the result, it was still a direction. Just like the laws of the universe that Eternal Realm powerhouses comprehended, some laws were confusing, but as long as you believed it to be true, it was true. How could this be explained? The substance that created everything? If there really was such a thing, then no matter if it was species, time, space, or even cause and effect, everything would originate from such a thing. It would truly be omnipotent. Every living being might not see the same universe. Humans couldn't understand Xianling's worldview, and Xianling couldn't understand Muddy Country's worldview. What would it be like if one day he could see the knowledge of all kinds of creatures about the universe? With that thought in mind, he raised his hand and the die appeared. 6 pips wasn't impossible. But it was too far away. There were many things that he hadn't done yet. It was like a dream, unreachable yet real. However, what kind of existence was that senior that old ancestor Shan respected? Was he a peerless celestial being? For old ancestor Shan to acknowledge him like this, he was definitely not ordinary. He wondered if he was still alive. With that, Luin turned in the mission and received the reward for another 3-star mission. Just like before, if he didn't exchange it, he would just keep it. The rewards from the 3 stars mission were meaningless. Luin, please select the mission you wish to accept. 3 stars mission, draw a star chart. Sure. After accepting the mission, Luin opened his mouth and spoke, his voice spreading everywhere. It takes 100 years to complete a 3-star mission. How tiring. Let's take it slow. Demao, hee, old man, are you there? No one answered. Luin called out a few more times, but still no one answered. Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out. I'm Black. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he exhaled. Black? So it was him. He had been waiting for this moment to complete the star chart mission in 100 years. Since the other party had forced 8 colors to issue a compulsory mission, it meant that this mission was urgent. 8 colors didn't care. But the other party did. Luin had been able to complete it in 100 years, which meant that he was extraordinarily fast. But now, he had accepted this mission and said that he wanted to take it slow. How could the other party tolerate this? It would definitely take the initiative to find him, just like the old man. Whoever sought it out would be the one who issued the star chart mission. Black unknown. What can I do for you? Luin asked. Their conversation wasn't transmitted, as 8 colors had covered it up. You completed a 3-star star chart mission in 100 years. Very fast. Luin raised his brows. Thank you for the compliment. You took another star chart mission? Didn't 8 colors say that other unknown missions couldn't be revealed? Did it break the rules? Black didn't know. I asked 8 colors to issue this mission, so I know. Luin nodded. I see. Alright, I took it. This mission is easy and enjoyable, and it's a good way to get rewards. You'll complete it in 100 years? Luin smiled. As long as I want to, it can be even faster. But I'm tired. It doesn't matter, I'll take it slow. There's no rush. Black was silent for a moment. I hope you can complete it as soon as possible. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Is it important to you? Yes. Sorry, we're both unknowns, so we should help each other, but I'm really tired. First, it was Muddy Nation, then the Immortal Plume Civilization, and now there's the Red Hero to deal with. There are also various uncertainties in the outside world, so I really don't have the time to draw a star chart. Please understand. Black's voice was calm. How can you do it as soon as possible? Luin was puzzled. The star chart corresponding to the 3 stars mission is within your attack range, right? It's not far away, so you don't need to see it clearly. Why is it important? Black said, this is only part of it, there's still a lot to be drawn. Luin didn't expect this guy to be so honest, but he was only using this mission to find out who was drawing the star chart, not to help it. The unknowns were the enemies of human civilization. Even Che, who was so polite, was an enemy of human civilization. Who knew what kind of species this Black Unknowns was? Could it have also participated in the war to destroy 9 bases? Based on this guy's strength, it was very likely. If he helped it, no one knew what the result would be. The original trade with Demao made Luin uneasy, so he wouldn't help the unknowns anymore. Although this unknowns would also bring him benefits. He could trade with enemies he could see clearly, but he wouldn't trade with enemies he couldn't see clearly. Just like how he never came to know his whereabouts. A lot, how much is it? He didn't want to help, but he could always ask. Black Unknown, a lot, I can trade with you. What do you need? Luin needed a lot, but he wouldn't trade. I can't think of it now. Let's talk about it when I think of it. With that, he left knowing his whereabouts. The black unknowns would definitely give him what he wanted, just like the treasure under the abyss was luring him down. But after going down, how would he come back up? Luin wasn't sure if he could come back up. He had been using knowing his whereabouts to test the unknowns. In fact, while he was testing others could also see through him and know what he wanted. But there was no other way, he had to do it. It was easy for the black unknowns to find what he urgently needed, such as the mother tree, or some knowledge related to human civilization, etc. But once he got it, he had to pay. Once he paid, he couldn't take it back. Now that he knew that the mission to draw the star chart came from the black unknowns, it was enough. To see the unknowns clearly, he had to take his time. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. Since reaching his current level of cultivation, time had passed faster and faster. Human civilization had temporarily stabilized. Luin traveled the world, built a high wall of his heart, and watched the mortals pass by. So many years had passed. During these 200 years, he had absorbed some of the mother tree's green dots. As for the star chart, he had completed it long ago, but he wasn't in a hurry to hand it in. In fact, he didn't even plan to hand it in. He brought Lu Xuan's group back to help ancestor Lu Yuan and the others draw the star chart around the 3 universes. Now, he could clearly see the 100-year speed range of an eternal life realm cultivator around the 3 universes. The further he went, the larger the range, and the longer it would take. However, he was still slowly advancing, and the more he could see, the better. There was a hidden danger, which was that within the 1,000-year speed range of an eternal life realm cultivator around the 3 universes, there was a civilization. This was information he had obtained from the unknowns. Even though he was still very far away from that civilization, which was equivalent to the distance between the 3 universes and the understar red specters, he would eventually meet them. This hidden danger needed to be removed. The unknowns were not to be trifled with, but fortunately, Luin had recognized them through the unknowns. In the deep darkness of space, a giant shadow stood tall. It was the 10-eyed crow. Luin came again, and he came in front of the 10-eyed crow. He raised a hand to touch the eye, and the crow turned around. He was determined to get it. He touched the eye, and the 10-eyed crow's body abruptly turned around. He was enveloped in green light as he forcefully tried to straighten his body, but he failed again. There was a crack as his body broke apart. He felt bitter. He had teleported away, and he had still failed. Was it not enough? Even though the angle had been adjusted slightly, it was only a tiny bit. He still needed to add more green light, and a lot of them at that. Forget it, he would try again in 1,000 years. After returning to the Heaven Origin universe, Luin stayed in the back mountains for a few days and tasted Longxi's pastries. Longxi had become obsessed with making pastries, and they tasted very good. Luin praised them, and Longxi's eyes turned into crescents. On this day, Wei Rong arrived and bowed respectfully. Master Lu. Have a seat and have a taste. These pastries are not bad. Thank you, Master Lu. I've already eaten, and Miss Longxi sent someone to deliver them to everyone. Luin smiled and looked at Wei Rong. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? 100 years ago, Luin had suddenly sought out Wei Rong and asked him to think about how to deal with Red Hero from the perspective of the mastermind behind the scheme. Luin had no way of finding out who the mastermind was, and neither could Red Hero. Thus, he had no choice but to ask Wei Rong to make a plan. He wanted to see if he could find any angle. Now, 100 years had passed. Wei Rong had taken the initiative to seek Luin out for this matter. Wei Rong was distressed. It's very difficult. This isn't a question of whether or not I can find a breakthrough. It's just that the difference between me and Red Hero is too great. I can't understand his thoughts. Consider it from the perspective of an ordinary person, Luin said directly. Wei Rong shrugged. He is the only breakthrough. He is our breakthrough point in dealing with Red Hero, and it can also be our breakthrough point in dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes. This is because the mastermind must also be looking for He. We can use Ji-He to fish it out, provided that we cooperate with Red Hero. Luin listened calmly. Was he going to work with Red Hero to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes? Master Lu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about cooperating with Red Hero to fish out the culprit behind the scenes. Rather, I'm talking about letting out news that we're cooperating with Red Hero to fish out the culprit behind the scenes, Wei Rong said. Luin raised an eyebrow and looked at Wei Rong. Are you planning on probing the mastermind behind the scenes? Wei Rong nodded. He had thought of this as well, but he didn't have enough power to do so. Just working with Red Hero wasn't enough to fish out the mastermind behind the scenes. Wei Rong continued, of course, everything we're thinking about right now is based on the fact that we need to find Ji-He in order to deal with Red Hero. But what if we overturn this assumption and regain the initiative? Lu Yan's eyes lit up. How do I take the initiative? This was what he needed, to turn passivity into initiative. Otherwise, he would always be led by the nose. In the end, even if Red Hero was taken care of, it was still unknown whether the man behind the scenes would attack the human civilization. Whether it was Red Hero or the man behind the scenes, neither of them could be a threat. Red Hero has 120% of the merciless Tao. Master Lu, you've said this before. Although I don't understand realms, I can still count. As long as I break through 70% of the merciless Tao, it'll be fine. The river has been hidden. Red Hero definitely won't let him be found, so he'll have to find a new sustenance to destroy. For example, yield. Yield? Luin was astonished. Wei Rong nodded. I don't know if it's possible. Over the years, I've asked Bai Yongxing and Elder Qiu to try it out. At the very least, at Elder Qiu's level, the way of the heartless can be broken by past experience. Then, if it's the Red Hero who can also be broken, that means that even if Ji-He is hidden, we can still break through 70% of his way of the heartless. If I can think of this, then the person behind the scenes who has been plotting against Red Hero for countless years must have thought of this as well. I think it's very difficult, or even impossible, but the person behind the scenes might be able to do it. Luin was shocked. Ba Yu and Elder Qiu are cooperating with you? Wei Rong smiled. They're all very cooperative. Luin looked at the sect's main hall in the sky, where Ba Yu and Qiu Lao were seated. It turned out that they were here because of Wei Rong. When he returned, he found it strange that Ba Yu was here. How did you try it? Wei Rong drank a mouthful of tea and spoke of his experiments over the years. The experiment was very simple. First, find Ba Yu and ask her to provide Qiu Lao's past experiences, especially the ones that left a deep impression on him and that he thought he had let go of. Then, repeat these experiences and see Qiu Lao's reaction. Elder Qiu was a cultivator of the path of emotionlessness. He had reached the level of crossing the bitter disaster. If he was still affected by these experiences, it meant that the path of emotionlessness was not completely emotionless. From beginning to end, Qiu Lao was very passive. He didn't try it willingly. But with Ba Yu's help, it didn't matter whether he was willing or not. Elder Qiu had been brought over by Luin from the underworld Red Coat civilization. He had thought that he had left the underworld Red Coat civilization, but he had not expected to encounter such a situation in the Triverse universe. His feelings were very complicated now. He did not know who to blame, nor did he dare to blame anyone. The strangest thing was why Ba Yu was helping Wei Rong. Ba Yu sat on the chair with a calm expression. Help Wei Rong? She did not want to, but she had heard many rumors over the years that she had been in the Triverse universe. Some of them were related to Wang Wen and Wei Rong, especially Wei Rong. No matter who you offended, you should never offend him. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know if he sold you off. Many of Wei Rong's actions were similar to that of a lunatic, and in most cases, he was just like a lunatic. He was not very useful, but when he used his actions, he would win by surprise and bring about an inconceivable reversal. His actions had already helped Luin many times. This was why Ba Yu was willing to help him. Furthermore, Wei Rong had promised that Elder Qiu would be rewarded for this experiment. Wei Rong's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing Wei Rong's words, Luin looked at Elder Qiu sympathetically. Even though he had not seen the entire process, Luin could tell from Elder Chio's expression that he had not been in a good mood. This old man had helped Luin look through the various family histories in the underworld Red Coat civilization, and now, he was helping Wei Rong. So, based on Elder Chio's experience, you speculated that the mastermind behind the scenes would use Red Hero's 12 merciless Dao to leave behind a backup plan? Wei Rong was solemn. 12 merciless Daos. 4 of them cannot be changed, and 4 of them have already been broken. The remaining 4 are Turbid Treasure, West Upper Peak, Jihe, and Jiangyu. We once believed that forgiving Jiangyu and letting go of our hatred could not be changed. We thought this way, and so did Red Hero. In that case, will the mastermind behind the scenes use this idea to do the opposite and find an opportunity? As long as there is even the slightest possibility, it will be grasped by the mastermind behind the scenes. It has been far too long, and it's not something that we can compare to. Think about it. If the mastermind really wants to use this to scheme against Red Hero, then what it needs to do is to make Red Hero recall his past hatred. Only then will he be able to break this merciless Dao. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. What you're saying is that in the red shirt civilization below the stars, somewhere that Red Hero will definitely be able to see, there might be an experience that could appear at any time. This experience is exactly the same as the hatred that Jiangyu brought to Red Hero. Using this experience to reappear in the past and break Red Hero's merciless Dao? Wei Rong replied, this is just my guess, but I feel that it is possible. Of course, my cultivation is too low, so this might not be possible. Luin stood up and stared at the sky. Whether or not it could be realized did not depend on him, but on the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes had schemed against Red Hero for many years, and he knew Red Hero like the back of his hand. It might not be impossible. If that was the case, then even if they did not find Jihe, they might still be able to break through the 7 merciless Dao. This was what the mastermind behind the scenes hoped for. Using this experience to break Red Hero's 7 merciless Dao, it would allow Red Hero to fight against the 3 universes to the death. Both sides would suffer great losses, and in the end, the mastermind would be able to reap the benefits. This was a true scheme, one that had been set up since ancient times. There was no need to plan every step, but one could control the general direction and control a key that could definitely break through the situation. That was enough. This possibility was not great, but it still existed. After a while, Luin said, your guess is very good. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Rong stood up and bowed to Luin. This subordinate hopes to share Master Lu's worries. There is no need to thank me. Not long after, Luin headed to the Red Shirt civilization and appeared in front of Jiao Wen. Senior, are you aware of the grudge between Rongyu and Red Hero? Jiao Wen shook his head. I've said it before. I was just a cultivator with some talent at the end of the 9th base era, and I was lucky enough to see the Red Lotus tomb. I was also recognized by Red Hero, and in the current Red Shirt civilization, I helped Red Hero build a blood tower and turned myself into someone like Rongyu. However, I am not clear about the past between Red Hero and Rongyu. Is there anything special about Red Hero? Or is there someone or something that you care about? Luin asked. Jiao Wen did not understand. Why are you asking this? Luin replied, there are some guesses that need to be confirmed. Jiao Wen thought about it. Red Hero is in seclusion all year round. Besides cultivating the merciless Dao and interacting with He Xiao and the others, there is nothing else. I can't think of anything at the moment, so you can ask He Xiao and the others. Luin had almost forgotten about them. They were all Red Hero's disciples, so they might have some clues. When he thought of this, he immediately looked at Shi Shangfeng. Shi Shangfeng and Luin looked at each other. It's hard to think of anything at the moment. Jiao Wen looked at him. Think about it more. Shi Shangfeng looked at Jiao Wen, then at Luin, and nodded. Luin left and went to look for Red Hero's disciples who had been captured, hoping that He Xiao was still alive. He did not expect that there would be a time when he could use those people. In the 9th Firmament universe, the streets of the bustling city were full of hawkers. Occasionally, there would be cultivators flying past. It was extremely prosperous. But even so, it could not hide the darkness and filth. At the corner of the street, a group of people were beating a figure curled up in the corner. Not only did the figure not cry out in pain, but he also laughed wildly. Sometimes he was crazy, and sometimes he was angry. He allowed the group to beat him up for a full hour until the group was tired. Then, he got up and ran, laughing. Lunatic, this lunatic. He's really resistant to beatings. I told you, this lunatic is definitely not a normal person. Maybe he used to be a cultivator. Even if he was a cultivator, he shouldn't be so resistant to beatings. We've been beating him for an hour, and his skin is not even broken. It's impossible. Wait, I'll find someone. Hey, who else are you looking for? My brother-in-law is back. He's a cultivator. Let him try. Great, go and ask your brother-in-law to come. We'll block this lunatic here. In the corner, the lunatic kept running, but the exit was blocked. He did not know how to turn, so he could only run back and forth like a headless fly. Soon, a young man with a proud face came. He carried a long sword on his back and had an extraordinary aura. Everyone hurriedly bowed when they saw him. Brother-in-law, it's him. This lunatic is too resistant to beatings. We've been beating him for a long time, but he's not injured at all. The young man looked at the man who was laughing crazily and frowned slightly. He's just a lunatic. Is it worth calling me here? As he spoke, he waved his hand. The air was clearly distorted, and a wave of air swept past everyone. Those who were close to him had their faces cut, and a drop of blood followed the wave of air and bombarded the lunatic's body. The surrounding people were shocked. They hurriedly retreated and looked at the young man in fear. This was a cultivator. A casual wave of his hand was so powerful, sharper than blacksmith Wang's knife. The young man was disdainful. They were just a group of mortals who had not seen the world. He glanced at the lunatic. He should be dead. The lunatic was smashed into the wall by the wave of air. He slowly fell, attracting everyone's attention. Then, he laughed again. Why did you harm me? You should help me, all of you should help me. Ha 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 ha, it's all your fault. Ha ha ha. Everyone was stunned. Even a cultivator was useless? The young man couldn't keep his face any longer. He sneered, you really can take a beating. Then let me see how well you can take a beating. With that, he waved his hand again. His palm twisted the air and produced a visible palm print. It was clearly a battle skill. The palm landed on the madman's back, and the madman was smashed into the wall again. This time, the wall was smashed, attracting the attention of the city guards. However, they dared not approach when they saw that it was a cultivator. The young man stared at the madman. He stood up again and ran into the distance on the rocks. He constantly laughed as if he was mocking the young man. The surrounding people were stunned. This madman was too tough. The young man's gaze turned cold. He raised his finger, and a blade appeared in his hand. He slashed out, and the blade light cut through the air and landed on the madman. The expected cleaving did not happen. The blade seemed to be even weaker than the palm strike. It only made the madman stagger a little. Impossible. The young man took a step forward, rising high into the air. Just as he was about to slash down, he suddenly paused and stabbed his saber into the ground. Turning his head, he saw an old man. Looking past the old man, he saw many pairs of eyes looking at him. These eyes were all filled with dignity, and each of them was much more powerful than him. His face paled, and he bowed in a hurry, Junior. There's no need for introductions. You must be a disciple of the martial blade school. Go back. There's nothing for you here. The old man spoke in an irrefutable tone. The young man did not say anything and directly left. He recognized one of them. That was an existence that even their sect master could not afford to offend. Why was he here? That person was standing at the back. Only now did he realize why he felt a chill when he drew his blade. It was because of these people's gazes. Why were these old monsters here? The young man left. The group that beat up the madman. The crowd immediately dispersed. The city guards knew that the situation was serious, so they dispersed the onlookers. Everything was normal. The old man looked at the madman running away and stroked his beard. This person has a great background. Even we can't injure him, let alone a junior from the martial blade school. This madman has been discovered by us by accident for many years. We can't injure him no matter what we do. According to our estimates, he might have reached the primordial realm. I think it might be even higher. Passing Calamity? That's not very likely. Experts who passed Calamity are all famous. It's said that the Above Heaven sect combined the three universes to compile a list of experts. This person shouldn't have been left out. Strange, strange. Eh? Someone is approaching again. There's no need to disturb him. We'll just watch. This madman definitely has his past. Who knows, it might implicate someone. That's true. They retracted their auras and stared at each other from a distance, thinking that they were being very secretive. However, Lu Yin knew their whereabouts better than they did. Lu Yin's appearance had blurred out his appearance. Although they could see him clearly, they didn't care much about it, so they couldn't recognize him. In the distance, Lu Yin looked at the madman in front of him. It had been more than 400 years since he had tossed Zhang Lu and the others into the hell of a pointing platform to increase their karma. During those 400 years, the parallel order had always been like that. He had traveled everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Although he was no longer in the Eternal Life Realm, he had still reached the Eternal Life Realm. In particular, he had cultivated the art of extreme agony, so his physical defense was extremely strong. Even if he went crazy, without any fighting strength, ordinary experts who had crossed the bitter disaster realm would not be able to injure him. Long time no see, Lu Yin said slowly, his gaze calm. He was muddle-headed, constantly shouting something, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, and most of his words were blaming someone. Such a person was selfish. Even if he had gone crazy, he would still act this way. He didn't deserve any sympathy, and he still didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He only felt that his family should do something for him. Lu Yin's karma spiraled around his fingertips, and he then struck at the parallel order. He looked at the past karma, and he focused on the karma that had led to Red Hero's contact. Back when he had used karma to spy on the Star-Toad tribe, Patriarch Xian had sensed it, which had made Lu Yin somewhat apprehensive. However, Red Hero's realm was not as high as Patriarch Xian's, and the Red Hero civilization was further away from the three universes than the Seven Treasures Heaven's Toad tribe. Zhang Lu Yin ran off again, and Lu Yin looked at his retreating figure. His karma continued to penetrate Zhang Lu, trying to find some clues. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this time, Lu Yin had been looking at Zhang Lu's karma, but he couldn't find any clues. Before looking for Zhang Lu, he had already looked for the beauty pill. She was the only one of the three who had entered the hell of a pointing platform and had not gone crazy. Lu Yin wanted to use her to find clues and then use karma to continue his search. However, just like Shi Shangfeng, the beauty pill couldn't think of anything. Time to continue. Another few days passed, and Lu Yin was sitting in a restaurant when an old man walked over. He looked at Lu Yin and said, "Sir, you've been watching that madman for some time now. Have you noticed anything?" Lu Yin took a sip of tea. "No." The old man sized up Lu Yin, and the more he looked, the stranger he felt. This person's appearance was very clear, but why did he seem so ordinary? Ordinary, but not ordinary. This person had clearly been following that madman for more than a month. Logically speaking, they should have asked him long ago, but there seemed to be a strange thought that was controlling them, preventing them from paying attention to him. Today, the old man suddenly realized that something was amiss, and he had specially come to look for Lu Yin. He was very polite. "May I know your name? Are you an old acquaintance?" "No," Lu Yin answered calmly. The old man wasn't angry. "Can I sit?" Lu Yin looked at the madman running in the distance. "Up to you." "Thank you." The old man sat down and was about to speak when he saw that Lu Yin had already disappeared. The old man suddenly looked into the distance. That madman was gone as well. Where did he go? In the next moment, numerous figures rushed into the restaurant, and the restaurant immediately became noisy. In the Heaven Origin universe, Beauty Dan looked at the muddle-headed parallel order and felt pity for him. Although she had also fallen to the eternal realm and felt bad, she hadn't gone crazy. With her previous cultivation, no one dared to provoke her. "Watch him," Lu Yin said, and then went to find Ba Yu. Ba Yu was in the sect's main hall in the sky and hadn't left yet. Lu Yin's appearance gave them a shock. Elder Qiu hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin looked at Ba Yu. "Where is he, Xiao? He's not dead, right?" Ba Yu frowned. "Why are you asking about him?" "It's useful." Ba Yu hesitated. "He's not dead, but..." "That's good. Bring me to him." Lu Yin disappeared with Ba Yu. Elder Qiu didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He actually wanted to get close to Lu Yin. After all, the two had been together for a while in the Red Coat civilization. At that time, he didn't know that this person was so powerful that he could defeat Parallel Order. That was Parallel Order's honor. This person's opponent was the hero ancestor. Unfortunately, he didn't get to say much. He Xiao was much more miserable than Parallel Order. Back when he came out of the general appointment platform hell, he was even more miserable than Parallel Order. Parallel Order went crazy and blamed his family. He was tormented by the memories of the women he had hurt. Day by day, he was tormented by the madness. Ba Yu was also tormenting him. Seeing that he only had one breath left, He Xiao was taken away by Lu Yin. Ba Yu's gaze was complicated. She didn't ask why Lu Yin took him away. Actually, she hadn't tortured this person for a while. It seemed like she had let go. Parallel Order went crazy. He Xiao was even crazier and more miserable than him. Beauty Dan looked at them and felt sad. After all, they were once Eternal Realm powerhouses, but they ended up like this. "Did you remember anything?" Lu Yin looked at Beauty Dan and asked. He could only ask her. Beauty Dan nodded. "I thought of something these days. I found it strange back then. I asked the hero ancestor but didn't get a response. I don't know if it's what you want to know." "Speak." "There's a region in the red coats under the stars called the Red Dust. That region has a unique culture. It's a kind of chivalrous culture that no one understands. People there can be poor or weak, but they can never lose their chivalrous heart. Many people die for chivalry, as if they've been pursuing a certain style of doing things their entire lives. This style is chivalrous. I've been to that place before, and I can't understand it. Everyone should cultivate and fight for opportunities, but there, at least on the surface, there's modesty. The more modest a person is, the more they are respected. Even if that person isn't strong, no one dares to offend them. Sometimes, the grudges of some powerhouses even need to be judged by those people. To be honest, I don't understand. The reason I thought of that region was because of the words red dust. These two words are very special in the red coats under the stars, and it attracted my attention. Secondly, the people in that region don't cultivate the path of ruthlessness and don't even know about the red coats under the stars. This is impossible in our civilization, so I went there and saw the hero ancestor. The hero ancestor. The hero ancestor has been there more than once, but he stopped me from continuing my investigation. I'm guessing that the reason why that region is able to maintain its uniqueness is related to the hero ancestor. Otherwise, any random cultivator would be able to change that region. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Hero ancestor? That really fits the name Red Hero. That was all that the beauty pill knew about the Red Dust region, as Red Hero's obstruction had prevented her from learning more about it. Lu Yin used his karma to check He Xiao's history and the parallel karma, but there was no information about the Red Dust region in the parallel karma. However, He Xiao's karma did. This He Xiao had deliberately walked around the Red Dust region and even fell in love with a girl. In the end, that girl had met a tragic end, but through this karma, Lu Yin was able to see the Red Dust region. The region was not small, and mortals would not be able to walk out of it for the rest of their lives. However, to the people there, the Red Dust was their entire world. No cultivator could enter the Red Dust region, and He Xiao was an exception. He was the hero ancestor's disciple, but he had not stayed in the Red Dust region for long before leaving with that girl. This was a place that Red Hero cared so much about, but even Senior Jiu Wen did not know about it. Only 2 disciples knew about it? Lu Yin went to Red Clothes Beneath the Stars and mentioned the red dust region to Jiuwen. Jiuwen still did not understand. The West Upper Peak did not know either. No matter what, he should take a look at the red dust region. He teleported away and then teleported back to Red Clothes Beneath the Stars. This time, Lu Yin appeared outside the red dust region. The red dust region was right in front of him, and he took a look. The people there were clearly different from those in the outside world, especially the chivalrous culture that filled the region with a clamor. He teleported in and checked the region's history. The chivalrous culture had been prevalent here for a very long time, and it could be said that the history had been broken several times. Of course, this had nothing to do with the outside world, and it was purely due to the conflicts between the people here that had caused much of the history to be broken. Even though the history had been broken, the chivalrous culture had not, and it continued to play out in this land. Chivalry gave many people a chivalrous heart to help the weak, but it also made many people pretend to be chivalrous on the surface while secretly doing evil things. It was no wonder that the Beauty Dan could not understand this culture. There were no eternal realms here, and everyone could only live for a few hundred years at most. Once their lifespan was up, they would die. Thus, the meaning of fighting was not as great as in the cultivation world. There was no such thing as eternal life, and people's desires would not grow infinitely. Red Hero had actually hidden this place for so long that no one knew about it. Even if his voice had spread throughout the red specters beneath the stars, this place should have been blocked. This was a completely different world. Could this be related to Red Hero's past? The possibility was very high. Lu Yin sat cross-legged outside of the red dust world, watching quietly from afar. If this was the method used by the mastermind to break Red Hero's ruthless path, then it would be very difficult to find any clues. Otherwise, Red Hero would have noticed the problem long ago. This was a unique culture that had developed over countless years. How could this person provoke Red Hero's hatred for Jiangyu? Or was this a place that Red Hero had created himself to reminisce about the past? Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Lu Yin had not seen anything out of the ordinary. Actually, it was impossible for him to see anything out of the ordinary. After such a long time, if this was a setup, then it would not be easy to see the problem. If this was not a setup, then there would not be any problems. However, he did not know how long he would have to wait. After thinking about it, he decided that he could only force Red Hero's hand. He teleported away from the red specters beneath the stars and then turned back to appear in outer space. His voice spread throughout the red specters universe. Red Hero, come out. In front of him, a figure walked out and calmly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Red Hero with a fearful expression. Tai Ching. It was a simple 2 words. These 2 words caused Red Hero's expression to change, and he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It looks like I guessed right. You are related to Tai Ching. Red Hero's tone was low. I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Yin said, back then, when the Unknown started a forced war with Miaozun and the other civilizations, Miaozun fought you. You used your sourcebox array to completely trap him and make him unable to move. Miaozun is an eternal being comparable to Lan Meng, and your strength surpasses his, but you should not have been able to suppress him so easily with your sourcebox array. After all, your sourcebox array. Red Hero's eyes flashed. Miaozun is indeed in your hands. Lu Yin did not refute. Red Hero replied, but it's a bit far-fetched to say that I'm related to the Clear One just based on this. I don't know if the Clear One's sourcebox array exists. Have you forgotten that you were the one who sealed away Sky Bulletin? The Clear One was one of the civilizations that attacked Ninth Rampart, so it's normal for them to have a few sourcebox arrays on the battlefield. I'm curious. You seem to know the Grand Pure One better than I thought. Of course, Lu Yin did not know much about Tai Ching, but he had to pretend that he did. He looked at Red Hero. Xianling, I don't know. Tai Ching, how much more are you hiding? It wasn't that simple to betray Ninth Base, was it? There were so many civilizations that attacked Ninth Base. Who else did you contact? Red Hero, what are you trying to do? Red Hero frowned, as Lu Yin's thoughts were too complicated. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yin barked, Are you still thinking of joining forces with the Grand Pure One and the other civilizations to destroy our 3 universes? Red Hero's eyes flashed, but he didn't deny it. This kid's attitude had been shaken. He was no longer as determined to deal with him as before. Is too scrupulous? Qing? No, he was worried about the deep darkness behind him. Through Xianling and the Grand Pure One, he did not know what was behind him. Thinking of this, he sneered, "You're lucky that the Grand Pure One will protect you for 2,000 years. Lu Ying clenched his fists, "You're also a human. What good will it do you if the human race is destroyed within an inch of space?" Red Hero did not care, "It's just the 3 universes. Do you think you're the only human civilization within an inch of space? No matter what, the red coats under the stars can still be preserved. Go and ask them if they're willing to die as a human civilization or live as a descendant of me, Red Hero. Kid, backbone is built on the foundation of being alive. If you die, you'll lose your backbone." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his expression was ugly as he stared at Red Hero. Red Hero's eyes were cold. "If you really want the 3 universes to be buried with you, then continue. Let's see who can protect you 2,000 years later." Lu Yin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He teleported and disappeared in front of Red Hero. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Blood Tower and bowed deeply to Jiawen. Jiawen had heard the conversation just now. Looking at Lu Yin bowing, his face was pale. "You want to give up?" Lu Yin's body trembled. "I'm sorry, Senior. I can't take the risk and risk the lives of countless people in the 3 universes. The immortal plume attack caused the 3 universes to suffer heavy losses. It wasn't easy to get to this point. I really can't risk it anymore." Jiawen smiled bitterly, and his eyes were gloomy as he looked into the distance. "All my schemes are ruined in one day. I shouldn't have put all the burden on you. I didn't think it through. I'm sorry, Senior. I'm sorry." Lu Yin could only apologize. Jiawen shook his head. Forget it, forget it. This is fate. There's nothing I can do about it." As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Come with me, Senior. It's meaningless. No need. I belong here. Nothing will happen to me. You've already given up. I'm willing to exchange for Song Tong's beach field." Lu Yin wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only apologize again. His words were filled with helplessness and unwillingness. In the distance, Red Hero's eyes narrowed. Had this person really given up on dealing with him? Lu Yin suddenly turned around and looked at Red Hero, his gaze cold. "From now on, the 3 universes will not be your enemy. I hope you know what you're doing and don't harm the human civilization. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll drag you into the abyss." As he finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared. Red Hero watched Lu Yin leave and heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Lu Yin, but it was uncomfortable to have such a civilization constantly watching and scheming against him. Moreover, there was a mastermind behind all of this. If he had known that this person would give up on dealing with him because of Tai Ching, he would have brought up the Tai Ching civilization long ago. Now that He Xiao and the others were crippled, they were useless. If he wanted to recover completely, he had to find the heartless path. Thinking of this, killing intent flashed in Red Hero's eyes. Threatening him? When he recovered, he would definitely not let them off. He looked at Jiawen and asked. Jiawen seemed to have aged 10 years. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. "You don't have a chance anymore. That Qing Lian and the immortal plume sealed themselves. Do you think you can deal with me? Now that you've come out, I can let bygones be bygones," Red Hero said. Shi Shangfeng looked at Jiawen. Jiawen slowly opened his mouth and was filled with lethargy. "It was Qing Lian and I who were dealing with you from the beginning. That child is still too young and shouldered too much pressure. I don't blame him. Red Hero, even if I die, I will wear you down." He looked up with a cold gaze. "Don't forget that all of us swore to betray the red coats under the stars. The red coats under the stars will not rest until you are dead. Even if you escape to the edge of the world, the edge of the universe, even if time passes, even if life doesn't exist, we will hunt you down forever and use your corpse as a sacrifice to our ancestors." Red Hero frowned. "Stupid. That kid is the smart one. He knows that I have Taiching behind me. With Taiching's strength, he can destroy 3 universes. With Xianling, who has a grudge against them, how can they resist? Do you want the human civilization to be completely destroyed because of your ridiculous persistence? Jiao Wen laughed. Life and death are predestined. I, Jiao Wen, have never thought of having a good ending. You will drag the human civilization down with you. Then start over. Lives are lost, but legacies are not lost. The human civilization lives with a backbone and dies with a will. One day, we will take care of you. Red Hero was furious and turned to leave. Unreasonable. He would not believe Lu Yin directly, but he could not understand the meaning of Lu Yin's actions. No matter what, time would tell him the answer. Inside the blood tower, Shi Shangfeng looked at Jiao Wen. Hero ancestor is indeed undefeatable. Jiao Wen closed his eyes tiredly and did not speak anymore. Time passed, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. Lu Yin did not come again. Red Hero kept an eye on the blood tower, but Lu Yin did not come once in 10 years. Of course, 10 years was a short period of time. It passed in the blink of an eye and did not mean anything. If Lu Yin did not come here for 1,000 or 10,000 years, he would believe that Lu Yin had really given up on dealing with him. 10 years was nothing to an Eternal Realm expert. But for mortals, it was enough for a generation to grow up. Under the stars, in the universe of Red, a young man rose up in the mortal world. This young man was righteous and chivalrous. He could point his sword at the world for injustice, but he could also shed his blood for his country. His name was Bei Xia, and because of his chivalry, everyone called him Bei Xia. In this era of chivalry, Bei Xia became the idol of a generation. Everyone trusted him. His words became the benchmark of chivalry. What he did became the goal of everyone. His goal was the goal of this era. His growth was unbelievable. In just 10 years, he had reached this step. 10 years ago, he was only an 8-year-old child. Although it was not the world of cultivation, 18 years old was still very young even among mortals. But Bei Xia had achieved a realm that countless people dared not even dream of. He was invincible among mortals, and his prestige shook the heavens. It seemed that this era should be called Bei Xia. Time continued to pass, and Bei Xia's reputation was like the sun in the sky. He replaced all the legends in the mortal world. Even people from hostile countries praised him. His magnanimity had convinced everyone. 9 years passed just like that. 19 years had passed since Lu Yin had left the Red civilization. This year, Bei Xia was 27 years old. He was at the peak of his life, and the leaders of the various powers in the mortal world had elected him as their leader. His words were enough to define the word chivalrous. He had also met the love of his life. Under the envious and blessed gazes of countless people, he knelt down and kowtowed to his parents as he entered the second phase of his life. But on this day, the Northern hero also encountered the greatest change in his life. His true love, his parents, both died tragically on the night of his wedding night. Fresh blood flowed down the door, stunning the guests who had been drinking and chatting. The door opened, revealing a scene that drove him mad. He saw a pair of eyes filled with cunning, mockery, and bloodthirst. The moment this scene happened, the entire Red Coat universe rumbled. Thunder exploded and countless people fainted. The world was red as if the universe was roaring. Damn it, damn it. A huge roar spread throughout the starry sky, followed by heavy breathing. It was suppressed to the extreme, causing the entire universe to be suppressed. Countless stars trembled. In the blood tower, Jiao Wen was shocked. He looked up. What was this? Jiao Wen, it's your turn. Take the turbid treasure of the blood tower and die with the West Upper Peak. I've broken the merciless path that he forgave me. You guys are the only ones left. A voice entered Jiao Wen's ears. Jiao Wen looked around, and his expression changed drastically. It's you. You're here. There's not much time left. If you break another 20% of his merciless path, his strength will completely decline. Isn't this what you've always wanted to do? Lu Yin is too young, and his will is not strong enough. Now that you've broken 70% of his merciless path, this person will definitely be able to deal with him. He and Red Hero are both unknowns. They won't make a move. Even so, he will never be able to recover after breaking 70% of his merciless path. We'll leave it to Luin to deal with him in the future. This person can kill Xianling, who conforms to the laws of two universes, alone. It won't be a problem for him to kill a heavily injured red hero. Break his merciless path quickly. Jiao Wen's eyes flickered. Why are you doing this? There's no time. You're the one who's running out of time. Jiao Wen shouted and stepped out of the blood tower. In his palm, the broken wine gourd reappeared. Moon in the wine, sky in the pot. A drop of wine landed in the starry sky, causing ripples. In the blink of an eye, it covered the red coat universe below the stars. Then, it quickly swept past the starry sky and spread into the distance. Jiao Wen suddenly stared in a direction. There. He used wine as a sword, and the sky in the pot as a shield. The umbrella opened up another merciless world. The red blade entered the umbrella, and the heartless sorrow became a sword. With a whoosh, the starry sky of the universe split into two and tore apart the starry sky. However, it suddenly stopped in a certain place and let out a loud sound as if it had collided with something. The surging power seemed to collapse as it pressed down on the entire red coat universe below the stars. Countless people were shocked as if they saw the universe turn upside down. The next moment, a shield appeared in front of Jiao Wen. Mao? Far away, at a distance of 50 years away from the red coat universe under the stars, Luin had been keeping an eye on it. 19 years ago, he hadn't returned to the three universes at all. He had been keeping an eye on the mortal zones. He had deliberately given up on dealing with Red Hero in order to force the mastermind behind the scenes to speed up its progress. The mastermind had been plotting for so long just to deal with Red Hero. Now that it had reached this point, how could it allow Wei Rong to give up? If it was as Wei Rong had guessed, it would definitely take action. As expected, something had happened in the mortal realm. Bei Xia's rise had been too sudden, and everything had gone too smoothly. It was as if the entire mortal realm was cooperating with him. After 19 years of observation, Luin was certain that it wasn't controlled by someone, but rather a guide. A long, long time ago, someone had created a way of doing things that would definitely shine in the chivalrous culture of the mortal world. No matter who it was, they would be Bei Xia. Bei Xia's rise was very sudden. He was like the son of heaven, but he met with disaster on his wedding day. That kind of disaster was not something that anyone could accept. That night, both Luin and Red Hero had seen it, and it had caused him to recall his own past. He had forcibly recalled the painful, suffocating feeling of extreme hatred. It had broken through the merciless Tao of forgiveness. Luin had been waiting for this moment, and he had also been waiting for Mao to appear. He hadn't planned anything with Jiao Wen, as he definitely wouldn't be able to hide anything from Red Hero. However, Jiao Wen understood Luin too well, and he knew that Luin wasn't someone who would give up so easily. When he saw Red Hero's merciless Tao being broken, Jiao Wen immediately understood Lu Yin's intentions. It was all to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. This mastermind had been targeting Red Hero all this time, but it was hard to say whether or not it would also target the human civilization. Luin would rather fight openly than be used. As for Red Hero, with the unknown pressuring her, none of them would be able to touch her for the next 2,000 years. Jiao Wen wasn't afraid that Red Hero would act against him. Thus, the only one who didn't have time was the mastermind behind the scenes, not them. Whether or not the turbid treasure in the Blood Tower and the West Upper Peak would be destroyed depended on Jiao Wen, not Red Hero. This sort of simple coercion wasn't difficult to see through, and even Red Hero didn't believe it. However, the mastermind behind the scenes didn't dare to gamble. Countless years of planning had been for this moment, and if Luin truly gave up, then it would completely fail. The moment Mao was forced out, the initiative changed hands. An oppressive red filled the sky, and Red Hero slowly walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the shield. So, it was you. Luin also teleported to Jiao Wen's side and looked at the shield. I didn't expect you to be the one scheming against Red Hero, Mao. Jiao Wen was even more surprised that it was actually a shield. Mao floated in outer space and said in a low voice, "Humans are really pitiful. Instead of dealing with the traitors of their own civilization, they help them deal with me. How pitiful." It's no wonder that ninth base was defeated. Why? Red Hero shouted. Another portion of the path of ruthlessness had been broken, and this portion of the path of ruthlessness had been broken by Taisai. In outer space. He had discovered the mortal zone a long, long time ago. At the time, he had been surprised that this mortal zone had been preserved even after the second stronghold had been destroyed. However, after observing it for a long time, he discovered that there was nothing wrong with this mortal zone. Although it was very similar to the place where he had been born, it wasn't the same place. Since such a place had appeared in the second stronghold, it wasn't surprising that this universe had appeared as well. Since it was very similar to the place where he had been born, and even the chivalrous culture was similar, he would occasionally walk through this land. At first, he was cautious and would only walk through it occasionally to reminisce about the past. He cultivated the true path of ruthlessness. He could be ruthless, but there were right and wrong. It was just that he had chosen the wrong side. However, this path of ruthlessness did not mean that he had completely forgotten the past. He still reminisced about it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deceive Hong Shuang. His initial caution slowly disappeared with the passage of time. A long, long time later, he did not know when, but he started to confuse this mortal zone with the place where he had been born. He thought that they were the same place, but it did not matter. He did not expect that someone would spend such a long time just to plot an opportunity to break his path of ruthlessness. At that time, he had not fully mastered the path of ruthlessness. How could he have expected someone to do something like this? But that was what the shield had done for so many years. From the beginning, it had told Jiuwen about Red Hero's betrayal and told him about Red Hero's power. Until now, the shield had been plotting against Red Hero step by step. Luin could not think of any great hatred or resentment that would make it do this. He was also very curious. Why did you set up this mortal zone before I fully mastered the path of ruthlessness? Red Hero shouted again. He stared at the shield. The shield's voice was full of resentment. Do you think the path of ruthlessness is very mysterious? When dealing with a path of ruthlessness, the center of gravity should not be used. Have you forgotten this? Red Hero's eyes widened. Qiao. Emperor. Emperor Qiao? Luin was confused. He looked at Jiuwen, as he had never heard of this name before. Jiuwen's eyes widened as well. I see. It's Emperor Qiao's weapon. No wonder it looked familiar. Who's Emperor Qiao? Luin asked. Jiuwen said in a deep voice, he was an absolute powerhouse who fought against the second stronghold during the Nine Bases era. From what I remember, Emperor Qiao's opponent was the base master, Hong Shuang. Wasn't the second stronghold's strongest enemy Xianling? Luin was surprised. Jiuwen said, that was a war. The Nine Bases era supported each other, and so did the enemies. Xianling was a strong enemy, and so was Emperor Qiao. However, I don't know the details. Luin was puzzled. Since Jiuwen could recognize that Air Mao belonged to Emperor Qiao, Red Hero should have known as well. How could he have been schemed against by Air Mao? Or did he think that Air Mao would not scheme against him? Why would he scheme against me? I thought of many possibilities, but I never thought it would be you. Red Hero's tone was gloomy. You were the one who cooperated with me to get rid of Emperor Qiao. I helped you regain your life and gave you a chance to join the unknown. You should be thanking me. Why? The shield vibrated, and its voice became even more venomous. That's because Master was bound to die. Master did not expect to be schemed against by a despicable person like you. He could only pin his hopes on me, hoping that I would avenge him one day. From the moment Master died, I've been thinking of ways to take revenge. When dealing with the path of heartlessness, the focus is not on gravity. I've investigated your past and reappeared in the mortal world. I can only do this if you're harmed. I didn't see through your weakness. It was Master. Master saw through the weakness of the path of heartlessness. Red Hero, didn't you use this weakness to betray Hong Shuang? You caused Hong Shuang to leave, and no one knows whether she's dead or alive. As it spoke, its voice became louder. Now that you've forgiven me, it's only a matter of time before this path of heartlessness is broken. Humans will not let a traitor like you off. You're dead meat. Red Hero was furious. You're courting death. Luin looked at the shield. Mao, let me interrupt. What does Emperor Qiu's death have to do with Red Hero? Mao's voice was cold. Kid, don't think that you're smart. You humans are all self-righteous. Hong Shuang is like that, and so are you. Be careful of being plotted against by this traitor. Back then, my master, Emperor Qiu, accepted Xianling's invitation to invade the second stronghold and fight Hong Shuang. At the critical moment, this traitor used the Ten-Eyed Crow's innate ability to ambush Master. This caused Master and Hong Shuang to fall into a battle of life and death, causing Master to be severely injured. This traitor also betrayed Hong Shuang at that time. Hong Shuang was determined to die and almost killed Master. Even after Hong Shuang left, Master knew that he would not survive. This traitor knelt before Xianling and prayed to the unknown. Xianling also betrayed Master. Master had no choice but to pretend to betray Master and join forces with this traitor. In the end, Master died. Master's greatest wish before he died was to eliminate Xianling and to kill Red Hero. If Red Hero had not betrayed your human civilization and fought to the death on the battlefield, Master would not have cared even if he died. However, he used Master to drag Hong Shuang down. He used the shameful identity of a traitor to take advantage of Master. This was something that Master could not tolerate. Master's dignity was being trampled on, and he had to die. Luin looked at Red Hero and was shocked. Red Hero actually had the Ten-Eyed Crow's innate ability? This was something that he had not expected, but it made sense. The Ten-Eyed Crow had died at Hong Shuang's hands, and Red Hero knew its location. It was not impossible for him to obtain an innate ability. Killing intent flashed in Lu Yin's eyes, not because of Emperor Qiu, but because of Hong Shuang. Mao wanted revenge from Emperor Qiu's perspective, while Luin wanted revenge from Hong Shuang's perspective as well. Red Hero's shamelessness had led to the collapse of the second stronghold. He was the greatest traitor in human history, and he had to be eliminated. Red Hero sneered with a disdainful gaze. You're all really stupid. What dignity and inheritance? This is the universe, the cruelest place to live. Where's the dignity? There's dignity to live. Your master, Emperor Qiu, deserved to die for trusting Xianling. Who else would die if not him? And you, Lu Yin. You really did pretend to give up on dealing with me in order to lure this guy out. You've disappointed me. Your 3 universes will be destroyed because of your stupidity. You don't even know what you're facing. Do you really think you can reshape the 9th stronghold by yourself? It's impossible. Never. Your 3 universes have already reached the peak, and the unknown will not allow you to advance any further. The Master of Balance is suppressing you, and you will never be able to advance any further. You can only live under the shadow of the unknown for the rest of your life. Once you join the unknown, you will never know. Why do you think the unknown doesn't care if a creature that joins was once an enemy? It's because they have no choice. Whether it's you, Purple, Cyan, or the others, they have no choice but to join the unknown. They will always be the unknown, and your choice is destined to be tragic. The starry sky was silent, and only Red Hero's voice echoed. Luin looked at Red Hero and then at Mao. They were all enemies. Mao wanted to take revenge on Red Hero, but he also hated humans. Red Hero was no exception. If he had the chance, he would destroy the 3 universes. He did not care about human civilization at all. In that case, he would let them fight to the death. Mao, I didn't see wrong. You seem to have broken the rules, Lu Yin said calmly. Red Hero's gaze turned cold. The unknown cannot attack each other. You used the mortal realm to break a portion of my path of heartlessness and caused me to be injured. You have broken the rules. Follow me back to the unknowns and receive your punishment. He then raised his hand to grab the shield. The shield's surface distorted, and golden flesh spread out, turning into 2 tentacles that lashed out at Red Hero. At the same time, a door appeared behind him. Lu Yin did not know what the consequences of breaking the rules would be, but he did. The moment it was discovered that it had plotted against Red Hero, it knew that it couldn't go back. In the unknown world, rules were greater than the heavens. The door suddenly shattered. The Red Hero's body had yet to arrive, but the path of ruthlessness had already enveloped the entire Red Coat universe under the stars. It was very, very difficult to escape from here. Back then, Lu Yin had used his unknown identity to threaten them and then teleported away to escape. The shield obviously couldn't do that. He could only take Red Hero's attack head-on and retreat step by step. The heavens rumbled as Lu Yin watched Red Hero attack Harry too. His golden flesh twisted the void as his merciless Tao covered the heavens. The shield was forced to retreat. "Human, why aren't you attacking? I'll work with you to kill Red Hero." Airmao shouted. Jiao Wen's gaze flickered. He was about to charge into the Blood Tower and die with the Blood Tower and the West Upper Peak to break the Red Hero's 70% Heartless Tao. With Airmao's help, they might win this battle. However, he was stopped by Lu Yin. "I can't attack Red Hero." Jiao Wen finally reacted. If Lu Yin attacked Red Hero, the unknown side would attack him as well. Now that Azure Lotus Emperor had sealed himself, if Jiao Wen died with the Blood Tower and the West Upper Peak, who could attack even if Red Hero's 70% Heartless Tao was broken? It was impossible to win with just a shield. The people from the three universes also couldn't attack because Red Hero was also protected by the unknown for 2,000 years. The only one who could attack Red Hero was Airmao. In the distance, Airmao was still shouting, but Jiao Wen was helpless. "Senior, you can break Red Hero's 70% Heartless Tao anytime." "Now is not the time," Lu Yin said. There was one thing that he didn't mention. Since Red Hero's Heartless Tao had been broken, then Jiao Wen might not necessarily die. He was still around, so he could break another portion. With the additional portion from the West Upper Peak, that would be enough. It wasn't easy for human civilization to develop, and Jiao Wen was a powerhouse who was compatible with two universal laws. If he could survive, then he would definitely try his best to survive. After watching for a while, Lu Yin took out the hanging coffin and entered track to find 8 color. Airmao had attacked Red Hero, so Red Hero could naturally attack it without breaking the rules. However, Lu Yin was different. He hadn't been ambushed by Airmao, so to prevent breaking the rules, he had to ask first. With track, Lu Yin looked for 8 color. Airmao ambushed Red Hero. "What do you say?" 8 color's voice was calm. "I already know. Capture track and punish it severely." "Can I attack?" "Now, you can," 8 color replied. With 8 color's words, Lu Yin felt more confident and left track. At this moment, Airmao had already been kicked out of Red Hero's civilization. It had to be said that it was really resilient. Red Hero's Heartless Tao hadn't been broken yet, and it was extremely powerful. Back then, it had been able to suppress Qinglian Yu and Big Boss, but this shield had actually withstood it. It was also the weapon of an absolute powerhouse like Emperor Qiu. It was normal for it to have such abilities. However, it definitely couldn't escape. Jiao Wen sat cross-legged in the Blood Tower and used himself to threaten Red Hero. Lu Yin used his mirroring technique to watch the battle. Red Hero definitely didn't want to fight, as it would be bound by karma. However, he also didn't want to let Airmao go. Otherwise, Airmao would become his enemy sooner or later. He was now being forced to fight. He really hoped that Lu Yin would attack, but it wasn't up to him or Airmao to decide whether Lu Yin would attack. Lu Yin watched the battle from the sidelines, and he was in a good mood. He had finally taken the initiative. Airmao wanted to reap the benefits from behind the scenes, and Red Hero wanted to use him to uncover the mastermind. In the end, Lu Yin was still more skilled. A battle between powerhouses wasn't simple, and Red Hero displayed the strength of his Heartless Tao. He didn't use any rules, and he continuously attacked the shield. The shield also displayed an unparalleled defensive power, and it completely ignored the attacks. They fought their way from Red Hero's universe to the distance, but they couldn't escape Lu Yin's gaze. He saw Red Hero use his Heartless Sword intent and wander a river palm. He also saw Airmao release his yellow godly power, which combined with his golden flesh made him incomparably tough. Red Hero had been hiding his innate gift of the Ten-Eyed Crow and his Yin-Yang Burning Mirror. He also had his orange godly power, his Sourcebox Array, and his invisible world. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Red Hero was too cautious. Airmao only knew that he was compatible with the universe's rules, but he didn't know anything else. The more he hid, the more important it was. Actually, if Mao hadn't revealed to Jiao Wen that Red Hero was compatible with the universe's rules, they would have had a hard time stopping Red Hero. Nothing was absolute, and just thinking about it gave Lu Yin a headache. He still had to force Red Hero. Lu Yin's voice transmitted to Mao. If this drags on, the other unknowns will arrive. I've already told Boss A about this. It was impossible to tell what the shield was feeling, but its attacks were clearly more violent. Golden flesh continuously swept out, tearing apart Red Hero's Heartless Tao. As long as 70% of Heartless Tao was not broken, it would still be powerful. If it could still be torn apart, one could imagine the power of the golden flesh. Find an opportunity yourself. I'll help you escape. Lu Yin transmitted his voice again. Red Hero glanced into the distance. He knew that Lu Yin was talking to the shield, and he could guess what they were talking about. However, he was currently in a passive position, and it would be difficult for him to break through the shield's defenses if this continued. After all, it belonged to Emperor Qiu. Red Hero, I've already told Boss A about this. Boss A wants me to help you. Take your time and there's no rush. Lu Yin spoke to Red Hero again. Red Hero gritted his teeth. This brat definitely wouldn't make a move. He was waiting for the other powers to appear so that he could see through Red Hero. Red Hero had originally wanted to delay until the other unknowns arrived, but with this brat's words, perhaps none of the unknowns would arrive. This brat was scheming and extremely talented, but he still viewed Red Hero as an enemy. Red Hero could not be allowed to live, and he had to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. For now, Red Hero had to deal with this shield first. Since you want to see, I'll let you see. There was a thump as the shield was forced back. Red Hero faced the shield, raised his index and middle fingers, and pointed them out. The starry sky instantly changed, as if it had shrunk countless times in an instant. It also seemed as if Red Hero's power had changed everything. His index and middle fingers landed in front of the shield, and then they suddenly retreated. A chill ran down Lu Yin's spine, and he looked at the shield. As Red Hero retreated, cracks appeared where his finger had landed, and it directly pierced through the shield. The space behind the shield was torn apart, and the cracks extended endlessly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What was this? The surface of the shield was covered with yellow godly power. The invisible world. So this is what you created with the absolute absolute. The invisible world uses absolute retreat to form an infinite number of attacks until you break the opponent's upper limit. Red Hero, you are ruthless. Lu Yin was shocked. Was this even possible? There were no absolutes in the universe, and the absence of absolutes was based on this. This invisible world, on the other hand, was based on the absence of absolutes. It used absolute retreat to form an opposite paradox, launching an infinite number of attacks. This was not a matter of combat strength, but of understanding of all things in the universe. Combat was also a kind of knowledge. Red Hero's face was calm as he raised his hand again and pointed at the shield. You were able to join the unknowns by relying on a defense that has reached the level of 2 universal laws. Even when facing a powerhouse of the same level as me, this defense still has room to fight. But you met me, and since you want to see, I'll show you. Do you really think you can deal with me? Follow me to the unknowns. The shield kept retreating, and around it, the yellow divine power kept twisting and thinning, forming a thread-like existence that wrapped around the shield. At first glance, it looked as if the shield was covered with a layer of yellow threads. No power is invincible. Even Master can't do it, and you can't do it either. There is a limit to your power. Red Hero sneered. But this limit is not with you. After he said that, his arm retreated again, and with a bang, the shield was broken again. This time even the yellow divine power was penetrated, and it could not resist at all. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he looked at Red Hero with fear. This was his killing power. This invisible world had nothing to do with time and space, but only with the result. If Red Hero's destructive power could exceed the shield's defense limit, then it could be broken in an instant. If it could not exceed the limit, then it would never be broken. This move was actually the same as the triple firmament sword intent. It was a move that aimed for the end. However, the triple firmament sword intent would definitely hit the opponent, while Red Hero's move would definitely determine the winner. This was Red Hero's power. Fortunately, Qing Lian Yu had used the Karma Celestial phenomenon to counteract the Red Hero's absolute perfection. Otherwise, if he had used this move without knowing, he would not have been able to block the first attack. Even if he could have avoided it later on, the first attack would have been enough to severely injure anyone. This was just Red Hero's unseen world. How much more was he hiding? He would never forget the first time he had faced Red Hero. That monstrous pressure had reminded him of the long trials of the immortal civilization. Red Hero was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of two universal laws. Perhaps even the South Spirit, who had been sealed by the Azure Lotus Emperor, would not be her match. This was Red Hero, the greatest traitor of humanity who had survived from the Nine Bases era until now. No matter how the shield defended, it could not escape Red Hero's attacks. The shield was riddled with holes. Lu Yin slowly clenched his fist. He could teleport away to avoid this move, but the shield could not. Red Hero did not want to kill Air Mao. Otherwise, Air Mao would not have survived until now. The difference between them was too great. Red Hero wanted to capture Air Mao. This would not do. Lu Yin teleported back to the Red Shirt universe and asked Wine Man, Sr., force Red Hero to return. Wine Man did not say much. He slapped the turbid blood tower with one palm and hit Xianxia with the other. Xianxia did not dodge and allowed Wine Man to hit him. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the blood tower. At the same time, Red Hero's expression changed. He suddenly looked back at the Red Shirt civilization. Wine Man, stop. Wine Man and Red Hero looked at each other. Wine Man raised his hand and placed it on the blood tower. Your strength makes it impossible to defeat you. Let's do it bit by bit. Let's start with breaking 70% of the path of ruthlessness. Red Hero was anxious. He ignored the shield and ran toward the Red Shirt universe. The shield took the opportunity to escape. Lu Yin chased after him. You want to run? Follow me back to Xixing, you traitor. Red Hero and Lu Yin brushed past each other as Red Hero stared coldly at Lu Yin. Neither of them were stupid, and Red Hero had figured it out the moment Lu Yin had chased after him. However, he didn't dare to take the risk. If he didn't return, then the Blood Tower and the West Peak would be destroyed, and his path of heartlessness would truly be lost. Death was not to be regretted, but he could not lose the Heartless Tao. All of his power was based on the Heartless Tao. Once the Heartless Tao was broken, his power would be greatly reduced. Disregarding the threat from Lu Yin, just the Immortal Feather and the other threats were enough to make him tremble in fear. The two of them vanished in the blink of an eye. One entered the red-clothed universe below the stars, while the other chased after the shield. The shield took out the door and passed through it, but it did not go too far. The door had lost its effect. Lu Yin's voice rang out, "You've already broken the unknown rules, how can you use the portal as you please?" Although he said this, he was also on guard. The connection of this door was completely in the hands of the unknown. This was not a good thing. Fortunately, he did not rely on this door. The shield continued to fly into the distance. Lu Yin, Red Hero's power is unfathomable. Back then, he was able to sneak an attack on my master with the 10-eyed crow's innate gift. That was a battlefield that conformed with the laws of the three universes. Now, no one knows what he has mastered. It's impossible for you, a human, to deal with him with your own power. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. At least, I don't see any of your abilities. Do you have the ability to help me? Lu Yin teleported behind the shield and opened his Heaven's Eye. Purple ocular force covered the area and suppressed all life. The shield suddenly paused. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and it could be said that it could dominate all kinds of battlefields. However, its escape and attack methods were too weak. After avoiding the entanglement of the golden flesh, Lu Yin touched the shield and teleported away. In the red-clothed universe below the stars, Red Hero frowned. That was it. This person had teleported far away again. He had actually left his line of sight in an instant. In front of him, Jiawen no longer attacked. His goal was only to force Red Hero to return. Outside the distance of 50 years from the red-clothed universe below the stars, Lu'in and the shield appeared. The shield viciously slammed into Lu'in, and yellow divine power formed a shockwave. Lu'in teleported away and waved his hand. A sword Dao river appeared from the god sealing catalog and slashed at the shield. The shield completely blocked the attack without any damage. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. What a strong defense. It was worthy of its image. No wonder it could become an immortal's weapon. Lu'in, you can't hurt me. Is that so? I've killed Xianling, who was compatible with 2 universes. I'm good at defense. There's no need for you to waste your time here. I'll definitely take revenge on Red Hero. It's good for you to keep me alive. You didn't treat me like this in G-Zone. Lu'in clenched his fist and punched out. Starry fist, Big Dipper fist intent. Airmail also hated humans and viewed them as enemies. Once Red Hero was dealt with, its next target would definitely be human civilization. Airmail was surprised. This is? With a bang, the shield was sent flying, and the yellow divine power was distorted by the impact. This is the 6th stronghold's Taya Starry Fist technique. How do you know it? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. So it was from the 6th stronghold. He had guessed correctly. The Starry Fist came from the 6th stronghold. The 6th stronghold's Taya Starry Fist technique? It was quite famous. Take a guess. He punched out again. The Starry Fist shook the starry sky. Shrimps and shrimps. Could it be that the 3 universes came from the 6th stronghold? Lu'in, I'll give you the direction of invincibility. If you send me away and avoid the unknown, I'll definitely help you deal with Red Hero in the future, Airmao shouted. Lu'in stared at it. What direction? Airmao said, promise to send me away. Lu'in hesitated. It was not impossible to let Airmao go and work together to deal with Red Hero in the future, but it was too risky. It was also hostile to human civilization. Instead of letting it go, Lu'in wanted to seize it and learn more about the 9th stronghold era through it. Why should I believe that you can give me the direction of invincibility? There's no such thing as invincibility in this universe, Lu'in said. Airmao sneered. That's because you haven't seen infinite possibilities. My master, Emperor Qiu, was once invincible in a certain field. He was compatible with 3 universes and was respected by Xianling. Absolute invincibility does exist. The universe is so vast that Eternal Realm experts can't see the end. The wider the universe, the more infinite possibilities there are. You're wrong. The wider the universe, the less the so-called invincibility exists because you can never see the entire universe. Wrong. You can feel it when a force reaches the strongest level. For example, you must be the strongest under the eternal life realm. Do you dare to say that the universe is boundless and that there is someone stronger than you under the eternal life realm? Lu'in was speechless. No matter how big the universe was, he was certain that no being under the eternal realm could surpass him. He was truly at the top of this level. Could it be, as Airmao said, that invincibility existed? He frowned. Tell me about it. Take me away, Airmao said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The unknown can open the door in the long river of time. You can reach anywhere. Where can you escape to? Don't try to test me. I'll tell you everything I know about the unknown and your human civilization. No matter how powerful the unknown is, they can't see everything. If I help you, I'll be breaking the rules of the unknown. You didn't break the rules. Teleportation is one of the ways to fight. Lu'in had a headache. This shield was not easy to trick. Tell me the coordinates of the Mountain Sword Sect first. Airmao was puzzled. Mountain Sword Sect? Why are you asking about them? Didn't you save them? Do you still want to leave? Lu'in shouted. Airmao did not hesitate and told Lu'in the coordinates of the Mountain Sword Sect. It was not the Mountain Sword Sect's hometown, but it could be used to find their hometown. Lu'in teleported to the side of the shield. He touched it and teleported away. Just as Airmao said, the unknown could not see everything. Teleporting for a while would allow Airmao to escape the unknown's pursuit. This was what he and Airmao thought, but when they saw the door not far away, they were completely silent. Air Mao had taken out the door to escape the red hero's pursuit, but the door had lost its function. It did not care and could only let Luin teleport it away. However, the door seemed to be stuck to Air Mao's body and kept changing its position as they teleported. Air Mao's golden flesh slammed into the door. Bang! The door did not move. Its surface was flowing with white. Needless to say, it was the unknown white's power. The moment the door was taken out, the unknown white had already targeted Air Mao. Beads of sweat dripped from Lu Yin's forehead as he looked at the door in the distance. He could not escape. Even teleportation could not avoid it. What kind of power did the unknown white have? How did it follow his teleportation? Or did it use other methods? He did not understand. The shield shook off Lu Yin's hand and rushed into the distance. But no matter where it ran, the door maintained a certain distance from it. No matter how it attacked, the door did not move. It could not be broken, and it could not be avoided. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Air Mao had the power to conform to the two laws of the universe, but when it stood opposite the unknown, it encountered a hopeless situation that it had never imagined. The shield slammed into the door, and the golden flesh attacked it again and again. Yellow divine power poured out, but it could not do anything to the door. More and more white appeared around the door. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he teleported above the shield. Go Lian appeared in his hand. You broke the unknown's rules. Air Mao, surrender. As he spoke, Go Lian slashed at the shield. The shield was not damaged at all. Air Mao did not care about Lu Yin and continued to attack the door. Lu Yin's attack was a show for the unknown white. He did not want to face the same thing as Air Mao. Just thinking about it made him nervous. Go Lian slashed continuously, but it did not slow down the shield at all. Lu Yin attacked with all his might. The shield slammed madly for a while and roared, "When Master was here, you who dared to attack? Be it the unknown or Xian Ling, you were all respectful to Master. What right do you have to treat me like this? I just want to avenge Master. Is Red Hero worthy to be compared to Master? The unknown, what right do you have to talk about rules? What right do you have to set rules for me? I've done enough for you all these years. White, let me go, let me go." End of chapter 44:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.